in the Xinjiang continent, Eastern Province, within the Chun family's council chamber. Chun Tianhai, the news of your son's liaison with my daughter on Chiyun Mountain has become a sensational topic outside. Now, Anren is pregnant, and her condition is becoming increasingly evident. Despite my immense reluctance, for the sake of Anren, I must acquiesce to this marriage. How about your son marrying into the Nayland family in 7 days? Nayland's chilling gaze swept over Chun Tianhai and his wife, causing them to break into a cold sweat. The Nayland family, one of the few prominent clans in the Eastern Province, was backed by the formidable Tang sect. A union with them could be seen as a divine blessing for the Chun family. However, Chun Tianhai wiped the cold sweat from his brow, speaking begrudgingly. Xian'er said that the one who lay with your daughter on Chiyun Mountain was the young master of the Tang sect, Tang Chun, not him. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Nalanda was filled with fury, shaking the entire council chamber. Are you implying that my Anren is shameless and lacks decorum? Chun Tianhai hastily clarified, no. I just believe that Xian'er would not lie. Nalanda strode forward, seizing his collar, glaring fiercely. As the saying goes, one must catch a thief in the act. Everything must be substantiated by evidence. Without proof, how dare you tarnish my Anren's reputation? Do you wish to annihilate the entire Chun clan? Master Nayland, please calm your anger. Just as Chun Tianhai attempted to explain, Nayland suddenly struck him from afar. Thud Chun Tianhai was instantly hurled away, crashing into the table, splintering it into pieces. Master! Immediately, Chen's wife's cries echoed through the hall. This marriage, you must consent to, whether you agree or not. If in 7 days, Chun Daoxian does not come to finalize the marriage, I shall eradicate your entire clan. Nalanda, uninterested in further discourse, issued the command, prompting the elders to rise one after another. They cast disdainful glances back at the Chun couple. Once they departed, Chun Tianhai lamented, pounding his chest in anguish, gazing skyward with a wail. Are they not compelling Xian'er to become a mere pawn in this arrangement? The child is not his, and Anren's heart does not belong to him. This is an immense humiliation for any man. I shall not consent to this marriage, even if it costs me my life. Cough at the back mountain, within the Qingting cottage. Chun Daoxian was bound tightly, sprawled on a wooden bed, unable to struggle free. 4 ethereal maidens, clad in white and possessing unmatched beauty, stood before him, one by one shedding their garments. Gazing at their exquisite bodies, perfectly contoured and breathtakingly alluring, Chun Daoxian was filled with panic. What are you doing? Quickly put your clothes back on. The leading woman, her eyes ablaze, settled beside him. I have informed you. This is an ordeal that one must endure as the young master of the imperial lineage upon the completion of their training. What young master of an imperial lineage? I don't understand. Do not untie my sash. Chun Daoxian felt he was on the brink of madness. Early in the morning, as I stepped outside to relieve myself, before I could even adjust my trousers, I was seized by 4 celestial maidens and bound to the bed. They introduced themselves as Chun Mei, Xiaolon, Qiuzhu, and Dongji, claiming to be from an imperial lineage of the upper realm. They asserted that I was a scion of the Shura imperial clan, sent to the lower realm for training since my youth, and that now, having completed my period of trial, I was to experience the affairs of love and grow into adulthood. Is this not absurd? Chun Mei, though somewhat clumsy in her approach, patiently began to loosen my garments while saying, your parents are the great emperors of this era, their imperial might resonating throughout history. As a descendant of the dual emperors, your path to ascension must be steadfast in heart. Before your departure, the realm master foretold, most young men are pure and vigorous, easily ensnared by women. We, as your guardians, have descended to ensure you endure the trials of love and thus comprehend the nature of emotions. This is our sacred mission. As my clothing lay discarded on the floor, I gazed vacantly, ultimately resigning to my fate. Must I engage with all of you to truly understand the nature of love? Indeed, we are all novices in this realm as well, and should we falter in our endeavors, we beseech your understanding, young master. Chun Mei glanced toward the radiant sunlight outside, her eyes glazed with a dreamy allure. Her youthful beauty accentuated by a figure that exuded an enchanting charm at odds with her age. Look, the weather is splendid, why not? Let's begin at once. I replied, can I refuse? The four maidens responded in unison. Refusal is futile. In the pond, koi fish swam, while sparrows occasionally peeked from the eaves. 4 hours later, bang! The door was flung open with a kick. I emerged from the quaint wooden cabin alongside the four celestial maidens. Xiaolon, trembling, fetched a jug of well water to brew tea for me. As the kettle hissed and bubbled, I felt as though I were dreaming. Am I truly a scion of the imperial lineage? Chunmei affirmed, yes. She then produced a golden sandalwood box from her spatial ring and presented it before me. This is the 9th rank Fuxing pill, capable of allowing you to rapidly absorb the essence of heaven and earth, achieving an unparalleled leap in cultivation. Though it is a 9th rank elixir, it stands as one of the two that can disregard any level of cultivation, allowing the user to absorb its power with ease. Only a scion of the imperial lineage is deemed worthy to consume this elixir upon reaching adulthood. As I accepted the sandalwood box, I opened it, and a peculiar fragrance wafted forth, intoxicating and refreshing. Great emperors, wielders of celestial powers, plucking stars from the heavens. In the realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, within the cosmic expanse, they stand as absolute sovereigns. Such a realm exists merely as a fleeting legend in the Xintian continent. I could scarcely believe that my parents belonged to such lofty heights. Was this not the path to invincibility? At this moment, as he reminisced about the scene on Xiun Mountain, where his beloved white moonlight found solace beneath another man, a sense of lightheartedness unexpectedly washed over Chen Daoxian. Nalan Anren could indeed be deemed a great beauty. However, when juxtaposed with the 4 enchanting fairy sisters like Chunmei, she appeared as a gray swan in a mire. Her physique, looks, and charm were simply incomparable. It baffled him, how had he ever been captivated by her? In hindsight, it seemed rather trivial. Now, he appeared to grasp why the imperial clan had chosen to cultivate the young master in such a manner. Just as Chun Daoxian resolved to consume the 9th grade Fuxing pill, the heavens and earth suddenly quivered. A beam of golden light, akin to the sharpest imperial sword from the depths of the starry sky, surged forth, descending upon the courtyard. Within the luminous column, 28 women clad in the ethereal robes of Xixia emerged gracefully, their elegance transcending the mundane. Upon noticing the distinctive dark patterns adorning their shoulders, Dongji furrowed her brows. They are from the Rakshasa imperial realm. My mother's faction? Chun Daoxian was momentarily taken aback. The leader among the 28 women, with legs that seemed to stretch into eternity, approached Chun Daoxian directly and, with a slight bow, proclaimed, I am Ling Yuan, the leader of the 28 glories of the Dark Moon from the Rakshasa imperial realm. Today, I have come with my sisters under the command of our clan leader to teach you how to see through the essence of love. Chun Daoxian exclaimed again, as the young master was forcefully ushered into the small wooden house. Dongji expressed her concern. The young master has only just begun to rest. Is he not concerned for his life? Chapter 2. On the day of the grand wedding, in a quaint little window, preparations were underway. Koi fish swam in the pond, while sparrows occasionally peeked from the eaves. 20 hours later, with a resounding bang, the door was kicked open. Qin Daoxian emerged, followed by 28 enchanting celestial maidens, their faces flushed and glistening with perspiration. This is the 9th grade Ascendant Dragon pill, entrusted to me by the clan leader to deliver to you before your departure. This pill is one of only 2 9th grade elixirs that defy cultivation levels, allowing the user to absorb its essence without reservation. It will enable you to seize the myriad fortunes of heaven and earth in a short span of time. In all the realms, there exists but this one. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuan fixed her captivating gaze on Qin Daoxian, then cautiously glanced at the 4 women nearby. Her tone earnest. I hope you will take it soon to avoid any unforeseen complications. Indeed, Chun Daoxian replied, accepting the elixir with a sense of eagerness. Although he had been forcefully detained these past 2 days, that was not the crux of the matter. The essence of his understanding had crystallized. He had transcended the trivialities of love and firmly set his sights on his ultimate goal, to attain the Tao and become an emperor. Young master, will you accompany us back now? Chunmei inquired with curiosity. Ling Yuan, hearing this, entwined her arm around Chun Daoxian's, playfully nestling into his embrace. Come back to the Rakshasa Empire with us. The contest for the Divine Sun is about to commence. and only the Rakshasa Empire can provide you with the finest cultivation resources. Nonsense, Chunmei retorted fiercely, smashing her palm onto a stone table. He is the young master of the Azura Empire and shall return to the upper realm, which is his rightful home. Ling Yuyin clung to Qin Daoxian, raising her alluring long leg and teasingly brushing against him. Who says the Rakshasa Empire is not his home? Sisters, what do you think? The 28 maidens unanimously agreed. Indeed. Chunmei's expression turned cold. Are you seeking trouble? Upon hearing this, the Dark Moon maidens instantly shifted their demeanor, readying themselves for confrontation. Come on then, who fears whom? As the tension escalated, threatening to unleash chaos upon the heavens, Qin Daoxian swiftly lifted Ling Yuin's fair leg and, with a firm embrace around her delicate waist, cast her aside. She landed on the ground in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief, facing the puzzled gazes of the maidens. Qin Daoxian poured himself a cup of cool tea and spoke with composure. Where I choose to go is my business. You have no right to comment, understood? He was the heir of 2 imperial lineages, wielding the might of supreme bloodlines that overshadowed all others. It was not for a gaggle of women to dictate his thoughts. In mere days, the young master's mindset had undergone a remarkable transformation. He was no longer swayed by feminine charms, much to Chunmei's delight. She humbly admitted her fault. I was in the wrong, defying the young master. Please punish me. Qin Daoxian replied. There is no need for punishment. You may stay. The others are free to leave. This mountain had been encircled by a barrier since their arrival, preventing outsiders from entering. Perhaps his foster parents were anxiously pacing outside at that very moment. They raised him for 16 years. Now that Qin Daoxian has risen to prominence, the first thing he must do is repay the kindness of his adoptive parents. In the days that followed, Qin Daoxian consumed 2 ninth-grade Dan Kings, conjuring a spectacle that astonished the entire eastern state. Many ancient figures from various sects, who had secluded themselves for years, emerged to witness the extraordinary phenomenon. Amidst the terrifying display of divine apparitions, speculation arose as to who was responsible for such an event. At that moment, Nalan Andren promptly provided the answer. It must be her elder brother, Tangchen, who had summoned this marvel. It simply had to be. The day of the 7-day agreement arrived as scheduled. The Nalan family adorned their residence with festive decorations, welcoming a multitude of guests, creating a lively atmosphere. Every prominent cultivator, power, and noble family in Eastern State received an invitation to gather here. The eldest daughter of the Nalan family, Nalan Andren, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Eastern State, was set to marry a scion of a third-rate family, a fact that left many feeling quite regretful. In a small windowed chamber, before a bronze mirror, Nalan Andren sat elegantly clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, while her mother, Lu Xiaoji, busied herself with her daughter's adornment. Gazing at her daughter's exquisitely made-up reflection, Lu Xiaoji could not help but express her grievances. The Tang family is truly unattainable. Although you carry their child, they refuse to acknowledge it. It is utterly infuriating. Upon hearing this, Nalan Andren furrowed her brows. Mother, some things should not be spoken carelessly. Be cautious, for walls have ears, and you may ignite trouble. Yes, Lu Xiaoji quickly acquiesced. Nalan Andren continued, moreover, young Master Tang has already promised to support our Nalan family in the future. That alone suffices. In the world of adults, one must prioritize benefits. As long as there is something to gain, what does it matter if I bear his child? Lu Xiaoji tenderly brushed her daughter's hair. You have such a broad perspective. Ultimately, it is that Qin fellow who benefits from this. She added, by the way, I have prepared a mat for him. Once you enter the bridal chamber, he shall sleep on the mat and must not touch you. Nalan Andren's expression subtly shifted as she murmured, that is not feasible. Why not? Lu Xiaoji inquired. Nalan Andren replied, if this were to leak out, it would invite external criticism. Lu Xiaoji was astonished. So you truly intend to share a bed with him? Nalan Andren smiled faintly. If it must be, then so be it. Why should men have multiple wives while women cannot? Don't you agree, mother? Lu Xiaoji was taken aback by her daughter's audacious thoughts. Though she felt uneasy, her love for her daughter prevented her from saying more. In truth, Nalan Andren held a flicker of anticipation for Qin Daoxian. After all, in terms of looks, Qin Daoxian was strikingly handsome, capable of overshadowing Tang Chun. Moreover, despite Tang Chen's illustrious lineage and the many advantages he could provide, he was far too swift in his actions. Before she felt ready, he had already concluded matters, leaving her feeling discontented. If it is said that Qin Daoxian can indeed fulfill her physical needs, while Tang Chun can satisfy her spiritual and material desires, then simultaneously being with two men is not out of the question. Naturally, as a woman of insatiable greed, she yearns for the day of her grand wedding when Tangchen will arrive on a rainbow cloud, bearing lavish dowries that would make the world envious. To claim her as his bride, Nalan Anren lowered her beautiful eyes and murmured to herself, "To think that I, the most beautiful woman of Dongzhou, with unparalleled talent in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, must marry a man from a third-rate family. I can only say that Qin Daoxian must have accumulated great virtue in his past life to be able to enter my door. Let us see how he treats me after marriage." Lu Xiaoji embraced her daughter's neck, offering comfort. "My dear Anren, fret not. All men are drawn to beauty. With your stunning looks, he will surely cherish you like a precious gem." Nalan Anren pouted. "Indeed, he is fortunate to marry me. Let him revel in his good fortune." At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, and Nalan entered. Upon seeing his daughter dressed so beautifully, a proud expression spread across his face. "Anren, there is no need to leap over the fire basin for this marriage. Remember to have Qin Daoxian kneel before you, and you step over him. This is the custom. Do not let the guests witness any folly." "Understood, father. The matchmakers have already informed me," Nalan Anren replied with a smile. Chapter 3. The God of Destruction, Burying Heaven. Burying Earth, Burying the Gods. The Nalan residents now awaited Qin Daoxuan's arrival for marriage. After all, Qin Daoxuan's striking appearance was evident. Could anyone doubt that Nalan Anren was not tempted by his physique? She herself would not believe it. For there is something that many may not know. Once a woman is in good spirits, she can surpass men in allure. The auspicious hour draws near. Yet, at this moment, Qin Daoxian remained seated in the backyard of the Qin residence, staring blankly at the fish in the pond. Just 3 days ago, after consuming the 9-tier ascending dragon pill, he inadvertently unlocked an unparalleled opportunity, the God Tree of Destruction. He also learned a monumental secret. Before Pangu opened the heavens, there existed a universe more radiant and seamless than the current one. It was only due to the arrival of a God of Destruction that the universe was annihilated, dissolving into nothingness. This God of Destruction then transformed into a divine tree, awaiting a fated individual to accept his supreme legacy. The divine tree harbors 9 supreme mechanisms. As it grows, Qin Daoxian will gain 1 mechanism at each stage. Once all 9 mechanisms are acquired, he will fully inherit the power of the God of Destruction, becoming a new deity. The world claims that the path to becoming an emperor is littered with the bones of the proud and supreme. Little do they know that before the God of Destruction, even the mightiest emperors are as insignificant as straw dogs. With both parents as emperors and an invincible background, he has now unlocked a divine cheat. Qin Daoxian wishes to remain low-key, yet his strength does not permit it. However, destruction corresponds to the opportunity of life. Life begins with the harmonious union of yin and yang. To foster the growth of the divine tree, Qin Daoxian must employ the esoteric methods of the primordial fusion of yin and yang, executing an intricate array of 81 profound postures, while deftly mastering speed, strength, control, and angle, in order to harness pure vitality to nourish the divine tree. However, this method demands exceedingly stringent prerequisites, as it is not to be wielded by those lacking a special constitution or bloodline. For instance, individuals with the inadequate physique of Nalan Anren would achieve nothing but failure. Gazing up at the sky, Qin Daoxian collected his thoughts and spoke calmly. "Let us depart." "Indeed," replied Chunmei, nodding and following in his footsteps. "Some matters must come to a resolution. The Nalan family seeks to coerce a marriage with a young master of the imperial lineage. Thus, let them savor the consequences of their actions." Where are the Qin family members? In the side chamber of the Nalan residence, Nalan paced anxiously, as if searching for something to unleash his frustration upon. The guards, pale with fear, replied tremulously, "And no, they have not arrived yet." How could this be? Seated to the side, Nalan Anren, shrouded by her red veil, trembled slightly, her hands tightly gripping her crimson gown, uncertain of how to compose herself. Did he not always cherish me? Did he not dream of marrying me? Now that I have consented to wed, where is he? What could he possibly be up to? Recalling the tender care and warmth that Qin Daoxian had once bestowed upon her, despite his absence after the scandal at Qiyun Mountain, she still refused to believe he would relinquish her. "Anren, do not fret. I am certain the Qin family has encountered some unforeseen circumstance that has caused the delay." Luxiati reassured, grasping her daughter's icy hand, feigning calmness. Upon hearing this, Nalan Anren abruptly ripped off her red veil and threw it to the ground. Her face flushed with anger. Even if there were an unforeseen circumstance, He should still rush here alone. What day is it today? It is the day of our grand wedding. If he cannot even demonstrate this level of commitment, then I shall not marry him. At this, Luxiati's lips twitched as she hurriedly picked up the veil, wiping away the marks of shoes upon it. My dear ancestor, all the guests are waiting outside. If you refuse to marry, how will your parents face others in the future? Nalanda added. Indeed, do not act recklessly. Yet, Nalan Anran stomped her foot in defiance, her eyes glistening with tears. Regardless, when he arrives, he must kneel publicly and apologize, vowing to love me forever, to indulge me, and to heed only my words. Otherwise, I shall not marry him. He ought to consider that for me, Nalan Anran, a man seeking my hand in marriage should number not in the tens of thousands, but at least in the thousands. If it were not for my preference for him, would he even have this opportunity? It is not difficult to find a two-legged man, unlike a three-legged toad. Observing his daughter's temper flare, Nalanda could only manage a wry smile. Very well, let him swear and kneel. I shall take charge of this matter. The choice was hers to make. Isn't it simply a matter of confronting the situation? What options do we have? Moreover, Chun Daoxian possesses a stubborn temperament. From a young age, he has been fiercely combative, even engaged in brawls at the tender age of 3. Displaying a propensity for violence at the slightest provocation, he is by no means a pliable individual to be easily manipulated. Otherwise, Nalanda would not have personally resorted to threatening the lives of the entire Chen family to compel him to marry into their clan. As Nalanda arrived beneath the eaves, his expression was grave, his fists clenched in silent determination. Although this young man is known for his rebellious spirit, he is also recognized as a devoted son, committed to his adoptive parents. It is reasonable to believe that he would ultimately acquiesce. He certainly would. My lord, madam, members of the Chen family have arrived. At that moment, a guard rushed in with the news. Upon hearing this, Nalanda and his party breathed a collective sigh of relief. Perhaps unbeknownst to them, Chun Daoxian had already transformed from a prospective son-in-law on the verge of being dominated into the very architect of the unfolding situation. Nalanda signaled for his daughter to prepare herself, and then he strided purposefully away from the courtyard. As the Nalan couple returned to the grand hall, the assembled guests eagerly awaited the proceedings. Chun Daoxian, as today's son-in-law, was set to wed the exquisite Nalan Anran, a union that had sparked envy among countless young nobles. Certainly, news of Nalan Anran's pregnancy had been widely attributed to Chun Daoxian, under the duress of the Nalan family's formidable influence. While the circumstances of an unwed pregnancy may be deemed inappropriate, Chun Daoxian's willingness to marry into the Nalan family, ensuring that his child would bear the Nalan surname, afforded the Nalan family a semblance of dignity. As the auspicious hour approached, the crowd was filled with anticipation, gazing into the distance. The scorching sun blazed upon the white jade pathway outside the square, and finally, 4 figures appeared in the distance, walking side by side. To everyone's surprise, Chun Daoxian had not donned wedding attire for the occasion. Look at the woman beside him, clad in maidservant garments. Good heavens, she is stunning. In an instant, the attention of many men in attendance was drawn to Chun Mei, sparking fervent discussions. Upon observing Chun Daoxian clad in his black attire, Nalanda's expression darkened ominously. From a distance, he began reprimanding Chen Tianhai. What is the meaning of this? You have not even dressed him in wedding garments. Are you and your child utterly clueless? If the auspicious hour is delayed, your family will lose face, and so will the Nalan family. His thunderous voice reverberated, causing Chen Tianhai and his wife to break into a cold sweat. Their fear of the Nalan family ran deep within their bones. Yet, compelled by their son's instructions, Chen Tianhai summoned his courage, straightened his back, and approached resolutely, declaring, enough of this. Nalan Anran is shameless and fickle. She is wholly unworthy of my son. We are here today to annul the engagement. Chapter 4. Annulment, Apology, and Ensuring Your Family's Safety. Annul the engagement? The uproar was palpable. Upon uttering these words, the entire assembly was thrown into a state of astonishment. The sound of gasps echoed throughout the hall, as numerous guests rose in shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. Nalan Anran stood frozen, momentarily lost in thought. The guests widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished that the usually compliant Chen Tianhai would dare to propose an annulment of the engagement to the Nalan family on such a significant occasion. Was this not a severe affront to the Nalan family in front of all the esteemed clans of Dongzhou? What did you say? You wish to annul the engagement? Nalanda's lips twitched violently, a wave of dizziness washing over him, struggling to comprehend the words he had just heard. He was a man who valued his reputation above all else, How could he allow such an affront to occur? Moreover, had Chen Tianhai lost his senses? Had he come here to stake his life on such a declaration? Conscious of the implications for his dignity, Nalanda began to restrain himself, his entire being trembling. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Chen Daoxian, enunciating each word with weight. Chen Shizhi, do you share this sentiment? The underlying thread in his tone was unmistakable. However, the Chen Daoxian of today had consumed 2 ninth-grade elixirs, achieving an absolute transcendence in his cultivation. This leap surpassed the understanding of anyone on the Tianxian continent. The mere Nalan family, even in the absence of Chunmei, posed no fear to him. In the face of Nalanda's haughty and sullen demeanor, Chen Daoxian regarded him as a mere jester, his calm gaze devoid of any turbulence. Indeed, boom, a fierce tempest of powerful auras erupted at that moment. Sweeping in from all directions, and within the blink of an eye, dozens of Nalan family's experts surrounded the area. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. The guests watched in stunned silence. After a moment, Nalan Anren angrily lifted her veil, tears welling in her eyes as her voice quivered with emotion. Chen Daoxian, do you believe I would marry no one but you? Do you think you are the only man left in this world? Chen Daoxian replied, I have never thought so. Nalan Anren retorted, then why bring up the annulment? Why allow your father to speak ill of me? Speak ill? Chen Daoxian found himself inexplicably amused. Is it truly slander? Or merely a statement of fact? You are well aware of the answer. Nalan Anren, do you truly wish for me to reveal the scandal involving you and Tang Chen on Qiyun Mountain? What? The young master of the Tang family, Tang Chen? The revelation caused yet another uproar. Those guests who had initially held a curious interest now shook their heads, believing that Chen Daoxian was speaking recklessly, playing with fire. It was evident he was courting disaster. What kind of power was the Tang family? They were the overlords of Dongzhou, a terrifying presence that no faction in Dongzhou could afford to offend, let alone a small Chen family. Even the deeply rooted Nalan family lacked the qualifications to challenge the authority of the Tang family. Regardless of the truth of Chen Daoxuan's claims, as an adult, one must. Such words ought not to have escaped his lips, especially in such a public setting. Chen Daoxian's proclamation struck like a bolt from the blue, resonating with an unsettling clarity. In this manner, he stripped away Nalan Anren's veil of modesty, provoking her into a fit of rage. Do not slander me without cause. I carry your child, and should you refuse to acknowledge it, I, Nalan Anren, am fully capable of raising him alone. Today, I have finally discerned your true nature. Had I known this, I would never have surrendered my innocence to you, the ungrateful wretch. Nalan Anren shrieked in hysteria, tears cascading down her cheeks as she desperately sought to conceal the truth and uphold her reputation. The irony was palpable. She was the one indulging in indiscretions. Yet now she cast herself as the aggrieved party. If a woman's tears could serve such a purpose, then today, Chen Daoxian had certainly been enlightened. At that moment, dozens of guards from the Nalan family brandished their swords, poised to strike down the 4 individuals before them. Nalan Anren, dabbing her nose and wiping away her tears, declared, for the sake of the unborn child, I grant you one final opportunity. Kneel, admit your fault, and I shall forgive you. Chen Daoxian shook his head, a look of regret crossing his face. Hopeless. Then you may perish. With a furious command, Nalan Anren ordered the attack. In an instant, a torrent of sword strikes descended upon them. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Daoxian, encircled by foes, made no defensive move but merely uttered a single word. The result was catastrophic. Dozens of powerful practitioners were sent hurtling away, both man and sword, by an invisible wave of energy. Nalan Anren stared in shock as the guards tumbled to the ground. Coughing up blood, her complexion paled dramatically. Nalanda, quick as lightning, shielded his daughter, casting a bewildered glance at Chen Daoxian. Just moments ago, how had he executed such formidable prowess? This young man, how had he transformed into such a terrifying force? As Nalanda surveyed the fallen guards, realization struck him, they were all dead. With a casual flick, Chen Daoxian had dispatched dozens of them. He turned his fervent gaze upon Nalanda. Your daughter just granted me a chance, and I have reciprocated. To be fair, I shall extend you an opportunity as well. Kneel and apologize, and perhaps I shall consider sparing your family. Nalanda's face darkened, his expression twisted with rage. You insolent brat. Do you think you can speak to me in such a manner? Their eyes locked. Chen Daoxian, wearing a smile reminiscent of celestial blessings, regarded him as one would an insect. Old Bai Dang, what do you say? The newly adult Chen Daoxian audaciously challenged Nalanda, leaving the assembled guests utterly bewildered. Nalanda is undoubtedly among the top 10 formidable figures in the Eastern State, far beyond the reach of a mere junior. Even if Chun Daoxian possesses an astonishing talent, at his current age, he could never hope to be Nalanda's match. Is it worth it to act rashly, knowing the futility of such endeavors? As the guests lamented one after another, the sky suddenly trembled. People looked up in astonishment to behold a golden rock descending with a mighty cry. Upon its back stood 3 individuals, one of whom was none other than Brother Tang Chun. Upon seeing the man she had long yearned for finally arrive, Nalan Anren felt as though she had been redeemed. Behind Tang Chun were an elderly man and a young boy. The elder was Tang Kuei, a venerable elder of the Tang sect and a genuine Xianwang powerhouse. The youth was named Tang Feng, Tang Chen's cousin. The trio gracefully disembarked from the golden rock, landing directly on the square beneath the awestruck gazes of the crowd. As Tang Chun firmly touched down, all the guests, including members of the Nalan family, bowed respectfully in reverence. Chen Tianhai and his wife turned as pale as paper, engulfed in despair. Young Master Tang has arrived, it's over. Chapter 5. Young Master of the Tang sect, a celestial prodigy of unmatched brilliance. Is that truly young Master Tang? Such a divine figure would deign to appear here? Surely, I must be dreaming. The Nalan family must be held in great esteem indeed. Many were astonished and incredulous at Tang Chen's arrival. After all, this was the Tang sect, a revered sanctuary for countless cultivators in the Eastern State. The mere mention of the Tang sect is enough to command respect through the ages, compelling even the most formidable sects to bow in submission. Before the Tang sect, all other sects are but mere chaff, easily vanquished. Brother Tang Chen, Nalan Anren, her eyes glistening with tears, rushed toward him, disregarding the wedding gown she wore. She gently placed her hand on her abdomen, looking pitifully hopeful for his acknowledgement, yearning for both his approval and the entire Tang sect's recognition. However, Tang Chen offered her no response as he merely retrieved a beautifully wrapped congratulatory gift from his storage ring, stating, "Congratulations, Nalan Mei, on finding a worthy match." His unfeeling words struck Nalan Anren's heart like a stone sinking into the abyss. After sharing countless nights together and bearing his child, she found herself unable to even secure the title of concubine. In an instant, Nalan Anren lowered her head in silence. The somber atmosphere led the guests to speculate quietly. Tang Chen, sensing her distress, reached out to caress her cheek, unfazed by the gazes of those around them. "Why are you crying? Who has bullied you?" Nalan Anren buried her head deeply, unwilling to speak. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Lu Xiaoji swayed her lithe figure, her face adorned with an insincere smile as she approached. "Young Master Tang, you may not be aware, but Chun Daoxian has become quite audacious. Not only did he publicly annul his engagement, but he has also ruthlessly slain dozens from my Nalan family, declaring that my patriarch must kneel and apologize to him if we are to keep our family intact. Can you believe such words?" Moreover, Nalan Anren interjected, lifting her gaze with renewed fervor, "He even insulted my unborn child, referring to it as a bastard, born of a mother but lacking a father." "What did you say?" Tang Chen exclaimed in shock. Chun Tianhai, hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, unable to reconcile the venomous nature hidden beneath the facade of the seemingly beautiful girl before him. Unable to restrain himself, he pressed forward to confront her. "You lie. When has Xian ever spoken such words?" Emboldened by the support she felt behind her, Nalan Anren, adhering to the principle of destruction when denied, puffed out her small chest defiantly. "What? Are you denying what was just said? Or is it that, with Brother Tang's arrival, you have suddenly grown fearful and lost your courage?" Shin Tianhai, exasperated, ran his hand through his hair. How can you speak such nonsense?" "Father, there is no need to reason with her." At that moment, a large hand rested on Chun Tianhai's shoulder. It was Chun Daoxian, intervening to halt his father. Engaging in debate with a woman was, after all, unwise, especially one as shameless and unreasonable as she. As for the identity of the child she bore, while others may be oblivious, both Tang Chen and Chen Daoxian shared a tacit understanding. Their eyes met. Tang Chen's gaze was proud yet icy, akin to observing an insignificant insect. "Did you truly utter such insults?" Chen Daoxian calmly raised his gaze. "To fabricate a crime, one need not seek justification. Since you assert that I have spoken such words, then very well, I shall admit to it. A worthless fool, a lowly wretch. What can you do to me?" Gasping, Tang Chun inhaled sharply. The crowd was equally astonished. Had Chen Daoxian lost his senses today? Did he truly comprehend who stood before him? One must recognize the strength of their opponent before being audacious. Clap, clap, clap. Tang Chun, caught between laughter and anger, clapped 3 times. Well said, Chen Daoxian. A mere mayfly dares to shake the heavens. In response, Chen Daoxian, with a nonchalant gesture, brushed off the dust from his robe. Who is the mayfly? And who is the sky? Only through confrontation will the truth be revealed. No? What? He dared to challenge young Master Tang. Nalan Anren linked her arm with Tang Chen's. Her laughter light. Brother Tang is the unrivaled prodigy of Dongzhou, a figure who stands alone. You and he inhabit entirely different realms. Chen Daoxian, if I were you, I would kneel before Brother Tang now, bow 300 times, and apologize for my misdeeds. Perhaps then there might be a chance for redemption. Yet, he had no opportunity left. Tang Chun pointed dismissively at Chen Daoxian, delivering a merciless verdict. Wind, go and sever his head from his shoulders. Upon hearing this, Feng nodded darkly, locking onto Chen Daoxian's figure as if in a hunt, advancing with purpose. The ground's stone slabs cracked inch by inch. A domineering aura swept through the air, leaving the gathered crowd in a cold sweat. A 7-star Grandmaster. Everyone was horrified. Tang Feng, so youthful, barely in his 20s, had already ascended to the ranks of a 7-star Grandmaster. Is this the power of the Tang clan? As the prodigy of the Tang clan prepared to strike, Nalan Anren stood tall, casting a fierce glare at Chen Daoxian. She reflected on how tender and considerate he had once been towards her, only to now sever their engagement and forsake his vows because she bore another's child. How disheartening. Fool, to insult the name of the Tang clan is to court death. Have you not heard? Tang Feng lifted his cold gaze, reaching into the void. And a silver war hammer, entwined with terrifying thunderous might, materialized in his hand. The release of spiritual energy manifested into form, a hallmark of a Grandmaster. As a prodigy of the Tang clan, Tang Feng regarded Chen Daoxian with utter disdain. He rested the silver hammer upon his shoulder, his contemptuous gaze surveying all. Even from dozens of paces away, Nalan Anren could feel the overwhelming battle aura emanating from the silver hammer. Before such a formidable opponent, Chen Daoxian had no chance of survival. He could have avoided this predicament altogether, had he simply married her and joined the Nalan family. He could have commanded respect in the Eastern Province, transcending social classes and becoming someone of significance. By nightfall, he could have enjoyed the company of a beautiful wife, reveling in endless pleasures. Was this not a desirable life? Yet he insisted on maintaining his pride, unwilling to embrace the role of a caretaker. Then let him perish. Even if Tang Feng were to obliterate him before her eyes, she would feel no sorrow. The ominous war hammer trembled with such might that the ground quaked beneath it. The energy ripples continuously assaulting the fragile hearts of the onlookers. The atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Tang Feng lifted the silver hammer with one hand, aiming it at Chen Daoxian. The young master commands me to sever your head. Will you come willingly, or shall I do it myself? Chen Daoxian waited in silence, only to be met with such a trivial taunt. Bored, he retorted, enough. In a blink, before anyone could react, he plunged his hand directly into Tang Feng's chest, gripping his beating heart within his fingers. The entire encounter transpired without Tang Feng's awareness. It was only when he glanced down to see a torrent of crimson spilling forth from his chest that his expression transformed in shock. A wave of agony coursing through him. Everyone. A chill ran down their spines. Wait. Tang Chen shouted urgently, raising his hand. But alas, it was too late. With a sickening squelch, Chen Daoxian extracted Tang Feng's heart, crushing it mercilessly before Tang Chen's eyes. Chapter 6. The Divine Skills of the Tang Clan, the Chaotic Dance of Gods and Demons. The scene was profoundly breathtaking, as blood erupted like fireworks from Chen Daoxian's hands. Everyone instinctively took several steps back, their gazes towards him filled with trepidation. Tang Feng, a remarkable prodigy from the inner sanctum of the Tang clan, had met his demise at the hands of Chen Daoxian in such a nonchalant manner. Who would dare believe it if they had not witnessed it with their own eyes? At this moment, Tang Chen, Nalanda, and even Elder Tang Kuei were all left in a daze. What had just transpired? Nalan Anren, visibly flustered, clutched Tang Chun's arm, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Chunmei approached Chen Daoxian with a pristine white handkerchief, ready to wipe the blood from his hands. The sight of this ethereal young maid provoked Nalan Anren's ire. Who is she? Chen Daoxian looked up in astonishment. What does her identity matter to you? Nalan Anren clenched her silver teeth. No wonder you have changed your heart. It turns out you were hiding such a vixen by your side. Chen Daoxian retorted. No. Is she unwell? Chunmei cast a cold glance before choosing silence, understanding that today was the young master's stage, and she must not overshadow him. Once Chunmei had gracefully departed, Chen Daoxian turned his provocative gaze back to Tang Chun. Are you finally willing to fight, little mayfly? Tang Chun, feeling as though he had been struck at his core, immediately lost his composure. You are the mayfly. Your entire family is made up of mayflies. Do not think that just because you are swift of foot, you can act with impunity. Before me, you remain utterly defenseless. Tang Chun trembled with rage, for he despised being referred to as small. Meanwhile, Nalan Anren slightly tilted her head, instinctively touching her pinky finger. Then, she abruptly shook her head and embraced Tang Chen's arm, offering heartfelt consolation. Brother Tang Chen, do not stoop to the level of such a person. He is merely a frog at the bottom of a well, knowing nothing of the vast world beyond. Get away. Tang Chen shoved her aside, his expression dark and brooding. Although Chen Daoxian had not revealed any spiritual pressure, it was apparent to the discerning that this individual's strength might far surpass that of Tang Feng. His ability to so effortlessly slay Tang Feng spoke volumes about his prowess. And this foolish woman, Nalan Anren, still underestimated him. How could she be so ignorant? Seeing Tang Chen finally take the situation seriously, everyone held their breath in anticipation. Many were eager to witness the prowess of this extraordinary prodigy. Certainly, Elder Tang Kui had absolute confidence in the young master. Tang Chen had earned the title of the foremost prodigy of the Eastern Prefecture not merely due to the Tang clan's reputation, but through sheer, unadulterated strength. To put it bluntly, with his current prowess, crushing Chen Daoxian would be as effortless as squashing an ant. In the grand tapestry of the world, among his peers, young Master Tang stands as an undisputed paragon of invincibility. His talents are unparalleled. His lineage is unrivaled. His background is unmatched. His resources are boundless. In comparison to young Master Tang, even likening Chen Daoxian to a mere insect would be an unwarranted elevation of the insect status. In the plaza, Tang Chun and Chen Daoxian were less than 100 meters apart, exchanging glances fraught with animosity. Chen Daoxian, I concede that speed is your forte. Yet, mere swiftness cannot secure victory over me. Today, I shall gradually unveil the vast chasm that separates us. Tang Chen stepped forward, an overwhelming and searing spiritual pressure enveloping him like a torrent of blazing flames. He had ascended to the Xianling realm. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Nalan stood agape, struggling to comprehend the revelation. Who would have thought that young Master Tang's cultivation had reached the 3-star Xianling realm? This was indeed a spectacle to behold. A Xianling powerhouse so young. One would be hard-pressed to find a second in the annals of history or in the ancient texts of all regions. A Xianling master can manipulate the energies of heaven and earth, claiming them as their own, with their bodily functions having undergone a profound metamorphosis. The disparity with the great Xian master realm is akin to heaven and earth. Not only could Chen Daoxian easily vanquish Tang Feng, but Tang Chen could do so as well. A swirling vortex of flames revolved beneath Tang Chen's feet, accompanied by the emergence of a colossal thunder hammer, his battle intent soaring to its zenith. However, at that moment, Chen Daoxian remained unmoved, his spiritual energy concealed, standing there with an air of composure, like a venerable sage gazing down upon a promising yet inexperienced junior. Offering a compliment to Tang Chen, not bad for someone only 5 years my senior to have entered the Xianling realm. At least among mortals, you are commendable. As these words fell, 3 lines of disbelief crossed the heads of those present. What was he saying? Was he praising young Master Tang as merely commendable? Nalan Anren could not contain her laughter, exclaiming, Chen Daoxian, how did I never realize your talent for boasting? Among mortals, you speak as if you were a deity. Chen Daoxian calmly replied, a god is ultimately still a person. They are deemed divine merely for accomplishing feats beyond the reach of mere mortals. Nalan Anren could no longer listen, smacking her forehead in disbelief. Thank goodness I didn't marry this fellow. He should take a long, hard look at his own origins before daring to hold himself in such high regard in front of Brother Tang Chen. Brother Tang, show no mercy and defeat this pretentious man. Me? Pretentious? Chen Daoxian was taken aback. If pretentiousness were to be defined in such a manner, in this world, it can be said that more than 80% of the so-called undesirable men spoken of by girls are unjustly accused. You need not intervene. I shall teach him a lesson myself. Tang Chun grinned viciously, the veins in his arms pulsating like worms. Suddenly, he pivoted on one foot, swinging his mighty hammer and began to whirl rapidly. Could this be the legendary technique of the Tang sect, the dance of gods and demons? A gasp erupted from the crowd. The dance of gods and demons. Upon hearing this phrase, Nalanda could not help but widen his eyes. That is the supreme hammer technique of the Tang sect. Tang Xiao has chosen to employ such a lethal maneuver from the outset. evidently intending to unleash a ferocious assault with a broader impact, thereby preventing Chun Daoxian from escaping with his speed advantage. Indeed, Tang Xiao not only possesses extraordinary strength but also displays remarkable judgment. His future is undoubtedly beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. Chun Daoxian, to perish beneath my Tang sect's divine technique is your unparalleled honor. Gods, demons, dance. The battle cry resounded like thunder. Centered around Tang Chun, a colossal whirlwind erupted, charging forth towards Chun Daoxian with a cataclysmic force, ready to obliterate all in its path. In that moment, Nalanda, Nalan Anren, and Tang Kuei all awaited the spectacle of Chun Daoxuan's body being torn to shreds, envisioning the beauty of such destruction. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying technique from the Tang sect, Chun Daoxian remained unperturbed, steadfast as a mountain, raising only his right hand, pointing a single finger towards the storm. Chapter 7, The Bloodline of the Supreme Underworld. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed, erupting into a massive mushroom cloud above the Nalan Estate Square. Including the main hall, dozens of courtyards and buildings were reduced to rubble by the storm. Fortunately, the guests managed to flee in time, sparing themselves from calamity. As they gazed at the billowing black mist and tumultuous waves, Lu Xiaoji collapsed onto the ground, utterly stunned. Is this still martial prowess? It is nothing less than a strike capable of annihilating the world. What lies within? The obscuring black fog rendered Nalan Anren unable to discern the situation inside. People craned their necks to see. Nalanda stood with his hands clasped behind him, disdainfully snorting. It is said that the Tang sect's divine technique, the dance of gods and demons, increases the force of each strike with every rotation. Just now, Tang Xiao spun a total of 81 times. The power of this blow, even I, would likely not survive without severe injury. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd shuddered in fear. It is known that the head of the Nalan family is at the pinnacle of the 9-star Xianling. If he cannot withstand Tang Xiao's strike, how could Chun Daoxian possibly endure it? Nalan Anren, upon hearing her father's words, felt elated, playfully toying with a strand of hair that fell by her ear, the corners of her luscious lips curling slightly. Just because you cannot withstand that blow does not imply that our young master cannot either. At that moment, Chunmei, who had just consoled the couple Qin Tianhai from a distance, suddenly turned and smiled at Nalanda. Nalanda, taken aback, frowned slightly, responding, "What could a servant like you possibly understand? The divine techniques of the Tang clan are beyond your comprehension." Chunmei shook her head in resignation. Yet, just then, a sudden rush of wind echoed through the haze. The crowd, puzzled, turned their gazes towards the sound. Suddenly, a powerful ripple dispersed the mist, revealing Tang Chun relentlessly pursuing Chun Daoxian. Chun Daoxian moved with remarkable grace, gliding through the myriad of hammer shadows like a theatrical performer. In stark contrast, Tang Chen's eyes were bloodshot, exerting every ounce of strength yet failing to inflict even a scratch. This spectacle left everyone present utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape in disbelief as they beheld the two figures intertwining, each face displaying a mix of astonishment and incredulity. Nalandu exclaimed, "How can this be? Not only has Chun Daoxian not been defeated, but he remains completely unscathed. This is impossible. At his age, he could never have reached the Xianwang realm. Yet, how could anyone not of that level withstand Tang Xiao's previous strike unharmed?" A profound silence enveloped the arena. Even Tang Kuei was astonished at Chun Daoxuan's remarkable prowess. In hindsight, it seemed Tang Xiao had not underestimated him from the outset. Perhaps he had recognized Chun Daoxuan's extraordinary capabilities long before. Otherwise, he would not have unleashed such a formidable display of the divine demonic dance with the crushing power of the 99 hammers. Amidst the ruins, Chun Daoxian yawned repeatedly, effortlessly evading Tang Chen's onslaught. Finding it all rather tedious, he casually flicked his finger, sending a surge of energy crashing into Tang Chen's left shoulder. Blood sprayed forth, causing Tang Chen to lose his balance and tumble away. He rolled on the ground several times before finally regaining his composure. This scene left every onlooker in utter shock. "Young master," Tang Kuei trembled, wanting to step forward, but was halted by Tang Chen's raised hand. With the elite of Dongzhou gathered here today, should he be defeated by Chun Daoxian, not only would his title as the foremost genius of Dongzhou be at stake, but the reputation of the Tang clan would also be tarnished, potentially jeopardizing his position as the Tang clan's heir. He would not allow such an eventuality to transpire. Breathing heavily, Tang Chen planted his heavy hammer into the ground, sweat cascading down his cheeks. Chun Daoxian, finding the situation uninteresting, tilted his head to gaze at the overconfident youth before him, remarking, If you have no further trump cards, I may have to erase you from existence. Erase me? Tang Chen chuckled. The audacity of such a statement suggested he could eliminate him at any moment. Gripping his hammer tightly, Tang Chen took a deep breath and gradually closed his eyes. Suddenly, a strange, scarlet energy, reminiscent of viscous blood, emanated from his back, enveloping his body in an instant. The emergence of this eerie crimson glow intensified the malevolent aura surrounding him. The atmosphere felt as frigid as a frozen abyss. What could that be? The guests exchanged bewildered glances. Tang Hui narrowed his eyes, shaking his head with a sigh. I never imagined the young master would resort to the power of the underworld. It seems this Qin Daoxian possesses some remarkable abilities. The power of the underworld? Nalan Anren tilted her head in confusion. What is the power of the underworld? Turning to her father, she noticed him trembling uncontrollably, as if he had recalled something profoundly terrifying, his teeth chattering incessantly, nearly shattering under the strain. The bloodline of the underworld sovereign. A venerable elder among the guests gasped in astonishment. Sovereign? Qin Daoxian frowned, glancing at Chen Mei. At that moment, Chen Mei was also fixated on Tang Chen. The sovereign body is an existence deemed monstrous even among imperial families. Tang Chen, a mere ant from the lower realms, shouldn't possess such a sovereign bloodline, should he? Ha 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 ha. Tang Chen suddenly threw his head back, laughing maniacally. Qin Daoxian. Have you ever heard of the bloodline of the underworld sovereign? Qin Daoxian replied, no. Upon hearing this, a smug expression spread across Tang Chen's face. It's only natural you haven't, for the bloodline of the underworld sovereign is a unique lineage awakened by my ancestor. One that no faction in the central continent dares to challenge. Why does my Tang sect thrive in the eastern continent rather than the central? The answer is simple. We do not wish for those ancient creatures in the central continent to uncover the secrets hidden within us. Qin Daoxian nodded. So, this bloodline of the underworld sovereign is indeed a special lineage. What a pity. Tang Chen is not a woman. If only he were. It would be perfect to provide him with nourishment, aiding the growth of the divine tree and thus granting him the most formidable divine power in the heavens and the earth, in the vast expanse of the universe. Alas, what a shame. Qin Daoxian expressed his regret, shaking his head repeatedly. Tang Chen asked, what a pity for what? Qin Daoxian replied, it is a pity you are not a woman. Tang Chen felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. Instantly infuriated, what does it matter whether I am male or female? When I unleash this power of the underworld, you will have the chance to experience the true strength of my Tang family. Qin Daoxian smiled knowingly. I await that moment with anticipation. Still so pretentious. Tang Chen, exasperated, grasped his head in frustration. He had never seen anyone so brazenly arrogant. In a fit of rage, he leaped into the air, his entire being enveloped in scarlet spiritual light. A swirling vortex of blood-colored energy rapidly coalesced, saturating the surroundings with an overwhelming malevolence. Qin Daoxian. If I do not slay you today, I shall write my Tang name in reverse. The Great Sumera Hammer. Chapter 8. Young Master Tang exerts his utmost efforts in battle. In the void above, a colossal phantom of a blood-red hammer, towering at dozens of zhong, surged forth, accompanied by a tempest of cataclysmic energy aimed mercilessly at Qin Daoxian. The surrounding void shattered as it passed, with space itself warping and even collapsing under the immense pressure. Empowered by the forces of the underworld, Tang Chen's strike would send even a Su NW level expert fleeing in terror. It must be said, Tang Chen truly was a prodigy among prodigies in the lower realms, possessing an undeniable aura of superiority. For him, challenging and defeating foes of higher realms was a trivial endeavor. Yet, even as he exerted his utmost strength, beneath the shadow of that massive hammer, Qin Daoxian remained unfazed, casually resting one hand behind his back, while lazily lifting his right index finger towards the sky. Was he truly attempting to counter Tang Chen's strike with just a single finger? What a jest! Should he manage to catch it, I would eat dirt. Qin Daoxian's arrogance provoked the guests, who could hardly contain their disdain. Who could be so brazen? The formidable hammer, capable of annihilating a Su NWing, descended with earth-shattering force. When the immense hammer's shadow collided with Qin Daoxian's finger, a storm of destruction erupted. The heavens trembled. The shimmering blood-red tempest spread relentlessly across the horizon. Gale-force winds ravaged everything in their path, compelling everyone to huddle down, fearing they might be caught in the chaos. Qin Daoxian, I wonder if you'll survive this. Nalan Anren stamped her foot in fury. A man she could not have, no one else should possess. She glared venomously at the petite maid, whose beauty surpassed her own tenfold, vowing that once Tang Chen dealt with Qin Daoxian, She would have her revenge upon that maid in the most brutal of ways. The tempest roared, tumultuous waves crashing through the air. Chen Tianhai and his wife cowered behind Chun Mei, gazing up at the immense blood-red vortex, trembling with fear. Chen Tianhai asked, Chun Mei, is he truly unharmed? Chun Mei smiled brightly. Fear not. You will soon witness just how strong our young master has become. The colossal storm continued for an indeterminate time before gradually dissipating. The sky returned to tranquility. And apart from Tang Chun, not a soul remained. Tang Chun, nearly exhausted, grasped the hammer and retrieved a restorative pill from his storage ring, swiftly consuming it. His pallid complexion improved slightly. Noticing the absence of Qin Daoxin in the sky, he sheathed the heavy hammer. Nonchalantly dusting off his robe, this is the consequence of opposing the Tang clan. Seeing this, Nalanda was overjoyed and immediately clasped his fists in salute, exclaiming, Tang Chun is magnificent, truly magnificent. The others echoed his sentiments. The terrifying prowess exhibited by Tang Xiao today is destined to be immortalized, becoming a legend of its own. His future may very well surpass that of his father, reaching greater heights and distances. Tang Chun cast his gaze downward at the elated Nalan Anren. A warm current flowing through his heart. In this battle, he had truly exerted his utmost effort, and throughout the entire process, she had been by his side. Within her womb, she carried their child. Reflecting on his previous cold-heartedness, Tang Chun felt a twinge of regret and spoke earnestly, Nalan Anren. If I were to propose that you become my concubine, would you be willing? This declaration left both Nalanda and Lu Shaoji in a state of excitement as they turned to look at their daughter. The guests, momentarily stunned, began to realize the truth. It became clear that what Qin Tianhai had stated earlier was indeed accurate. She truly bore Tang Xiao's child. No wonder Chun Daoxian fought desperately today to annul the engagement. Such a matter would be intolerable for any man. Unfortunately, Chun Daoxian's skills were insufficient, ultimately rendering him no match for Tang Xiao. Nalan Anren had long awaited this moment. Even as a concubine, it was a pursuit she had cherished. After all, it was the Tang clan, the invincible Tang clan. In comparison, what was the mere Qin family? Nalan Anren had faith in her judgment and immediately expressed her joy, exclaiming like a child, I am willing. I wish to marry you. Wonderful. Lu Shaoji wept tears of joy, for her daughter's wish had finally come true. From this moment forth, the Nalan family would receive the unwavering protection of the Tang clan. Nalan Anren placed a hand over her abdomen. Lifting her tearful gaze to Tang Xiao as she spoke, Tang Xiao, from the very beginning, my heart has belonged solely to you. Do you know? I once contemplated that if you did not come to claim me today, I would end my life on our wedding night. Tang Chun was taken aback. Swiftly appearing before her, he grasped her small hand and placed it over his heart, filled with compassion. Silly girl, how could you think that way? Do not forget. You carry our child. Tang Chun had openly acknowledged it. The guests exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Nalan Anren's delicate face radiated happiness. I am not foolish. I merely wish to declare my resolve, to show you that in this world, no one else can possess me but you. And yet, she claimed she was not foolish. Tang Chun, deeply moved, embraced her tightly. At that moment, Tang Kui approached, his stern visage reflecting seriousness. Nalan Anren. Since the young master has consented to take you as a concubine, I too have a few words to impart. Nalan Anren, feeling shy, gently extricated herself from Tang Chun's embrace and replied earnestly, I shall heed your guidance, esteemed elder. Very well, Tang Kui nodded approvingly. First and foremost, you must not compete with the young master's other wives or concubines. You must be understanding, for this is the way of things. Nalan Anren nodded fervently, proclaiming, Brother Tang Chun is so exceptional, it is only natural for him to have many wives and concubines. I shall be understanding. It is astonishing that a woman could utter such words with such composure. The only conclusion that can be drawn is one. She is profoundly hypocritical and brimming with ambition. While Tang Chun was easily swayed by her sentiments, the seasoned Tang Kui remained unfazed. He immediately declared, as for this second matter, upon entering the Tang clan. You must, suddenly, Tang Kui's eyes bulged, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Nalan Anren, puzzled, inquired, What must I do? I implore you to speak plainly. Upon her words, Tang Kui fell silent, trembling as he pointed behind Nalan Anren. It was only then that she noticed, including her father and the guests, everyone was transfixed. Their gazes locked onto a singular point. Turning in confusion, Nalan Anren's eyes fell upon a figure, graceful and unrestrained, standing behind Tang Xiao, smiling at her. What is happening? Tang Chen too sensed the peculiar tension in the air. Nalan Anren gasped, Tang, Tang, Tang Xiao, behind you. Tang Chun, bewildered, could not comprehend. At that moment, the individual behind him raised a hand and gently poked his shoulder. Curiosity piqued. Tang Chun turned around, but before he could discern the identity of the person before him, a swift hand struck his face with a resounding slap. Bang! A resounding blow. Tang Chen, like a kite severed from its string, was sent hurtling backward, blood spattering as he crashed into a wall. Chapter 9. Tang Xiao was struck down. To everyone's astonishment, he had not perished. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Chen Daoxian not only survived but emerged unscathed. How could this be? Tang Chen lay face down on the ground, sliding until he collided with a wall, leaving behind a deep scar in the earth. Nalan Anren stared in disbelief, her expression nearly blank. Is this the unparalleled prodigy you would go to such lengths to associate with, even at the cost of becoming a concubine? Chen Daoxian casually adjusted his sleeve, smiling as he inquired. Nalan Anren's lips parted in shock, leaving her speechless. How could he possess such formidable strength? Even Tang Xiao, blessed with the bloodline of the Nether Supreme, could not inflict harm upon him? Nalan Anren found herself puzzled. Was it possible that he had been concealing his true power? If not, with such a terrifying talent, he should have long since gained renown across the world. Even if Nalan Anren were oblivious, she now fully comprehended the reality. Chen Daoxian, this man, was far from the simplistic figure she had envisioned. Young master! At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from the direction of Tang Kui. The crowd turned to see Tang Chen lying in Tang Kui's embrace, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. His neck was broken. He was dead. Ah! Lu Xiaoji, terrified, clutched Nalanda's arm tightly. At this moment, Nalanda was drenched in cold sweat. Was it truly because of that single slap from Chen Daoxian that young Master Tang was killed? The crowd stared in horror as blood trickled from Tang Chen's lips. His vitality extinguished. He was indeed dead. Nalan Anren covered her mouth in disbelief. The extraordinarily gifted young Master Tang had, shockingly, succumbed so easily before Chen Daoxian, proving to be no more resilient than a mayfly. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying wave of energy emanated from Tang Kui's body, engulfing the surroundings in an oppressive force. Chen Daoxian, stroking his chin, observed with keen interest. One must admit, this old man from the Tang clan still possessed considerable prowess. Chen Daoxian, how dare you? How dare you kill the young master of the Tang clan? Tang Kui stood up abruptly, his eyes bloodshot with rage. The violent fluctuations of energy relentlessly battered the entire Nalan residence, causing the onlookers to turn pale. The aura of a Xianwang realm expert was indeed formidable. Tang Kui lived up to his reputation as the third strongest in Dongzhou. Nalanda, bewildered, rubbed his hands together, seizing the opportunity while everyone was fixated on Tang Kui and Chen Daoxian to grasp his daughter and retreat. What should we do now, father? Nalan Anren was clearly flustered, her confidence wavering. She began to doubt whether Chen Daoxuan's backing was more terrifying than the Tang clan. After all, how could someone of his age possess strength rivaling that of a Xianwang? Such a phenomenon could not possibly exist, even in Central Continent. Nalanda watched the defiant figure with grave concern, cold sweat cascading down his back. Reflecting on their earlier treatment of Chen Daoxian, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Alas, it was too late for regrets. He could only silently pray to the heavens that Chen Daoxian lacked any powerful backing from Central Continent. Otherwise, the Nalan family, with a legacy spanning over 2 millennia, might truly face destruction at his hands. Xianer, Chen Tianhai called softly from behind. Chen Daoxian turned curiously. Chen Tianhai made a gesture, urging him to cease while ahead, suggesting they escape quickly. Chen Daoxian replied. Chun Mei, arms crossed, glanced at Chen Tianhai and said, I have already stated that today you shall witness the true power of the young master. True power? Chen Tianhai and his wife exchanged astonished glances. Could it be that Xianer's true strength surpassed that of Tang Kui? Tang Kui knelt before Tang Chen, bowing 3 times with deep reverence. His once ethereal demeanor now appeared weathered and aged in an instant. Young master, it is my inadequacy that has failed to protect you. Tang Kui swore that today he would annihilate the entire Chen family to appease the spirit of his fallen comrade. His aged visage twisted with rage as he forcefully bowed his forehead to the ground, his frail body trembling uncontrollably. The young master of the Tang clan meeting such an end here was an outcome no one had anticipated. Nalan Anren's expression was complex as she lowered her gaze to touch her abdomen, contemplating the loss of her child's father. Yet, she felt no sorrow. Her thoughts were consumed with whether Chen Daoxian could withstand the impending wrath of Tang Kui. What fate awaited her and the child? Chun Daoxian observed the sorrow etched upon Tang Kuei's face and felt a genuine pity for the elderly man. As a venerable elder of the sect, such unwavering loyalty to the young master was expected. You should offer your prayers. Otherwise, you may never have another opportunity, Chun Daoxian kindly suggested, his heart filled with compassion. His love for the heavens, the earth, and all living beings allowed him to empathize with Tang Kuei's anguish and guilt. However, Chun Daoxuan's well-intentioned words fell on deaf ears. Interpreted by Tang Kuei as a cruel mockery, a bitter insult. Tang Kuei's face flushed with indignation as he rose gradually, his hand grasping the air, summoning a gleaming silver warhammer. Is there no other martial art practiced by your Tang clan? Chun Daoxian inquired, astonished. Furious, Tang Kuei retorted. The hammer technique of the Tang clan is unrivaled. Do not think that by slaying our young master, you can scorn us with impunity. Chun Daoxian was momentarily taken aback. I do not disdain you. I merely asked out of curiosity, he replied. Fool. Tang Kuei could no longer contain his rage. One more word from Chun Daoxian would send him into a frenzy. With a thunderous eruption, his spiritual power surged forth, causing the very ground to tremble. His teeth ground together in fury, and in a sudden motion, he swung the massive hammer toward Chun Daoxuan's face. Such swiftness! The guests gasped in astonishment as Tang Kuei vanished in an instant. This time, Chun Daoxian appeared to be caught off guard, the hammer striking him squarely in the face. Bang! Xianer! Chun Tianhai exclaimed in horror. The fierce wind whipped through Chun Daoxian's dark hair, swirling around him. The blow had left a gash across his visage, yet he seemed unscathed. You! Tang Kuei's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he just taken that blow head-on? Intentionally? Chun Daoxian slowly lifted his hand, pushing the enormous hammer aside with a sympathetic gaze directed at Tang Kuei. The next moment, an overwhelming aura, reminiscent of an ancient dragon awakening, erupted from within Chun Daoxian, shaking the very foundations of the earth. A magnificent aura surged towards the heavens, permeating the earth and sky. The oppressive force swept across miles. The formidable Su Inhuing. Chapter 10. The Master of the Tang Clan in the Eastern State, within the northern region. Amidst the towering, snow-capped mountains and the biting northern winds, the Tang Clan's peak, encircled by dozens of dark iron chains across the ravine, stood proudly aloof from the world. Its height surpassing the chill of winter. Inside the Tang Clan, in a secluded chamber, Tang Xuebwa sat cross-legged in meditation. Behind her, a viscous crimson spiritual energy surged like blood plasma, creating an eerie spectacle. Suddenly, a hint of surprise flickered across Tang Xuebwa's delicate features. She abruptly retracted her aura and opened her starry eyes wide. After hastily putting on her shoes, she rushed out of the chamber. At that moment, the square was filled with people, all gazing towards the horizon. Her father, Tang Hao, was also present. Tang Xuebwa hurried forward. Father. I seemed to sense the aura of a Su Inhuing from that direction. Upon uttering these words, she felt a sense of absurdity. Throughout the ages, only one Su Inhuing had emerged from the eastern state, her father, Tang Hao. However, Tang Hao's expression was equally grave. He, like his daughter, sensed the powerful aura. If another Su Inhuing truly appeared in the eastern state, it would undoubtedly threaten their Tang clan's dominion over the world. This was certainly not a favorable development. Alas, Tang Xuebwa suddenly turned pale. That direction is where the Nalan family resides. My brother is still there. As soon as she spoke, the gazes of the crowd in the square turned towards her, awaiting the master's command. The arrival of an unfamiliar Su Inhuing in the eastern state was no trivial matter. The young master happened to be in that direction. They hoped not to provoke that elder. Xuebwa, I shall go investigate. You will manage things here for the time being. Tang Hao turned. His face softened as he patted his daughter's shoulder. Tang Xuebwa nodded earnestly. Please be careful. Tang Hao smiled gently. It is of no concern. With that, he stepped into the air, heading towards the Nalan residence. At the Nalan residence, there were many stunned figures, frozen in shock. Chun Daoxian. He is actually a Su Inhuing. Panic enveloped Nalanda as he anxiously paced. A Su Inhuing so young was an unprecedented miracle in the history of cultivation across the entire Tianxian continent. Such a person, if they did not possess a terrifying backing, who could believe it? Master, is the situation truly that dire? Even if he is a Su Inhuing, he may not necessarily be Tang Hao's match, Lu Xiaoji said, her voice trembling with fear. What do you know? What if he is backed by a formidable force from the central state? Can Tang Hao withstand the monsters of the central state? Nalan fumed, nearly losing his composure. Had it not been for the presence of his daughter, he might have slapped her. How many times must one strike before they realize the folly of their actions? At his thunderous shout, Lu Xiaoji began to feel trepidation. What shall we do? Although my daughter is already betrothed to him, she is now with child by Tang Xiao. He has come to annul the engagement. And we have made matters so difficult for him, seeking to employ the Tang sect to eliminate him. What have we done? Depart. Nalanda, unable to contain himself, delivered a resounding slap that sent Lu Xiaoji sprawling. Father, Nalan Anren hastily intervened. Meanwhile, Tang Kuei was rendered speechless by fear. He could not comprehend how it was possible for someone, barely of age, to attain the realm of Xian Huang. Chen Daoxian, what manner of prodigy is he? Observing Tang Kuei's trembling legs, which quaked like a rattle, Chen Daoxian sighed. I originally came today to annul the engagement with the Nalan family. You, Tang sect, who have no connection to this matter, insist on meddling. Do you now regret your decision? Tang Kuei swallowed hard, nodding in stunned agreement. His complexion had turned ashen. At his age, such a predicament was no trifling matter. Chen Daoxian, possessing a heart full of compassion, spoke with resignation. Very well. Utter your final words before I take your life. I trust you will then find peace. Tang Kuei was momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Daoxian pressed. Have you finished? Tang Kuei. No, I have not yet spoken. Chen Daoxian drew his hand like a sword. With a swift motion, he severed Tang Kuei's head from his body. Just then, a wave of spiritual energy, more formidable than that of Chen Daoxian, surged forth from the depths of the heavens. In the sky, vast clouds began to churn, as if parting to make way for someone of great significance. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, a towering figure emerged from the end of this celestial pathway, a middle-aged man, with a visage chiseled like stone and a demeanor both refined and imposing, bore eyes of inscrutable authority. With each step he took, the void beneath his feet fractured. Tang Hao. Nalanda rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after a moment, exclaimed in disbelief. What? He is the leader of the Tang sect? The crowd's expression shifted dramatically, as they cast reverent glances toward the majestic figure. The leader of the Tang sect has personally arrived. It seems he was drawn here by the aura of Xian Huang emanating from Chen Daoxian. As a fellow Xian Huang expert, Chen Daoxian possesses but a single star of cultivation, while Tang Hao boasts 4 stars. It appears that Chen Daoxian is truly in grave peril now. Tang Hao, recognized as the strongest in the eastern state, had made his name known across the continent long before Chen Daoxian was even born. At this moment, Tang Hao gazed coldly upon the desolate ground, momentarily lingering on the headless corpse of the second elder, Tang Kuei, before his gaze fell upon his son, Tang Chen's lifeless body. The previously composed countenance was now overtaken by an overwhelming fury. Was it you who took my son's life? Tang Hao gazed intently at Chen Daoxian, his voice resonating with authority. Chen Daoxian lifted his head, meeting the overwhelming presence of the Tang sect master with a calm nod. It was I who killed him, Chen Daoxian boldly admitted, fully aware that there was no point in feigning innocence at this juncture. He had anticipated that provoking Tang Hao would eventually lead to this confrontation. To his surprise, the master's reaction was one of a sinister grin. Tell me your name. Chen Daoxian, he declared, his voice echoing like a tempest. Even in the face of Tang Hao, Chen Daoxian exhibited no trace of fear. A clash between 2 Xianhuang powerhouses was inevitable on this day. Chun Mei, too, was eager to witness whether the young master, who had recently enhanced his strength by consuming 2 ninth-grade elixirs, could triumph over a seasoned warrior who had long lingered within the Xianhuang realm. At that moment, both their energies surged forth without restraint. Tang Hao stretched out his hand, summoning a massive war hammer entwined with crimson lightning, which materialized before him. This hammer was not merely an illusion conjured by spiritual power. It was a formidable spiritual weapon of considerable rank. Observing this, Chumei unsheathed her Zixia spirit sword from her waist and tossed it into the air. Chen Daoxian caught the sword with ease, raising it elegantly and pointing its blade towards the sky where Tang Hao loomed. Come, he urged. Chapter 11. Words are futile. Let us act decisively. In the face of Tang Hao, Chen Daoxian demonstrated resolute determination, engaging in no trivial exchanges. This compelled Tang Hao to exercise caution. After all, the disparity in their realms was significant. A mere tier difference in the Xianhuang realm could result in vast differences in strength. Tang Hao was 3 tiers above Chen Daoxian, making it seemingly effortless for him to eliminate his adversary, especially considering their age gap and varying combat experiences. Tang Hao furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the onlookers in the square, yet he discerned no formidable presence among them. He then bellowed, Why did you seek to kill my son? The cautious sect master of the Tang was indeed prudent, justifying his leadership over such a vast sect. In response, Chen Daoxian scoffed disdainfully. Why not inquire of the guests present what your son has done? Tang Hao swept his gaze across the assembly, noticing the guests lowering their heads, trembling in fear. The confrontation between the two Xian Wang titans was akin to a celestial battle, and none wished to be caught in the crossfire. Only Nailinda stepped forth, bowing respectfully to Tang Hao. Master Tang, you are unaware that Chen Daoxian came to annul the engagement today, acting with great arrogance. He even threatened to annihilate my Nailan family. What do you mean? Tang Hao inquired. Nailinda continued. He implied that he would not spare even the child in Anren's womb. Tang Hao grew increasingly bewildered. Who is Anren? And what connection does her child have with my son Chen? Nailinda stood momentarily stunned, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ah, my daughter Anren carries the flesh and blood of Tang Chun. Tang Hao was utterly astonished. What did you say? Chen is expecting a child? How is that possible? For many years, he had married and taken concubines, laboring tirelessly yet reaping no rewards. This had caused him much distress. He had even summoned the most skilled alchemist from the eastern state for Chen only to be informed that Chen was incapable of bearing children. Due to the constraints of the Tang family's unique bloodline, even elixirs proved largely ineffective. How could he possibly have a child? Tang Hao's expression darkened ominously. Nailinda, there are limits to jesting. Nailinda, in a state of urgency, replied, I would not dare to joke about such matters. Months ago, my daughter entrusted her purity to Tang Chun, and now she is indeed with child. If you do not believe me, look for yourself. Nailinda anxiously pulled Nailan Anren closer, revealing her abdomen to Tang Hao. Tang Hao's demeanor shifted slightly as he pondered. Is this truly Chen Er's child? Nailan Anren, filled with panic, maintained a facade of sincerity. Yes. Tang Hao pressed. How can you be so certain? Tears welled in Nailan Anren's eyes as she choked on her words. Because he is the only man I have known. I swear to the heavens. In truth, she harbored a secret, one even her father was unaware of. Months prior, not only had she been intimate with Tang Chen, but after a night of revelry, she had also entangled herself with the son of the Wang family, her childhood friend. However, this was a truth she would take to her grave, for it concerned her honor. Tang Hao was taken aback. The girl had indeed conceived Chen Er's offspring. He closed his eyes, tilting his head back, as the pain etched on his face began to dissipate. Chen was gone, yet he had left behind a legacy. Could this be a divine blessing for the Tang family? Very well, Tang Hao nodded slowly. Once I deal with that Chen fellow, I shall bring you to the Tang clan to deliver the child. Thank you, senior. Nailan Anren immediately knelt, realizing that Tang Chun, that scoundrel, had never informed Tang Hao of her pregnancy. With Tang Hao now supporting her, her desires were fulfilled. As for Tang Chen, his fate was of no concern to her. Tang Hao turned his gaze to Chen Daoxian. So you are saying that because my Chen has committed this outrageous act, tarnishing your fiancé, you seek vengeance? Chen Daoxian replied, that is utter nonsense. He shook his head. I believe you are mistaken. Nailan Anren's relations are of no consequence to me. I have simply come to annul the engagement. Tang Hao pressed. Then why did you kill Chen Chen Daoxian responded, you should inquire of them. Nailinda, hearing this, hurriedly interjected, Lord Tang, he harbors malice and seeks to take revenge on us. Young Master Tang fought fiercely to protect the child within Anren, which led to the confrontation. As he spoke, Nailinda wiped away tears, overwhelmed with sorrow. Chen Daoxian was both amused and infuriated by his words. The people of the Nailan family are truly shameless. It is you who sought to exploit the Tang sect to deal with me, yet now you turn the tables. If I had proposed to annul the engagement, and you had simply acquiesced, instead of forcing me into the Nailan family as Tang Chen's placeholder, would we have ended up in this predicament? Placeholder. Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically. Nailan Anren retorted angrily, you slander us. When did we ever force you into the family? It was you who insisted on marrying me, claiming you would marry no one else. Ugh. Chen Daoxian hastily turned away, waving his hand dismissively. Speak plainly. No need to disgust me. You. Nailan Anren exclaimed. Each side held firmly to their stance. Tang Hao rubbed his palms together anxiously. At this moment, the truth had become less significant to him. It was an undeniable fact that Nailan Anren carried the child of Chen. Given this, even if the Nailan family acted oppressively and committed despicable acts, for the sake of the child within her, Tang Hao had no choice but to protect her. As a powerful Xian Wang and the leader of the Tang sect, his pride would not allow him to calmly reason with Chen Daoxian. Enough. Tang Hao's eyes glinted with fury as he fixed his gaze on Chen Daoxian. You killed Chen. That is a fact, and thus you must pay for his life. Chen Daoxian, with a resigned expression, looked up and said, in this world, reason holds no sway. It is strength that speaks. From the very beginning, he had no intention of debating. Were it not for Tang Hao's insistence on uncovering the truth, he would not have wasted so much breath. Let strength speak. Then, Tang Hao murmured, lowering his head, his face growing increasingly ferocious. Boom. The terrifying aura of a 4-star Xian Wang erupted, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption cascading through the heavens. Just as I desire. Tang Hao brought down his hammer. A colossal blood-red hammer shadow, towering over 1,000 feet, descended from above. Upon witnessing this, Qin Daoxian narrowed his eyes sharply, suddenly positioning the Zixia spirit sword before him. His other hand swept across the blade, causing the entire sword to tremble violently, emitting a piercing sound. Under the powerful resonance of the sword, numerous onlookers covered their ears in fear. The Divine Wind Thunder Control Technique. Qin Daoxian unleashed his sword into the void. Springmai's expression drastically changed as a sword intent, akin to a stunning swan, surged forth with the force of thunder, instantly tearing apart the descending massive hammer shadow. The giant hammer split in two and exploded on the spot. Tang Hao hurriedly positioned the hammer before him. Bang! The sword energy struck the hammer, its terrifying force weighing down like a mountain. Tang Hao was sent hurtling backward from the impact. Chapter 12. Supreme Sword Technique. Swiftly slay Tang Hao. Nalan Anren gasped in shock at the scene and staggered back several steps. Originally, she believed that by embracing the substantial support of the Tang sect, her life would be one of indulgence and opulence. However, to her astonishment, Qin Daoxian, this enigma, managed to disrupt Tang Hao's hammer techniques with his sword intent. The moment they began their confrontation, Qin Daoxian seized the initiative. Tang Hao slid back for hundreds of feet before barely stabilizing himself, his hands trembling and his hammer vibrating. A look of disbelief etched upon his face. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Qin Daoxian's figure emerged with startling clarity. As a sword struck towards him, Tang Hao hastily dodged, retaliating in fury. The two engaged in a breathtaking aerial battle. Before the clash, all had presumed that Tang Hao would triumph overwhelmingly against Qin Daoxian, swiftly concluding the day's conflict. But now, everyone stood in stunned silence, for in the skies, Qin Daoxian was dominating Tang Hao with his astonishing swordplay, which seemed beyond the capabilities of a mere youth. Facing such intricate angles, even Tang Hao found it exceedingly challenging to counter. Qin Daoxian was no ordinary young man. His swordsmanship was unparalleled across the realm. Do you still believe he lacks a powerful backing? I have previously stated that he is the adopted son of Qin Tianhai, and being an adopted son implies that his biological father might possess significant influence. Indeed. The guests, as mere spectators, retreated to the sidelines, eagerly discussing the unfolding drama. Regardless of whether Tang Hao or Qin Daoxian emerged victorious, it bore no consequence for them. However, the members of the Nalan family were in a state of panic. Tang Hao must not lose. The Tang sect must not perish. Otherwise, given Nalan Anren's recent display, the Nalan family might find themselves utterly obliterated. Father, what should we do? Tang Hao won't lose to him, will he? Nalan Anren was on the verge of tears. Nalanda, trembling, offered reassurance. No, absolutely not. The Tang sect has a legacy that spans generations. Tang Hao is the foremost figure of the Tang sect and will never succumb to that inexperienced brat. Nalan Anren nodded in agreement. The father and daughter exchanged glances, bolstering one another's spirits, yet both unwittingly exuded a faint odor of urine. At that moment, Chunmei was fixated on the fierce battle in the sky, her heart tumultuous with emotions. Indeed, just now, the young master's strike bore striking resemblance to the legendary Sealing Throat Sword technique. The Sealing Throat Sword technique is the supreme swordsmanship of the Shura Emperor realm, accessible only to the direct descendants of the Qin family. This implies that, aside from the Shura Emperor Chun Sanyuan and the 5 esteemed young ladies, no other individual across the expanse of heaven and earth could execute this sword technique. While the 5th young lady had been cultivating the Sealing Throat Sword technique for 18 years, she could only glimpse its principles. Given the young master's innate talent, perhaps, the speed at which one cultivates the throat-piercing sword technique may well rival that of the formidable 3rd miss from the Shura Emperor realm. Who can say otherwise? In the sky, Qin Daoxian danced like a dragon, leaving behind a series of fleeting shadows. The purple mist spirit sword behind him erupted in a cascade of colorful radiance, suddenly transforming into 99 illusory sword images, surging forth towards Tang Hao with the ferocity of dawn's first light. Upon witnessing this, Tang Hao hastily unleashed the dance of gods and demons. The sword images struck the blood-red tempest one after another, until the final beam of sword light pierced through the storm, eliciting a muffled groan from Tang Hao. As the tempest dissipated, he clutched his abdomen, his eyes widening in shock. A clear blood hole was visible, puncturing through his chest. Blood gradually trickled from the corner of his mouth. His gaze filled with disbelief as he looked towards the young figure who stood aloof, sheathing his sword like a transcendent being. Who are you? Chen Daoxian, with an air of nonchalance, replied with a smile, I am someone you cannot provoke. With that, Tang Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood, his robust frame trembling uncontrollably. Below, countless spectators stared in wide-eyed astonishment. The members of the Nailin family were nearly engulfed in despair. Chen Daoxian, was he still human? Before him, Tang Hao seemed utterly feeble. Despite Tang Hao's superior cultivation, he had been so effortlessly defeated. This was simply astonishing. It appeared that this young man had yet to exert his full strength. How powerful could he truly be? It was over. Nailinda, in utter shock, fell to his knees, completely dazed. If Tang Hao were to perish, the Tang clan would undoubtedly face annihilation. In that eventuality, the Nailin family would be reduced to ashes, utterly obliterated. A palpable aura of dread enveloped the hearts of every member of the Nailin family, prompting many to silently curse why the young lady had treated Chen Daoxian in such a manner. If only she had not been entangled with Chen Daoxian, engaging in frivolities with Tang Chen. If she had honored her engagement and married into the Chen family, perhaps the outcome would have been vastly different. Alas, in this world, there are no what-ifs, only the consequences of our actions. Tang Hao's aura was visibly waning at an alarming rate. He had been defeated, thoroughly and convincingly. A prodigy of such caliber would surely carve out a place for himself in the central state. Chun'er, you should not have provoked such a monster, Tang Hao thought bitterly. A self-deprecating smile tugging at his lips as he gazed down at his son's lifeless body, his vision gradually blurring. As the head of the clan, he was not a fool. From the moment he arrived and first laid eyes on Chen Daoxian, he had been struck by the youth's extraordinary appearance. A young sovereign of such strength was indeed a rarity, one that could not be found even in the sacred realms of the central state. What caliber of being was this? How could the Tang clan afford to offend him? Yet, the deaths of his son and the second elder had clouded Tang Hao's mind with vengeance. The enmity of killing one's offspring is an unforgivable sin. If he can endure such a grudge, then he is unworthy of being the leader of the Tang clan. Cough, cough. Tang Hao coughed violently, slowly lifting his head, only to be taken aback as he noticed Chen Daoxuan's gaze fixed upon a certain direction. Following his line of sight, Tang Hao's expression changed dramatically. It was towards the Tang clan's direction. Remembering his daughter, Tang Hao hastily implored, Today, it was my Tang clan that provoked you, leading to these dire consequences. Before I meet my end, I beseech you, do not harm anyone from my clan, will you? Such a proud individual as Tang Hao could humble himself and plead with others. Yet, the one before him was his enemy. How ironic. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxian stroked his chin, seemingly in a quandary. To be honest, I possess a particularly kind heart. It is precisely because of my compassion that I cannot allow your family to continue living in hatred and suffering. The destruction of your Tang clan and the extermination of your entire family is, in truth, for their own good. I speak these words sincerely. Can you comprehend my intentions? Tang Hao was utterly astonished. You. He had never encountered such shamelessness. To utter the most malicious words while attempting to present oneself as a figure of boundless benevolence. This scoundrel was indeed invincible in the East State. Where's the justice in this? Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he fell in response. Chapter 13. What in the Tang clan could possibly intimidate me? As Tang Hao descended, his face contorted in rage, he glared at Chen Daoxuan's defiant figure, shouting, Chen Daoxian. If I die by your hand today, it is no injustice. But the Tang clan, you cannot provoke. Cannot provoke? Chen Daoxian said with keen interest, instantly appearing before him and seizing his hair. At this moment, Tang Hao's consciousness was fading, yet the ferocity etched on his face remained. His blood-soaked eyes fixed on Chen Daoxian, brimming with unparalleled hatred and madness. Dare you make a wager with me? Tang Hao's voice was weak. Chen Daoxian raised an eyebrow. Wager on what? Tang Hao replied, Let us wager whether you can leave the Tang clan alive. At last, Tang Hao took his final breath. The reign of a once great monarch had come to a close. His words ignited a profound curiosity within Chen Daoxian. What could possibly exist within the Tang clan that was beyond his confrontation? The more Tang Hao insisted, the more Chen Daoxian was compelled to investigate. If there truly were forces backing the Tang clan, he would uproot them entirely, ensuring no future threat remained. Onlookers gazed in shock as Tang Hao's figure plummeted into the distance, each face reflecting sheer astonishment. After millennia, it was unexpected that the first individual to shake the foundations of the Tang clan was the seemingly inconspicuous son-in-law, Chen Daoxian, at this wedding banquet. The death of Tang Hao heralded the demise of the Tang clan. The guests present, taking a stand, gradually departed, leaving only the members of the Nayland family. The Nayland family stared blankly as Chen Daoxian approached. Upon seeing the splendid and gentle smile gracing his face, Lu Xiaoji's eyes darted, and she immediately greeted him with a smile. Mr. Chen, I, as a mere woman, am not very eloquent. I understand that our Nayland family has overstepped today. Chen Daoxian came before her, nodding in approval. Since you are aware of your transgressions, why do you not take your own life? Ah? Lu Xiaoji was taken aback. Nayland Anren, witnessing this, rushed over. It is my fault, entirely my fault. Chen Daoxian, if you are still willing to marry me, I shall immediately join your Chen family. I refuse. Chen Daoxian decisively rejected her. What was this woman thinking? What kind of desperation had she sunk to, still hoping to be desired by a man? Nayland Anren, your affairs with other men are of no concern to me. However, you should not have threatened my family nor spoken disrespectfully to me. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Daoxian placed the Zixia spirit sword against her delicate neck, causing Nayland Anren to freeze instantly. No. Nayland hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Chen, how about this? From now on, the Nayland family will submit to you, fully obeying the commands of the Chen family. As for the marriage, I no longer have the face to ask you to marry my daughter. I only hope you can spare our lives, considering the past bond between you and Anren. Chen Daoxian replied, but there is no bond between us. Nayland Anren, in disbelief, felt tears welling up in her eyes. You said you would treat me well, that I would be the happiest woman in the world. That was in the past. I was naive then. You also said we would work together to manage our family well. Chen Daoxian sighed. Indeed, but you were carrying Tang Chen's child. I was deceived by his sweet words. That is utter nonsense. With a swift thrust, he pierced her neck. Nayland Anren, shocked, clutched her bleeding throat and collapsed. Anren, Lu Xiaoji gasped in horror. In the next moment, Chen Daoxuan's sword fell, cleaving Lu Xiaoji in two. Blood gushed forth. Witnessing the tragic demise of both his wife and daughter at the hands of Chen Daoxian, Nayland was plunged into despair. Ah, Chen Daoxian, I shall fight you. Nayland lunged, positioning himself behind Chen Daoxian and delivering a punch aimed at his lower back. Bang! His fist struck Chen Daoxuan's back. But to Nayland's disbelief, his fist and even his entire arm shattered into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and he clutched his severed arm, howling in pain. Chen Daoxian turned, and with a single stroke of his sword, severed Nayland's head cleanly and decisively. In a single breath, he vanquished the three individuals. The remaining members of the Nayland residence, witnessing this, fled in terror. Chumei, the rest of the rabble is yours, Chen Daoxian spoke indifferently. Understood. Chumei swiftly transformed. And anguished cries erupted from all directions. The couple, Chen Tianhai and his wife, gazed at this scene in astonishment, hardly daring to breathe. They were aware that their child, Xianer, had always been ruthless from a young age. However, the Nayland residence, once a seemingly insurmountable fortress, now lay before Xianer and Chumei like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Utterly defenseless, it felt as though they were ensnared in a surreal dream, an utterly unrealistic dream. After a while, the Nayland residence was awash in blood. Even the guard dog did not escape its fate, reduced to a stew by Chunmei. The four of them had feasted and were now satiated. Chunmei, intrigued, inquired, Young master, when do you plan to annihilate the Tang sect? Now, Chen Daoxian replied lazily, stretching his limbs. I shall leave my parents' affairs in your capable hands. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading towards the Tang sect's location. He had seen through the entanglements of emotional tribulations. Now, his path remained solely one of invincibility. Before his demise, Tang Hao had boasted that the Tang sect was beyond his reach. Now, Chen Daoxian was eager to discover what kind of extraordinary beings were concealed within the Tang sect that could intimidate him. Meanwhile, at the Tang sect, they awaited their leader's return, eager to discern the origin of the unfamiliar aura of the Xian Emperor. In our eastern province, there is but one Xian Emperor, our leader. Do you think this formidable individual could be from the Central Province? It is possible. The Central Province is the heart of the world, brimming with spiritual energy, and boasts numerous powerful sections. It is said that there exists a force known as the Soul Pavilion, notorious for its tyrannical methods, specializing in the hunting of other soul bodies. Hunting souls? Indeed, according to our leader, During his travels in the central province, he witnessed the might of the Soul Pavilion. They are arguably the most powerful force across the entire Tianxin continent. Let us hope that the aura of the Xian Emperor does not belong to the Soul Pavilion, or we in the eastern province may find ourselves in grave peril. The disciples of the Tang sect congregated in the square, captivated by the account from a distinguished inner disciple. Just then, the Grand Elder, Tang Zhan, approached. Observing their discussion about the Soul Pavilion, he could not help but chuckle. While the Soul Pavilion is indeed formidable, it does not pose a threat to our Tang sect. Grand Elder. The disciples responded with respectful bows. Tang Xuebu, curious, stepped forward to inquire, Grand Elder, what do you mean by that? Tang Zhan, stroking his white beard, was about to elaborate when suddenly his expression changed dramatically. At this moment, a formidable and domineering aura surged towards them from afar. Chapter 14. A sword to annihilate the Tang sect. The Nailin residence. In a seemingly intact courtyard, Qin Tianhai held his teacup with a palpable unease. Earlier, Tang Hao had warned him that the Tang sect was not to be trifled with, particularly by Xin'er. He had even proposed a wager regarding whether Xin'er could leave the Tang sect alive. Perhaps you should visit the Tang sect. I fear there may be formidable figures within who could threaten Xin'er's life. Chun Mei poured another cup of hot tea for Madame Chun before taking a seat, her voice low and contemplative. The Tang sect is not far from here. Should the young master encounter danger, I shall be there in an instant. Not far. Qin Tianhai's eyes widened in disbelief. The Tang sect is several thousand miles away. Indeed, that is why it is not far, Chun Mei replied. Seeing Chun Mei's demeanor, Qin Tianhai fell silent, though his heart raced with anxiety. He could not shake the feeling that Xin'er's visit to the Tang sect might lead to unimaginable peril. He truly could not comprehend why, in just a few short days, Xin'er seemed to have transformed entirely. In the past, upon hearing Tang Hao's caution, she would have taken a moment to stabilize herself and perhaps investigate the Tang sect. Knowledge of both self and enemy is crucial for victory. Yet now, she seemed to rush headlong into danger without a second thought. Alas, he could only hope for Xin'er's safe return. At the Tang sect, a singular presence loomed. Where is my father? Tang Xuebu's face paled. Be cautious. He is coming. Tang Zhan swiftly pulled her behind him. The void before them trembled suddenly, revealing a defiant figure. The newcomer was astonishingly youthful, exuding an overwhelming aura that was unmistakably that of a genuine first-star Xian Emperor. The immense pressure of his Xian Emperor realm cascaded like a torrential flood from the heavens, unsettling the very foundations of the Tang sect. All disciples of the Tang sect were stricken with fear, hurriedly retreating under the weight of his presence. Suddenly, a flurry of wind-splitting sounds erupted from within the hall. Over 100 elders clad in dark robes soared into the air, swiftly positioning themselves beside the Grand Elder, Tang Zhan, shielding the disciples behind them. Is this the Tang sect? Chen Daoxian hovered in the air, his clear gaze surveying the crowd below. What arrogance! Tang Zhan's expression shifted slightly as he stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. I am unaware of your purpose in visiting the Tang sect. Prior to discerning the stranger's true intentions, Tang Zhan maintained a tone of deference. After all, even with his pinnacle cultivation as a 9-star Xian king, he dared not act recklessly in the presence of a Xian emperor. Moreover, how could this individual have attained such strength at such a young age? In response to Tang Zhan's inquiry, Chen Daoxian suddenly drew the Zixia spirit sword, pointing it directly at him. I have come to annihilate you. What? The crowd of Tang sect disciples erupted into chaos, panic spreading among them. The enigmatic Xian Yuan master has come to annihilate the Tang sect. Why? Tang Zhan was incredulous. Deep within his aged eyes, a flicker of trepidation danced. With the sect leader absent, one could not afford to be complacent. At the very least, they must delay until the return of their esteemed leader. As long as their leader remained, vanquishing this mere 1-star Xianyuan realm youth should be a trivial task. With this thought, an incongruous smile emerged on Tang Zhan's face. Might I inquire how you arrived at such a conclusion? Surely there must be some misunderstanding between us? Indeed. There is a misunderstanding, Qin Daoxian replied, for I have slain Tang Hao, Tang Chen, and that Tang Kuei. Thus, I am compelled to liberate you. So you need not endure a lifetime steeped in hatred and suffering. As Qin Daoxuan's words fell, a tumultuous flow of energy surged around him, rapidly coiling around the Zixia spirit sword. The slender blade emitted a resonant hum, strikingly piercing to the ears. The terrifying aura of the sword was something Tang Zhan had never encountered before. Tang Zhan was profoundly shocked. The sect leader, the young master, and the second elder had all perished at his hands. Impossible. My father would never succumb to you. You lie. A sharp cry emanated from behind Tang Zhan. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Daoxian turned to see a graceful figure struggling to break free from the grasp of several Tang sect disciples. The woman possessed striking beauty, her mature demeanor and voluptuous figure causing her purple robe to swell enticingly. Chen Daoxian narrowed his eyes. And who might your father be? My father is Tang Hao. Tang Xuebo retorted angrily. Tang Hao. She is the daughter of Tang Hao. Thus, she, too, bears the bloodline of the supreme underworld. Chen Daoxian nodded slowly. Then you need not perish just yet. Tang Xuebo, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, the one destined to die is you. When my father returns, I shall take your head. Chen Daoxian remarked. Even now, she still believes her father will return. How pitiable. With a resigned shake of his head, he continued. You know that Tang Hao has gone to the Nalan residence. It should be clear that his failure to return only signifies dire consequences. Why deceive yourself? You. Tang Xuebo responded. The meaning of his words was unmistakable. Chen Daoxian was not merely posturing. He spoke the undeniable truth. If Tang Hao had not encountered any misfortune, how could he allow me to come and obliterate the Tang sect? In that moment, the members of the Tang sect were unable to fathom such grim news, and many disciples had begun to shed tears. The sect leader has fallen. Tang Zhan's countenance was wrought with agony as he staggered back several steps, only to be supported by other elders to prevent a fall. Witnessing their profound distress, Chen Daoxian calmly stated, I have come here to grant you liberation. Though perhaps you may not comprehend, I truly seek what is best for you. Chen Daoxian raised the sword in his hand, and the dazzling sword light instantly illuminated half the sky. The overwhelming might of the sword echoed across the vast expanse, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Under such an intimidating and fierce sword presence, even Tang Zhan, possessing the pinnacle cultivation of the Mystic King, could not help but break into a cold sweat. What do you intend to do, young man? My Tang sect is not a place for you to act recklessly. Chen Daoxuan's voice boomed as he swung his sword downward. The celestial sword shadow cleaved through the sea of clouds, descending from the depths of the firmament towards the Tang sect. The void along its path shattered completely. Little did one anticipate the sheer terror of this young man's sword. It was akin to the sword of annihilation. In a moment of desperation, Tang Zhan hurriedly grasped Tang Xuebo's hand and retreated. Boom! The sword struck the plaza. The ground was torn apart, splitting the entire expanse in two, extending towards the main hall. With a thunderous crash, the main hall collapsed. The ancient hall, the majestic Tang sect, was utterly destroyed in the wake of Chen Daoxuan's singular strike. The terrifying sword force that radiated outward shredded the Tang sect disciples, their anguished cries echoing like a hauntingly beautiful lamentation, causing a twinge of pain in Chen Daoxuan's heart. The annihilation of the Tang Hao family was not his desire. Yet, for the greater good, he felt compelled to act thus. As the saying goes, when will the cycle of revenge end? Only by eradicating his entire family could this enmity be resolved. Elder! Tang Xuebo cried out in desperation, cradling the severely injured Tang Zhan. A glance around revealed that the other sect elders and disciples had all been reduced to mangled remnants, a chaotic scene of destruction. The ancient Tang sect was no more. Chen Daoxian declared, you now face two choices. 1. Cultivate together with me, after which I shall slay you. But I can promise not to disturb the Tang family ancestral grave. 2. I kill you, desecrate the grave, and turn your bones to dust. Chapter 15. The Great Sun in the Azure Sky, the aura of a mystic sect master. You. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuebo's lovely face flushed with fury. Never had anyone dared to speak to her in such a flippant manner. Young miss, agree to his terms. Tang Zhan, with his back to Chen Daoxian, signaled to Tang Xuebo with a glance. He feigned a cough, discreetly retrieving a healing elixir and swallowing it. Tang Xuebo, unlike her impulsive brother Tang Chen, nodded slightly at the sight. Her snowy eyes glimmered with boundless resentment as she glared at Chen Daoxian. If this is to be a transaction, I wish to amend the terms. Chen Daoxian calmly sheathed his sword. Speak. In order to secure precious time for the elder's recovery, Tang Xuebo bit her silver teeth, a blush of embarrassment gracing her cheeks. I demand a grand procession with 8 bearers, a bridal carriage adorned in red, and a formal marriage. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxian smacked his forehead. That is impossible. Why? Tang Xuebo retorted. How could I marry the daughter of an enemy? I am already at odds with the Tang sect. In the Tang sect, not a single individual may be spared. This is his unwavering principle. Tang Xuebo implored, then grant me the chance to survive. Chen Daoxian replied coldly. That is simply impossible. He will not permit those who harbor hatred towards him to remain in this world, even if they pose no threat. He cannot tolerate even the slightest slander behind his back. Tang Xuebo protested, "This is unacceptable, and that is also unfeasible. What do you truly desire?" Chen Daoxian responded impassively, "I have stated it clearly. You must choose between two paths. A force as ancient as the Tang sect holds great reverence for its ancestral lands." Chen Daoxuan's willingness to allow her to retain her heritage was already an act of great mercy. The magnitude of his own benevolence moved him deeply. Tang Xuebo noticed that the Grand Elder's countenance had improved significantly, and a glimmer of cunning sparkled in her eyes. "May I pose a question?" Chen Daoxian replied, "Speak." Tang Xuebo inquired, "Have you ever considered that the Tang sect, established through countless generations, might possess hidden trump cards unknown to the outside world?" Chen Daoxian acknowledged, "I have contemplated that. Furthermore, your father foretold before his demise that my arrival at the Tang sect would not allow me to leave alive. Thus, I came." Hearing these words, Tang Xuebo felt as if a piece of her heart had been cruelly wrenched away, leaving her in unbearable agony. The prophecy of her father likely referred to the Tang sect's great protective formation, the Grand Sun in the azure sky. This formation is powerful enough to vanquish even a supreme sovereign, requiring her father to serve as its focal point. Supported by the 108 esteemed elders of the rear mountain. According to her father, once activated, even a peak sovereign would emerge severely wounded, if not dead. Alas, her father was no longer among the living, and now the completion of this formation rested solely upon the Grand Elder's shoulders. "My lady, my injuries have nearly healed." Tang Zhan finally turned to face them. Chen Daoxian nodded slowly. "After waiting so long, it seems you can finally take action. Let me witness the true power of your Tang sect's hidden cards." "What? He is doing this intentionally." Both Tang Zhan and Tang Xuebo were taken aback. This young man was utterly audacious. They could only hope he would not come to regret his actions. Tang Zhan ascended slowly into the air, his spiritual energy surging dramatically, while Tang Xuebo leaped to the outer circle, producing a jade flute from her sleeve and beginning to play. The notes soared like crashing waves against the shore. Majestic and unending. Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, from the direction of the rear mountain, a formidable aura of the Xianwang realm began to radiate swiftly across the snow-capped peaks. To their astonishment, over 100 elder figures clad in black robes, each emanating the essence of the Xianwang realm, soared upward from the mountain gorge. What a remarkable assembly of Xianwang. The Tang sect is indeed extraordinary. Chen Daoxian nodded in approval, offering his verbal commendation. Upon hearing these words, Tang Xuebo was overwhelmed with rage, clutching her heaving chest. Her face flushed as she cried out to the Elder Council, "This man has slain my father and threatens the annihilation of the Tang clan. I implore the elders for assistance." "What? Tang Hao is dead?" The elder at the forefront gasped in disbelief, his lips twitching. Yet, as they sensed the surging aura of the Emperor realm emanating from the young man, they were compelled to accept this grim reality. "Very well. Elders, heed my command. Form the Great Sun Azure Sky formation." The Council of Elders ascended into the sky, each taking their designated positions, infusing their spiritual energy into the firmament. In due course, a beam of sacred light descended, enveloping the Grand Elder, Tang Zhan, entirely within its embrace. In the heavens, the mystical radiance intertwined, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. A formidable and mysterious power erupted, piercing through the clouds, like a divine brush painting an ethereal canvas. In mere moments, a breathtaking azure formation materialized, stretching 1,000 feet, radiating brilliance that dazzled the eye. The terrifying force contained within was something even Tang Hao could not hope to contend with. Was this what Tang Hao referred to as the Tang clan's trump card? Chen Daoxian stood rooted to the spot, gazing upwards, momentarily at a loss for words. Was it excitement? No, it was disappointment. Tang Zhan glared fiercely, looking down at Chen Daoxian. "You, boy, have provoked the Tang clan. You shall surely perish today." With that, the elders united their strength, channeling a relentless stream of energy into Tang Zhan. As he pointed his finger at Chen Daoxian, the massive azure spirit formation above him blazed to life, radiating like the sun. A tempest raged, wreaking havoc upon all in its path. A beam of destructive light thundered down. In an instant, Chen Daoxian steadied his purple cloud spirit sword across his chest, his other hand gliding along the blade, causing it to tremble violently. The overwhelming sword aura surged forth, reflecting across the vast expanse. True art of thunder control. With a single stroke, Chen Daoxian unleashed his sword. resembling a rainbow piercing the sun. The rushing light of the sword struck with a resounding crash, cleaving the descending azure beam into nothingness. The elders were abruptly struck, suffering grievous injuries and spitting blood uncontrollably. The azure formation shattered violently, unable to withstand a single blow. The elders flew back like kites with severed strings, crashing into the deep mountains, their auras extinguished. Tang Xuebuo was so frightened that she fell to her knees. The great sun azure sky formation, which the Tang clan took such pride in, was utterly vanquished by a single stroke. Qin Daoxian looked at the Grand Elder's body, now in tatters, and shook his head in disappointment, sheathing his sword with composure. Yet, at that moment, a vast and profound aura, reminiscent of an endless abyss, suddenly surged from the direction of the rear mountain. In the heavens, the very fabric of space began to collapse. The mountains within a vast radius trembled ominously. Under the overwhelming pressure of the spiritual force, Tang Xuebuo was blown away, tumbling head over heels. Qin Daoxian, however, remained steadfast against the onslaught. However, his expression exhibited a solemnity that had not been witnessed before. The existence of a Xuanzong powerhouse. At that moment, Chunmei of the Nailan family abruptly rose, gazing towards the horizon. Xuanzong, Qin Tianhai, and his wife exchanged astonished glances. Wasn't he that the terrifying entity said to exist solely in the Central Plains? How could it manifest within the Tang sect? Qin Tianhai hastily approached Chunmei, urging her, "You must go. We can manage here, and we shall be fine." Chapter 16. The Soul Pavilion Expert, Han Qianjue. Unexpectedly, the moment the great sun azure sky formation was shattered, the resulting turbulence managed to awaken an ancient being hidden in the mountains behind the Tang sect. Qin Daoxian stood alone amidst the tempest, squinting his eyes as he beheld a figure ascending from the mountainous direction, a bloodthirsty grin involuntarily creeping upon his lips. The elder, clad in a black robe, was enshrouded in dark mist, emanating a malevolent aura seldom encountered in the world. Tang Xuebuo, having fallen amidst the ruins, braved the fierce storm. And upon seeing the black-robed elder, his face similarly paled. Who is he? Why has he appeared in the forbidden grounds of the Tang sect? The black-robed elder, with snow-white hair cascading over his shoulders and eyes flickering with an eerie light, gazed down upon the main hall of the Tang sect, now reduced to rubble, and frowned. Did you do this? The elder cast a dispassionate glance at Qin Daoxian, his voice cold as he inquired. Qin Daoxian sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from this individual. Realizing they were no longer on the same dimensional plane, he immediately shifted his demeanor, gripping his sword tightly, and pointed from a distance. Indeed, old man, state your name. The black-robed elder emitted a series of unsettling chuckles. I am the elder of the Soul Pavilion, Han Qianjue. Soul Pavilion? Qin Daoxian furrowed his brow, having never heard of this faction. At that moment, the black-robed elder suddenly took a step forward. His bizarre figure seemed to teleport across an astonishing distance. With another stride, he appeared directly in front of Qin Daoxian. Surveying the desolate ruins, with bones and blood scattered about, Han Qianjue appeared to take great delight, as if he had developed a keen interest in Qin Daoxian. Young man, you are quite impressive. May I inquire about your lineage? Qin Daoxian responded with a smile. My background is not something I can divulge, lest I frighten you. Han Qianjue trembled with laughter. Do not presume that in this realm of Tianqin, or even across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, you could intimidate the Soul Pavilion with your background. It is not that simple. How arrogant. Qin Daoxian's eyes narrowed slightly. Your words suggest you possess the stature of an imperial clan. Imperial clan. Han Qianjue's expression shifted slightly. Are you familiar with imperial clans? Qin Daoxian shrugged. Not at all. Han Qianjue continued. In this realm of 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are only 3 imperial factions. First, the Shura Imperial Realm. Second, the Rakshasa Imperial Realm. And third, the Songlong Imperial Realm. Since you are so uninformed, it is best you refrain from discussing imperial clans. A single imperial powerhouse can suppress all. That is not a realm you can aspire to. Are there only 3 great emperors in the world? Qin Daoxian stroked his chin, nodding slightly. His father is the Azura Emperor, and his mother is the Rakshasa Empress. 2 of the 3 emperors are already accounted for. It seems that this background is truly unbeatable. Han Qianjue's lips curled into a faint smile as he gazed at Qin Daoxian. I have traversed the world, and I have never encountered a young talent with a gift as extraordinary as yours. If I were to offer you an opportunity, would you consider joining my Soul Pavilion? Or, to phrase it differently, the sacred land of the celestial demons, the sacred Soul Palace. A force from the sacred land? Qin Daoxian could not help but furrow his brows. No wonder this old man spoke with such arrogance. It turns out the Soul Pavilion is backed by a force from the sacred land. Faced with Han Qianjue's overture, Qin Daoxian fell into a brief silence. Behind him, Tang Xuebuo was visibly agitated. The Tang clan has already perished. This elder, hailing from the forbidden grounds of the Back Mountain, must have some connection to his father. How could he abandon the Tang clan and instead seek to recruit him? Tang Xuebuo immediately dashed out from the ruins, facing Han Qianjue with utmost respect, bowing deeply. I am Tang Xuebuo, a junior, and I pay my respects to you, senior. Han Qianjue responded, You are Tang Hao's daughter, are you not? He has mentioned you to me. Tang Xuebuo was taken aback. So, you know my father? Han Qianjue replied, Of course. Tang Xuebuo's heart leaped with joy. Senior, you may not be aware, but this man killed my father and has threatened to annihilate the Tang clan. I dare to ask you to uphold justice for my Tang clan. Han Qianjue's aged eyes narrowed into a slit as he greedily surveyed Tang Xuebuo's alluring figure. You wish for me to uphold justice for your Tang clan, but do you know why your father invited me to the Tang clan? Tang Xuebuo shook her head in confusion. I do not know. Han Qianjue continued. It is because he promised me he would bear a child with the bloodline of the supreme underworld, raise them to maturity, and when their spiritual power surpassed the 6th grade, he would offer their soul to my Soul Pavilion. And that child he promised is you. Boom. The old man's words struck like thunder, nearly toppling Tang Xuebuo. Her father wanted her to be a sacrifice? This cannot be. Recalling her father's endless love and care. Tang Xuebuo's eyes blazed with tears. This is impossible. My father would never treat me this way. Han Qianjue's sinister smile deepened. If that is so, then why did he plant the unique soul-nurturing goo of my Soul Pavilion within you? Soul-nurturing goo. Tang Xuebuo clutched her chest, her eyes nearly glazing over upon hearing those words. Indeed, there was a strange goo worm within her. Every full moon, it would torment her to the brink of despair. Her father said it was to suppress the raging nature of her supreme underworld bloodline that he had deliberately implanted it. She was told to endure it. Yet, her brother had not been subjected to such a goo. Initially, she had harbored doubts, but the one speaking these words was her own father. How could she ever doubt her father? Han Qianjue, indifferent to this powerless little offering, redirected her gaze toward Qin Daoxian. Young man, it is indeed a rare occurrence for the forces of the Holy Land to descend upon the lower realms in search of talent. I presume you would not decline such an opportunity, would you? Qin Daoxian, reflecting on his circumstances, found himself in a quandary. Initially, he believed that aligning with the Holy Soul Palace would facilitate his endeavors, yet the prospect of navigating an entirely unfamiliar force seemed daunting. Han Qianjue interjected, Hey lad, it is I who wish to recruit you. Qin Daoxian replied, Furthermore, I must confess that I am rather lethargic by nature. After much contemplation, I find myself ill-suited for such an arrangement. Are you even listening to me? Han Qianjue inquired. Qin Daoxian continued, Rather than bringing you into my fold, it would be more prudent for me to cultivate a circle of trusted confidants and allow them to seek out disciples, letting me remain a hands-off overseer. Han Qianjue retorted. You. Disregarding further deliberation, Qin Daoxian once more aimed his sword at the elder cloaked in black. Let us engage in battle. I understand that someone of my caliber, if not utilized by you, would surely be eliminated. You must think as such, do you not? Han Qianjue observed. This young man is utterly oblivious to the discourse around him. As Qin Daoxuan's sword began to resonate with a melodic hum, Han Qianjue smiled, hands clasped behind his back. His aged eyes betraying a hint of disdain. A mere one-star Xianwang dares to point a sword at me? Clearly, you possess no knowledge of the might that resides within the Xian sect. Chapter 17. The terrifying power of the Xian sect. An overwhelming aura enveloped the entire Tang clan, and it must be said that the presence emanating from Han Qianjue surpassed anything Qin Daoxian could have imagined. Is this the strength of a Xian sect master? Qin Daoxuan's fervent gaze revealed his eagerness to confront this power. In an instant, propelled by a surge of silver wind, Qin Daoxian materialized before Han Qianjue. With a swift motion, he unleashed his sword, manifesting 6 ethereal sword shadows that assailed Han Qianjue from various angles. Upon witnessing such an enigmatic sword technique, a flicker of surprise crossed Han Qianjue's ancient eyes. Yet, as a master of the Xian sect, this level of assault posed no threat to him. Suddenly, Qin Daoxian beheld Han Qianjue's form dissolving into a series of elusive afterimages, effortlessly evading the 6 streams of sword energy. The elder's gnarled hand moved silently toward Qin Daoxuan's throat. Alarmed, Chen Daoxuan's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated several paces. However, astonishingly, that aged hand followed him like a shadow. In a moment of peril, Chen Daoxian bent backward just in time to evade the attack, simultaneously sweeping his sword toward Huan Qianjue's lower body. What appeared to be a decisive strike merely sliced through two afterimages of legs. Seizing the opportunity, Huan Qianjue thrust his palm forward. Chen Daoxian exerted himself and launched a powerful punch. Bang! The collision of fists resonated through the air, sending ripples cascading across the void. Chen Daoxian found himself unable to withstand the force, plummeting downwards. Fortunately, at the last moment, he executed a somersault and steadied himself on the ground. The earth itself was left with a massive crater, a testament to the terrifying strength of the Xuanzong masters. Chen Daoxian, exhilarated, clenched his fist, his gaze burning even more fervently than before. Throughout this spectacle, Tang Xuebuo watched from a distance, utterly astonished. The prowess of Huan Qianjue was beyond question, exceedingly formidable. However, Chen Daoxian was no ordinary opponent. Despite the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, he managed to engage the senior Hun in a brief confrontation, emerging unscathed and creating distance. Such a feat was something her father, Tang Hao, could never accomplish. Huan Qianjue was also taken aback, not anticipating that this young man could slip away like an elusive eel. He had intended to seize him and force his compliance, but it appeared he would need to exert more effort. The oppressive atmosphere roared, resonating ominously as the very fabric of this realm seemed on the brink of collapse. Yet, under this dreadful pressure, Chen Daoxian displayed not a hint of trepidation or despair. Instead, he felt invigorated. Bring it on. Chen Daoxian suddenly positioned his sword horizontally before him. With his other hand, he gracefully glided along the blade. The Zixia spirit sword in his grasp began to emanate a resonant sound that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Witnessing this, Huan Qianjue's eyes widened in astonishment. The fusion of man and sword. He had not anticipated that this young lad, at such a tender age, could attain the realm of unity with his swordsmanship. To be honest, even he, with thousands of years of life experience, had never comprehended such a profound technique. This child is truly extraordinary. The Godwind Thunder Control Technique. Chen Daoxian unleashed a sweeping strike towards the sky. A vast expanse of the void was instantly torn asunder. In response to this earth-shattering blow, Huan Qianjue slowly raised his hand and aimed at the sword's radiance, gripping it fiercely. Bang! The rushing sword intent was unexpectedly crushed mid-air. Chen Daoxian gazed in astonishment at the scattering of luminous shards that filled the sky, a tumult of emotions surging within him. Are the Xuanzong masters truly this terrifying? Up to this point, Huan Qianjue had yet to take this seriously. The snow-capped mountains basked under a rare sunny sky, yet the once grand Tang sect now lay in ruins. Its main hall and plaza reduced to desolation. The ravine was littered with the corpses of the Tang sect elders, with only Tang Xuebuo still clinging to life. Fortunate enough to witness the extraordinary Chen Daoxian challenge the formidable Han. At this moment, Tang Xuebuo dared not even blink, fearing that a mere flutter of her eyelids might cause her to miss a breathtaking moment. Young man, you are quite remarkable. A prodigy such as yourself, if nurtured by my sacred soul palace, would undoubtedly surpass me in future accomplishments. Yet, despite his relentless pursuit, Soul Qianjue remains oblivious to the fact that the forces backing Chen Daoxian far exceed the reach of the Sacred Soul Palace. Cease your futile attempts at persuasion. Your esteemed palace is utterly unworthy of courting me. Chen Daoxian firmly grips his sword, charging once more towards Soul Qianjue. Faced with his brazen assault, Soul Qianjue shakes his head in resignation and slowly raises a finger, flicking it with intent. With a whoosh, a surge of energy strikes Chen Daoxuan's left shoulder, sending him hurtling away. However, through a momentary step, Chen Daoxian quietly reappears behind Soul Qianjue, delivering a strike that is once again effortlessly blocked by a single hand. On his side, Chen Daoxian furiously attempts various strategies to breach Soul Qianjue's defenses, sustaining multiple injuries along the way. Chunmei hovers above the Nalan estate, gazing into the distance and witnessing the unfolding spectacle. A smile gradually graces her lips. Yes, young master, you possess the strongest bloodlines of two imperial clans within you. How could you possibly be defeated by that individual? What is happening with him? Tang Xuebuo gazes in astonishment at the fierce battle above, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. From the very onset, Chen Daoxian was no match for Soul Qianjue, yet he grows bolder with each passing moment. Now, he can contest against Soul Qianjue in a fierce struggle. The battle rages on for a time, and at this moment, Chun Daoxian appears almost frenzied, his eyes glowing a haunting green. Although his cultivation remains at the one-star Xianhuang realm, his speed and power have surged to hundreds of times their previous strength. Bang! Soul Qianjue repels him once more with a palm strike, exclaiming in astonishment, "What is happening to you?" Chun Daoxian's visage contorts with rage, his emerald eyes radiating an aura of ferocity, rendering him deaf to any words spoken. In a fleeting step, he reappears before Soul Qianjue. This time, confronted with Qin Daoxuan's overhead strike, Soul Qianjue hesitates, opting to evade and create distance. However, Qin Daoxian, in his frenzied state, relentlessly pursues, landing a blow directly on Soul Qianjue's shoulder. The pain forces Soul Qianjue to retaliate with a palm strike. Bang! Their palms collide, unleashing a catastrophic energy storm that sweeps outward. Under the full force of Soul Qianjue, Qin Daoxuan's right arm shatters, his garments torn and blood flowing profusely. Yet, at this moment, he seems impervious to the pain, channeling every ounce of strength to strike Soul Qianjue from the sky. Boom! Soul Qianjue crashes into the mountains, stirring up a cloud of dust. Tang Xuebo watches in awe at the terrifyingly frenzied Qin Daoxian, her heart swelling with tumultuous emotions. Come on, are you not formidable? Do not perish, quickly emerge. Qin Daoxuan's palms molded into the shape of eagle claws as he unleashed a thunderous roar towards the heavens. An unrelenting surge of malevolent energy rent the sky asunder, revealing a vast, starry expanse in broad daylight, much to the astonishment of Tang Xuebo. Chapter 18. The bloodlines of two great imperial clans, so fierce. Look, the starry sky. That is the direction of the Tang clan. What on earth has transpired at the Tang clan that a celestial panorama should manifest in the daytime? In a distant town, residents flock to the streets, gazing in at the magnificent, multicolored starry sky towards the Tang clan. Shock was etched on every face. At this moment, within a range of mountains, Han Qianjue knelt on the ground, coughing violently. His withered hands clutched the earth desperately, utterly perplexed by Qin Daoxuan's sudden ferocity. This, indeed, is the power of the Rakshasa imperial clan, the Rakshasa bloodline. In a frenzied state, Qin Daoxian would fight with increasing vigor, becoming exceedingly wild. Thus, the Rakshasa imperial clan is often referred to as the frenzied physique, for none dare provoke them. Qin Daoxuan's emerald eyes continued to search for Han Qianjue amidst the swirling mist of the valley. Veiled by the fog, Han Qianjue covertly channeled his inner energy, gradually condensing it within his palm. The earth beneath him began to emanate steam due to an overwhelming heat. He had already discerned that this young man possessed unfathomable strength, making it impossible to recruit him. If he could not serve the Holy Soul Hall, then he must be exterminated. As Qin Daoxian floated beneath the starry sky, his tumultuous emotions began to settle, the malevolence emanating from him turning markedly calmer. His otherworldly green gaze fixated on the valley below. Suddenly, his slender figure bent forward, and he propelled himself downward with astonishing speed. Han Qianjue stared in disbelief as Qin Daoxian charged towards him. In a moment of desperation, he brought his palms together, preparing his attack. Soul Burial! Boom! With a fierce shout from Han Qianjue, a massive white scythe materialized between his contorted palms, resembling the judgment of death itself, and it swung mercilessly towards Qin Daoxian. Witnessing this, Qin Daoxian swiftly raised his sword to parry the blow. Han Qianjue couldn't help but sneer. Useless. No weapon in this world can withstand the might of the Holy Soul Hall. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a burst of starlight erupted between the sword and the scythe. Han Qianjue's eyes bulged in disbelief. How is this possible? In the next instant, the scythe in his hand was severed by the delicate sword. With a single stroke, the blade cleaved through his chest, dousing Qin Daoxian in a spray of blood. Han Qianjue spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. One strike. Instant annihilation. Qin Daoxian wiped his face with a flick of his sleeve, his heart still trembling as he gazed at the white scythe gradually dissipating into black smoke on the ground. He couldn't help but reflect on the situation. Fortunately, the Zixia spirit sword wielded by Chame was exceptionally unique. Had it not been for this sword, the outcome of the recent confrontation might have been entirely different. Approaching Han Qianjue, Qin Daoxian observed the look of deep resentment etched across his face and calmly remarked, "Your chest has been cleaved open, yet you still live." Indeed, the strength of the Xian sect is formidable. Upon hearing such inhuman words, Han Qianjue coughed up blood, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Qin Daoxian with fury. "Why do you grow stronger with each battle?" "Why?" Qin Daoxian recalled the days prior, in the small wooden cabin on the back mountain of the Qin family, where he had engaged in profound discussions with the 28 elder sisters. The leader among them, Ling Yuan, had once enlightened him. This is the bloodline power of my Rakshasa clan. Without hesitation, Chun Daoxian declared, Rakshasa clan? Imperial clan. Hun Qinjue trembled, raising his frail hand slightly. You. Chun Daoxian crouched down and smiled at him. Rakshasa Imperial clan. In that moment, Hun Qinjue finally realized that he had provoked someone utterly beyond his means. Cold sweat poured from his forehead. Despite possessing the terrifying prowess of the Xin sect, the blood surging from his chest now threatened his very life. However, if the Rakshasa Imperial clan were to set their sights on the sacred Soul Hall, his demise would be a mere trifle in comparison to the sins he would bear. With tears brimming in his aged eyes, Hun Qinjue struggled to suppress his final breath, casting a pleading gaze at Chun Daoxian. I was wrong. Please. Those on the brink of death should not bear such burdens, Chun Daoxian replied. Rest well, and in your next life, be a good person. In a flash, Chun Daoxian delivered a punch to his throat. A fountain of blood erupted from Hun Qinjue's mouth. Thus fell a mighty Xian sect warrior. Upon returning to the Nalan residence with Tang Xuebuo, Chun Tianghai and his wife rushed towards him, alarmed by the blood covering his body. Xianer, what happened to you? Chun Tianghai exclaimed. Chun Daoxian smiled gently. This is merely blood from others. Relieved, Chun Tianghai sighed. As long as you are unharmed. It's a relief to see you back safely. Mrs. Chun, heartbroken, embraced her son, tears streaming down her cheeks. In truth, during the encounter with Hun Qinjue, Chun Daoxian had sustained injuries more than once, and they were quite severe. Yet, he harbored a secret. Since childhood, he had the ability to recover from injuries swiftly. He vividly remembered the first time he discovered this capability when he was bitten by a dog in an alley. The wound had healed at a visibly rapid pace. Unbeknownst to him, this was the power of the Azura bloodline, the ability of hyper-regeneration. He bore two supreme bloodlines, possessed a maddened constitution, and coupled with unparalleled regeneration. He was indeed the epitome of perfection. The more he fought, the more insane he became, with an infinite capacity for healing. Anyone who dared to provoke such a madman would undoubtedly come to regret it. Xianer, who is she? Madame Chen inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Tang Xuebuo. At her words, Tang Xuebuo lowered her head in melancholy. It is nothing. She is merely a dying individual, he replied. Chun Daoxian remained unfazed and turned his attention to Chun Mei. I grant you one day to consolidate all the forces of Dongzhou, making them vassals of the Chen family. Chun Mei obediently acknowledged, yes. Chun Tianhai exclaimed, are you suggesting that father should govern all of Dongzhou? He was taken aback. However, Chun Daoxian shook his head. Father, the Chen family will be entrusted entirely to my third uncle. Once I resolve the troubles in Zhangzhou, I shall take you and mother to the upper realm to enjoy a life of leisure with my biological father. The upper realm. Tang Xuebuo stood behind the four, utterly astonished. This madman was actually planning to venture into Zhangzhou. Was he intending to confront the Soul Pavilion? After all, a mere soul Qinjue had inflicted such harm upon him. Was he truly out of his mind? Chun Daoxuan's audacious arrogance was something Tang Xuebuo had never witnessed before. She was at a loss as to whether it was sheer courage or reckless bravado. Regardless, these matters no longer concerned her. Her life had already entered its countdown. Father, mother, please follow Chun Mei for now. I wish to discuss life with this sister. I must take my leave. Upon hearing Chun Daoxuan's words, Tang Xuebuo's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Resigned to follow in his footsteps, departing directly amidst the puzzled gazes of Chun Tianhai and his wife. Chapter 19. Ascension to the 5-star Xian Emperor Realm. In the Chun family's rear mountain, a small wooden house stood. Koi swam in the pond, while sparrows occasionally peeked from the eaves. For hours later, the door was kicked open with a bang. Chun Daoxian and Tang Xuebuo emerged from the small wooden house in succession. Tang Xuebuo, her legs trembling, sat down at the stone table in the courtyard, her face flushed and lingering with a rosy hue. If I had encountered you sooner, perhaps matters would not have escalated to this extent, Tang Xuebuo murmured, her gaze dimmed with sorrow. In this world, there are no ifs, only outcomes. Chun Daoxian, expressionless, retrieved a black pill from his sleeve and tossed it to her. You may leave, he stated. Tang Xuebuo stared at him, at the first man of her life. Her eyes gradually moistening. How heartless he was. Even now, he refused to spare her a glance. She deliberately lingered, hoping to hear some words of retention from him. Yet ultimately, she awaited nothing. Take care. Tang Xuebuo rose, tears in her eyes, swallowing the black pill before hastily departing towards the ruins of the Tang clan. It was only then that Chun Daoxian approached the eaves, and began to sit cross-legged in meditation. He could sense a rather peculiar force stirring within him. Confounded, he swiftly directed his consciousness to his spiritual sea. For an ordinary person, the spiritual sea is but the size of a palm. Even those formidable beings from sacred lands, possessing supreme power, have a spiritual sea no larger than a small pond. However, Qin Daoxuan's spiritual sea resembled an expansive ocean without bounds. At the heart of this ocean lay a small island, upon which a divine tree, embodying the essence of the Tao, flourished. This was the tree of destruction. Upon reaching the tree, Qin Daoxian noticed that, following their recent communion, the tree had indeed grown and sprouted tender buds. The closer he approached the tree, the more intense the heat within him became. Qin Daoxian was incredulous, as his consciousness felt ablaze. What could this possibly mean? Was the first divine mechanism about to manifest? Yet, it did not seem so. Enduring the excruciating pain that seared his soul, he painstakingly advanced toward the divine tree. When he was within 3 paces of the tree, the overwhelming heat began to assault his very soul. 2 paces, 1 pace. At last, Qin Daoxuan's palm brushed against the divine tree. In that instant, it felt as though he had grasped some profound insight from the tree. He immediately held his breath and concentrated. Countless rays of divine light pierced through the azure sky, converging upon his consciousness. Astonishingly, his aura began to surge upward at an extraordinary pace. 2-star Xian Wang realm, 3-star Xian Wang realm, 4-star Xian Wang realm, 5-star Xian Wang realm. Qin Daoxian opened his eyes wide, feeling the relentless power surging from his spiritual sea, and a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. I have actually reached the 5-star Xian Wang realm. Qin Daoxian was overjoyed. Although his communion with Tang Xuebo did not grant him the first divine mechanism immediately, he had come to a critically important realization. Each time the divine tree grew, it would emanate divine power, allowing him to achieve tremendous enhancement in his cultivation through the baptism of divine radiance. Excellent. This method is remarkable. By hunting special bloodlines, he could significantly elevate his cultivation, thereby making the path to divinity far more efficient. At that moment, Qin Daoxian suddenly contemplated a matter. During his exchanges with Chun Mei and the others, the tree of destruction within him had not awakened until afterward. Thus, even if any among them possessed special bloodlines, the tree had not absorbed them. It was evident that he must engage once more. It seemed that upon Chun Mei's return, he would need to clarify this matter. Qin Daoxian held this thought without a hint of impropriety. He was not lecherous, nor was he the kind of person to act frivolously. Everything he sought was purely for the sake of acquiring power. All of it was in pursuit of becoming the next god of destruction. In the frigid ancestral grounds of the Tang clan, amidst the swirling winds and snow of time, Tang Xuebo toiled diligently, erecting thousands of new tombstones. Upon these gravestones were inscribed the names of her father, her brother, the Grand Elder, the elder cabinet members, and countless disciples, alongside her own, kneeling before one particular gravestone. Her gaze fixated on the prominently engraved characters Tang Hao. Tang Xuebo was overcome with grief, her sobs rendering her unable to speak as she bowed 3 times in reverence. Father, the Soul Master Qianjue claimed that my very existence was destined to serve as a sacrificial offering to the Soul Pavilion. Can you tell me? Is this truly the case? Tang Xuebo wept inconsolably, but alas, her father had long since departed this world, leaving her bereft of the truth. Dark, poisonous blood slowly trickled from the corner of her mouth as she clutched her father's gravestone, gradually surrendering to her final breath. After a day's time, Chun Mei had consolidated the forces throughout the eastern state, ensuring they all submitted to the Qin family's leadership. Thus, the Qin family of the eastern state supplanted the Tang clan, emerging as the new dominant power. Following these events, Qin Daoxian, accompanied by Chun Mei and his adoptive parents, embarked on a journey to the central state. The Soul Master Qianjue had met his end at Qin Daoxuan's hands, and the Soul Pavilion would undoubtedly seek retribution. To prevent this feud from dragging on indefinitely, Qin Daoxian felt compelled to personally eradicate the Soul Pavilion in the central state. That night, in an inconspicuous and nestled in a small town, Qin Daoxian and Chun Mei sat side by side upon the roof, gazing at the luminous moon above. Each held a wine jar, clinking them together before tilting their heads back to drink. It was then that Qin Daoxian inquired, "Among the 4 of you, does anyone possess a special bloodline?" "A special bloodline?" Chun Mei tilted her head in curiosity. "My bloodline is known as the Heavenly Evil Bloodline. Baiji's bloodline is a variant, referred to as the 9 Yin Cold bloodline. As for Xia Lan and Xiu Zhu, their bloodlines are rather ordinary. To discover that two among the four possessed special bloodlines filled Chen Daoxian with delight. Noting the sparkle in his eyes, Chuanmei's expression morphed into one of confusion. Previously, when the young master had learned that Tang Chun possessed the infernal sovereign bloodline, he had uttered curious remarks, suggesting a particular fondness for special bloodlines. Recalling this, Chunmei added, "By the way, young master, there is something else I observed closely. Although the Tang clan's bloodline is called the infernal sovereign bloodline, it is not a true sovereign bloodline." Chen Daoxian nodded slowly. A sovereign bloodline could not manifest casually in the lower realms. Even without Chuanmei's input, he could sense this truth. "Chunmei, do you know why I am so fixated on special bloodlines?" Chen Daoxian asked, taking a sip of wine. Chunmei shook her head. Chen Daoxian turned his gaze towards her. "Because I once practiced a unique cultivation technique, and if I can engage in dual cultivation with a woman possessing a special bloodline, I can achieve a tremendous enhancement in my cultivation. The cultivation technique that I have painstakingly practiced for many years bore no fruit until my battle with Han Qianjue, which allowed me to truly comprehend its essence and subsequently attain mastery of the divine skill. Do you understand my meaning?" Chunmei gazed at the young master with fervent eyes. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, and nodded earnestly. "I understand, my lord." Chapter 20. Ascending to the Xian sect, arriving in Central Continent. In a quaint town on the outskirts, amidst the purple bamboo grove, black carp swam in the lake while a cat hawk occasionally peeked from the trees. 3 hours later, as dawn approached, Chen Daoxian sat cross-legged by the lakeside, his cultivation level astonishingly ascending at a terrifying pace. 6-star Xian Emperor Realm, 7-star Xian Emperor Realm, 8-star Xian Emperor Realm, 9-star Xian Emperor Realm, 1-star Xian Sect Realm. At this moment, Chunmei squatted by the lake, splashing her face with the cool water to refresh herself. Suddenly sensing a change in the young master's aura, she sprang to her feet in astonishment. What the young master spoke was indeed true. Such miraculous cultivation techniques truly existed in this world. Seeing the young master rise, Chunmei immediately rushed forward, her face radiating pure joy. "Once we return to the Shura Emperor realm, I shall have Baiji engage in dual cultivation with you once more." "Indeed," Chen Daoxian replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. Following their second profound exchange, which was notably intimate, he realized Chunmei had become increasingly captivating. "Won't you take a moment to rest?" Chen Daoxian inquired with a gentle smile. Chunmei lowered her head, her cheeks aflame once more. Noticing her silence, Chen Daoxian refrained from pressing further. He turned to the lake, raised his hand, and with a gentle grasp, the entire lake was instantly evaporated with a thunderous roar. "Is this the power of a Xian sect master?" Chen Daoxian was utterly astonished. No wonder the battle with Han Qianjue had demanded such effort. This power was utterly incomparable to that of the Xian Emperor realm. Seeing the young master in such high spirits, Chuanmei's face blossomed with happiness. She had already devoted herself to him, naturally aligning her heart with his. His growth was the most gratifying sight for her. It must be noted that Chuanmei's cultivation remained unfathomable. Had a common person endured such fierce exertion for 3 hours, they would likely struggle to stand. Yet she was still able to fly at full speed alongside them. Days later, in the realm of Central Continent, amidst the boundless ancient forest, Chunmei caught 2 snow rabbits, plucking their fur and roasting them over a fire. The aroma of the rabbits soon wafted through the air, attracting a few second-order bull camels to curiously peek from a distance. However, when their gaze fell upon Chunmei, deep within their eyes appeared a sinister phoenix engulfed in destructive black flames, causing them to break into a cold sweat and flee without a backward glance. "My lord, this is for you." Chunmei broke off the plumpest rabbit leg and presented it to Chen Daoxian. He inhaled its fragrance, finding it quite delightful. As Chen Tianhai observed his son preparing to confront the formidable Soul Pavilion of Zhongzhou, he could no longer restrain his concern for his safety and inquired, "Might I ask, Miss Chunmei, what is your cultivation level?" Upon hearing this, Chunmei casually replied, "Xianzun." "Xianzun." Chen Tianhai gasped, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, Chen Daoxian promptly administered a couple of shots of strong liquor, bringing him back to his senses. It is entirely reasonable for her to possess such prowess, as she is a protector sent by my biological father, Chen Daoxian remarked nonchalantly. He had already disclosed his imperial lineage to his adoptive father. Chunmei, if she lacked any remarkable skills, would not have been designated as the protector of an imperial heir. However, upon hearing this, Chunmei quickly clarified, "Young master, I am not your protector. I am merely an alternate." "An alternate protector?" Chen Daoxian inquired, astonished. "Then who is my true protector?" Chunmei responded, Your genuine protector is the fifth Mississippi. The fifth Miss? Chen Daoxian echoed. Indeed, you have 5 elder sisters. The eldest, Chen Luohong, is the most powerful alchemist in the world, wholly devoted to her craft and currently residing in the Rakshasa Imperial Palace. The second sister, Chen Luyao, is known as the mistress of the Forbidden Land at the edge of the universe, commanding numerous supreme beings and wielding immense power. The third sister, Chen Tianmai, was once the most gifted individual in the Shura Empire, yet she mysteriously vanished a century ago with no word since. The fourth sister, Chen Changel, is married to the lord of the Xuanwu Sacred Land and co-manages the Divine Pulse Sacred Land with him. The fifth Miss, Chen Junran, is currently by the Lord of the Realm's side, diligently honing her skills. When you return to the Imperial Palace, she will be your true protector. 5 elder sisters. Chen Daoxian mused, fixating on the fact that the third sister was missing. His mind was preoccupied with this matter. He paid little heed to the formidable abilities of the other 4 sisters. The third sister, a lady of the Imperial Palace, had inexplicably been missing for a century. Despite their parents being mighty emperors, how could they not locate her? Such a situation seemed illogical, raising serious concerns in his mind. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such reflections. He needed first to eradicate the Soul Pavilion and restore peace to the Tianshan continent. Before embarking on a quest to reunite with his third sister, he envisioned that his large family would be quite harmonious. Chen Daoxian took up a rabbit leg and savored a bite, the tender meat melting in his mouth. It was truly delightful. No wonder it is roasted snow rabbit. A culinary marvel unparalleled in the world. Casting a glance, he declared, "Leave me 1 rabbit head." Certainly, Chen Mei replied with a smile, and proceeded to procure 2 more rabbit legs for Chen Tianhai and his wife. As night fell, the cold wind howled mournfully. Chen Daoxian, clad in a thin black robe, sat cross-legged upon the grass, the surrounding air resembling a mirror, smoothly reflecting the glow of the campfire. This exemplifies the principle, the highest virtue is like water. It serves as an exquisite method for regulating one's breath. The young master, at such a tender age, possesses such profound insight, leaving Chen Mei feeling inadequate in comparison. To have encountered you, and to be fortunate enough to receive your favor on 2 occasions is the greatest blessing of Chen Mei's life. Whatever you wish to pursue, Chen Mei will forever stand by your side, becoming the sharpest sword at your disposal. She squatted before Chen Daoxian, gazing at his extraordinary visage, lost in her musings, vigilantly protecting him by his side. Time slipped away unnoticed. As dawn approached, Chen Mei rose, stretching languidly. Turning away, she bent down, placing her hands on her feet and stretching a few times. Suddenly, she froze. The sky, dimly lit, welcomed the arrival of a warm and splendid morning. After a night of contemplation, Chen Daoxian opened his eyes to find, astonishingly, Chen Mei's posterior before him. He stared wide-eyed. "What are you doing?" Chen Mei offered no response. Peering over, he saw nothing she intended to retrieve. Yet, her posture facing him raised questions. Could it be that? Chen Daoxian, daunted by the thought, quickly cleared his throat. A certain special bloodline can only be extracted once. Further attempts will not enhance my techniques. Upon finishing his sentence, Chen Mei remained unresponsive. A sudden realization struck Chen Daoxian that something was amiss. He abruptly stood, discovering his adoptive parents lying motionless nearby, as well as the entire forest, enveloped in a profound silence. Not even a breeze dared to enter. The world, aside from him, stood still as if captured in a painting. Chapter 21. Invincible Legacy. The cosmic all of nature lay still, creating a disquieting sensation within Chen Daoxian. Upon arriving in Zhongzhou, he encountered such an extraordinary occurrence. The mysterious entity capable of rendering this realm of time and space immobile, even Chen Mei could not escape its binding laws, indicating that the opponent's power likely exceeded that of any formidable being in the Tianshan continent. Who could possess such remarkable abilities? Chen Daoxian pondered in confusion. At that moment, a voice seemed to call out to him from a distance. No, it was not a voice. It was an inaudible sound, a form of spiritual summoning. Chen Daoxian focused, raising his gaze, and instinctively reached for the purple mist spirit sword at Chen Mei's waist, his expression vigilant as he strode toward that direction. As he walked, he observed numerous low-level demon beasts frozen in various postures, and birds in the sky spread their wings, suspended in stillness. Unbeknownst to him, he emerged from the woods, arriving at an expansive open area. On the verdant lawn, a man sat before a square table, his youthful visage clad in garments as white as snow. Upon the table rested a chessboard, and it appeared he was engaged in a solitary game against himself, exuding an air of refinement. He possessed an enigmatic quality that seemed to elevate him beyond the realm of mortals, casting a shadow that rendered the very heavens dim. "You have arrived," he spoke calmly. Chen Daoxian furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Who are you?" "Chen Luanian," the man replied nonchalantly, revealing that he too bore the surname Chen. Chen Daoxian, intrigued, asked, "Might you have any connection to the Shura Emperor's realm?" "Yes or no," came Chen Luanian's ambiguous response. His gaze remained fixated on the chessboard before him. As Chen Daoxian approached for a closer look, he discerned that the game had reached a tense stalemate, though both sides appeared to possess their respective advantages. The inevitable outcome of the match could only be a draw. "There is no need to continue this game," Chen Daoxian stated bluntly as he took a seat opposite him. Indeed, Chen Luanian seemed unfazed. "You are quite remarkable. It is precisely because of your excellence that," with a graceful flick of his hand, an ancient black tome materialized, hovering in his palm. With a deft snap of his fingers, the tome transformed into a beam of ethereal light, piercing the center of Chen Daoxuan's forehead. A tremor coursed through Chen Daoxuan's spirit as, in that fleeting moment, the ancient tome radiated an aura of profound mystery, manifesting within the depths of his consciousness. All things in one, supreme over all realms, unrivaled under heaven. Chen Daoxian gasped in astonishment. At this juncture, Chen Luanian remarked, "The Shura Emperor's palace possesses a fragment of this tome, though it only records 10 techniques. Even so, your father, after enduring countless years, has only mastered the 7th technique." A hint of disappointment was evident in his eyes as he spoke. Chen Daoxian steadied himself. Within his consciousness, the tome of all things in one revealed a staggering total of 100 techniques. 100! And his father, a formidable emperor, had only achieved mastery over 7 of them. Heavenly realms. If one were to master all 100 techniques, what unimaginable power would be unleashed? How would it compare to the 7 divine mechanisms of the Destruction Divine Tree? Chen Daoxian found himself utterly astounded. With his formidable background, not only had he acquired a divine tree as an advantage, but he had now also received this extraordinary ancient tome from the hands of this mysterious elder. Such an abundance of invincible advantages was truly unfathomable. "Elder, your lineage surpasses even that of my father, does it not?" Chen Daoxian ventured to ask, lifting his gaze in inquiry. To his surprise, he found himself alone. The table and chessboard had vanished without a trace. "Xiaoxian, remember, you must not reveal this matter to anyone, including your father," the man's voice echoed once more, leaving Chen Daoxian in a state of shock. Suddenly, the world around him settled into tranquility. In an instant, he found himself engulfed in silence. Spring Mei, drawn by the scent, hurried over. "Young master, how did you vanish right before my eyes?" she asked, her gaze fixed anxiously on Chen Daoxian. Chen Daoxian, regaining his composure, quipped, "Is it my eyelids or my backside?" At his words, Spring Mei's cheeks flushed crimson. She turned away, her small hands nervously fidgeting with her skirt. With a resigned smile, Chen Daoxian remarked, "Come. We must set forth." Spring Mei obediently complied. Armed with the formidable ability of the Sun Luo Wanxiang, Chen Daoxian felt emboldened. The unexpected inheritance came one after another, further solidifying his ambition to surpass the Emperor and even the God of Destruction. The four continued their journey, but as they exited the forest, the thunderous clash of battle in the distance halted their steps. The aura of 3 peak Xian Emperors loomed ominously. Chen Daoxian squinted towards the distant valley, raising an eyebrow. One of the auras was clearly injured and beginning to weaken, while the other 2 remained robust. It seemed the battle was nearing its conclusion. "Spring Mei, stay here and take care of my parents. I will go observe the commotion," he declared, stepping forward, his figure vanishing abruptly from sight. In the azure sky above, a fearsome energy storm ravaged the surrounding void, accompanied by a series of ominous rumbles. The presence of 3 peak Xian Emperors enveloped the area, overwhelming the very essence of the heavens. "Star Rhythm, you should cease your struggles. With the Soul Pavilion backing my Moonwheel Valley, your Star River Valley is destined to become mere prey. Were it not for your lingering beauty, do you think I would have allowed you to remain until now?" Spoke a middle-aged man clad in an orange robe, his gaze greedily fixed on the enchanting figure before him, an oppressive aura trembling through the forest. Beside him stood an elderly man in a black robe, his aged form shrouded in a sinister, dense fog, cackling wickedly. From the sound of his laughter, it was evident he was a powerful figure from the Soul Pavilion. Their gaze fell upon a woman enveloped in azure celestial garments, her ample form partially concealed as she pressed a delicate hand to her chest. Her stunning visage radiated beauty, but her autumn-like eyes burned with fury. Though blood lingered at the corner of her lips, her spirit remained unbroken, her voice echoing with icy defiance. Sol Wujan, 3 years ago. Your Soul Pavilion's Grand Elder vowed to trade my brother's life for the safety of my Star River Valley. How dare you go back on your word? The black-robed elder cackled in response. In the Soul Pavilion, we act as we please. Whether we keep our promises or not, what can you do about it? You. The woman named Star Rhythm trembled with rage. Yet, after a moment, she regained her composure, her serene and beautiful countenance exuding an innate nobility. I am the master of the Star River Valley. Today, even if it means death, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. A glimmer of madness flickered in the woman's eyes as she suddenly raised her hand to press against her brow. The blazing aura of a peak Xian Wang realm within her began to swell rapidly in that moment. She intends to self-destruct. Quickly, stop her. Han Wudai was struck with alarm. Together with the man in orange, they lunged forward. Just as the two sides were about to collide, a figure appeared unexpectedly, shielding the woman behind him while wielding his finger like a sword, sweeping it forward with a flourish. Chapter 22, Dimensional Strike. Ruthless slaughter. The terrifying sword aura cleaved through the heavens. The abrupt turn of events startled the two, who hastily evaded and retreated. The woman, who had been engulfed in despair and poised to self-destruct, was momentarily frozen by the appearance of Chen Daoxian, a Xian sect master. The three simultaneously turned to gaze at Chen Daoxian, their eyes filled with disbelief. Xian sect masters are exceedingly rare in the world, and one as young as Chen Daoxian is practically unheard of. Although the man in orange was at the peak of the Xian Wang realm, he had no choice but to lower his stance in the presence of this mysterious Xian sect master. He clasped his fists and inquired, I am Yu Changshan, the master of the Moonwheel Valley. May I ask who you are? Chen Daoxian, came the calm and resonant voice that echoed across the space, leaving Yu Changshan and Han Wudai utterly stunned. Chen Daoxian? They exchanged glances, having never heard of a Xian sect master by the surname Chen in the Tianshan continent. How could they have no inkling of this? Yu Changshan's expression shifted between gloom and light as he smiled and asked, If I may inquire, what brings you here? Chen Daoxian cast a sidelong glance at the elder in black robes and replied nonchalantly, Nothing much. I merely came to kill the two of you. Or perhaps to be killed by you. What? The expressions of the two transformed in shock. This young man actually came here to provoke them. Yu Changshan suddenly realized, his demeanor tightening as he fixed his gaze on the noble woman behind Chen Daoxian, sneering, I wondered why you dared to come alone for a duel. It turns out you have sought the assistance of a Xian sect master. At this moment, Xingyun also wore a bewildered expression, completely at a loss for words in front of this unfamiliar figure. Chen Daoxian shot a cold glance at Han Wudai, a bloodthirsty smile curling at his lips. As he stepped forward, bang, his fist landed squarely on Han Wudai's chest. With a cough, Han Wudai spat out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes bulging in shock as his frail body trembled uncontrollably. Only then did Yu Changshan realize that Chen Daoxian had already positioned himself before Han Wudai. Such terrifying speed sent a chill down Yu Changshan's spine. The difference between the Xian sect and the Xianhuang realm is fundamentally profound. Chen Daoxian was now capable of allowing others to experience this stark disparity firsthand. Blood incessantly flowed from the mouth of Han Wudwan. His eyes, streaked with crimson, revealed a madness that followed his initial shock. Cough. How dare you strike me, young man? Have you not heard of the Soul Pavilion? Yu Changshan, not far away, admonished him gently. I advise you to promptly apologize to Elder Han, for even if you possess the strength of the Xian sect, offending the Soul Pavilion will surely lead you to inevitable doom. The Soul Pavilion, Chen Daoxian scoffed. What a tyrannical establishment. With a resounding thud, he delivered another punch, causing Han Wudwan's chest to cave in. Yu Changshan, horrified, recoiled in fear, while Xingyun stood in a daze. How could one wield such overwhelming power? Even if he were a Xian sect master? After enduring 2 blows, Han Wudwan's consciousness began to wane. With his ribs shattered, he resigned himself to his fate. Glaring at Chen Daoxian with venomous eyes, blood spilling from his mouth as he gritted his teeth, you will come to regret this. My father is the 3rd elder of the Soul Pavilion, Han Qianding. You are but a mere first-tier Xian sect master. Your demise is inevitable. With a final retch, he expelled another mouthful of blood. As his vitality faded, Chen Daoxian seized his hair, lifting him as one would a chick, amusement dancing in his eyes. Han Qianding. What a coincidence. I recently killed someone in Dongzhou whose name closely resembles your father's, Han Xinjue. Uncle. Han Wuduan's old eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Chen Daoxian, fear creeping into his expression as he drew his last breath. Witnessing Han Wuduan's arms droop lifelessly, both Yu Changshan and Xingyun broke into a cold sweat. I was wrong. I should not have spoken so recklessly to you. I, too, was incited by that scoundrel Han Wuduan, blinded by deceit, which led me to plot against the Star River Valley. Chen Daoxian coldly replied, "What does your conflict with the Star River Valley have to do with me?" Yu Changshan shuddered, bewilderedly glancing at Xingyun. As he observed Xingyun's vacant expression, the realization dawned upon him. This young man had no ties to the Star River Valley. He had come for the Soul Pavilion. Hastily, Yu Changshan urged, "Our Moonwheel Valley holds no animosity toward the Soul Pavilion. I was coerced into this alliance by him." "You have said much," Chen Daoxian replied, shaking his head in resignation. Seeing this, Yu Changshan, with a shameless grin, said, "Indeed, without you, I would have remained under his control. I am truly grateful. Do not believe him. He and Han Wuduan are the same ilk." Xingyun suddenly interjected. Yu Changshan retorted, "Nonsense. You clearly wish to use this as an opportunity to harm us." Xingyun glared back defiantly. "How many heinous acts has your Moonwheel Valley committed in secret for the Soul Pavilion? Must I enumerate them? The Soul Pavilion hunts those with special bloodlines. And how many of those were captured with your assistance?" Yu Changshan, upon hearing these words, vehemently attempted to refute. Such a thing never occurred. "These are merely accusations imposed upon me. Young hero, you must believe me." Chen Daoxian, with a sardonic smile, retorted, "I believe you, not at all." With a mere lift of his finger, he aimed at Yu Changshan. Sensing the terrifying sword intent coalescing at his fingertips, Yu Changshan realized he could not withstand this confrontation, and thus resorted to a barrage of curses. "You have offended the Soul Pavilion. You are oblivious to the peril that approaches. With your meager cultivation, you are insignificant before the Soul Pavilion. Await your demise." Yu Changshan raised his hand, unleashing a mighty palm strike that instantaneously expanded to a colossal size of 1,000 zhang. As a peak practitioner of the Xianwang realm, the force behind this strike was indeed astonishing. Alas, he had encountered Chen Daoxian. With an air of nonchalance, Chen Daoxian smiled, wielding his finger as a sword, and executed a downward slash. The 1,000 zhang palm imprint detonated with a thunderous explosion. Yu Changshan, unable to retreat in time, was cleaved vertically in two, his body plummeting to the ground in a bloody descent. Having effortlessly dealt with the two, Chen Daoxian felt remarkably pleased. A practitioner of the Xian sect indeed possessed an awe-inspiring might. Had this been earlier, facing two peak Xianwang practitioners would have surely thrust him into a bitter struggle. Encountering the Soul Pavilion's agents upon arriving in the Central Plains seemed to bode well for him. No, it was a continual streak of good fortune. Turning around, he cast a fleeting glance at Xingyun before retracting his gaze and passing by her. As the most beautiful woman in the Central Plains, Xingyun had never witnessed a man so nonchalantly disregard her presence. Yet, she was also keenly aware that this individual was significantly younger than herself. Calling her aunt would not be out of place today had it not been for his intervention. She feared she would have long been reduced to ashes, her life extinguished. In this train of thought, Xingyun suddenly called out, "Young hero, please wait. If you intend to confront the Soul Pavilion, our Xinghe Valley would be willing to lend you our assistance." Chapter 23. Xinghe Valley's cordial invitation. Assist me? Chen Daoxian halted, inquiring with indifference, "How do you propose to assist me?" Xingyun's expression grew intricate. "Given your enmity with the Soul Pavilion, you must be aware that they have long hunted souls possessing special bloodlines, correct?" "Indeed," Chen Daoxian replied. Xingyun candidly continued, "Our Xing clan's bloodline is precisely the special bloodline they covet, the Ice Spirit physique." This revelation slipped from her lips, and she was struck by the illusion that the young man's eyes had suddenly gleamed with clarity. Chen Daoxuan's gaze ignited with fervor. "You mean to say, you possess a special bloodline within you?" Xingyun crossed her arms before her chest, instinctively retreating. "You?" Only then did Chen Daoxian realize he had displayed a lapse in composure. He quickly adopted a posture of aloof detachment, standing with his hands clasped behind him. "I understand now. You seek to leverage my strength to protect your sect and eliminate the greatest threat posed by the Soul Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Xingyun's tone turned earnest. "I admit, I harbor selfish motives. Yet, you are aware that the Soul Pavilion is teeming with formidable experts, their depths unfathomable, making a direct confrontation far from easy. Indeed, if we could use the allure of my Galaxy Valley to entice them to send their emissaries one after another, and subsequently eliminate them one by one, Would it not be more advantageous for you? Xingyun kept her gaze steady, painting a vivid picture while observing the fluctuations of his expression. Alas, Chen Daoxian was a man who rarely betrayed his emotions. After a moment of contemplation, Xingyun found herself unable to glean anything from his countenance. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly at his maturity. At such a tender age, he possessed such a formidable disposition. It was uncertain whether allying with him would bring fortune or misfortune. To ensure his agreement, Xingyun gritted her teeth and asserted, in truth, my grandmother is also a formidable figure of the Xian sect. Though she is advanced in age, her cultivation surpasses yours by far. Should the two of you join forces, even the Grand Elder of the Soul Pavilion, Han Qianhe, might not prove insurmountable. By invoking the strength of a Xian sect master, she sought to persuade Chen Daoxian to remain and join her in opposing the Soul Pavilion. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Chen Daoxian held no fear of the Soul Pavilion. In his eyes, from the moment he set foot in Zhongzhou, the Soul Pavilion had become akin to a pig on a chopping block, destined for steaming, boiling, or braising, depending solely on his whims. Faced with Xingyun's hopeful gaze, Chen Daoxian was still assessing her. This woman, though appearing to be over a decade his senior, was impeccably well-preserved. Her exquisitely adorned visage radiated an innate elegance and aloofness, akin to a lotus blooming atop a snow-capped peak. She exuded maturity, intellect, and grace, captivating him from both the front and the side. Before encountering her, Chen Daoxian had never imagined that he, just past the threshold of adulthood, would find himself intrigued by a woman approaching her 30s. Chen Daoxian began to wrestle with his conflicting feelings. A special bloodline, once encountered, was never easily relinquished. The dilemma lay in the fact that this aunt was unlike Chunmei and her ilk, who belonged to him, nor was she akin to Tang Xuebua, whose sect's influence had embroiled him. What was he to do? He was a man of principles, steadfast and unwavering. Unaware of the turmoil within his heart, Xingyun, seeing his silence, stepped closer. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with sincerity. Young hero, if you would deign to protect my sect, I, Xingyun, shall never refuse any task you may assign in the future. Her tone was earnest, with glistening tears welling in her eyes. Chen Daoxian understood that as a peak Xianhuang powerhouse, she would not adopt such a humble stance unless she was truly desperate. He raised his gaze to meet hers, his demeanor serious. Afterward, any task can be undertaken? Indeed. Xingyun nodded emphatically. Observing her earnestness and vulnerability, Chen Daoxian suddenly found clarity. It was far better to benefit oneself while also aiding others than to harm others for selfish gain. In this era of rampant selfishness, he chose the former, standing as a unique bloom amidst the tides of this age, untainted. Very well, I shall grant your request, Chen Daoxian replied with alacrity. This response allowed Xingyun to release a sigh of relief, her hand pressed against her chest. In the central continent, the Soul Pavilion held the utmost strength, followed by the Moon Wheel and the Star River Valleys. Within the Assembly Hall of Star River Valley, the elders listened in astonishment to the harrowing tale of the Valley Master's narrow escape from death. Hadn't the Soul Pavilion promised to refrain from further actions against them? How could they so brazenly renege on their word? The Grand Elder, Xing Tai, slammed his palm on the table, shattering it into countless pieces that scattered across the floor. 3 years prior, the secret of the Xing clan's ice spirit physique was uncovered by the strong of the Soul Pavilion. Faced with the threat from Han Qianhe, the second elder, Xing San, voluntarily offered his soul to ensure the safety of the Star River Valley's inhabitants. At that time, Han Qianhe had promised that as long as he obtained Xing Sin's soul, he would spare them. Yet, 3 years had elapsed, and Han Wuduan had actually allied with Yu Changshan to hunt down Xingyun in the wilderness. This was clearly a betrayal of trust, an utter breach of faith. Thinking of his younger brother's soul, which still suffered torment within the Soul Pavilion, Xing Tai's eyes burned with fury. Sister, are you certain that it was that young man who saved you? Once he regained his composure, he still found it hard to believe. How could such a young lad possibly be a powerhouse of the Xian sect? In response to her brother's inquiry, Xingyun nodded slowly. Heavens, what is this boy's origin? To attain the Xian sect realm at such a tender age is an extraordinary feat. Even those within the Soul Pavilion could not achieve such a miraculous accomplishment. I suspect he may not even be a person from our Tian Xian continent. Xingyun revealed her thoughts. What? The elders turned their gazes towards her in unison. Regardless, during this period, you must treat them with utmost hospitality and without any negligence. Whether Star River Valley can escape this calamity hinges upon him, Xingyun declared before turning to exit the assembly hall. She needed to report this matter to her grandmother, the true matriarch and founder of Star River Valley. The arrival of Chen Daoxian and his companions soon sparked fervent discussions throughout the valley. Pray tell, who might those four individuals be? To receive such esteemed treatment from the Valley Master? One inquired. Do you think it possible that they are from the Soul Pavilion? Nay, 3 years ago, the Soul Pavilion caused the demise of the second elder. We have not forgotten that debt. If they were indeed from the Soul Pavilion, how could the Valley Master engage in jovial conversation with that young man? Indeed, you have a point. If they are not from the Soul Pavilion, then the only other entity with the standing to visit our Star River Valley would be the Moon Wheel. At that moment, a silver-haired girl clad in purple happened to pass by. Upon overhearing the conversation among her peers, her expression darkened. The Moon Wheel? Are those four individuals from the Moon Wheel? Since that is the case, why does the aunt still regard them as honored guests? Is she not afraid of enhancing others' ambitions while diminishing her own prestige? In a beautifully adorned private chamber, Chen Daoxian sat by the window, gazing at the diverse crowd in the square outside, who occasionally cast glances in this direction. By reading their lips, he could generally discern the nature of their conversations. It turns out there is a festive occasion between the Star River Valley and the Soul Pavilion. Chumei poured a cup of hot tea for the young master. Her curiosity piqued. What kind of festival? Chen Daoxian replied. Their second elder willingly sacrificed his own soul to the Soul Pavilion 3 years ago to preserve the Star River Valley. Upon hearing this, Chunmei could not help but scoff. Then the Star River Valley truly lacks backbone. Chen Daoxian nodded in agreement. Indeed. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like tiles. How could one witness the sacrifice of a loved one simply because they are unable to fight back? If it were me, no matter how formidable the enemy, I would rather die spitting blood in their face. Chunmei inquired, what shall we do next? Chen Daoxian calmly responded, we shall wait for the rabbit to come to us. He anticipated that the Soul Pavilion's retaliation would not be long in coming. Perhaps within a few hours, they would come to strike. Seeing that the young master had already formulated a plan, Chunmei pursed her lips slightly. All right then, we shall wait here. Chen Daoxian, somewhat puzzled, remarked, you seem rather anxious? Chunmei replied, yes, I wish to resolve matters here swiftly and then accompany you back to the upper realm. Besides, this Star River Valley is quite dull. Chen Daoxian shook his head helplessly. If you find it boring, then go outside and seek some amusement. Engage in something less tedious. Chunmei's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. What sort of amusement? Chen Daoxian shrugged. How would I know? Suddenly, Chunmei nestled into his embrace, holding him tightly. Without excessive words, she fixed her fiery gaze upon him and unexpectedly kissed Chen Daoxian. Tentatively, she attempted to pry open his lips, unabashedly seeking the fragrant sweetness within. Throughout the entire process, Chen Daoxian transitioned from initial shyness and slight resistance to eventually embracing her tightly, gradually succumbing to the moment. Chunmei's cheeks burned with heat as she closed her eyes. Feeling as if she might melt away, her mind blank. Bang! At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. A silver-haired girl in a flowing purple outfit, wielding a heavy iron ruler, stood at the threshold, staring in shock at the audacious pair, her fury igniting. Indeed, none from the Moon Wheel were virtuous. Shameless. Without further ado, the girl swung her heavy ruler down upon them. Seeing this, Chunmei immediately rose and stepped aside, making way for the young master. Faced with the incoming strike, Chen Daoxian reluctantly raised his hand. Smack! He precisely caught the ruler mid-swing. The fierce gust from the ruler shattered the bamboo window behind him with a resounding crash. Chen Daoxian cast a glance at the fiery-tempered silver-haired maiden, furrowing his brow. What did you just say, Moonwheel? Indeed, we of the Star River Valley do not welcome the scum from Moonwheel Valley. In an instant, the silver-haired girl executed a high kick, resembling a silver lightning bolt, aimed directly at Chen Daoxian's forehead. Yet, Chen Daoxian was swifter. He stepped forward, grasped her leg with one hand, and embraced her waist with the other, effortlessly hurling her out of the window. The square erupted into chaos. The silver-haired girl spun gracefully in midair before landing steadily, thrusting her heavy iron ruler into the ground, unleashing a tempest of energy that surged forth. Oh, I did not anticipate this wild girl to be a one-star Xianhuang. Chen Daoxian observed with keen interest as he stepped through the shattered window. His gaze fell upon the heavy iron ruler now rapidly freezing, surrounded by a bizarre mist of frost. Could this be the ice spirit from the Xing clan? Young master, do not act recklessly. That is a guest summoned by the Valley Lord, implored one of the disciples. Yes, young master, cease at once. Many female disciples rushed forward to intervene, but one and all were sent sprawling by the wild girl's force. Meanwhile, the male disciples retreated at a distance, seemingly instinctively fearful of her presence. If my aunt chooses to punish me, I shall accept it. But that boy, I must teach him a lesson today. The girl raised her heavy iron ruler high above her head, a terrifying chill beginning to swirl upwards, forming a colossal vortex of ice in the sky. The ice crystal vortex crackled as it rubbed against the void, billowing clouds of white mist that distorted the surrounding air. Witnessing the girl's resolve, the onlookers could only offer a moment of silent sympathy for Chen Daoxian. Yet, at that moment, two figures suddenly appeared. Kair, stand down. Xingyun dispersed the ice crystal vortex with a single palm strike, her eyes blazing with fury. Beside Xingyun stood an elderly woman clad in simple robes, presumably the formidable Xianzong expert who governed the Star River Valley. The girl stood frozen in shock, staring at the two. The elder from Star River returned her gaze with equal intensity before approaching Chen Daoxian, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Suddenly, she bowed respectfully towards him. I am grateful for your courageous intervention in saving Yuner. I am at a loss for how to repay this kindness. At this declaration, the crowd was left utterly astounded. Kair rubbed her eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that the ancestral figure of Star River would bow to that boy. The elder was astute, as was Xingyun, both aware of Chen Daoxuan's formidable nature. In the face of such a Star River Valley, Chen Daoxian felt no aversion and casually waved his hand. It is but a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Star River Matriarch. No, this is no trivial matter. Had it not been for your intervention in slaying both Soulless and Moonlight Mountain, Yuner would not have returned. This gratitude will forever be etched in the annals of Star River Valley. After bowing repeatedly, Chen Daoxian graciously accepted. Meanwhile, Xing Kair stood aside, utterly bewildered. What had the ancestor just said? He killed whom? In the square, numerous stunned figures were frozen in shock. Who would have imagined that a youth like Chen Daoxian could vanquish two peak-level Xianwang powerhouses? Surely, the ancestor must be jesting. At that moment, Xingyun pinched Xing Kair's ear, forcibly dragging her forward. You foolish girl, quickly apologized to young Master Chen. Xing Kai was utterly dumbfounded, gazing at this young man, of similar age yet treated with such reverence by her aunt and the ancestor. Having always been disdainful of men, she found herself at a loss for words. Observing her dismay, Xingyun explained, Young Master Chen, please do not take offense. This is my niece, Xing Kair. She tends to be rather impetuous and has been spoiled by me. In contrast, Xingyun exhibited warmth and understanding. It is of no concern, Chen Daoxian replied nonchalantly. I shall not hold the ignorance of a sheltered young girl against her. Young girl? Xing Kair thought indignantly, believing that in terms of age, the two were not necessarily unequal. However, recognizing that she could not contend with the elders' and aunt's attitudes, she ultimately suppressed her annoyance and forced a strained smile towards Chen Daoxian. Thank you for your magnanimity, young Master Chen. Chen Daoxian responded. You are welcome. Xing Kair felt a vain throb on her forehead, internally cursing. Who on earth is this insufferable fellow? Chapter 25. You all can hide. I shall confront them alone. Aunt. Did he truly slay the Lord of Moonwheel Valley and Soulless? In the corridor, Xing Kai trailed behind Xingyun, tugging at her sleeve and whispering her inquiry. Indeed. Xingyun nodded. Xing Kai felt as if struck by lightning. Once hailed as the foremost prodigy of the central continent, she now felt as foolish as a quail in the presence of Chen Daoxian. Truly, comparisons breed despair. Before long, they arrived at the council chamber. Upon seeing Chen Daoxian, the elders rose, their faces alight with smiles. No need for tension. Please, be seated. Chen Daoxian gestured with a wave of his hand. The elders exchanged glances, filled with confusion and skepticism as they took their seats. This young Master Chen was far too young. Could he truly be a Xian sect powerhouse? The elders found it difficult to believe. Star River Matriarch invited Chen Daoxian to sit at the head of the table while she, along with Xingyun and Xing Kair, took their places at the side. Witnessing the six-star Xian sect show such deference to this youth, Xing Tai seized a teacup and gulped down its contents to soothe his throat. As the conversation commenced, the topic was broached directly. The death of Yu Changshan would undoubtedly provoke the full force of Yuluan Valley to emerge, especially given that Hun Wuduan is the progeny of Hun Xianding. Thus, I surmise that this evening, both parties will converge upon us. Among them, the esteemed patriarch of the Yu family, Yu Tianluan, alongside the third elder of the Soul Pavilion, Hun Xianding, are both five-star Xianzong. In a one-on-one confrontation, even if our ancestor could subdue one of them, the other would pose a significant threat to Qin Xiao. Consequently, I propose that we leverage the terrain within the valley. You needn't overthink this, Chen Daoxian interjected suddenly. The others turned to him, astonished. This was the hard-won conclusion of their council of elders. And he dismissed it without a second thought? Xing Kai'er, with an air of arrogance, crossed her arms and remarked, Qin Xiao, if you are indeed a formidable Xianzong, that is quite impressive. However, considering your age and experience, I doubt you can strategize as meticulously as our elders. Silence, Xing Tai retorted, tossing a cup lid in her direction before turning to Chen Daoxian with an awkward smile. Pray tell, what insights do you possess? Despite sharing Xing Kai'er's skepticism, he recognized Qin Xiao's assistance warranted respect and decorum, such as the way of human affairs. At that moment, the gaze of Granny Xinghe, Xingyun, and all the elders converged upon Chen Daoxian, anticipating his counsel on how to confront the impending threat. With the weight of their expectations upon him, Chen Daoxian calmly declared, It's quite simple. You all shall remain in the main hall while I confront them alone in the plaza. Alone. The declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. Xing Tai's lips twitched in disbelief. They have at least 2 5-star Xianzong. Indeed, Chen Daoxian affirmed. Xing Kai'er added, both of those are 5-star Xianzong. Understood. He replied. Did he truly grasp the gravity of the situation? Even if he were the Xianzong as the Valley Master asserted, he was merely a 1-star Xianzong. How could he possibly contend with 2 5-star Xianzong? Chen Daoxuan's suggestion left every individual in the room utterly astonished. Was the fate of Xinghe Valley truly to rest in his hands? Granny Xinghe held her teacup, her murky old eyes revealing profound contemplation. At her advanced age, even against Yu Tianluan alone, she harbored little hope of success. Coupled with the might of the Soul Pavilion, without Qin Xiao's formidable support, Xinghe Valley would surely face annihilation. After weighing the pros and cons, Granny Xinghe resolved to take a gamble. Rising, she bowed to Chen Daoxian on behalf of all in Xinghe Valley. Was the ancestor truly allowing him to act recklessly? Xing Kai'er covered her mouth in shock. Had everyone lost their senses? Under a sparse moonlight, amidst a vast grassland, a throng of figures emerged, some cloaked in black robes, others clad in orange attire, brandishing crescent moon blades upon their backs. The forces of both sides converged, advancing under the leadership of an azure-scaled, sky-devouring tiger. Their momentum so formidable that it could instill fear in any faction across the Central Plains. Perched upon the back of the tiger were 2 elder men, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust and their expressions taut with determination. Their mission to the Star River Valley was clear, to level it to the ground, in order to appease the spirits of Yu Changshan and Han Wuduan. Before long, the army arrived at the entrance of the Star River Valley, only to be taken aback by the sight of the gates wide open. What could this mean? Yu Tianluan stood, gazing at the unguarded stone gates, his aged eyes narrowing into slits. Beside him, Han Qianding sneered, asserting that it was mere bluster. Without waiting for further discussion, he gestured, prompting 2 formidable experts from the Soul Pavilion, both at the level of Xian Wang, to soar towards the valley entrance. However, as they reached the threshold, they were met with 2 lethal bursts of sword energy, which instantly cleaved them in 2. Witnessing the brutal demise of their comrades sent chills through the ranks, a palpable fear beginning to spread among the soldiers. At that moment, Yu Tianluan pointed towards the skies above the Star River Valley, commanding, Qingxiu, ascertain the situation within. Understood, replied Yu Qingxiu, a formidable Xianhuang powerhouse, whose form immediately materialized above the valley. Yet, as he peered into the depths below, an unseen projectile suddenly struck from afar. Before he could evade, a radiant arrow pierced through his chest with brutal force. This, Yu Tianluan could hardly believe his eyes. His own nephew, a being of Xianhuang strength, had been slain in an instant. The tragic deaths of 1 Xianhuang and 2 Xianhuang powerhouses were so unfathomable that they left the multitude of warriors behind the 2 elders in utter disarray. Clenching his fists, Yu Tianluan's eyes were bloodshot with fury. Ultimately, the disciples and elders who had rallied behind them were merely there to bolster their numbers. To truly obliterate the Star River Valley, it rested upon him and Han Qianding to take action. Exchanging a knowing glance, the 2 elders swiftly approached the valley entrance. Since the Star River Valley had already prepared an ambush, it was only fitting for them to personally enter, allowing the rabble within to experience the true essence of despair. In the face of absolute power, all resistance would prove futile. Thus, the 2 elders proceeded, one after the other, into the valley. The path inside was eerily silent, and to their surprise, they encountered no ambush along the way. Soon, they arrived at an expansive plaza. where their eyes were met with an unexpected sight, a square table at which sat a young man, Chen Daoxian, calmly savoring tea, exuding an air of indifference. This bewildered Yu Tianluan and Han Xianding, prompting them to exchange puzzled glances as they surveyed their surroundings. Yet, apart from that solitary, youthful figure, it appeared there were no other souls present. What on earth is Xinghe up to? Yu Tianluan rubbed his hands together, feeling an inexplicable trepidation in the face of such a bizarre scene, hesitating to advance. Chapter 26. Truly worthy of the supreme power of Zhongzhou. Just as I desired, Yu Tianluan, the venerable ancestor of the Moonwheel Valley, and Han Xianding, the third elder of the Soul Pavilion, had both come here seeking vengeance for their sons, intending to crush the Star River Valley with overwhelming might, transforming it into a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. However, at this moment, the two esteemed elders, renowned throughout Zhongzhou and the entire Tianshan continent, found themselves frozen before the peculiar sight of a young man drinking tea alone, too intimidated to take a step forward. This left Chen Daoxian rather speechless. Setting down his teacup, he remarked with a hint of melancholy, "There is no need for you esteemed elders to be so courteous. Please feel free to step forward and meet your demise." "What did you say?" Yu Tianluan's aged face twitched. Han Xianding was equally taken aback, wondering what kind of intoxicating brew that wretched old hag Xinghe had concocted. Until now, they remained oblivious to the fact that their sons had perished at the hands of Chen Daoxian, mistakenly believing that it was the work of the elder Xinghe. Thus, the more peculiar the situation became, the more cautious the two old men grew. Seeing the two shifty-eyed old fellows refusing to advance, Chen Daoxian could only shake his head in exasperation and continue sipping his tea. "Xinghe, stop with the theatrics before me and come out at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure there are none left alive in the Star River Valley." Yu Tianluan suddenly bellowed like thunder, his immense aura of the five-star Xian realm erupting with a force that altered the very fabric of the heavens. The sky filled with shimmering starlight began to ripple under the distorted pressure, creating a myriad of strange phenomena. The entire valley, as well as the surrounding mountains, trembled violently. Under the overwhelming spiritual pressure that dominated the realm, the members of the Star River Valley within the main hall were forced to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces pale with terror. Such formidable energy. Xing Kaier struggled to maintain her half-kneeling position at the window, witnessing her fellow disciples gasping for air, unable to fathom how her peer, Chen Daoxian, could possibly contend against those two ancient monsters single-handedly. The very air seemed to shatter continuously, as the terrifying pressure had already cracked the stone slabs of the square. Yet even as Yu Tianluan released his entire aura, Chen Daoxian remained unperturbed, sitting as solid as a mountain, unaffected by the turmoil around him, and even the table before him remained unscathed. This revelation instantly alerted Yu Tianluan to something amiss. That lad remained utterly unfazed. Gazing at the quaking heavens and earth, Yu Tianluan's eyes fell upon the one man and his table, unflinching amidst the chaos. After a moment of contemplation, he couldn't help but scoff. "Xinghe, you share my renown. Must you hide beneath the ground today like a cowardly turtle?" Chen Daoxian was taken aback to discover that the old man believed it was the River Star matron who helped him stabilize his breath. He was momentarily rendered speechless. Yu Tianluan suddenly waved his sleeve, and a crescent moon blade floated majestically in the air behind him. It resembled a radiant moon, casting a vast silver light that illuminated half of the night sky. "Since you refuse to emerge, I shall assist you." Whoosh! The silvery moonlight cascaded down, directly illuminating Chen Daoxian. He raised his hand to touch a drop of tea, then flicked it lightly. The flying droplet struck the ethereal blade of light. Clang! The sound echoed. It unexpectedly sent the moonlight projection, capable of effortlessly tearing apart a peak Xianwang expert, flying backward. "What?" Yu Tianluan's aged eyes bulged in disbelief at the scene before him. "That child merely used a drop of water to block my attack." Faced with the astonished gazes of the two elderly men, Chen Daoxian kindly stated, "The one who killed your son is me, not the River Star matron. To facilitate your quest for vengeance, I have been waiting here for quite some time. Therefore, please do not worry. Feel free to make your move." His calm tone, while seemingly reasonable, was laced with provocation. Was it really him who killed Changshan? Yu Tianluan's wrinkled face trembled. "Young man, are you not afraid of your tongue being caught in the wind? Do you think you are worthy of killing my son?" Chen Daoxian calmly raised his gaze. Needing no further explanation, he dipped his finger in another drop of tea, aimed at Yu Tianluan, and flicked it once more. The void before him was torn apart by a peculiar water shadow, rapidly magnifying within Yu Tianluan's pupils. In a moment of urgency, Yu Tianluan swiftly drew a second crescent moon blade and slashed down against the wind. Buzz! The droplet struck the blade, producing a piercing hum. Gazing at the trembling crescent moon blade, Yu Tianluan's expression drastically changed. It truly is you. Meanwhile, Han Qianning furrowed his brows deeply. Are you saying it is him? Yu Tianluan was reluctant to admit it but had no choice. Indeed, he possesses the capability to kill Cha Shan. I have already stated it is I. Do you still not believe me? In an instant, a formidable aura of Xianzong erupted from within Qin Daoxian, akin to a raging mountain flood. Xianzong. The two elders were once again astonished. This young man is actually a Xianzong expert. At that moment, within the main hall of the River Star Valley, no one dared to question Qin Daoxuan's strength any longer. He was a genuine Xianzong expert, beyond doubt. However, despite his powerful aura, there still existed a significant gap between him and that old dog, Yu Tianluan. Could he truly defeat those two ancient beings? The contrasting auras of Xianzong collided, incessantly impacting this realm, quickly obscuring the starry sky with turbulent waves. Within the valley, a sense of foreboding loomed. Yu Tianluan's aged body trembled with rage. 12 crescent blades, suspended in midair, resembled 12 luminous moons illuminating the world, akin to daylight itself. This spectacle evoked exclamations of admiration from the onlookers outside the valley. For 3 decades, I have traversed the continent, invincible save for the formidable souls of the Soul Pavilion. The world holds me in reverence and fear. Yet, you dare to confront me with such audacity. Very well, since you have admitted it was you who dispatched Cha Shan today. The Star River Valley shall be your final resting place. Moon Tianluan was utterly incensed, his bloodthirsty gaze fixated on Qin Daoxian, wishing to rend him into 1,000 pieces. As their eyes locked, Qin Daoxian remained nonchalant, responding with an indifference that suggested, we shall see whose grave this truly is after the clash. Moon Tianluan could scarcely contain his fury. A young man so brazen was a rarity in his experience. Seizing the moment, Moon Tianluan recited a 7-character quatrain, simultaneously extending his arms, summoning 12 beams of destructive holy light from the 12 moons above. In that instant, Qin Daoxian finally took action. Swiftly rising to his feet and wielding his finger as a sword, he slashed upwards. To his astonishment, he cleaved through the 12 descending rays of divine light. How could this be? Moon Tianluan gazed in disbelief at the vast chasm in the sky, and with a forceful downward motion, unleashed a torrent of silver waves, crashing with the might of a collapsing universe, reminiscent of the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. Such martial prowess was indeed formidable, befitting a supreme master of the Central Plains. Witnessing this onslaught, Qin Daoxian made a swift gesture. Sword, come forth. In a chamber of the main hall, Chunmei felt the purple cloud spirit's sword at her waist tremble, as if it had a will of its own, leaping from its sheath and soaring into the air. Chapter 27. 1,000 swords to the throne. The sword flew with precision into Qin Daoxuan's grasp, and as he held it horizontally, a radiant sword formation erupted from the ground. The blade of the purple cloud spirit sword shimmered with ethereal light, embodying boundless sword intent. Under Moon Tianluan's incredulous gaze, a continuous stream of sword shadows surged forth from the luminous array. In the main hall, by the window, Chunmei marveled at the overwhelming sword intent that had coalesced into a formidable sword formation, her heart filled with profound admiration. The young master's comprehension of the sword arts had reached such a remarkable level. Within the array, sword intent fell like rain, numbering in the tens of thousands, surging toward the heavens. At this moment, Qin Daoxian raised his head, his eyes glinting with sharp brilliance. 1,000 swords to the throne. With a sudden thrust of his sword towards the sky, a deluge of sword shadows erupted, unleashing a magnificent sword intent capable of shattering the very fabric of the cosmos. With the force of a celestial river, he collided fiercely with the descending Milky Way. The two torrents of light finally clashed before the astonished eyes of many. The world fell silent for an instant, then erupted into a terrifying tempest of razor-sharp winds. Under the onslaught of this storm, the power of the galaxy was utterly overwhelmed, disintegrating in an instant. The sword aura soared high, shattering the clouds, its destination unknown. Yu Tianluan, stunned, raised his head with his mouth agape, utterly unable to fathom that the young man before him had achieved such mastery in the sword arts. Just as he was lost in thought, a torrential rain of swords surged towards the starry sky, only to abruptly return. The speed was so astonishing that it seemed to tear through the very fabric of reality in an instant. Before Yu Tianluan could brace himself, the sword struck him relentlessly. a barrage that enveloped his figure entirely. The void was rent infinitely, and the earth appeared to be pierced through. A tumultuous flow of magma erupted, and debris filled the heavens. As Yu Tianluan's presence rapidly faded amidst the sword mist, not only were the onlookers from Xinghe Valley at a loss, but even Han Qianding could not help but recoil in terror, retreating in fear. They gazed at Qin Daoxian as if he were a monster. Had Yu Tianluan truly been slain? Xing Kai'er hid behind her aunt, clutching her waist, both trembling in unison. It was only now that they finally understood that Qin Daoxuan's arrogant demeanor was not mere bravado, but stemmed from an unwavering confidence. With his extraordinary prowess in the sword arts, he could easily compensate for any gap in cultivation level. At this moment, Xing Kai'er even began to secretly rejoice, thankful that her aunt, as the Valley Master, possessed a sharper insight than her own. She was grateful that the ancestor was willing to make a decisive choice at a critical moment, entrusting the fate of Xinghe Valley to him. Had she been in charge, things might have been irreparably ruined by her hands. The sword mist that had lingered in the distance finally dissipated, revealing before all the bloodied fragments of bone strewn upon the ground. Yu Tianluan was dead, reduced to nothingness by the merciless rain of swords. Han Qianding was utterly astonished. If Yu Tianluan could not stand against that young man, then what fate awaited him? No longer arrogant, Han Qianding resembled a startled deer. Unable to divert his gaze from Qin Daoxian, his feet instinctively retreating. Observing this, Qin Daoxian furrowed his brow. I killed your son. Do you intend to flee now? Han Qianding, taken aback by this confrontation, felt his pride wounded. After all, before Qin Daoxuan's arrival in Zhangzhou, no one had ever dared to threaten him in such a manner. With a grave expression, Han Qianding fixed his gaze on Qin Daoxian. Who exactly are you? Once again, the same question arose. Qin Daoxian, disinterested in responding, strode directly towards him. That terrifying sword intent once again enveloped the air. Witnessing this, Han Qianding raised his hand, calling for a halt. I am the third elder of the Soul Pavilion. Think this through. Reflecting on the words previously spoken by Han Qianjue, Qin Daoxian calmly replied, rather than calling it the Soul Pavilion, a more fitting name would be the Sacred Soul Hall. Han Qianding stammered, how do you know this? He was utterly astonished. However, the words of Qin Daoxian fell upon the ears of Granny Xinghe and her companions, leaving them somewhat bewildered. The Sacred Soul Palace, an entity from the upper realms, was a force that, logically, should not have been known to anyone on the Tianshan continent. Even Granny Xinghe, recognized as the longest-lived and most knowledgeable figure in Tianshan, should not have heard of it. Yet, how did this young man come to know of it? Confronted by the puzzled gaze of Han Qianding, Qin Daoxian spoke candidly. In the eastern state, I killed an old man named Han Qianjue. It was he who informed me. Han Qianding was taken aback. You killed my fourth brother? Qin Daoxian replied, indeed. I also took the life of your son, as well as your brother. If you still possess even a sliver of your former courage, you ought to disregard everything and seek vengeance against me. A smile concealed a blade within Qin Daoxian, akin to a beast fixating on delectable prey. At this moment, Han Qianding comprehended that invoking the Soul Pavilion's background before him would only incite a more intense desire for bloodshed. For it was he who had come to annihilate the Soul Pavilion. A mere one-star Shin sect should not pose a threat to the Soul Pavilion. Yet, the young man's mastery of the sword was truly astonishing. A threat must be eradicated. Han Qianding would not permit anyone to disrupt the Soul Pavilion's plan to hunt exceptional souls. No longer would Han Qianding retreat. His entire being erupted with potent energy. Vast clouds of black mist surged from the ground, enveloping him. The soul burial, a silver scythe materialized, gripped firmly in Han Qianding's hand. His figure trembled and then mysteriously vanished from sight. Clang! As Qin Daoxian swept his sword toward the void behind him, the air exploded with the sound of clashing metals. The very fabric of space shattered, yet Han Qianding's figure was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Han Qianding had perfected his movement technique. Each footfall was a mere heartbeat apart. Faced with this tempestuous assault, Qin Daoxian remained calm and steadfast, each strike of his sword effortlessly neutralizing his opponent's attacks. The soul burial was an exceptionally unique technique. Any ordinary weapon that collided with it would shatter into pieces. However, the Zixia spirit sword in Qin Daoxuan's grasp was no ordinary item. For a time, Han Qianding found himself utterly powerless against him. Summoning the soul burial could not inflict even a scratch upon his adversary, and the disparity in cultivation level rendered him unable to gain an upper hand in battle. Han Qianding had never encountered such a formidable opponent before. As he flickered through space, contemplating how to defeat this young man, he was suddenly startled by a beam of sword light piercing through the void before him, prompting him to hastily dodge to the side. To his dismay, the accursed sword formation re-emerged beneath his feet. Han Qianding leapt into the air. The ground's spiritual light erupted with a magnificent array of swords, with countless sword shadows surging forth, racing towards his position. Again with the same move? Is that all you can do? Han Qianding cursed vehemently, unable to evade the impending onslaught. Only the frantic clash of blades ensued. Yet, the speed of the sword rain grew ever more relentless. Amidst the boundless barrage, the terrifying sword intent emanating from the void had spread to a territory spanning thousands of miles, leaving countless formidable beings in the central continent aghast. With a resounding cry, the Soul Thousand Cauldron finally succumbed, meeting a fate akin to that of the Moon Heaven Wheel, as blood and bones scattered in an instant. The same technique was employed to sever two 5-star Xian sects consecutively. Chun Daoxian, with an air of nonchalance, sheathed his sword, remarking, "If you cannot withstand a single strike, do you dare to hope for a second? Such folly." Chapter 28. In the cave outside, a promise fulfilled, he emerged victorious. He accomplished it. At Star River Valley, a chorus of cheers erupted. People embraced and wept, filled with gratitude for Chun Daoxuan's arrival. With his singular strength, he salvaged Star River Valley, his unparalleled swordsmanship having cleaved through two 5-star Xian sections. This feat would undoubtedly astonish the entire central continent, and his name would be etched into history, becoming an immortal legend. Xing Kai stood dazed, her heart brimming with joy yet tinged with trepidation. Earlier, she had mistakenly believed Chun Daoxian to be from Moonwheel Valley, narrowly avoiding a calamity. Now, how could she face this celestial benefactor who had descended before her? Amidst the jubilant uproar, Xingyun burst through the window, stepping into the void, leading the way to bow deeply to Chun Daoxian. He nodded in approval. As Xingyun's expression gradually turned cold, she drew her sword, pointing it towards the valley's entrance. "Everyone, heed my command. Annihilate the enemy without leaving a single one alive. Kill." The crowd surged out of the main hall, charging forth under Xingyun's leadership, racing towards the valley's outskirts. With the loss of the Moon Heaven Wheel and Soul Thousand Cauldron, the so-called multitude outside was nearly defenseless against the onslaught of Star River Valley. They lacked even the strength to resist. And within the span of a mere incense stick burning, the throng of tens of thousands was reduced to a scene of blood and corpses scattered across the ground. On the following morning, Star River Valley celebrated with great fervor, hosting a grand feast. At the banquet, Xingyun donned an elegant and appropriate flowing gown, as the valley chief personally poured wine for Chun Daoxian. "Young Master Chun, it is our fortune at Star River Valley to have your assistance, allowing us to escape this calamity. Here, on behalf of everyone in the valley, I raise this glass to you. Such immense grace, we shall never forget." Xingyun, with utmost sincerity, bowed at a 90-degree angle, presenting the cup to Chun Daoxian. Observing this, others rose to emulate her gesture. Chen Tianhai and his wife gazed upon their son, now treated with such honor among the powerful sects of the central continent, their eyes brimming with tears. They cared little for the possibility of ascending to the imperial lineage of the upper realm. As parents, they found profound satisfaction in witnessing their son's resplendent glory. Chun Daoxian regarded the icy beauty before him, accepting her heartfelt gratitude with joy. He casually lifted a wine cup from the table, clinking it with hers, and they both drank deeply. Upon setting down the cup, Chun Daoxian remarked, "Though the Soul Thousand Cauldron has perished, the Soul Pavilion remains. The Soul Pavilion, if unvanquished, will forever disrupt the tranquility of your starry valley. I believe the Lord of the Star Valley understands this better than I do." The atmosphere in the arena abruptly stiffened. Xingyun, in disbelief, asked, "Are you truly intent on confronting the Soul Pavilion?" Chun Daoxian replied, "Indeed. My arrival in Zhongzhou is solely to eradicate the Soul Pavilion. How could I possibly be satisfied with merely slaying a mere Soul Qianding?" Xingyun exchanged a glance with Granny Xingha, and then, with a heavy expression, stated, "If I were to act selfishly, I would unhesitatingly disclose the location of the Soul Pavilion to you." Yet, she hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. The might of the Soul Pavilion is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Setting aside the elusive Pavilion Master, rumored to be the unparalleled Xian Zun of the Tianshan continent, even the Grand Elder, Soul Qianhe, has attained the formidable rank of 8-star Xian Zong, far surpassing that of Soul Qianding. Chun Daoxian has rendered great kindness to the Starry Valley, and Xingyun does not wish to witness him perish in vain. She is acutely aware that with his astonishing talent, should he choose to conceal himself and devote himself to cultivation, within a century, even that legendary figure, Soul Tianqi, may not stand a chance against him. Qin Daoxian perceived her concern and smiled gently. You need only to tell me where the Soul Pavilion is. The subsequent matters you need not fret over. But, Xingyun protested, only to be met with Granny Xinghe shaking her head from a distance. Upon witnessing this, Xingyun's gaze fell, heavy with resignation. Under the pressure of the expectations from those present, she reluctantly divulged, in the northwestern desert lies a peculiar pond, perpetually reflecting the beauty of illusions. Untouched by the outside world. There, indeed, resides the Soul Pavilion. Ah, Qin Daoxian nodded with a smile, gesturing for her to take a seat and join him in drinking. During the banquet, the elders of the Starry Valley approached one after another to offer toasts, their words dripping with flattery. In truth, they sought to persuade Qin Daoxian to venture into the desert and eliminate their greatest threat. As for whether he could defeat the Soul Pavilion, none exhibited any signs of concern. Qin Daoxian himself understood that should he falter in this battle, the Starry Valley would hastily retreat without a second thought. Such is the nature of humanity, a truth he had long discerned. Thus, he chose to remain unperturbed, indulging in food and drink, awaiting the moment he would annihilate the Soul Pavilion and return to the upper realms to uncover the true nature of his biological parents. The allure of supreme power was indeed captivating. That night, Xingyun followed Chunmei, exiting the Starry Valley to the outskirts and into the woods. She had consumed quite a bit of alcohol today, but fortunately, her tolerance was commendable, sparing her from complete inebriation. Chunmei had called her out while there was no one around, maintaining a silence that piqued Xingyun's curiosity. Chunmei, where are you taking me? With hands clasped behind her back, Chunmei walked ahead and, upon hearing the question, responded in a soft tone, Are you not deeply concerned for our young master's safety? Xingyun felt that the words were a subtle mockery directed at her, leaving her momentarily embarrassed. I apologize, she said. There's no need for an apology, Chunmei replied. Our young master would never hold it against you. Xingyun chose to remain silent, following Chunmei as they continued their journey. After an indeterminate amount of time, they finally came to a halt before a cave, illuminated by flickering candlelight. Chunmei gestured for her to enter. Confused, Xingyun stepped into the cave and was taken aback to find Qin Daoxian right before her. Moreover, there was a wooden couch. Xingyun, astonished, looked up and exclaimed, Young Master Qin, what is this? Seated beside the couch, Qin Daoxian was idly toying with the scroll, the candlelight casting a soft glow on his refined profile. His expression composed. Suddenly, he closed the scroll with a snap and smiled at her. Do you remember what you said previously? Xingyun pondered for a moment, struggling to grasp his meaning. I hope young Master Qin can enlighten me. At this point, Qin Daoxian no longer concealed his intentions. You once stated that if I ever required your assistance, you would never decline. Upon hearing this, Xingyun nodded earnestly. Qin Daoxian continued, If I were to ask you to engage in dual cultivation with me for one night here, would you consent? Dual cultivation? Xingyun's mind raced through a myriad of potential requests he could make, but she never imagined he would propose such a thing. After all, Qin Daoxian was still a youth, barely having reached adulthood, and significantly younger than her. Perplexed, she asked, Young Master Qin, could you share your reasoning? She felt justified in asking this, believing Qin Daoxian to be a person not swayed by mere physical allure. Qin Daoxian rose and approached her, his demeanor serious. I have practiced a unique form of cultivation. The specifics I cannot disclose. I can only say that if you agree to this dual cultivation, just this once, I will possess an absolute advantage in tomorrow's battle against the Soul Pavilion. This revelation left Xingyun bewildered. Yet, the unwavering determination in Qin Daoxian's gaze inexplicably instilled a profound trust within her. In the end, this led her to a decision. She would repay his kindness in this manner. Chapter 29. Invasion of the Soul Pavilion. Squirrels peeked from the trees, and cunning rabbits occasionally darted their heads out from the underbrush. 5 hours later, bang! The wooden couch within the cave was utterly destroyed. Moments later, Xingyun hurriedly gathered her garments to cover herself, staring in astonishment at Qin Daoxian, who sat cross-legged in meditation, his aura surging fiercely, her cheeks flushed with shock. 1 star Xian sect, 2 stars Xian sect, 3 stars Xian sect, 4 stars Xian sect, 5 stars Xian sect. Qin Daoxian had not deceived her. Every word he spoke was the truth. In an instant, his cultivation had undergone an astonishing and incredible transformation, leaping from the 1 star Xian sect to the 5 star Xian sect. Furthermore, the stability of his aura suggested he had lingered at this realm for many years. Showing no signs of emptiness whatsoever, Xingyun felt as though her eyes had been opened to a whole new world. She finally comprehended why such a serious young man as Qin Daoxian would suddenly make such an audacious request of her. After a considerable pause, two individuals, one in front and the other behind, emerged from the cave. Observing the fiery blush on Xingyun's face and the damp strands of her hair glistening with sweat, Chen Mei, waiting outside, felt a flicker of intrigue in her beautiful eyes. She pondered how it could be that he had spent a full 2 hours longer with her. Could this be the allure of a mature woman? She found herself perplexed. Shouldn't men prefer women closer to their own age? Are you all right? Chen Mei approached with a friendly inquiry. Xingyun turned her face away, her cheeks flushed. I am fine. Qin Daoxian stretched his arms, feeling invigorated and brimming with vitality. The tumult of the previous night had resulted in the wooden couch being reduced to a heap of splinters, yet he remained undaunted, full of fervor, entirely devoid of fatigue. The two women exchanged glances, both astonished by his formidable energy. The Soul Pavilion lies in that direction, correct? Qin Daoxian suddenly pointed towards the northwest. Yes, Xingyun replied, her expression complex as she gazed at his retreating figure. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that her chastity, preserved for nearly 30 years, would ultimately be bestowed upon such a youthful man. Chen Mei, stay in the valley to look after my parents, Qin Daoxian instructed succinctly before transforming into a beam of light. Soaring towards the northwestern horizon, his cultivation had significantly advanced, and he no longer required Chuan Mei's protection. The Soul Pavilion. I shall extinguish it myself. In the desolate northwest, there existed a peculiar pond, perpetually reflecting mirages, untouched by external disturbances. This was surely the place. Standing at the edge of the Eerie Lake, Qin Daoxian gazed at the serene surface, smooth as a mirror, a look of deep emotion crossing his features. Despite the fierce wind today, the lake remained undisturbed. Its waters still, evidently shielded by some extraordinary law of power. Under the absolute protection of this law, even the birds soaring in the sky could not hope to enter this realm. Laws, symbols of transcendent power, were the hallmark of a Xianzun. This indicated that a Xianzun must be overseeing the Soul Pavilion. However, upon reflection, given that this was a sacred power, it was not surprising to have such a figure in command here. Furthermore, recalling the terrifying law that had manifested during the appearance of his predecessor, Qin Lu, Qin Daoxian regarded the law before him as mere child's play, hardly worthy of mention. Raising his hand, he aimed at the lake's surface. Boom! With a single palm strike, the entire lake shattered, erupting into a towering column of water that soared into the heavens. The forceful gust from his palm caused the water to plunge downward, creating a vast concavity, while tumultuous waves spread outwards, swiftly revealing the lake's bed beneath. Disperse! Qin Daoxian clenched his fist with determination. In an instant, the entire body of water evaporated, leaving a magnificent rainbow arching across the sky. On the parched lakebed lay an extraordinary black stone plaza, adorned with patterns that mirrored the dark designs on the robe of the Soul Qianding. Qin Daoxian swiftly emerged at the Blackstone Plaza, his gaze fixated on the surroundings. He soon sensed a realm of teleportation. With a focused thought, he peered again, finding himself in an extraordinary world. Was this void created by a supreme being? He lifted his eyes to the luminous moonlight, surveying the vast desert before him and the majestic palace at its end. His eyes gradually ignited with fervor. The Soul Pavilion, which had once seemed utterly unrelated to him, had become a thorn in his side due to the involvement of Soul Qianjue. Who could he blame? Why provoke him? With his hands tucked into his pockets, Qin Daoxian strode confidently towards the towering palace. This void was visible to the naked eye, indicating that the creator of this space was likely not of exceptional prowess, certainly not at the level of Chen Mei. Before long, he arrived at the palace entrance, where a colossal door of purple gold adorned with the emblem of the Soul Pavilion stood. Two guards clad in black robes, noticing the unfamiliar figure before them, exchanged curious glances. Halt! One of them commanded. Ignoring the warning, Qin Daoxian continued onward, seemingly oblivious to their presence. The Soul Pavilion had never encountered an intruder since its inception. Alarmed, the two guards drew their swords. Kneel! Qin Daoxian uttered simply. A vast spiritual might descended from above, forcing the guards to their knees in sheer terror. Xianzong! They gasped, drenched in sweat, their eyes trembling as they gazed up at the youth. Under such overwhelming pressure, even breathing became an arduous task. Qin Daoxian approached the door, first admiring the intricate patterns carved upon it. The craftsmanship was remarkably lifelike, and he offered his praise before raising his hand towards the grand entrance. Boom! The entire palace trembled violently as the door shattered into fragments. Who goes there? From within the smoke, numerous figures rushed outside, only to be met with Qin Daoxuan's finger, wielded like a sword, striking them down instantly. He did not differentiate between those from the Soul Pavilion or mere visitors. Every occupant was to be eradicated without exception. Better to err on the side of caution than to let any escape. As he wielded his blade, the number of corpses began to pile high. And the two surviving guards, having never witnessed such carnage, could only cower in disbelief. Even the elders of the Soul Pavilion, possessing the strength of Xian Wang and Xian Huang, fell like ordinary mortals, their heads severed at the first sight of him. Watching the mountain of bodies grow, the guards instinctively covered their heads and lay flat, feigning death. Stop. At that moment, two immense auras surged from within the palace, crashing forth like a furious tide, causing Qin Daoxuan's robes to billow wildly. The 6-star Xian Zong and the 8-star Xian Zong. Qin Daoxian detected these two formidable auras and narrowed his eyes with a sly smile. In an instant, two figures clad in black robes materialized before him. Without hesitation, as their aged hands reached out, Qin Daoxian raised both palms to meet them. Bang! Bang! The clash of their palms reverberated through the air. The sheer force propelled Qin Daoxian backward, causing him to slide along the ground. Yet, as the two elders revealed their menacing expressions, Qin Daoxian stomped his foot firmly on the ground, channeling all his strength into his palms, and astonishingly sent the two elders flying. The elders spun mid-air, one of them quickly regaining his balance, while the other stumbled before finally coming to a halt. They both gazed at Qin Daoxian, their eyes filled with astonishment. Chapter 30. The Master of the Soul Pavilion makes his entrance. The elders were none other than the Grand Elder of the Soul Pavilion, Hun Qianhe, and the second elder, Hun Qianyuan. Hun Qianhe stared in horror at the sea of corpses before him, his aged visage twisting into a frenzied expression. "You dare to strike against my Soul Pavilion!" he exclaimed, fury coursing through him. Throughout the entire Tianxian continent, no individual or faction had ever dared to challenge the Soul Pavilion. Qin Daoxian had grown weary of such proclamations as he advanced through the chaos, unwilling to engage. For once he spoke, the inevitable query would follow. "Who are you? Why have you come to the Soul Pavilion to kill?" In this world, there are seldom answers to such questions. All is bound by cause and effect. Drawing the Zixia spirit sword from his waist, Qin Daoxian pointed it at them and declared, "Enough of the idle chatter. I have come to confront the Soul Pavilion." With a shift in tone, he provocatively inquired, "Will you both face me together, or shall we engage in a wheel battle?" Hun Qianyuan retorted, "You do not be so arrogant." However, Hun Qianhe immediately restrained him. Although this youth's cultivation was inferior to theirs, the previous clash had already revealed Qin Daoxian's extraordinary prowess. Most critically, his youth belied the advanced level of his cultivation. It was hard to fathom he lacked a significant background from the upper realms. "Let us confront him together," Hun Qianhe advised cautiously. He then extended his hand into the air, summoning the familiar Silver Moon Great Scythe, which he grasped firmly. Observing this, Hun Qianyuan did not hesitate to summon his own weapon, the Soul Burial. What exactly was the Soul Burial? Qin Daoxian was yet unaware. But after two encounters with the Soul Pavilion's formidable beings, he could sense a trace of soul power emanating from the colossal scythe. "Prepare to meet your end, boy," Hun Qianyuan bellowed as he swung the great scythe towards Qin Daoxian, a torrent of black spiritual light surging forth. Watching the astonishing speed of his adversary, Qin Daoxian shook his head in disappointment, remaining motionless. As the blade of the scythe drew perilously close, he swiftly unleashed his sword. The blade cleaved through the void, producing sparks as it made contact with the scythe's edge, dissipating the force while simultaneously pivoting the blade, thrusting it forward with a swift, decisive strike. In an instant, his left arm was severed. Hun Yuan, in excruciating agony, clutched his dismembered limb, emitting a wretched cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Meanwhile, Hun Yuan, who had stealthily circled behind Qin Daoxian to launch a surprise attack, was taken aback by this horrifying scene, his countenance shifting dramatically as he abruptly halted, retreating to a relatively safe distance from Qin Daoxian. "Damn it, I shall kill you." Wen Yuan's voice, aged and piercing, resonated across the vast desert. The elite members of the Hunyuan Palace, who had rushed out of the palace, were seized with terror. Who was this formidable individual? How could he sever the arm of the second elder with a single strike? Such a being of immense horror could not possibly hail from the Tianxian continent. While everyone was astounded by Qin Daoxuan's extraordinary prowess, Wen Yuan's frenzied wails filled the air. Qin Daoxian, rather nonplussed, executed a sudden dash, closing the distance in an instant. With a swift thrust of his sword, he severed the opponent's head. The sound of gasps echoed in unison as the onlookers huddled together in shock. Hun Yuan collapsed onto the ground, utterly flabbergasted. How could this be? Wasn't he merely a five-star Xian sect disciple? How could he possess such overwhelming strength? After just 2 strikes, this was truly beyond comprehension. Qin Daoxian turned leisurely, flicking the blood from his blade while observing Hun Yuan's trembling legs, which shook like a rattle drum. Disappointment washed over him. I had expected Hun Yuan Palace, as the mightiest force on the continent, to exhibit some semblance of strength. Yet, your performance has left me utterly disenchanted. Disappointment. He claimed that Hun Yuan Palace had disappointed him. The members of Hun Yuan Palace flushed with indignation, their eyes blazing with fury. Hun Yuan Palace is the sovereign of Tianxian, a titan of the world. Who is this insolent youth that dares to mock Hun Yuan Palace? Hun Yuan fixed his gaze upon the extraordinary sword in Qin Daoxuan's hand, forcing himself to regain composure. If he could not prevail in combat, then there was but one path left. Summon the palace master. Hun Yuan's aged eyes glinted with madness. Very well. If you wish to witness the true might of Hun Yuan Palace, I shall grant you this opportunity today. With that, he retrieved an ancient black token from his bosom and infused it with his soul power. As the token absorbed his energy, it began to radiate an intense brilliance. In that moment, a beam of sacred light descended from the heavens, piercing through the frigid shadows of this void world. Qin Daoxian raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding radiance, squinting as he sensed an astonishing aura awakening between the light beams, reminiscent of an ancient dragon. This presence, how formidable! Across the heavens, the sacred brilliance blazed forth, a colossal aura threatening to shatter the very fabric of this void realm. Within the holy light, an enigmatic figure flickered into view. Upon witnessing this apparition, the members of Hun Yuan Palace fell to their knees in reverence. Even the Grand Elder, Sol Qianhe, gazed in awe, his eyes brimming with tears as he stared at the descending figure. Lord of the Pavilion, it is he who has slain many, including the Second Elder. This youth possesses formidable strength. I am no match for him and have no choice but to request your emergence. Sol Qianhe, filled with fury, pointed at Qin Daoxian and began enumerating his transgressions. Is that so? A chilling voice resonated from within the sacred light, causing the void to tremble violently. Upon hearing this, Qin Daoxian replied, not only your 3rd elder and 4th elder, but I have also taken their lives. You. Sol Qianhe's eyes widened with fury. The 4 brothers had once received the Pavilion Lord's favor and nurturance, remaining loyal to him while guarding the Soul Pavilion in grandeur. Such glorious days had spanned tens of thousands of years. Little did they anticipate that now, due to a mere Qin Daoxian, they would be separated by life and death. With bloodshot eyes reflecting endless hatred and murderous intent, Sol Qianhe glared fiercely at Qin Daoxian, gritting his teeth. You have consecutively slain 3 of my Soul Pavilion's law elders. This is truly unforgivable. At that moment, the man within the sacred light stepped forward. He appeared youthful, clad in a flowing white robe, with a tall stature and an exceptionally unique aura. His enchanting eyes and androgynous, exquisite features were striking. Though his voice was undeniably masculine, he wore a noticeable blush. Most importantly, the aura he emanated was vastly different from that of the Xianzong realm. The power that felt like an abyss, capable of shattering the Tianxian continent with a mere gesture, was beyond verbal description. Is this the might of a Xianzun expert? Qin Daoxian was in a state of exhilaration. A mere Xianzong, unafraid, and even invigorated? This elicited a hint of admiration from the Pavilion Lord. Young man, reveal your origins. The Pavilion Lord of the Soul Pavilion spoke indifferently, his tone devoid of emotion, as if he looked down upon all. Qin Daoxian firmly gripped the Zixia spirit sword and boldly raised his gaze. My origins are too significant. It would be wise for you not to inquire. Too significant? The Pavilion Lord mused. In the vast expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, among countless continents, few backgrounds could impress me so. Is that so? Qin Daoxian responded. Chapter 31. Xianzun Expert, Sol Tianqi. In the vast universe, the powers of the sacred lands are indeed formidable. Yet, they pale in comparison to the imperial clans. Qin Daoxian was disinclined to invoke his background to suppress him. How could he grow without experiencing a confrontation with a Xianzun expert? Perhaps. Qin Daoxian lifted his sword, his surging sword intent mirroring his current fervor. Witnessing this, the Pavilion Lord, Sol Tianqi, furrowed his brow. Do you truly dare to engage me in battle? Yes. Qin Daoxuan's gaze burned with intensity as a tempest swirled beneath his feet. The soaring sword intent shattered the night sky, revealing the true heavens beyond. The auras of the two individuals spread into the realm of reality. As a one-star soul sovereign, Hun Tianqi's vast spiritual pressure enveloped mountains and rivers for millions of miles, causing countless cultivators from Zhangzhou to pale in terror. Hun Tianqi gazed at Qin Daoxuan's stunning sword intent, nodding slowly. The unity of man and sword is commendable. With that, he directed his palm toward Qin Daoxian. In an instant, the void surrounding Qin Daoxian solidified, rendering him immobile. Unable to move, Qin Daoxuan's expression darkened, his heart racing in disbelief. Hun Tianqi looked down upon everything with an air of arrogance. See, with just a slight exertion, I can strip you of your ability to act. This illustrates the insurmountable gap between us. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Soul Pavilion were filled with madness. Hun Qianhe laughed uproariously. Boy, there is no way you can defeat our pavilion master. Today marks your demise. The constricting void stirred a tempest within Qin Daoxuan's heart. The mastery of the void by the Xian sovereign was indeed extraordinary. Yet, he would never concede. His internal spiritual energy surged wildly, crackling as it enveloped him like a mist. As the overwhelming sword intent swept forth, colossal, trembling phantoms of swords emerged in the heavens, numbering in the millions. To command swords with intention? Even Hun Tianqi could not help but be astonished this time. Such an accomplishment was beyond his reach. He had not anticipated that this youth, despite his tender age, had already achieved a swordsmanship prowess rivaling that of the saint-level experts. Hun Tianqi's expression was complex. Maintaining his raised hand, he observed Qin Daoxian, allowing the myriad sword shadows to rapidly coalesce in the sky. When an immense phantom of an ancient sword descended from the depths of the firmament, an ancient and profound aura permeated the universe. Such formidable sword intent. This youth seems not to be merely bluffing. Hun Tianqi had begun to discern the truth and recognize that this young man was no ordinary individual. However, even so, he could not afford to relent. The sacred Soul Palace was not to be trifled with either. The resounding clang of swords reverberated through the heavens, subjugating the world around them. Countless powerful figures from the Soul Pavilion prostrated themselves in fear, their eyes reflecting sheer terror in the face of such overwhelming swordplay. Qin Daoxian fixed his gaze upon that proud figure. With a single thought, all swords converged into one. Boom! The towering giant sword suspended in midair pierced the void at an astonishing speed, darting toward Hun Tianqi in an instant. Hun Tianqi summoned his soul burial artifact with a wave of his hand, slashing furiously. Bang! The sky erupted in a shower of celestial sparks, followed by an all-consuming tempest of destruction. A tempest ravaged the heavens and the earth, causing the void to collapse infinitely, unable to heal for an extended period. Beneath this apocalyptic spectacle, Hun Qianhe stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. How could that lad still be considered human? To unleash such a terrifying strike while possessing merely the 5-star Xian Zone realm. Below the Xian Zone, it seems no one could truly stand as his adversary. At this moment, in the distant desert dunes, two figures lay prostrate, Granny Xinghe and Xingyun. Upon witnessing the astonishing explosion, their jaws dropped in disbelief. How formidable! If it were his words, perhaps it could indeed be real. Xingyun's crimson lips parted slightly. Yet, Granny Xinghe's expression darkened. No matter how strong, it is of little consequence. Pay close attention to the aura of the Soul Pavilion's master. Upon hearing this, Xingyun closed her eyes to sense. After a moment, she opened her eyes in horror. The aura of Hun Tianqi showed no signs of waning or weakness whatsoever. The roaring tempest, accompanied by the sound of thunder, lingered in the heavens and the earth for an indeterminate duration before finally dissipating quietly. Clad in a snow-white robe, Hun Tianqi remained unblemished, his exquisite visage adorned with a serene and aloof pride, as if toying with an insignificant ant. He emerged unscathed. What a monster! Xingyun was utterly flustered. Beside her, Granny Xinghe felt a lingering dread. This is precisely why I warned that we cannot fight alongside him. To topple the Soul Pavilion is no trivial matter. She held the immense kindness of Qin Daoxian towards the Xinghe Valley close to her heart. Yet, she could not gamble the lives of all the Valley's people. This wager was one she could not afford to lose. In the vast sky, Hun Tianqi resembled a solitary and proud monarch, surveying the myriad of beings below. Ultimately, his gaze fell once more upon Qin Daoxian. I have stated before, the chasm between us is insurmountable. If you still do not comprehend, then allow me to make you acutely aware once more, for instance, like this. In an instant, Hun Tianqi flashed forward, casually passing by Qin Daoxian. Blood surged forth. Qin Daoxuan's right arm fell to the ground with a thud. Qin Shao. Witnessing her benefactor lose an arm, Xingyun cried out in alarm. On the side of the Soul Pavilion, countless voices erupted in frenzied curses. You fool, this is the fate that befalls those who oppose our Soul Pavilion. Now do you comprehend the might of our master? Die, carrying your resentment and bitterness, to be ruthlessly trampled to death by our esteemed master. Ha ha ha, you pitiful wretch. Daring to challenge our master with merely your Xin Zong status, do you not reflect upon your own worth? These individuals were nearly deranged, completely immersed in the overwhelming dominance exerted by Han Tianqi. However, the revelry was but a fleeting moment, shattered entirely by a bizarre spectacle. Before their eyes, Chen Daoxian, who had lost his right arm, astonishingly manifested a new limb at the severed point, emerging with a velocity perceptible to the naked eye. Much to the incomprehension of all present, the Shura Imperial clan? Suddenly, Han Tianqi understood, his eyes filled with profound shock. Is your surname Chen? He questioned, his voice trembling. Imperial clan? What are you talking about, esteemed master? Everyone was bewildered, while they may not fully grasp the significance. Han Tianqi's extraordinary insight afforded him a certain awareness of the Shura Imperial clan. The indomitable Shura clan had risen step by step to the pinnacle, establishing themselves as an imperial force, truly a legendary tale that resonated throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was unexpected that he belonged to the Shura Imperial clan. No wonder he had been so arrogant earlier. As Han Tianqi's shock deepened, a surge of murderous intent flared in his eyes. For he understood all too well that offending this individual meant forging an irreparable enmity with the Shura Imperial clan. The only course of action left for him was to eliminate this youth from the lower realms entirely, seal the information, and execute all those within the Soul Pavilion. Then, he would depart this place. In doing so, even if the Imperial forces sought to investigate, it would not be so simple for them to trace the matter back to their sacred soul hall. Chapter 32. Astonishment. He is of dual Imperial bloodlines. A murderous resolve began to rise within Han Tianqi, his aura surging like a tide towards the heavens, causing the entire Tianxin continent to tremble slightly. They say the Shura Imperial clan is indestructible. Today, I shall see if I can obliterate you to the point of utter annihilation. Han Tianqi suddenly stretched his palms outward, black lightning swirling incessantly between them. A terrifying and pure energy of destruction began to spread forth. Chen Daoxian, having recovered from his injuries, remained unable to move or speak, his fighting spirit surging boundlessly. Die. Han Tianqi unleashed a powerful palm strike, causing the very fabric of space before him to begin collapsing. A horrifying tempest of destruction swept through the void, and those hapless souls within the pavilion realized too late that their master intended to eradicate them alongside this strike. No. No, esteemed master, I am utterly loyal to you. You cannot. Han Tianqi cried out, witnessing the blinding light before him. Yet, it was too late. Under the impact of the destructive storm, Han Tianqi's face contorted grotesquely, his eyelids rolled back to reveal his bloodshot eyes, and ultimately, his overwhelming resentment dissipated into the dust of the void. Boom. A magnificent mushroom cloud erupted, piercing the sky. The barren landscape was swept by towering sand waves, obscuring vision. The starry river matron, witnessing this scene, was filled with dread, and without hesitation, shielded Xingyun beneath her. Boom, boom, boom. The infinite storm shattered the firmament, crashing into the depths of the starry sky, causing powerful beings from various continents to instinctively grow vigilant. This was the full-force strike of a Xianzun expert. Sufficient to instill terror within this galaxy, the cataclysmic explosion irrevocably altered the landscape of the central continent, transforming vast expanses of desert into deep, charred pits. Amidst the billowing smoke, from a certain desolate land, a jade-like arm suddenly broke through the earth. Xingyun emerged, covered in dirt and ash, rendered breathless by the harrowing scene before her, leaving her utterly speechless. Grandmother! Grandmother! Upon witnessing her grandmother's sacrifice to protect her, now lost to the void, Xingyun succumbed to despair, embracing her grandmother and weeping uncontrollably. Had she known that Hun Tianqi was such a terrifying entity, she would never have accompanied her grandmother to witness this calamity. But now, it was too late. Her grandmother was gone, sacrificed in her defense. As she gazed upon the ravaged face of her grandmother in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks, Xingyun shouted towards the direction of Chen Daoxian. Chen Daoxian, you cannot falter. You must vanquish him. Only you can restore peace to the Tianxin continent. Hun Tianqi, elevated and hovering above, observed the lingering wisps of smoke at the center of the pit, his expression growing increasingly grave upon hearing Xingyun's distant cries. Why has that boy's essence not dissipated? It makes no sense. He should be incapacitated. Yet, Why does he still draw breath? Hun Tianqi pondered in confusion, sweeping his sleeve to disperse the thick fog. What unfolded before his eyes sent his heart racing. At the deepest part of the scorched earth, Chen Daoxian hung his head, his arms drooping limply, appearing as though he were a mere shell of a man. Furthermore, his once dark hair had turned completely white. An enigmatic rainbow radiance enveloped his form in a cloud-like aura. That was the seven-colored imperial light, the Rakshasa imperial clan, the Roshan Gate. Hun Tianqi's exclamation pierced the air, sharp with disbelief. This young man was not only of the Azura lineage but also bore the blood of the Rakshasa clan. How could this be? The Roshan Gate represented the most frenzied state of the Rakshasa clan. It was said that those who entered this extreme condition would emanate the seven-colored imperial light, experiencing an immense surge in power while simultaneously losing their sanity, becoming a mindless killer. Hun Tianqi was profoundly shaken, his piercing gaze fixated on Chen Daoxian. Unwilling to blink, encased in the seven-colored imperial light, Chen Daoxian stood silently, not uttering a word. Yet, the boundless, archaic power surging within him was exceedingly rare, dark, sinister, and overwhelmingly formidable. It incited both dread and wrath among gods and men alike. There was no doubt he had entered the Roshan Gate state. Hun Tianqi shook his head repeatedly. As the seventh sovereign of the Sacred Soul Hall, he merely governed a minor faction in the lower realms. How could he have attracted such a monstrous figure of the imperial clan? Moreover, a being with dual imperial bloodlines. What a jest! Yet, having engaged in battle, there was no retreat. Could he expect the Azura and Rakshasa clans to spare him now? In the adult world, it is impossible to harbor naive fantasies. Should this child return to the upper realm, it will undoubtedly bring about a frenzied pursuit by two mighty imperial clans for him in the Sacred Soul Temple. Even if the temple master were to arrive, he would be unable to withstand the pressure from the imperial clans. Sol Tianqi wore a troubled expression, inwardly cursing the fool who had brought such immense trouble to the Sacred Soul Temple. Was this not a path to its utter annihilation? Up to this moment, Chen Daoxian displayed no signs of action, standing there in an unusual silence. Sol Tianqi's countenance grew grave, his gaze unwavering. His grip on the soul burial blade tightened increasingly. Suddenly, Chen Daoxian lifted his head, his tranquil eyes coldly gazing at Sol Tianqi, sending a chill down his spine. Sol Tianqi attempted to flash to another void, but Chen Daoxian, expressionless, followed his gaze. He flashed again, yet still remained in Chen Daoxian's sight. A sense of unease crept over Sol Tianqi. He had not waited for any inquiry from Chen Daoxian when suddenly, a sword swept towards him. The sword energy, cutting through the heavens and earth like a fleeting shadow, effortlessly severed his robe without Sol Tianqi even realizing it. Gazing at his left shoulder, now bleeding profusely, Sol Tianqi finally recognized that Chen Daoxian had transformed into a completely different being. It was the realm of the living. Indeed, Sol Tianqi's eyes grew wild. He drew forth the soul burial blade, assuming a stance. The air around him surged violently as he shattered the void beneath his feet, propelling himself before Chen Daoxian. Delivering a devastating strike with the blade, he struck true. A surge of joy filled Sol Tianqi's heart, but to his astonishment, he had only severed Chen Daoxian's residual shadow. The true essence of Chen Daoxian was now hovering above him. Standing on one leg, Chen Daoxian observed the desolate expanse with an unchanging demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Sol Tianqi raised his eyelids, daring not to make even the slightest movement. Revived, Chen Daoxian gazed into the distance, soon spotting the deceased Granny Star River and the helpless Xingyan. Ultimately, the people of Star River Valley had indeed come, proving that his prior actions were not in vain. Chen Daoxian, with an indifferent tone, spoke. You must be able to sense it now. We are no longer in the same dimension. His words were laced with provocation. Sol Tianqi, furiously laughing, retorted, Do not be so arrogant. What if you are the descendant of two emperors? Do not forget. The Xian sect and the Xian Venerable are not on the same plane. Chapter 33, An Ordinary Sword Technique. Yet unparalleled in the world if the Xian sect is regarded as a ceiling-level existence across most continents in the lower realm, then the Xian Venerable Masters are the veritable rulers across thousands of continents in the upper realm. You have merely turned your hair white and accumulated more malevolence. Do you think such changes can intimidate me? As long as your cultivation remains unchanged, forever confined to the realm of 5-star Xianzong, you shall never pose a threat to me. The chilling voice of Hun Tianqi reverberated with boundless malice, his formidable spiritual power enveloping him like flames, exerting pressure upon the heavens and the earth. Chen Daoxian remained expressionless, offering no response, as a cascade of multicolored light quietly spread beneath his feet. And in an instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Hun Tianqi sneered, pivoting to unleash a powerful punch. Just as Qin Daoxian appeared in proximity, he raised his palm, clashing against the fist in midair. With a thunderous boom, both were propelled backward a short distance, observing that he was not at a disadvantage. A wider grin spread across Hun Tianqi's face. It seemed the Shura Imperial clan's Luo Xingmin was not as formidable as it was purported to be. Merely exaggerated by the masses. Breaking through the fabric of space, Hun Tianqi unleashed the fearsome Soul Burial Blade. Qin Daoxian countered with a sword thrust from below, skillfully dissipating the opponent's force and striking at an oddly acute angle towards Hun Tianqi's brow. Hun Tianqi swiftly retreated, strands of hair severed from his forehead. Suddenly sensing a disturbance from behind, he glanced up to find Qin Daoxian's figure had vanished, prompting him to quickly pivot and position the Soul Burial Blade defensively. Qin Daoxian wielded his sword with fervor, delivering a flurry of strikes at a breathtaking speed. Throughout their encounter, Hun Tianqi could only muster every effort to defend himself. Originally, they were not of the same caliber, yet now he found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he was profoundly astonished. The Luo Xingmin could elevate a person's speed and strength to such an extent. No wonder the world spoke of the current emperor, the Rakshasa Emperor by Luo Yin, as someone not to be trifled with. Now he grasped the depth of that statement. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of offense and defense in the skies above. Numerous powerful figures from the Central Plains, eager to witness this extraordinary battle, risked their lives to approach the scene. The once boundless desert had been reduced to vast swaths of scorched earth, causing them great alarm. A mere youth of 5-star Xianzong was managing to suppress a Xianzun expert, utterly shattering their fundamental understanding of the cultivation realm. Who was that young man? The master of the Star Valley, capable of contending with the Lord of the Soul Pavilion, an elder who has long remained aloof from the world? He inquired, his voice trembling with awe. Xing Yun gazed intently at the battlefield above, her expression laden with concern. His name is Qin Daoxian, she revealed. Star River Valley. Equally shaken by the distant aura, stood witness Xing Tai, accompanied by the elders, perched upon the eaves, unable to fathom how the battle's energy, originating from hundreds of thousands of miles away, could resonate here. Xing Kai observed Chun Mei, who was still engaged in light-hearted conversation with Qin Tianhai and his wife by the flower bed, and furrowed her brow. After a moment, she approached. You are quite strong. Are you not? Why do you not assist him? Are you not concerned? Xing Kai inquired. Before departing, the Starry River matriarch had imparted to her a crucial piece of advice. Never underestimate esteemed guests, and she had particularly cautioned her about the unfathomable prowess of Chun Mei, which might even surpass that of Qin Daoxian. Should Qin Daoxian be affiliated with the powers of the upper realm, it stands to reason that Chun Mei is most likely his protector. A guardian from the upper realm must possess genuine capabilities to fulfill such a role. Yet, when confronted with Xing Kai's inquiry, Chun Mei appeared oblivious, continuing to share tales of the upper realm with Madame Chun. This only deepened Xing Kai's confusion, prompting her to glance towards Qin Tianhai. Are you not concerned for your son? Qin Tianhai waved dismissively. No need for concern. With Chun Mei present, should anything untoward occur to Xin'er, she will intervene. Xing Kai was utterly perplexed. The Soul Pavilion lies hundreds of thousands of miles from here. How could she possibly arrive in time to rescue Qin Daoxian? Her lack of understanding stemmed from her ignorance of Chun Mei's capabilities. However, Qin Tianhai was well aware. Chun Mei was at the pinnacle of the 9-star mystic sovereign, merely a step away from becoming a half-saint. With her by their side, no harm could befall Xin'er. Witnessing the trio's nonchalance regarding the momentous battle at the Soul Pavilion, Xing Kai furrowed her brow and turned away, contemplating their audacity. It seemed she, an outsider, was more concerned than those who were intimately connected to Qin Daoxian. Of course, her primary worry was whether Qin Daoxian could decisively conquer the Soul Pavilion, for it bore significant implications for the future of Star River Valley and the entirety of the Tianxin continent. This was no trivial matter. In the skies, under the calm onslaught of Qin Daoxian, Soul Heaven 7 was already drenched in sweat. Notably, the sword techniques employed by Qin Daoxian thus far were unremarkable. However, it was precisely these seemingly mundane moves that consistently dismantled the knife intent honed over countless years by Soul Heaven 7. Even before Qin Daoxian made his move, he had already discerned how to counter. He always seemed to unravel the opponent's strategies in advance. What kind of comprehension is this? Or perhaps, it is not comprehension at all, but a sublime swordsmanship beyond his understanding. With a clash, The shadow of the sword and the gleam of the blade sparked a flurry of celestial fire. The overwhelming force once again compelled Soul Heaven 7 to retreat. In contrast, Qin Daoxian did not rush to capitalize on his advantage. Instead, he spun his sword leisurely, exuding an aura of regal dominance that left everyone present utterly captivated. That youth was nothing short of celestial. He must surely be a scion of some upper realm power, or perhaps a divine offspring. Who could say? The presence of such a figure in the Tianxin continent was indeed a privilege for them. The powerful individuals of Zhengzhou were thoroughly enlightened today. Qin Daoxian delivered a lesson through his prowess. Strength is not solely defined by grandiose displays and tumultuous transformations. Even the most unremarkable swordplay, when wielded adeptly, can ensnare an opponent in a dire predicament. At this moment, Han Tianqi found himself utterly helpless in the face of Qin Daoxian. After a fierce battle, he bore numerous wounds, and his breath had notably diminished. Qin Daoxian, with a cold gaze, lightly raised an eyebrow and remarked, "If this is all the skill you possess, let us swiftly conclude this tiresome duel." Han Tianqi, taken aback, retorted, "What do you mean by that?" His words suggested that Qin Daoxian could eliminate him at any moment, should he so desire. Such arrogance. A frenzied glint ignited in Han Tianqi's eyes, as dark mist surged violently behind him. His aura suddenly ascended, channeling all his strength into the soul burial blade, launching himself skyward. A tumultuous wave of energy rippled outward, sweeping across the heavens. Han Tianqi resolved to risk everything, intending to deliver his most formidable strike to determine the outcome against Qin Daoxian. After all, Qin Daoxian was merely a 5-star Xianzong. There was no conceivable way he could contend with him, if close combat was his advantage. Han Tianqi would leverage the absolute disparity in cultivation to secure victory with his mightiest blow. The surging ocean of energy enveloped the vast sky, grand and awe-inspiring, instilling fear in those who beheld it. The radiant light of destruction illuminated the world once more, completely shrouding Han Tianqi's figure. In that moment, an unparalleled aura, imbued with the terrifying pressure capable of annihilating the central continent, descended upon the world amidst the trembling gazes of all present. Chapter 34. The Slaying of Han Tianqi. The Soul Pavilion, no more. The thunderous roar reverberated through the sky, rendering those present momentarily deaf. Even Xingyun felt a wave of nausea from the shock. The overwhelming energy ripples, colliding with the void, unleashed a torrent of black lightning, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene, instilling a profound sense of despair within the formidable beings of the central continent. Should this strike land, the entirety of the central continent's mountains and rivers would be razed to the ground. Even the Tianxian continent might not withstand such a cataclysmic onslaught. The desperate counterattack of a Xianzun powerhouse truly possessed the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Now, they could only place their hopes upon Qin Daoxian, yearning for him to conjure a miracle. As the overwhelming pressure threatened to shatter this world, a grave expression crossed Qin Daoxian's face. He too was uncertain whether he could withstand such an attack in his current state. Yet, there was no room for further contemplation. He could only gamble everything. As the stormy, thunder-laden sky revealed the shadow of a colossal scythe, Qin Daoxian took a deep breath and resolutely closed his eyes. It is said that the threshold of life and death could plunge one into a frenzied state, leading to unease, emotional instability, and even the loss of reason. However, he seemed to have transcended this phenomenon. With the Zixia spirit sword gripped firmly in his palm, the fierce winds billowed his robes as an enormous sword formation, towering like 10,000 zhang, manifested upon the ground. Qin Daoxian's essence melded seamlessly with the entire sword formation. Man and sword became one. Standing firm with his sword, Qin Daoxian prepared for the impending clash. Holding his breath and concentrating, he fervently summoned the natural energies of the universe, claiming them as his own. At that moment, his body resembled a colossal vortex, ravenously consuming the natural forces of the Tianxian continent. Waves of energy surged forth like a tempestuous sea, converging upon him. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the Soul Heaven 7's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that he must not allow such formidable techniques to be unleashed. In a moment of desperation, he brought down the terrifying scythe, which was still in the midst of its peak charge, with great force. "Chen Xiao, quickly!" Xingyun urgently called out, raising her hand. Above, torrential rain fell, accompanied by the destructive scythe that cleaved through the heavens, plummeting downward. Everyone instinctively covered their heads. Qin Daoxian suddenly focused, thrusting his sword forcefully into the center of the sword array, plunging it downwards. The sea of sword intent surrounding him rapidly coalesced into a tempest of blades, soaring upwards with the might of a dragon breaking through the ranks, carrying an overwhelming pressure that met the descending scythe head-on. With one sword strike, absolute ascendance. Qin Daoxuan's voice thundered like celestial lightning, reverberating through the heavens. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, it seemed as though a dragon emerged from the spiraling tempest of sword blades. Boom! The collision of the two forces unleashed an instantaneous explosion, causing the surrounding void to shatter, and a cataclysmic storm of destruction swiftly spread outward, consuming the earth and cleaving towards the starry sky. The oppressive force resonated through the firmament, leaving the world in awe, yet it did not affect those below. Chen Daoxian emerged victorious. This sword strike obliterated the destructive side entirely. Simultaneously, with a piercing wail from Soul Heaven 7, the dragon of sword intent surged toward the vast starry river, disappearing without a trace. Victory! He had triumphed. With this, the Soul Pavilion was no more upon the Tianshan continent. Ha 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 ha. Those formidable beings of Zhangzhou, regardless of past grievances, embraced one another in this moment, tears of joy welling in their eyes. Xingyun stumbled, trembling, gazing at that proud and youthful figure. The charm exuded by this boy, younger than her by over a decade, was utterly irresistible. Soul Heaven 7 was reduced to nothingness. With this astonishing sword strike, Chen Daoxian had unequivocally responded to his earlier taunt. There was not a shred left. As the battle concluded, the surging primordial imperial power within Chen Daoxian dissipated entirely, leaving him engulfed in a profound sense of emptiness. He swayed unsteadily, his eyelids growing heavy before he collapsed into the arms of the timely arriving Xingyun. In that moment of slumber, it felt as though he lay upon an exceedingly soft pillow, murmuring about the exquisite material. Chen Daoxian, an unbridled youth rising from the humble beginnings of Tianshan, had woven an unparalleled legend across this continent in just a few short days. The annihilation of the Soul Pavilion heralded a reconfiguration of the power dynamics in Zhangzhou. In the realm of celestial valleys, it has, without a doubt, established itself as the foremost sect in existence. Numerous sect leaders and clan patriarchs have come to pay their respects, seeking to cultivate favorable relations with the valley. Moreover, having heard that Chen Daoxian remains unmarried, they aspire to wed their esteemed daughters to him. Suitors have lined up from the valley all the way beyond the grasslands. Chen Daoxian slumbered for an entire 3 days and nights. Upon awakening, he was informed of the situation and felt an immediate headache. He dismissed all the visitors. Chen Daoxian issued a command to Chumei, who nodded and departed, observing his indifference. Xingyun's beautiful eyes flickered as she approached with a bowl of nourishing soup. Do have a sip. You have slept for 3 whole days. Upon catching a whiff, Chen Daoxian pinched his nose. The one thing I detest most is turtle soup. Take it away. At his words, Xingyun promptly instructed a servant to remove the bowl. Now that the world has found peace, it is time for Chen Daoxian to return to the upper realm and reunite with his biological parents. Yet, he couldn't fathom why his mother resided in the Rakshasa Emperor's realm while his father was in the Azura Emperor's domain. What transpired between them? At that moment, Shen Tianai entered, first smiling at Xingyun before approaching his son. Seeing him in good spirits, he felt reassured. Reflecting on Chunmei's earlier comments, he remarked, Xianer. I glanced at those who came to propose. A few are rather impressive. Chen Daoxian replied with a wry smile. I have no interest in them. Chen Tianhai retorted. You say that, yet Nalan Anren, with her unseemly demeanor, nearly became your wife. Those distinguished ladies outside, in terms of beauty, lineage, and character, far surpass her. Chen Daoxian responded. Father, let us discuss matters that pique my interest. Have you discovered anything useful in the ruins of the Soul Pavilion? Having tasted the richness of life, he would not willingly return to a meager existence. One Xingyun is already more than enough to overshadow the rest. Moreover, Chunmei and her companions, along with the 28 luminaries of the Dark Moon, each possess beauty that eclipses even Xingyun. They have already captivated him. There is no appetite left for anything less. When the conversation turned serious, Chen Tianhai's expression darkened. Xing Tai has been sending people to investigate, but that underground void has already been destroyed, leaving no traces to uncover. Chen Daoxian nodded. It seems that to unravel the mystery of why the Soul Pavilion sought to hunt the souls of those with special bloodlines, he would have to wait for another day to visit the sacred grounds. Rising, he stretched lazily and said, Master of the Star Valley, every gathering must eventually come to an end. Let us part ways here. Xingyun's eyes trembled slightly as she silently lowered her gaze. Chen Daoxian, furthermore, I am about to depart from the Tianshan continent. I hope that in the future, you can take good care of the Chun family in Dongzhou on my behalf. Just as you were speaking, you turned around and found Xingyun silent, her head bowed, appearing disheartened and seemingly filled with disappointment. A sense of confusion washed over you. What is wrong? Chapter 35. Returning to the upper realm, the imperial clan's terrifying heritage. In the room, Xingyun's eyes were dim. Her head lowered, and she remained silent. How she longed to be Chen Daoxuan's woman. Yet, she knew that Chen Daoxian would never choose to remain in the Tianshan continent for her sake. He would certainly not easily bring the multitude from Xinghe Valley to the upper realm. Moreover, she lacked the courage to abandon everything and follow him. She was not the kind of woman who would revolve her life around a man. As the leader of Xinghe Valley, the burdens and pressures she bore from birth far exceeded those of many others. Now that her grandmother had passed away, sacrificing herself to protect her, it was because she believed at a critical moment that only Xingyun could make Xinghe Valley flourish. How could she disappoint her grandmother? For the first time in her life, Xingyun felt affection for a man, yet the usually composed her, after a brief struggle with pain, chose to let go. She lifted her tear-filled bright eyes, her delicate face revealing a trace of tranquility. I know you are not one to be tethered by a woman. Perhaps this farewell marks our eternal parting. Seeing her radiant smile, Chen Daoxian understood that she would not follow him alone to the upper realm. He immediately smiled and nodded. Then, accompanied by Xingyun, he departed directly. In the square, Chen Daoxian, Chen Mei, and Chen Tianhai, amidst the boundless gratitude of Xingyun and the elders, slowly ascended into the sky. Accompanied by a golden beam of light summoned by Chen Mei, connecting heaven and earth, the inhabitants of Zhongzhou could not help but gaze in astonishment. Within the column of light, the four soared into the depths of the sky. The extraordinary laws of heaven and earth, enhanced by the luminous shadows of mysterious inscriptions, were breathtakingly beautiful and utterly sacred. Chen Daoxian merely waved at Xingyun as a gesture of farewell, then averted his gaze, looking up toward the distant end of the golden passage. He was about to return to the imperial clan. How could his heart not be stirred with excitement? Having lived in the lower realm since childhood, he had always been oblivious to his heritage. Now, with the identity of the young master, he yearned for the warmth of his second home. A beam of golden light shattered the constraints of the Tianshan continent, vanishing into the cosmos in the blink of an eye. Initially, Chen Daoxian had thought he would wander through the starry sky, taking in the sights. However, the teleportation array offered no scenic views along the way. Instead, it presented only the bizarre phenomena of swirling skies and shifting stars. When he realized his feet had touched the ground, he discovered he had arrived at a silver-white starstone plaza. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was so abundant that it left him questioning his very existence. As I lifted my gaze, I beheld a celestial gate, towering majestically and gazing defiantly at the heavens. Before the gate stood two imposing figures, stout and exceeding 10 feet in height, exuding an air of intimidation. However, upon seeing Chen Mei, the two men appeared momentarily taken aback, promptly advancing with smiles to greet her. You have returned." One of the hefty men bowed deeply, his face brimming with obsequiousness. As the foremost maid of the imperial palace, Chen Mei's esteemed position within the Shura Empire was evidently apparent. Indeed, Chen Mei replied, turning to Chen Daoxian and stating, "Young master, this is the realm of the Shura Empire." Why young master? The revelation that she addressed him in such a manner left the two stout men wide-eyed and flabbergasted. Chen Daoxian gazed towards the distant mountains, where the setting sun met solitary birds in flight, and nodded slowly. Accompanied by the equally dazed couple, Chen Tianhai and his wife, they traversed through the celestial gate. Once the silhouettes of the four vanished beyond the horizon, the two men finally gasped in astonishment. Young master? Could it be that he is the divine son? They stood with mouths agape, struggling to comprehend the revelation. The Shura Empire lies nestled at the cosmic center, where the essence of heaven and earth is most abundant among the three great imperial clans. As we journeyed forth, the breathtaking vistas of the mountains unfolded in abundance. Chen Mei then remarked, "Our Shura Empire comprises 3,000 states, each far exceeding the territory of the Tianshan continent." Chen Daoxian remained contemplative, and Chen Tianhai listened intently. Chen Mei continued, "Thus, each state possesses its own dedicated teleportation array. Look, there it is." She gestured towards the distance, where another silvery starstone plaza lay, beyond which stood an extraordinarily grand palace. Before the palace, a regiment of armored guards stood at attention, exuding a solemn majesty. An elder, clad in snow-white robes and possessing an ethereal presence, emerged from within the palace and immediately spotted Chen Mei. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing forth. Miss Chunmei, who is he? The elder inquired eagerly. Chunmei replied, he is the young master. The elder was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment, and soon filled with tears of joy as he knelt on one knee, exclaiming, I, Yu Fong, humbly welcome the young master. Chen Daoxian narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that this elder was, in fact, a formidable Xianzun. Curiosity piqued, he pondered the extravagance of the imperial clan, which commanded such a powerful figure to guard the teleportation array. Noticing Chen Daoxuan's silence, Yu Fong's eyes shifted, and he promptly procured a peculiar egg from his sleeve. The egg was sizable, adorned with green tendrils, and emanated a potent vitality. Chen Daoxian furrowed his brow and inquired, what is this? Yu Fong chuckled. This is a Qilin egg. Within a month, a young Qilin will hatch. If the young master desires, you may raise it as a steed. Of course, the young Qilin could also be quite delectable as a soup. Put away that wretched Qilin egg, even if the young master seeks a mount. He would not desire such a thing, Chunmei interjected, rolling her eyes and unable to suppress her retort. The situation became quite awkward for Yu Fong. After flattering the wrong person, he quickly bent down to follow. As he watched the young master and his entourage vanish into the boundless golden light, Yu Fong couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Who would have thought that such a young master, hailing from the impoverished realms of spiritual energy, could attain the formidable 5-star Xian sect level? Truly, the young master embodies the grandeur of an emperor. In the heart of the imperial province, amidst the 10,000 immortal islands, these islands, perpetually buoyed by the laws of the great Tao, floated in the sky. The purple imperial radiance enveloped this realm, exuding an overwhelming might. Chen Daoxian gazed in awe at the colossal immortal islands that stretched beyond the horizon. Even with his typically serene disposition, he was momentarily awestruck by this breathtaking spectacle. Is this the Shura Imperial Palace? Chen Daoxian was astonished. Before arriving, he had imagined countless times what the imperial clan's influence would look like, yet he never anticipated such grandeur. However, Chunmei patiently explained, the Shura Imperial Palace lies at the very center of the 10,000 immortal islands. The other islands are inhabited by our clan's elders, prodigies, and elite disciples. In summary, reaching this place is a supreme honor for everyone. Leading the three of them, they traverse the sky, witnessing each vast island adorned with mountains, rivers, and splendid palaces that dazzled the eyes. Chen Tianhai was nearly brought to tears. What a terrifying sight. Is this the profound heritage of the imperial clan? Finally, under Chunmei's guidance, Chen Daoxian arrived at the Shura Imperial Palace. This island of the emperor was strikingly different from the other floating islands. The ground was paved with the most luxurious cloud mirror star stones, smooth as a mirror, yet reflecting no light under the sun's direct rays. The terrain was flat, lacking mountains, but there was a lake named Yaoqi, as well as a section for the cultivation of celestial herbs, both guarded by two powerful saints. It is noteworthy that within the imperial palace, apart from the realm master Chen Song Yuan and the fifth young lady Chen Junran, there were only 8 servants and a dog. The aforementioned fishkeeper of Yuqi and the palace gardener were among them. Chen Tianhai and his wife followed closely behind their son, each step feeling as though they were treading on thin ice. To find themselves in the abode of a being who controlled a third of the universe was truly a bewildering honor for the two humble individuals. At that moment, Chen Daoxian spotted a large yellow dog wagging its tail not far away. Big Yellow, come here to greet the young master, Chunmei called out. Upon hearing this, Big Yellow rushed over and bowed with its front paws. To the astonishment of the onlookers, it spoke, I am Big Yellow, humbly welcoming the young master back. What? It can talk. Mrs. Chun was horrified, her scalp tingling. At that instant, Chen Daoxian sensed a faint aura from the dog that surpassed even the Xianzun level. Chen Daoxian could not help but inquire, Da Huang, what is your cultivation level? Da Huang replied, half-saint. Good heavens! Chen Daoxian exclaimed. Even a dog in the imperial palace possesses the strength of a half-saint. No wonder the fisherman and the gardener are both at the level of great saints. It appears that among the 8 servants and a dog, Chunmei and her 3 companions are the weakest. Bring Xian Yuan over. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice resonated out of nowhere. Chen Daoxian turned pale with shock. Chunmei respectfully acknowledged, yes. Lord Realm Master. Realm Master? My father? In response to Chen Daoxuan's astonishment and anticipation, Chunmei turned her gaze towards Chen Tianhai and his wife, saying, please wait a moment. All right, Chen Tianhai replied, having nothing more to say. Being present here was already a great fortune. He sought no more. Young master, let us depart. Chumei led the way ahead, having donned a form-fitting palace-made outfit that accentuated her graceful curves. Though her demeanor was dignified, it irresistibly captured Qin Daoxuan's attention. Speaking of which, what kind of person could my imperial father be? By the way, young master, are you familiar with the sacred lands? Chumei suddenly posed a peculiar question. You may proceed, Qin Daoxian replied. Chunmei continued. Originally, there were dozens of sacred lands in this world, marking an era of great prosperity. However, for reasons unknown, 100,000 years ago, the powers of the sacred lands fell one after another, their demise shrouded in mystery. The remaining 7 sacred lands realized that their only path to survival was to align themselves with the imperial lineage. Thus, our Shura Empire governs 3 sacred lands: the Zhuke Sacred Land, the Xuanwu Sacred Land, and the Xianyuan Sacred Land. Your mother, on the other hand, oversees the Xumi Sacred Land and the Tidal Sacred Land. The other 2, the Dahuang Sacred Land and the Tian'ao Sacred Land, are controlled by the Songlong Empire. Chunmei then shifted her tone. The Hall of Sacred Souls resides within the Tianyao Sacred Land. The Hall of Sacred Souls. Qin Daoxian narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to eradicate the Hall of Sacred Souls, ensuring they could no longer hunt the souls of others. In this world, all beings, regardless of wealth or poverty, health or illness, deserve respect. This is Qin Daoxuan's path and the profound love he harbors in his heart. To protect this purest love, he would gladly tread the path of invincibility, aspiring to become the strongest across the heavens and realms. In the grand hall of the imperial palace, a long white jade table was adorned with 1,000 sumptuous dishes. The chef, known as Yunzong, stood nearby, a great saint in his own right. Within the realm of sacred beings, great saints rank at the pinnacle. Yet, such a supreme powerhouse willingly served as a mere chef in the Shura imperial palace. Witnessing Yunzong's contented demeanor, Qin Daoxian couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Indeed, the imperial lineage was truly formidable and unmatched. Lord Realm Master. I shall take my leave, he said. Spring Mei bowed slightly and departed alongside Yunzhangqi. In the spacious and radiant hall, Qin Daoxian finally laid eyes upon his biological father. Unlike his amiable adoptive father, Qin Tianhai, the man before him exuded an air of coldness, solemnity, and authority. The oppressive aura emanating from him was palpable, sending shivers down Qin Daoxuan's spine. This, indeed, was his father, one of the 3 unparalleled emperors of the age. The Shura Emperor Chen Songyuan. Xianer, you have finally returned. I have awaited this day for a full 16 years. Chen Songyuan approached Qin Daoxian, placing a hand on his shoulder. As a terrifying figure at the pinnacle of the cultivation realm, Qin Songyuan's only concern at this moment was the bond of blood. After all, he had but one son, Qin Daoxian. Observing that his son had attained the 5-star Xian sect realm, Chen Songyuan felt immense satisfaction. In your infancy, I had no choice but to send you to the lower realms. Do you harbor any resentment regarding that decision? Upon hearing these words, Qin Daoxian could only smile wryly. Responding candidly, the imperial clan's influence necessitates such training for the heir. Otherwise, showered with endless affection, one might become a frivolous wastrel or a mere decorative vase lacking resolve, which would be a devastating blow to the entire clan. Qin Daoxian spoke from the heart, reflecting that, if in his position, he might have acted even more ruthlessly than his father. Pleased by his son's understanding and discernment, Chen Songyuan felt a deep sense of pride. I have also heard that you encountered some troubles in the lower realms, nearly being coerced by a woman. Was it Nalan Anren? Qin Daoxian chuckled lightly. That is all in the past. Now, when mentioning Nalan Anren, he no longer felt the initial revulsion. Rather, he regarded the matter with indifference. Good, very good. This is my son, Chen Songyuan, he exclaimed. Come, let us share a few drinks. The father and son took their seats. Initially, Qin Daoxian felt somewhat reserved, but gradually, he relaxed and engaged in lively conversation. Though not typically loquacious, today was an exception, for it was the day of reunion with his imperial father. He was elated more so than on any other day. It must be said, the exquisite wine of the imperial palace was indeed intoxicating, despite its mild flavor. He found himself quite inebriated after only a few cups. Observing his son in a state of oblivion, the usually stern expression of Qin Songyuan softened with rare warmth. Attending to Qin Daoxian as he retired to rest was the youngest maid of the palace, Dongxi. Upon learning that his son practiced a unique cultivation technique, Qin Songyuan had summoned Dongxi, who possessed the 9 cold veins, to attend to him. The remaining individuals were sternly ordered to refrain from entering the young master's chamber for any reason, to prevent any disturbances that might affect his performance. Chapter 37. Ascending to the pinnacle of the profound sect in the courtyard, the great yellow dog occasionally peeked in. 3 hours later, the door was forcefully kicked open. Chen Daoxian and the blushing Dong Zhi emerged from the young master's chamber in succession. Dong Zhi approached Chen Daoxian, assisting him in adjusting his attire, her delicate face adorned with an enduring blush. "Master, what cultivation method are you practicing? How could you break through multiple realms in an instant?" Dong Zhi inquired with great curiosity. Just moments before, after their intimate encounter, Chen Daoxian had entered a meditative state, and his aura began to surge dramatically, ascending swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he leaped from the 5-star profound sect realm to the 9-star profound sect pinnacle. Merely a step away from the realm of the profound venerable, Chen Daoxian, brushing his fingers against her warm cheeks, casually remarked, "This is a secret technique I stumbled upon in a fortuitous encounter. I prefer to keep it discreet, you understand?" "Understood." Dong Zhi nodded earnestly. Such an extraordinary cultivation method, if revealed to the outside world, would not only attract the covetous eyes of the powerful from the Azure Dragon Empire, but even those from the sacred realms might risk everything to seize it, daring to act against the young master. After all, the ability to enhance one's cultivation through dual cultivation with a woman of special bloodline had never been witnessed throughout history. The allure was undeniably potent. However, unbeknownst to Dong Zhi, despite her unwavering loyalty akin to that of Sister Chunmei, the young master still harbored secrets from them. Chen Daoxian would never divulge the secret of the Destruction Divine Tree to anyone, not even to his biological parents or his adoptive ones. Inheriting the power of the God of Destruction was his most fervent ambition. Until this goal was achieved, he would trust no one but himself. To avoid foolishness was to evade betrayal. Throughout history, how many prodigies had fallen victim to betrayal by those closest to them, perishing with resentment? Such a fate would never befall him. The imperial palace was vast, spanning millions of miles. Whether by day or night, it remained eerily quiet. Allowing Chen Daoxian to profoundly grasp the meaning of the phrase, "It is lonely at the top." The banquet was equally sumptuous, featuring 1,000 extravagant dishes. Upon witnessing his son's remarkable advancement, Chen Songyuan did not express elation. Instead, his countenance grew exceedingly grave. "Xianer, you must honestly tell me where you obtained that cultivation method," he pressed. Chen Daoxian, meeting his father's serious gaze, responded ambiguously, "It was acquired through a fortunate coincidence." "Little rascal, do you not trust your father?" Chen Songyuan retorted, half amused and half annoyed. To this, Chen Daoxian offered no denial. "Chen Songyuan, very well. I am pleased that you have acquired this remarkable skill, but amidst my joy, I cannot help but harbor concerns regarding another matter." As the father and son took their seats, Chen Daoxian was perplexed. "What is there to worry about? Chen Songyuan, are you aware that your third sister was once the most extraordinary goddess of talent in my Shura Emperor realm?" "Chen Daoxian, I have heard of this from Chunmei." A look of bitterness crossed Chen Songyuan's face. From the moment Mare was born, she invoked anomalies from the heavens, stirring the realms. Her imperial demeanor and extraordinary gifts were beyond even what your mother and I could aspire to, let alone those from the Dragon Clan. She was the most promising candidate to inherit my position as the realm's sovereign. However, a century ago, in pursuit of a certain individual, she left the imperial palace and has never returned since. As he spoke, Chen Songyuan regrettably closed his eyes and shook his head repeatedly. The sorrow that could bring a powerful emperor to such depths of despair illustrates how crucial Mare is to him. Observing his father's profound sorrow, Chen Daoxian chose silence. After a while, Chen Songyuan's emotions stabilized. The person she sought to investigate is named Yi Outyan, originally the elder brother of Xuanwu Saint Lord Yaohai. This individual, much like you, remarkably advanced in his cultivation within a mere few days, leaping from the 3-star Xian sect to the 1-star Xian sovereign. "What?" Chen Daoxian was taken aback. Astonished. It is indeed astonishing that there exists someone capable of such an absolute leap in cultivation. In an instant, Chen Daoxian recognized the severity of the situation. What happened next? Chen Songyuan. Subsequently, Mare vanished, along with Yi Outyan and the Huanglong ancestor of the Zonglong Emperor realm. What transpired remained shrouded in mystery. All I know is that for the past century, not just your mother and I, but even the Qing Emperor has exerted every effort to investigate this matter. Alas, our 3 great imperial clans have nearly turned the entire primordial universe upside down. Yet we have not yielded any results. The collaboration of the three great imperial clans yielding no answers? This matter is undoubtedly intricate. Qin Songyuan now? While you possess divine skills, the astonishing speed of your cultivation resembles that of Yi Aotian in his prime. I am concerned that the one who bestowed these skills upon you may be entangled in a far more extensive conspiracy. Qin Daoxian took a sip of soup and calmly replied, Father, there is no need for concern. I am well aware of my path. Qin Songyuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing his son's expression, and nodded. Very well, you have grown. I shall not hinder your ambitions, but remember, do not put yourself in peril. When faced with troubles, utilize the resources of our family to resolve them. You are the divine son of my Shura Emperor realm, the embodiment of all my hopes. Mare is no longer here. You must not encounter any further misfortune. Qin Daoxian. Indeed, I intend to first visit the heavenly demon sacred realm to investigate the sacred soul palace. They, like me, are searching for individuals with special bloodlines, albeit they regard them as prey. Qin Songyuan, you wish to go to the heavenly demon sacred land? The heavenly demon sacred land is under the jurisdiction of the Songlong Emperor realm. Upon hearing these words, Qin Daoxian furrowed his brow slightly. Is it truly impossible? Qin Songyuan burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. There is nothing impossible. Whatever you wish to pursue, do so without hesitation. With your father here, even those dragons would not dare to lay a finger on you. Moreover, your mother will also shield you with all her might. With such reassurance from his father, Qin Daoxian felt a sense of relief. After satisfying his hunger, Qin Songyuan continued, Now, the competition among the three great imperial clans for the position of Divine Son is intensifying. Compared to the Divine Sons of the other two clans, who have cultivated for centuries, you, at merely 16 years of age, still have a noticeable gap in cultivation. However, there is no need for concern. Our Azura Imperial clan possesses a supreme inheritance, accessible only to the direct descendants. Soon, I shall have Chunmei guide you there. As soon as the words were spoken, with a mere glance from Qin Songyuan, Chunmei appeared at the entrance. Thus, Qin Daoxian followed Chunmei straight to the sacred grounds of the inheritance. The bright moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the Qin clan's forbidden area, where 11 towering black spires stood majestically. The laws of Tao enveloped the spires, rendering them exceptionally mysterious. Chunmei halted 100 zhang away, gesturing towards the 9th tower in the distance. Do you see that tower ahead? That is the inheritance tower of the young master. Qin Daoxian stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded slowly. Are these towers truly formidable in their inheritance? Chunmei replied earnestly. Of course, these towers were left by our ancestor, Qin Luyan, during the ancient times, specifically to benefit future generations. Who? Qin Luyan. He is the ancestor of the Qin clan. Chapter 38. The mysterious woman descends upon the Qin clan's forbidden grounds. Qin Daoxian was particularly astonished, realizing that the esteemed elder was indeed the ancestor of the Qin clan. No wonder he was able to produce the invincible ancient tome, the Forest of All Things. At that moment, Chunmei continued to speak animatedly. Speaking of Ancestor Qin, he is a legend within our Azura Empire. Unfortunately, during the battle at the end of the primordial era, all the powerful emperors perished, and he was not spared either. Therefore, records about him are exceedingly scarce. Not spared. So what I saw was his soul? Qin Daoxian was momentarily at a loss for words, staring at the little girl who was chattering away in front of him. By the way, do you know what the greatest asset of the Realm Lord is? It is the secret technique left by Ancestor Qin, the Forest of All Things. The Forest of All Things comprises 10 techniques. Currently, the Realm Lord has mastered the 7th technique, making him virtually invincible in this world. Qin Daoxian inquired, Are you implying that my father could defeat my mother? Chunmei paused, her delicate face displaying a subtle change. Well, that is difficult to say. Qin Daoxian replied, All right. It is hard for me to imagine how my mother, a powerful emperor, would become if she were to unleash the realm of birth. Young master, you may proceed along the path ahead. That is the forbidden area, and according to the rules, I am not permitted to enter. Chunmei softly spoke. Qin Daoxian gently patted her head and strode forward. The 9th tower is my inheritance tower. But what about the other 10? Curiosity sparked within Qin Daoxian as he glanced at the other dark towers. To his astonishment, the 6th tower from the left was marred by numerous cracks upon its surface. Intrigued, he approached and reached out to touch the fissures, attempting to pry them apart. But they resisted his efforts. It was only natural. How could the legacy left by the ancestors be so easily destroyed by his current self? Yet, why was this tower so riddled with such flaws? Qin Daoxian found himself perplexed. Suddenly, A sharp whistling sound sliced through the air from behind him. The unexpected assault caused Chen Daoxian's countenance to change dramatically, and he swiftly executed a phantom step to narrowly evade the danger. However, a flying green leaf struck the tower wall. The explosion unleashed a wave of energy that lifted Chen Daoxian off his feet. He found himself gliding through the air, desperately stabilizing his form. A single leaf possessed such formidable destructive power. Had he not dodged in time, he might have been grievously injured. Who dares to attempt my life here? Chen Daoxian turned abruptly, his gaze locking onto a striking figure standing boldly upon a tree, illuminated by the moonlight. Exuding an unparalleled elegance that could captivate nations. The woman appeared only a few years his senior, her beauty astonishing and ethereal. Her exquisite figure, accentuated by a flowing azure dress, was breathtakingly flawless. Her bright eyes sparkled with playful mischief, seemingly mocking Chen Daoxian. This ignited an inexplicable anger within him. Who are you to trespass in the forbidden grounds of the Chen clan? The woman in green did not respond. Instead, she gracefully lifted her hand, plucking a green leaf between her fingers. Witnessing this, Chen Daoxian felt compelled to act swiftly. He reached out into the air, commanding, "Sword, come." In an instant, Chun Mei's purple haze spirit sword flew into his grasp. Confronting the mysterious woman's threat, he showed no hesitation, positioning the purple haze spirit sword before him. With his other hand, he ran his fingers along the blade, causing it to resonate with a piercing hum. Divine Wind and Thunder True Technique. Chen Daoxian unleashed a strike with the sword. The invisible sword shadow pierced through the void, only to be shattered mid-air by the swiftly passing green leaf. Gulp. Chen Daoxian's throat tightened in shock. Had that woman truly intended to take his life, he would have already met his end. The woman stood defiantly against the wind, a carefree laugh escaping her lips as her ethereal voice echoed. As the scion of the Shura imperial clan, is that all the power you possess? Was she underestimating him? Chen Daoxian's eyes narrowed, and he instinctively drove his sword into the ground. Boom! A towering sword formation erupted, reaching skyward. The torrent of sword intent surged like tumultuous ocean waves. The ascending, powerful essence of the sword seamlessly fused with Chen Daoxian, much to the astonishment of the woman in the azure attire. A harmonious union of man, sword, and formation? She exclaimed in disbelief. A sword that transcends the mundane. Chen Daoxian's commanding voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The sea of sword intent around him rapidly transformed into a tempest of blades, penetrating the void with the might of a dragon, shattering the ranks, bearing an overwhelming pressure that violently struck towards the enigmatic woman. Amidst the relentless storm of blades, she perceived the manifestation of a dragon, her eyes suddenly gleaming with clarity. Without hesitation, she drew her jade spirit sword and pointed it skyward. Throat-sealing sword technique. Thunder roared, and an immense pressure enveloped the scene. A colossal shadow of a sword descended from the heavens. In that fleeting moment, Chen Daoxian sensed his sword's intent pause in midair, only to have the dragon-like essence severed by the descending sword shadow, which cleaved through it effortlessly. The spectral dragon of sword intent shattered with a resounding explosion, scattering luminescent fragments into the atmosphere. Upon hearing the 4 words uttered by her, Chen Daoxian froze in place. Throat-sealing sword technique, the supreme technique of the Chen clan, could only be mastered by direct descendants. And among the 5 sisters, she was the sole one remaining in the Shura Emperor realm. You are as he spoke. The azure-clad woman approached him, the fragrance of blossoms enveloping him. Her presence was refreshing and ethereal, as if she embodied a gentle spring breeze. You are, he stammered. Raising her hand, she pinched his face playfully. What do you mean? I am your 5th sister. 5th sister. Indeed, she was Chen Junran, his elder sister. This marked the first time in his life he had laid eyes on his own sister. At least, the first time he could remember. Gazing at her playful demeanor, Chen Daoxian scratched his head in bewilderment. What do you mean by the harmony of man, sword, and formation? I must admit, I do not fully comprehend it. However, compared to your throat-sealing sword technique, my sword that transcends the mundane pales in comparison. Naturally, Chen Junran replied, hands on her hips, her chest held high with pride. The throat-sealing sword technique was conceived by our father. It is unparalleled. Indeed, Chen Daoxian concurred. Chen Junran glanced at the 6th tower, exhaling softly. That tower is the inheritance tower of our 3rd sister. When she received her legacy, her extraordinary potential caused numerous cracks to spread across the tower's walls. This incident marked the first time our Chen clan achieved such a monumental feat had our 3rd sister remained. She would have undoubtedly guided our Shura clan to even greater heights. So it was the third sister. Chen Daoxian chuckled helplessly. She will return. What? Their eyes met. With a resolute and determined expression, Chen Daoxian declared, I will find third sister and bring her home. Similarly, I shall lead our Azura Imperial clan to unprecedented heights. Chapter 39. The inheritance manifestation shocks the Imperial clan. Since Chen Daoxian has returned to this home, he must fulfill his responsibilities as the chosen one. Locating his third sister is an imperative task. Observing her younger brother's maturity, Chen Junran felt a surge of relief. Very well, let us strive together. With a shared smile, the siblings exchanged glances. Under Chen Junran's watchful gaze, Chen Daoxian proceeded directly into his tower of inheritance. On a floating island, within an imposing residence, Chen Tianhai and his wife Han Feishui reclined in rocking chairs, their feet soaking in warm water, while two maidservants attended to them. Noticing the array of spiritual adornments laid out on the table, Han Feishui turned to the serene Qiuzhu, feeling somewhat troubled. Miss Qiuzhu, as a distinguished maid of the Imperial Palace, you need not come personally. Chen Tianhai concurred. Indeed, we are already immensely grateful to reside in the Upper Realms Imperial clan, and your generous gifts are overwhelming for us. Qiuzhu reassured them, there is no need for formalities. The Realm Master has decreed that your care for the young master in the lower realm merits these rewards. Chen Tianhai responded, while that may be true, this is simply too much. These adornments are priceless treasures. Even in the upper realm, they are considered lavish. Qiuzhu replied, the young master has many responsibilities ahead and may not have ample time to visit you. My actions are also intended for the benefit of others, to assure the clan members that you hold significant importance in the young master's heart. Should the young master neglect his adoptive parents from the lower realm, it could incite gossip and ridicule from others. Qiuzhu's gesture serves to inform the clan members of their esteemed status. Seeing Qiuzhu's intent, Chen Tianhai felt nothing but gratitude. Meanwhile, Han Feishui recalled the day at their residence when Lord Nalen struck her husband, causing him to spit blood, and could not help but shed tears. Previously, we were overly cautious due to the Nalen family's standing, humbled to the extreme. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the Nalen family has fallen, the Tang clan has perished, and even the Soul Pavilion of Zhongzhou has been destroyed? Indeed, Chen Tianhai echoed, filled with emotion. It all feels like a dream. Our son has suddenly become the chosen one of the Upper Realms Imperial clan. To this day, we cannot sleep soundly, fearing that upon waking, we might find ourselves back in the lower realms Chen family, enduring the Nalen family's oppression once more. Qiuzhu rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window with enchanting eyes. Such is life. It ebbs and flows, like the tides and clouds. You never know when you might fall to the depths or when fortune may unexpectedly grace you. Thus, strive in personal endeavor while leaving the outcomes to fate. This is the way of heaven. As her words fell, the entire house suddenly trembled violently. An earthquake. Chen Tianhai sprang to his feet. No, it is not. Qiuzhu immediately dashed out of the room, followed by several venerable elders, whose ethereal presence was striking. They stood upon the void, gazing in astonishment towards the Imperial Palace. It was then that Qiuzhu realized that not only was the entire island trembling, but it seemed as though the very heavens and the vast expanse of the surrounding void, spanning tens of millions of miles, were quaking. What on earth has transpired? In an instant, Qiuzhu appeared before the elders. Though their cultivation far surpassed hers, they exhibited utmost reverence. It appeared that the young master was undergoing a significant inheritance. An inheritance? The Tower of Legacy? Qiuzhu was incredulous. One of the elders continued, a millennium ago, when the third miss received her inheritance, a similar celestial phenomenon occurred. However, at that time, the spectacle was far more terrifying. The sky transformed into a murky yellow, and 12 colossal demonic statues descended from the heavens, a sight to behold. Yet, before the elder could finish, the entire night sky abruptly turned a dusky yellow. The elder's face paled in horror. But in the next moment, the sky suddenly shifted again, transforming into a blood-red hue. The crimson sky descended with a scarlet radiance, enveloping the entire Imperial clan. The bewildered clansmen looked up in awe. Only the elders could begin to fathom the implications of this sudden and dreadful phenomenon. The young master, he is receiving the inheritance of the Shura ancient emperor. And this scene appeared even more extravagant than that of the third miss. One could only wonder how many demonic manifestations would be summoned by the young master's unparalleled aptitude. 11 black towers quivered beneath the reflection of the sanguine light. Among them, The ninth tower had already begun to manifest spiderweb-like fissures across its surface. Qin Junren stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. She had never witnessed her sister's inheritance before. Yet, the cracks on the tower's walls spoke volumes. Little Six. He perhaps shares the same extraordinary, unparalleled talent as my sister. The sky had entirely morphed into a blood-red expanse. As turbulent crimson clouds gradually coalesced into a colossal swirling vortex before the trembling eyes of the onlookers. Deep within the vortex, thunder crackled ominously. Qin Songyuan stood alone above the imperial palace, gazing at the familiar sight, the ethereal figure of Qin Tianmai flickering in the recesses of his memory. Qin, astonishingly, is akin to Little Mai. Qin Songyuan clenched his fists, his body trembling uncontrollably. He awaited the descent of the demon gods. He hoped that his son could once again astound the heavens and the earth, the myriad realms. With such fervent anticipation, Qin Songyuan dared not blink. Time slipped away unnoticed. Finally, the immense blood cloud vortex, just as he envisioned, came to a standstill. Crack. Following this was the sound of the sky shattering. A colossal Blackfoot emerged forcefully from the fractured crimson expanse. It has come. The demon god. The young master truly resembles the third young lady, capable of summoning the manifestation of the demon gods. A multitude of elders were overwhelmed with excitement, tears of joy brimming in their eyes. A century ago, the mysterious disappearance of the third young lady left an indelible sorrow upon the Shura imperial clan. Yet today, the return of Qin Daoxian has rekindled hope among the entire clan. The first demon god appeared, bearing an ancient visage, with flowing gray hair and scales adorning its chest and arms. Two dragons, one blue and one red, coiled around its feet, and before the awestruck gazes of the crowd, it descended from the shattered void. Following closely was the second beast, draped in a celestial robe of blue and white, crowned with a divine diadem, and landing fiercely upon a lotus seat. The third entity bore a human form with a dragon's face, eyes ablaze, adorned with 4 Qilin horns atop its head, and arms resembling claws from the depths of hell, drenched in blood. The fourth was a skeletal figure, its gaze akin to a wandering spirit, entwined with countless black vines, instantly transforming the cosmic pathways into a dreadfully malevolent abyss. The fifth demon, towering and immensely strong, wielded a shield in one hand and a peculiar ancient weapon in the other. Though headless, it seemed to possess eyes that could see through the essence of the world. Chapter 40. Ascending to the pinnacle of 9-star, Xianzun. The heavens were shrouded by the images of the myriad demon gods, and in that moment, all breath was held. Among them was Qin Songyuan, initially brimming with emotion, tears of joy in his eyes. Yet now, he stood agape, utterly speechless in shock at the spectacle before him. The 18th demon god, an elder with fierce brows and white hair, bared his upper body, enveloped in golden light, with 2 yellow serpents coiling around him, leaving the Shura clan members dumbfounded and hesitant to act. The 26th demon, with a dragon's body and phoenix wings, glared with fierce red eyes as its massive form soared across the blood-red sky. The 37th, 52nd, 81st, and 99th demon gods followed, the last with wild red hair billowing behind and a bronze, iron-clad physique exuding a commanding presence, its gaze dismissive of the world as if it were mere chaff. Embodying the essence of a sovereign. 99. My son Daoxian has summoned 99 demon gods. Qin Songyuan's exclamation of astonishment reverberated through the Shura Empire, shaking its very foundations. Qin, in the Tower of Inheritance, has drawn forth 99 demon gods, surpassing the 12 summoned by Xiao Mai in years past. Suddenly, a deafening explosion obliterated the images of the myriad demon gods. A storm of destruction surged forth from the Qin family's forbidden grounds. Qin Junran, closest to the chaos, witnessed the transformation of her fair countenance into one of shock. Yet, before she could act, Qin Songyuan's figure appeared strangely in front of her. As he raised his hand to suppress the tumultuous storm of annihilation, it dissipated instantaneously. However, the 11 black towers within the Qin family's forbidden grounds lay utterly reduced to rubble. Father, the towers are gone, all gone, Qin Junran exclaimed, her eyes wide and her lips slightly parted. Those 2 towers were meant for the descendants of Xiao Lu. Qin Songyuan affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, chiding her with a smile. Silly girl, Xian'er has summoned 99 manifestations of demonic deities. What does that signify? With his innate talent, even if he were to combine me, your mother, and the Azure Emperor, we would still pale in comparison. In the future, Xian'er may well surpass our ancestors. Such feats may soon be within his grasp. At that time, should he wish to establish countless towers of inheritance for his descendants, he shall do so without concern for their paths being uncharted. Chen Songyuan could hardly contain his joy, imagining how his wife would react to this extraordinary scene, surely as exhilarated as he was. The seven-colored cloud pool gradually enveloped the ruins of the forbidden area, and at its heart, Chen Daoxian sat cross-legged amidst the scattered stones, exuding an aura of profound essence and boundless divine radiance. In this moment, the energy radiating from him had transcended the realm of Xianzong. Directly reaching the pinnacle of Xianzun, 9-star Xianzun, he stood merely a half-step away from the realm of half-saint. At his tender age, achieving such rapid progress was unparalleled throughout history. The young master had already attained the pinnacle of Xianzun, just like me, 9-star Xianzun. Chumei, hidden outside the forbidden area, covered her mouth, tears staining her makeup as she witnessed the young master's astonishing breakthrough. Her joy surpassed even her own recent advancement. Elder sister, is that the young master's aura? Xiaolan, Qiuzhu, and Dongji arrived in succession. Facing their utterly thrilled gazes, Chunmei nodded earnestly, yes. This is wonderful. The four women embraced one another, and in that moment, tears filled the eyes of many. Numerous figures from the imperial clan bowed in reverence towards the void. Facing the direction of the imperial palace, their heads repeatedly touching the ground in worship. Initially, their respect for the young master's return stemmed merely from his unique status. But now, their hearts brimmed with boundless admiration, like an endless river flowing ceaselessly. Ultimately, the imperial clan also relied on strength to command respect. Time flowed steadily, and before they knew it, a month had quietly slipped by. Chen Daoxian finally opened his eyes. Xianer, Xiaolu. As he watched his father and elder sister rush toward him excitedly, Chen Daoxian slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his clothing. His calm gaze seemed to harbor a latent essence, subtly swirling. Father, I apologize. I have destroyed all the towers of inheritance here, he said. A hint of helplessness in his voice. Unexpectedly, Chen Songyuan not only showed no anger, but instead patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. Ha! Well done. Well done. Chen Daoxian was left bewildered. What is going on, father? Due to the previous celestial phenomena and the manifestation of 99 demonic deities, he remained completely unaware. Chen Songyuan scrutinized his son and expressed concern. Are you hungry? I have asked old Yun to prepare a feast for you, filled with all your favorite dishes. Hungry? Chen Daoxian inquired while patting his abdomen. I am indeed feeling hunger. How peculiar. It has been less than the duration of an incense stick, yet here I am, ravenous. An incense stick. Chen Junren pinched his cheek playfully. You foolish boy, you have been in meditation for an entire month. What? A month? However, before Chen Daoxian could fully comprehend this revelation, Chen Junren hugged him tightly around the neck, exclaiming, but our little sixth is truly extraordinary. You managed to summon 99 demonic deities in the midst of your inheritance, and your cultivation has soared to the pinnacle of the Xianzun realm. Such prowess brings great honor to your father. A month? 99. What are these demonic deities? Chen Daoxuan's mind was flooded with questions. He distinctly felt that he had only engaged in meditation for a brief moment, and the entire experience had been remarkably tranquil. How had it transformed into the summoning of 99 demonic deities in his sister's words? Soon enough, Chen Daoxian found himself seated at the dining table. As he savored the most exquisite dishes from the imperial palace, he inquired about the events that had transpired outside. After listening to his sister's vivid account, Chen Daoxian could hardly believe it, casting a sidelong glance at his father. After repeated confirmations, he was utterly astonished. Goodness, his third sister had once summoned 12 demonic deities. And here he was, having summoned 99. Alas, he regretted not witnessing the appearance of those demonic beings. What a loss. That night, Chen Daoxian indulged in a warm bath. Emerging from the tub afterward, Chumei, Xiaolan, Qiuzhu, and Dongji, for maidens, assisted him in dressing. Upon noticing their flushed cheeks, Chen Daoxian suddenly felt a stirring within him. As soon as he sensed this, their faces reddened even more. Chunmei, perceiving the burning gaze of the young master, shyly murmured, if the young master desires. We are always available, all four of us. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxian wasted no time, sweeping her off her feet. All right, I want all four. But just then, his sister's voice unexpectedly rang out from outside the window. Little six, hurry up and wash. Once you're done, put on your clothes. I shall take you to a delightful place. Chapter 41. Sister takes me to the brothel at night, just as the flames of desire were about to ignite. A bucket of cold water was splashed from outside, extinguishing them. Chen Daoxian, feeling quite helpless, donned a splendid blue robe and exited the room. In the courtyard, Chen Jun ran. Disguised as a man, donned a garment of pristine white. Her long, lustrous hair was elegantly tied back, framing her delicate features. With a graceful demeanor and a folded fan in hand, her bright eyes sparkled with mischief, perfectly embodying the essence of a refined gentleman. "Sister, what is this?" Gazing at his sister, who was disguised as a man and appeared flustered, Chen Daoxian felt a sense of bewilderment. Chen Junran seized his hand and declared, "I have told you, I will take you to a delightful place. But remember, you must not mention this to father." With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, the world began to spin. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves on a bustling night street. Before them stood a resplendent red building, vibrant with life. On the second-floor balcony, several elegantly dressed young women, upon spotting the striking presence of the two young men, were momentarily taken aback, only to quickly adorn their faces with alluring smiles. "Come in and enjoy yourselves, gentlemen." Chen Daoxian was momentarily taken aback, disbelief washing over his features as he turned in shock. "Sister, have you brought me to a brothel?" With a slight furrow of her brow, Chen Junran replied, "What's wrong? Is it unacceptable to you?" "It's not that," he stammered. Please don't drag me in. I'm not that kind of person." In an inexplicable turn of events, Chen Daoxian found himself pulled into the establishment. The soft pink glow of candlelight filtered through the vibrant lanterns, casting a gentle illumination upon the grand hall below. Observing the young women, clad in revealing attire and playfully nestled in the arms of various men, left him utterly speechless. His sister truly had a unique sense of adventure. To think she would bring her own brother to such a place at this hour. No wonder she insisted he keep this from their father. If he were to find out, she would surely face dire consequences. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan's expression shifted. They were of imperial lineage, as a scion of the empire. How could he be in such a sordid establishment? Could it be that his sister was sent by their father to test his resolve? While he contemplated this unsettling notion, a matronly figure descended the staircase with the grace of a water snake, her movements skillfully seductive. Upon noticing the two unfamiliar young men, adorned in fine garments, her heavily painted face broke into a wide smile. "Ah, how dashing you two are! I presume it is your first visit to our Zui Huanglu?" Though the woman was no longer in her prime, she still possessed a certain charm. Moreover, even in her male disguise, Chen Junren's beauty was unmistakable to anyone with clear sight. Yet the woman, seemingly aware of her true identity but choosing to feign ignorance, continued to address her as a young master, revealing her seasoned experience in such matters. "Indeed, it is our first time here." Chen Junran casually tossed a heavy pouch to the woman. "We heard that Ji Wuning would be making an appearance tonight, so we thought we would come to see for ourselves." "Ji Wuning?" Chen Daoxuan's brow furrowed deeply. Was this truly the underlying intention of my fifth sister in bringing me here? The matchmaker opened the fragrant pouch, revealing an abundance of exquisite spiritual stones within, which caused her aged visage to blossom with delight. "Ah, this young gentleman is indeed generous. Please, you both, come upstairs." Chen Jun ran, with her hands clasped behind her back, followed closely in her footsteps. However, at that moment, Chen Daoxian called out to her, "Fifth sister, who is Ji Wuning?" Upon the utterance of this inquiry, the once bustling hall fell into an abrupt silence. Everyone paused their activities, turning their gaze toward him, momentarily stunned. Then, an uproar of laughter erupted. "Ha ha! You cannot be serious, young brother. You don't even know who Ji Wuning is? What brings you to Zuihuang Tower then?" Another chimed in. "We are all here for Sister Wuning tonight. I advise you to wait until you are better informed before returning." As the man continued speaking, suddenly, without warning, a resounding slap echoed through the room. The man was propelled through the window with a forceful shove. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as the sound of shocked inhalations filled the air. Among those present, aside from Chen Daoxian and the matchmaker, no one else had witnessed Chen Junren's strike. Yet, the unseen did not hinder their comprehension. In that moment, no one dared to speak carelessly. With a sense of reverence, they watched as the two young individuals ascended the stairs with the matchmaker, entering a private chamber. Once the door closed behind them, the crowd resumed their revelries, indulging in their festivities. Is that Ji Wuning truly renowned? In the private room, Chen Daoxian seated himself, casting a curious glance at Fifth Sister. He pondered her motives for bringing him here at this late hour, simply to see Ji Wuning, and what deeper meaning lay behind it. Chen Junren pushed open the bamboo window, gazing into the night, her delicate features reflecting a hint of hesitation. How shall I begin to explain this? First and foremost, on the surface, she is regarded as the most celebrated courtesan here. A courtesan? Qin Daoxian inquired. But what is her true identity? Qin Junran replied. She is the holy maiden of the Celestial Fox clan. Qin Daoxian expressed his bewilderment. I do not comprehend. Qin Junran clapped her thigh in exasperation. All right. Let us begin with the Celestial Fox Sacred Land. The Celestial Fox Sacred Land is the territory of the Demon Clan, dominated by the Celestial Fox and Demon Fox tribes, the most formidable among them. For eons, the Sacred Land has been governed by the elder of the Celestial Fox clan, and over time, the two tribes have set aside their grievances, merging into one lineage, henceforth referred to as the Celestial Demon Fox clan. Consequently, the Sacred Land was renamed the Celestial Demon Sacred Land. Upon hearing Fifth Sister's words, Qin Daoxian was taken aback. Is it possible that this elder of the Celestial Fox managed to unite two distinct fox tribes? How did he achieve such a feat? Qin Junran snapped her fingers. My little Lu is astute enough to sense the underlying schemes. Just as you suspect, the integration of the two tribes is merely an illusion. It is a long-planned conspiracy. 3 years ago, led by Yin Lingqi, the Demon Fox clan unexpectedly launched an assault on the Celestial Fox clan. The Tianhu clan was overwhelmed. Their patriarch was imprisoned, and over half of their kin suffered casualties. However, their saintess, Ji Wuning, managed to escape the Sacred Land, shielded by the valiant efforts of her clansmen. Aware of her inability to rescue the patriarch, Ji Wuning devised a plan and ventured into the Shura Emperor realm, hoping to leverage her beauty to enlist the aid of its formidable warriors. Unfortunately, as Qin Junran contemplated this, her eyes shimmered with confusion. Qin Daoxian, following his train of thought, interjected, Alas, the men who come here promise to avenge her, only to abandon their vows afterward, do they not? Qin Junran was taken aback. How did you know? Qin Daoxian replied, I surmised it. Qin Junran, astonished, exclaimed, You guessed? Qin Daoxian explained, Indeed, my dear sister. As a woman, you may not grasp the intricacies of a man's heart. In the minds of most men, once a woman enters the realm of promiscuity, she ceases to be cherished. No matter her beauty, she is deemed sullied. Once tainted, she is only fit for fleeting amusement, nothing more. Chapter 42. The Taichu Imperial Clan? Oh, Qin Junran tilted her head, comprehending instantly. This meant that the men arriving here were merely seeking to toy with her. No one would genuinely strive to aid her in confronting the sacred powers. Qin Daoxian, having learned of Ji Wuning's plight, found himself perplexed. Then why are we here? Suddenly, his expression shifted. Could it be that she possesses a unique bloodline? Qin Junran replied, Regrettably, she does not. Qin Daoxian queried, Then what is our purpose here? He held no interest in such a woman, particularly knowing she belonged to the demon race. Strange notions began to unfurl in Qin Daoxian's mind. At last, Qin Junran revealed her true intention. I summoned you to acquire the Tianhu clan's most formidable movement technique, the Xinyu Daoxian step. Or rather, the most powerful technique in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Qin Daoxian was taken aback. A sacred land capable of presenting a movement technique surpassing that of the 3 great imperial clans? Was this not an exaggeration? Sensing his skepticism, Qin Junran continued, In truth, do not dismiss the Tianyao Sacred Land as the weakest among the 7 sacred lands. My father once told me that during the Taichu era, it was revered as the Tianyao Emperor realm. Qin Daoxian inquired, Are they an imperial clan? Indeed, Qin Junran replied, her lips pursed slightly. It is said that in the Taichu era, there existed a 9-tailed fox, possessing unparalleled demonic power. Ultimately, she transcended her limits to attain the status of an emperor. And the movement technique she comprehended upon achieving this was none other than the Xinyu Daoxian step. As she spoke, Qin Junran raised her delicate finger. Furthermore, it was this very movement technique that enabled Ji Wuning to escape the Sacred Land. Despite being merely at the Shenhuang realm, she utilized this technique to evade the siege of numerous sacred powerhouses and emerged unscathed. Imagine, if you were to acquire this extraordinary physique and further enhance your cultivation in the future, would you not become invincible in the world? Qin Daoxian comprehended this notion. Ji Wuning harbored a bitter enmity with the leader of the Fox tribe, Yin Lingqi. Although the Fox clan had fallen into decline, the ethereal butterfly dance had been passed down intact since the primordial era. Qin Daoxian clarified his thoughts and spoke candidly. You wish for me to assist her in reclaiming the heavenly demon sacred land, in exchange for her imparting the butterfly dance to me? Qin Junren affirmed, precisely. Qin Daoxian responded, very well. Regardless, I must visit the heavenly demon's sacred land. And it's fortuitous that I can also deal with the sacred soul palace. As soon as he finished speaking, a knock echoed from outside the door. Enter, Qin Junren instructed. The door swung open, revealing a group of elegantly dressed young women who lined up before Qin Daoxian. Each of these ladies possessed their own unique charm, long legs, alluring features, everything one could desire. A matchmaker fanned herself with a delicate pink and white fan and approached Qin Daoxian. Young master, these are the finest ladies we have to offer. What do you think? Qin Junren interjected. Xiao Lu, choose two. Qin Daoxian, feeling a flush of embarrassment, waved his hand. No. Qin Junren reassured him. Do not be shy. I am your sister. I shall not mock you. Qin Daoxian insisted. Truly, I do not wish for any. Qin Junren's brows furrowed slightly. Are you really not selecting anyone? Qin Daoxian affirmed. Indeed, I am not. Their gazes locked. Qin Junren smiled softly. Very well. I shall choose two, her and her, while the others may leave. The matchmaker, somewhat astonished, mused to herself that while the brother declined, the sister was making selections. What a playful pair they were. She promptly led the other ladies away from the chamber. Come, join me for a drink. Qin Junren beckoned, her arms outstretched, her beautiful face radiating delight. The two chosen ladies, recognizing that the person before them was a woman disguised as a man, refrained from revealing the truth and obediently nestled into her embrace. Qin Junren reveled in the moment, drinking heartily, leaving Qin Daoxian utterly speechless. His sister was indeed no ordinary woman. Time passed swiftly. As a carriage halted before the Drunken Phoenix Pavilion, the matchmaker promptly dispatched someone to the chamber, informing Qin Daoxian that the main guest of the evening had arrived. The siblings made their way to the second-floor balcony. Soon, a masked woman clad in a snowy gown gracefully approached from outside. Though her face remained hidden, her figure was exquisite, an elegant waist and graceful curves. The white lace corset she wore accentuated her alluring silhouette, while the faint shadows of her legs visible beneath the sheer fabric added an enchanting touch, leaving one captivated yet intrigued by the obscurity. Marvelous. Qin Daoxian could not help but applaud in admiration. Noticing his brother's excited expression, Qin Junren covered her mouth and teased. It is said that the Fox clan is naturally alluring. Xiao Lu, be sure to seize this opportunity tonight. Cough, cough. Qin Daoxian cleared his throat twice, adopting a serious demeanor once more. Do not jest. I am merely browsing. Very well, as you wish, Qin Junren pouted, too lazy to expose him. Before long, Ji Wuning ascended the resplendent red platform. She gracefully adjusted her skirt and took her seat before the guqin. Without excessive words, she commenced her performance. The melodious strains of the instrument began, akin to spring bamboo shooting through the earth, waves crashing upon the shore, a ceaseless surge of sound. Yet soon, it began to narrate tales of boundless tragedy and sorrow. A little fox, in a bid to rescue her grandmother and reclaim her homeland, ventured far from home into the imperial realm, offering herself as a pawn to seize an opportunity. Alas, the listeners present were more preoccupied with their own desires than with the music. Foolishly, she was deceived time and again, yet her heart remained filled with hope. How pitiable, how sad, how lamentable. Qin Daoxian closed his eyes, listening intently, shaking his head repeatedly. Setting aside the facts, he could sense through the melancholic melodies the depths of her misfortune. As the last note faded, Ji Wuning rose, casting her gaze upon the audience below, her eyes shimmering with tears of vulnerability, and bowed gracefully. I, Ji Wuning, seek a heroic savior to help me reclaim the domain of the celestial fox. I implore you. The words she had repeated countless times escaped her lips once more. Seeing her bow in gratitude, the men in the crowd instantly lit up with joy. Ji Wuning. Choose me. My ancestors have been wanderers for 3 generations. If you trust me, I shall assist you in your resurgence. Do not listen to him. What nonsense about wanderers. His father is merely a swineherd. Choose me instead. Our Jiang family holds a prominent position in the 9 provinces. Surely you have heard of us. I am a prodigy of our time, unmatched in swordsmanship, effortlessly capable of defeating that insignificant Yinling Qi. Choose me. I possess immense wealth. My background is invincible. People eagerly raised their hands, vying for the chance to savor the exquisite beauty of this remarkable woman. Qin Daoxian gazed at the delicate figure in the snowy attire, trembling and uncertain, shaking his head in resignation. What a truly pitiable soul. Just as he was about to raise his hand, Qin Junren reminded him, according to the rules, should you select her here, you must spend the night with her. Matters of importance can be discussed later. Ah. Chen Daoxian hastily withdrew his hand. Unexpectedly. As soon as his hand fell, Ji Wanning's voice rang out with resolute clarity. I choose him. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes toward the direction she pointed. All eyes converging on Chen Daoxian. Chapter 43. I shall help you vanquish Yin Lingqi. You shall teach me the divine butterfly step. It is him. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the bewildered youth on the second-floor balcony. Due to the previous events, no one dared to provoke him. Me? Chen Daoxian questioned in disbelief, pointing to himself. Indeed, Ji Wanning replied with unwavering conviction. It seems that before she entered, the matchmaker had discreetly informed her of the events that transpired here. Otherwise, she would not have been so resolute. Faced with the gaze of the entire room, filled with admiration, Chen Daoxian slapped his forehead in exasperation and looked at Fifth Sister. Is it possible to refrain from sleeping? Chen Junren chuckled softly. Others come here to seek her affection. Yet you, when a young lady throws herself at you, are unwilling. Chen Daoxian protested. No, it's mainly because of her. This young master, please follow me. A maid approached Chen Daoxian and bowed respectfully. It was then that he noticed Ji Wanning was no longer on the high platform. Go on, stop being shy. You're already grown up. Chen Junren nudged him towards the leading maid. Chen Daoxian felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. However, recalling the ethereal butterfly dance of the Fox clan, a masterpiece from the era of the nine-tailed demon emperor, he ultimately steeled himself and followed the maid's lead. Behind him, Fifth Sister's encouraging voice echoed. What a baffling situation. Chen Daoxian found himself inexplicably arranged to recline on a soft, fragrant couch. Once the maid departed, through the dimly lit curtain, he beheld an intricately carved sandalwood chair, a large birch round table, and vines climbing the walls, even a swing hanging in the room. Was it customary to have a swing indoors? Chen Daoxian pondered in confusion. At that moment, the door swung open, and a graceful figure approached. Chen Daoxian lay sprawled on the couch, his heart racing. Compared to his initial encounter with Chun Mei and her companions, the scene was similar. The difference was that Ji Wanning belonged to the demon clan. A demon clan. Chen Daoxian felt a twinge of resistance. Are demons like us? Why does it feel so chilling? The curtain was drawn back. Ji Wanning had removed her white veil, revealing a naturally enchanting and exquisite visage that was heart-wrenching. Her peach blossom eyes were captivating, with long eyelashes fluttering gently, and her gaze was as deep as autumn waters. Although she was no longer pure at this moment, her cheeks still glowed with a rosy hue, radiating shyness. As the holy maiden of the Tianhu clan, just as Fifth Sister had said, such a bewitching beauty truly stirred one's heart. It was indeed her name, Wanning. No wonder her family had lost their peace. Young master, in this beautiful moment of spring, let us. Chen Daoxian interrupted urgently. Wait. His heart was still uneasy. You know that. Ji Wanning tilted her head in confusion. Chen Daoxian gritted his teeth and spoke plainly. I can help you eliminate Yin Lingqi. Having welcomed so many guests, it was the first time Ji Wanning encountered a man willing to offer such a commitment. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and then Chen Daoxian replied, as a condition of exchange, I require you to impart the butterfly dance to me. He was straightforward, clarifying the terms of the transaction. Chen Daoxian was determined to dispel any misconceptions that he was akin to those outside, merely drawn to her for her physical allure. Ji Wanning was taken aback, exclaiming, You came here for the divine butterfly step? Indeed, Chen Daoxian affirmed. The divine butterfly step is the supreme technique of my Tianyao Fox clan. How can I trust you? Ji Wanning retorted. In other words, while she could perhaps accept being deceived regarding her body, the notion of falling prey to a scoundrel who could usurp her divine butterfly step was utterly unacceptable. The mention of this ancestral technique, passed down through the nine-tailed fox lineage, revealed her deep-seated vigilance. It was undoubtedly a treasure of paramount importance to her clan, hence her fierce protectiveness. A smirk curled at the corners of Chen Daoxian's mouth. Very well. If you doubt my abilities, let the matchmaker test me. I wouldn't mind at all. The matchmaker, ostensibly the proprietor of this establishment, was a woman of considerable grace, yet she was also a seasoned matron. However, upon his first glance, Chen Daoxian discerned that this elder woman possessed strength that had reached the realm of Xianzun, an esteemed level within the hierarchy of power. Such prowess was rare, even in the upper realms, suggesting she had once held a position of significant authority within the Tianyao sacred land. Ji Wanning gazed in astonishment at the suave young man reclining before her, surprised that he could perceive the matchmaker's extraordinary nature. His keen and astute insight seemed incongruous with his youthful appearance. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Wuning declared, "All right, wait here. I will summon the matchmaker." With that, she turned and departed. As Ji Wuning exited the room, the lingering fragrance of her presence remained in the air. Chen Daoxian sat up, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten to inquire about the purpose of the swing and the large birchwood table, which was considerably larger than that of an average household. Did it not seem cumbersome? Moreover, there was a wooden horse sculpture by the window. How peculiar. Upon locating the matchmaker, Ji Wuning conveyed the request from the gentleman in the room. Upon hearing this, the matchmaker's expression shifted. How could he possibly know the divine butterfly step? This supreme technique is not commonly known. If he isn't from within the Fox clan, then he must be associated with a formidable power to possess such knowledge. Could he be sent by Yinlingqi? The matchmaker's countenance grew serious as she suddenly realized the situation might be more complex than it appeared. Yinlingqi, Ji Wuning gasped in horror. The matchmaker pondered for a moment. The Shura Emperor realm is within the territory of the Qin clan. Even if Yinlingqi had 1,000 audacious hearts, he would never dare to create a disturbance here. However, if he were to send someone to lure us to the Tianyao sacred land and then capture us, Ji Wuning's trepidation began to mount. What shall we do? The matchmaker let out a cold hum, her eyes filled with a chilling intent. There is no need for alarm among the Fox Demon clan. Only Yinlingqi possesses the capability to overpower me. Should he think to coerce us into retreat with a mere brat, he underestimates my resolve. After all, I am the grand leader of the Celestial Fox clan, having commanded the 3 armies for over 10 millennia. Ji Wuning, accompanied by the matchmaker, returned to the chamber. However, as they pushed the door open, they were met with the sight of Chen Daoxian riding a wooden horse, creaking rhythmically. Ji Wuning's delicate face flushed crimson. Chen Daoxian immediately halted, curiosity piqued. "Miss Ji, may I inquire why you have placed a swing within the room?" A rather disingenuous question. Ji Wuning turned away, her foot stamping in indignation. "What?" Chen Daoxian responded. At that moment, the matchmaker approached, her gaze scrutinizing Chen Daoxian from head to toe. "Do you wish to learn the heavenly butterfly step of my Fox clan?" Chen Daoxian unabashedly replied. "Indeed." The matchmaker's lips curled into a slight smile. "Very well, let me witness your abilities." With that, she raised her hand towards Chen Daoxian and clenched it forcefully. Chapter 44. The shock of the grand leader of the sacred land. This child is destined to defy the heavens. A black rift in space suddenly manifested within the room, sending shockwaves throughout. With the matchmaker gesturing for him to enter, Chen Daoxian calmly stepped into the rift. In an untroubled expanse of 10,000 deep mountains, under the luminous night sky, the matchmaker briefly stretched her limbs, her unfathomable eyes instantly shimmering with a dark crimson gleam. "My true name is Yin Hongyu, once the grand leader of the celestial sacred land. Young hero, exercise caution. If there is anything you wish to express, now is the time." Boom. An immensely potent aura surged forth from the mountains, the sky fracturing in strands that extended deep into the clouds, causing the very fabric of this realm to shatter. 8-star Xianzun. Remarkably impressive. Upon sensing her aura, Chen Daoxian couldn't help but nod in admiration. Such power. It was on an entirely different level compared to the 1-star Xianzun, Hun Tianqi, he had encountered earlier. The grand leader of the sacred land. Indeed commendable. Yet, why do you bear the surname Yin? Chen Daoxian remained unperturbed by her imposing presence, instead adopting the demeanor of an elder inquiring of a junior. This perplexed Yin Hongyu, who promptly answered his question, "Because all of us from the Fox Demon clan carry the surname Yin. Only the Celestial Fox clan bears the surname Ji." Chen Daoxian replied, "You know well, that is not what I am asking." Yin Hongyu gritted her teeth. "Because Ancestor Ji Su treated me with great kindness, entrusting me with the command of the 3 armies despite knowing I am a Fox Demon. Throughout the years, she has never regarded us as outsiders. Yet, that scoundrel Yinlingqi, driven by his selfish desires, brazenly attacked the Celestial Fox clan, resulting in tremendous casualties for both clans." Reflecting on this, Yin Hongyu let out a self-deprecating smile. "As a member of the Fox Demon clan, I cannot condone the actions of Yinlingqi. It is absurd that Ji Youha, the father of Wu Ning, chose to betray the Heavenly Fox clan at a critical moment, switching allegiance to Yinlingqi. The mere mention of her cowardly father caused Wu Ning to lower her gaze in despondence. Moreover, her younger brother, Ji Wuming, had also turned traitor. The complexities of the Fox clan cannot be elucidated in mere words. Yin Hongyu spread her arms wide, her nails rapidly elongating, her gaze more bewitching than ever. Are you certain you have nothing to say? Chen Daoxian felt a chuckle rising within him. What should I say? That I am sent by Yin Lingqi, or that my sole intention is to deceive you with my divine butterfly dance? If you choose silence, then let us engage. Yin Hongyu stepped forward, her figure suddenly vanishing from sight. Faced with the apparition of this cunning old fox, Chen Daoxian instinctively reached out and seized her incoming wrist. Yin Hongyu's expression shifted dramatically as she realized she could not escape. In shock, she looked up, only to be met with the sound of Chen Daoxian flicking his fingers, striking her forehead with a resounding pop. The air erupted in a wave of heat. As Chen Daoxian intentionally released her, Yin Hongyu swiftly retreated, clutching her forehead and trembling violently. Commander! Wu Ning exclaimed in alarm, bewildered as to why a mere flick to her forehead could cause such pain. Chen Daoxian had indeed shown restraint, yet Yin Hongyu was far from satisfied. Brat, what is your cultivation level? She demanded through gritted teeth. Chen Daoxian, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, replied coolly, I do not appreciate being called a brat. If you wish to reclaim the sacred ground, it would be wise to learn how to converse with me first. Such an assertive stance. Wu Ning, standing outside the fray, could not help but cover her mouth in astonishment. Yin Hongyu's expression also tightened, fearful that too much talk might lead to disaster. Without further ado, she launched an attack. With a swift motion, a dark spear materialized in her grasp, as she unleashed a torrent of spear strikes towards Chen Daoxian. The sheer force of the assault obliterated hundreds of mountains in its wake. Amidst the overwhelming barrage, Chen Daoxian remained unflustered, using his finger as a sword to defend himself. No matter how ferocious Yin Hongyu's onslaught was, he stood his ground, not retreating an inch. Astonishingly, every single strike was thwarted by but a single finger. Wu Ning watched in disbelief, utterly shocked by his extraordinary prowess. His strength was almost monstrous. Just as Yin Hongyu was about to summon her 5 foxtails for a desperate clash with Chen Daoxian, in a moment of urgency, Wu Ning cried out, Commander, please stop. Clang. Another sharp sound echoed. Yin Hongyu swiftly drew back, her gaze towards Chen Daoxian filled with astonishment. In truth, even if Wu Ning had not intervened, through their confrontation thus far, she had come to a profound realization. The strength of the youth before her far surpassed her own. Yin Hongyu inquired, who on earth are you, so youthful yet possessing unfathomable strength? In the face of the astonishment from the 2 foxes, Chen Daoxian remained unflustered, resting his sword-imbued fingers behind him, exuding an aura of a legendary figure. He replied nonchalantly, do not ask what should remain unasked. Simply understand that I can assist you in reclaiming the sacred land. Yin Hongyu's expression turned grave. But Yin Lingqi is unlike me. He is a profound saint. Furthermore, he has the Holy Soul Palace allied with him, and its lord is also a profound saint. The Holy Soul Palace. Chen Daoxian's eyes narrowed. What a formidable entity. I shall ensure its destruction along with you. Such audacity. The collaboration of 2 profound saints seemed trivial in his eyes, as if he could obliterate them with a mere flick of his fingers. How could someone so young be so audacious? Just as Yin Hongyu was engulfed in disbelief, the world around them suddenly transformed. In the blink of an eye, the 3 found themselves inexplicably transported back to the lavishly adorned chamber. A profound saint. You are a profound saint? Yin Hongyu exclaimed in astonishment. The ability to teleport someone instantaneously could only be achieved by one of profound saint caliber. This was a unique hallmark of such beings. However, this was not Chen Daoxian's doing. He glanced toward the door and conceded, my sister is a profound saint. She must have summoned us back. I am merely at the pinnacle of the profound venerable realm. Gulp. Both Yin Hongyu and Ji Wuning swallowed hard, their eyes wide with incredulity. The woman outside, disguised as a man, possessed even greater prowess? My heavens! While Yin Hongyu was shocked, an implausible yet inevitable thought formed within her mind. Perhaps these 2 hailed from the Chun imperial lineage. Beyond this, she could conceive no other logical explanation. Yin Hongyu, accompanied by Ji Wuning, knelt in reverence. We apologize for any offense. We hope the young hero can find it in his heart to forgive us. Ji Wuning added, we are truly sorry. It was our fault to harbor such suspicions. The 2 continued to bow deeply. Chen Daoxian sighed, please rise. I understand your concerns. Were our positions reversed, I too would be wary. After all, not everyone in this world is as fortunate as I am. Some strive to remain inconspicuous, yet their strength does not permit it. Many live arduous lives. Gentlemen, please entrust me with the butterfly step of the Divine Wanderer. In my capacity as the heir of the Shura imperial realm, I assure you I will help you eliminate Yin Lingqi and the Holy Soul Palace. Chapter 45. Obtaining the Butterfly Step of the Divine Wanderer, journeying to the heavenly demon sacred land. The heir of the Shura imperial realm. He is the scion of the imperial lineage. Yin Hongyu and Ji Wanning exchanged astonished glances, their expressions pale with disbelief as they fixed their gaze upon Qin Daoxian. Ji Wanning asked, "Are you truly the scion of the Shura imperial clan?" Qin Daoxian nodded calmly, affirming the truth of his words. Ji Wanning closed her eyes, tears welling within. She had long awaited the arrival of a man who could take charge of her fate and assist her in reclaiming the sacred land. After enduring countless deceptions, she could hardly believe that heaven had shown her such mercy, granting her the presence of the son of the imperial clan, a divine offspring, whose identity and status far surpassed that of the modest sacred land. However, the heavenly demon sacred land ultimately fell under the jurisdiction of the Songlong Empire. Should the Shura sun intervene recklessly? Contemplating this, Ji Wanning's expression grew complex. Master Chun, are you truly willing to offend the Songlong Empire on my behalf? Indeed. Qin Daoxian began to respond, but was interrupted by the resonant voice of his fifth sister, Qin Junran. Echoing through the room, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, across the vast universe, my little six can go wherever she pleases and slay whomever she desires. Do you comprehend? This left Ji Wanning stammering, for it implied that the Songlong Empire was insignificant before the Shura Empire. She had heard tales of the Shura Empire's notorious ruthlessness, and witnessing it firsthand was an eye-opening experience. She quickly replied, "I understand." Raising her enchanting gaze, she declared fervently, "Master Chun, I am willing to entrust you with the divine butterfly steps." "Ah, splendid," Qin Daoxian nodded in satisfaction. To avoid interrupting their scholarly exchange, Yin Hongyu wisely departed from the room, remaining outside with a heavy heart. The divine butterfly steps were the treasured heirloom of the heavenly demon fox clan, a legacy passed down through generations, now held by the grand ancestor of the heavenly fox. In the past, a powerful figure from the Songlong Empire attempted to coerce the grand ancestor into surrendering this treasure, but she resolutely refused. The Dragon Clan, known for their pride, sought to maintain their reputation while secretly supporting Yin Lingqi to undertake this task, thereby bearing the blame themselves. Regrettably, aside from the grand ancestor, only Ji Wanning possessed the inheritance of the divine butterfly steps. Even her father could not claim it. Yin Lingqi seized the sacred land, and Ji Wanning's father betrayed the heavenly fox clan, yet Ji Wanning remained steadfast, refusing to yield. This exemplified the grand ancestor's keen discernment. She had not misjudged Ji Wanning. However, Ji Wanning now found herself with no alternative. She could not stand idly by as her clan faced annihilation, since the burden of possessing such a treasure had become an undeniable reality. It would be wise for Ji Wanning to make her own choice, to overthrow Yin Lingqi's tyranny and lead the heavenly demon sacred land into the embrace of the Shura Empire. In doing so, the 7 sacred lands would see the Shura Empire dominate 4 of them, effectively claiming half of the starry sky. Surely, the Qin Imperial clan would not refuse such an alliance. Master Qin, could you please raise your leg a little higher? Is this sufficient? No, a bit higher. Otherwise it is uncomfortable. Must transmitting energy be this tedious? Alas, it was how the grand ancestor imparted the technique to me. However, this seems to be causing a slight discomfort. Fear not, for it shall soon pass. On the soft couch, Ji Wanning positioned Qin Daoxuan's legs upon her fragrant shoulders, employing a unique secret technique to circulate the 24 minor and major circulatory pathways, applying force downwards. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Daoxuan's legs were drawn perilously close to his ears. Yet at that moment, he distinctly felt a surge of searing energy coursing through his thigh meridians, expanding wildly, akin to a river bursting its banks, flooding the fields with unrestrained fury. This onslaught rapidly transformed the internal landscape of his body, precipitating a remarkable metamorphosis within his leg meridians. Indeed, the divine butterfly step was not merely a movement technique, but rather a unique method to alter the state of all the meridians in the thighs and calves. Under the strain of this extreme transformation, Qin Daoxian felt his breath grow increasingly labored, his head spinning. Call me Qin Xiao. Very well, Qin Xiao. You must endure. I shall intensify the pressure. 6 hours slipped by silently. Bang. The door was forcefully kicked open. Ji Wanning and Qin Daoxian emerged from the room in succession. Have you already mastered it? Qin Junran approached her brother, eyes brimming with anticipation. Indeed. A smile graced Qin Daoxuan's lips. The moment his foot stepped forward, Even the esteemed Qin Junran of the Xian Saint level perceived only a fleeting shadow pass by. When she regained her senses, she was astonished to find Qin Daoxian standing behind her. Observing the empty hall on the first floor, Qin Daoxian spoke leisurely. Shall we proceed to the heavenly demon's sacred land now? Now. Ji Wuning was taken aback. Qin Daoxian furrowed his brow and turned back. What? Are you reluctant? No. It's just that I did not expect you to make a decision so swiftly. Ji Wuning was momentarily flabbergasted. Qin Daoxian reassured her, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to eradicate the sacred soul palace at the earliest opportunity and, in the process, assist you in dealing with Yin Lingqi. Qin Daoxian had not betrayed her trust. For Ji Wuning and Yin Hongyu, this represented the best possible outcome. This time, with the true protector Qin Junran by Qin Daoxuan's side, he would be emboldened, and his resolve to confront the sacred soul palace would only intensify. In the heavenly demon's sacred land, in a remote town, the townsfolk appeared gaunt, lining the streets in long queues. Among them were men, women, the elderly, and children, all undergoing the monthly routine examination. What were they being examined for? Blood, to ascertain whether any traces of special bloodlines existed within their veins. Ever since Yin Lingqi assumed control of the heavenly demon's sacred land, this routine check had become a part of daily life. To put it plainly, the sacred soul palace had aided him in seizing power, and in return, he was obliged to assist the sacred soul palace in locating those with special bloodlines. However, when the upper beams are crooked, the lower beams will also be misaligned. Once the entire sacred land succumbed to corruption, even the lords of various cities began to act with impunity, ruthlessly stripping the populace of their meager wealth under the guise of routine inspections. The sacred laws clearly stated that each inspection required merely a drop of blood. Yet upon arrival, it was transformed into a full pot. Was this not tantamount to a death sentence? Sir, I implore you to show some leniency just this once. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a toddler at home. My wife and I are already working 3 jobs each month, and we can hardly bear this pressure. I truly cannot produce any excess spirit stones. A gaunt man, covered in scars, knelt on the ground, weeping in despair. The Lord sat at the table, his eyes filled with disdain, which soon turned into a resigned expression. Tylon, you truly place me in a difficult position. Do you not realize that those in the Holy Soul Palace are merciless killers? As he spoke, the Lord cast a deliberate glance at the Holy Soul Palace envoy, who lay nearby in a rocking chair, sound asleep. The man, visibly shaken, diminished his voice. I understand, but I have done all I can. I now sleep merely 1 hour a day. What? You still manage to sleep an hour? The Lord was taken aback, rising to confront him, seizing his ear. Do you know that your neighbor, Old Wang, barely sleeps for the duration of a single incense stick? He must toil each day. How can you be so audacious to claim you require an entire hour? Listen, everyone. Listen. And you dare complain about your poverty? Chapter 46. Annihilate the Holy Soul Palace. In the face of the Lord's accusations, the crowd hastily lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. However, the man named Tylon was in a state of utter panic. Sir, Old Wangi died last night. The Lord responded in shock. What? He is dead. Tylon trembled. Yes, he perished from exhaustion in the mines. The Lord shook his head in disappointment. Alas, such a fine man, gone just like that. Shouldn't those of you who survive strive even harder? It is better to live in misery than to die in vain. Do you understand? The Lord was not ignorant of human suffering. He merely found it beneath him to comprehend. Yet, his words undoubtedly poured salt into the wounds of these already despondent individuals, driving them further into despair. If this continued, the entire city would perish. A 70-year-old man, unable to endure any longer, struck the ground heavily with his cane. This finally roused the sleeping envoy of the Holy Soul Palace, who stood up in anger, shouting, "Who is it?" The furious exclamation terrified the crowd, causing them to hastily kneel, the elder among them dropping to his knees the quickest. The envoy's face flushed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Who dared to raise such a commotion? Speak, or I shall kill you all. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively distanced themselves from the elder, pointing fingers in his direction. The elder, now the target of their collective ire, wept, "You all." He could understand their weakness. After all, this was the sacred land. The resistance of the common people is utterly futile, destined to be ruthlessly quelled in an instant. As the envoy of the sacred soul palace prepares to draw his blade, the elderly man resigns himself, looking heavenward. Heavenly Fox ancestor, where art thou? Please return and gaze upon your subjects. The old matron of the Heavenly Fox has long since returned to the Starry Realms, since your loyalty to her is so profound. Today I shall send you to accompany her. With a swift strike, the envoy of the Sacred Soul Palace brings his sword down. The startled assembly within the hall hurriedly turns away or shields their eyes. Blood sprays across the ground. Following this, a gasp of horror erupts from the city lord. The elder, after a prolonged wait for pain that never comes, dares to open his eyes, only to be astonished to find the envoy of the Sacred Soul Palace lying lifeless on the floor. Who are you? What manner of beings are you? The city lord, in a panic, retreats behind his guards. Faced with the sudden appearance of 4 individuals, even the guards are gripped by fear, each one trembling and hesitant to advance. As the people gradually open their eyes, they behold the miraculous sight of 4 saviors who have rescued the elder. The death of the envoy is to them an unfathomable horror. Ji-Wanning could never have anticipated that in the span of 3 years, the sacred land of the celestial demons would descend into such a state. Witnessing the plight of the common folk, her captivating visage twisted into a mask of rage. How dare you, a wretch like you, call yourself a city lord? Ji-Wanning gritted her teeth, advancing step by step toward the city lord. Her fingertips began to extend unnaturally. The city lord, seeing this, cried out in desperation, "Stop. Do you realize the gravity of your actions? You have just slain a representative of the Sacred Soul Palace. The Sacred Soul Palace is merely an external force. When did they gain the audacity to act with impunity within our sacred land?" With a sudden burst of speed, Ji-Wanning launched herself forward, sending the guards sprawling. Seizing the city lord by the throat and lifting him off the ground. As he dangled in midair, struggling in vain against her formidable strength, he quickly altered his tone. "No, fair warrior, spare me. I meant to say that envoy deserved his fate. You did well, my lady. Scum like him brings shame to our sacred land." With a swift motion, Ji-Wanning snapped his neck, discarding him as one would refuse a piece of refuse, casting him out through the main entrance. The frightened populace scattered, seeking refuge in the flower beds, utterly bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. Observing their worn and haggard faces, Ji-Wanning's heart ached, and she stepped forward to offer solace. "Fear not, I am Ji-Wanning. Ji-Wanning, the saintess has returned." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Clenching her fists, Ji-Wanning earnestly proclaimed, "Please, remain calm. Together, we shall vanquish the Sacred Soul Palace and Yinlingqi, restoring peace to our sacred land of the celestial demons." Huzzah! A young girl could not restrain her applause, only to be silenced and pulled back by her mother. The return of the saintess seemingly offered them no glimmer of hope. Instead, a sense of panic akin to being scorched by fire rapidly spread among the crowd. As she gazed upon their anxious expressions, as if they were evading a plague, Ji-Wanning felt a profound ache in her heart. "Please believe me. My return is solely to settle accounts with them." Ji-Wanning, however, needed not to elaborate further. At that moment, Chen Daoxian called out to her. The resilience of the human spirit was not as robust or united as she had envisioned. In the face of absolute adversity, many merely wished to survive, no matter the means. To live, even in the direst circumstances, was preferable to death. Ji-Wanning lowered her gaze, disheartened. In Hongyu gently patted her head, offering a resigned smile. As the supreme commander of the celestial demon sacred land, she had grown accustomed to such turmoil and turned to Chen Daoxian with a respectful fist salute. "Young Master Chen, shall we first seek out Yinlingqi or the Holy Soul Palace?" "The Holy Soul Palace," Chen Daoxian replied decisively. Yinlingqi, having finally attained great power within the sacred land, would not easily relinquish it. However, the Holy Soul Palace was different. Should they attack Yinlingqi's side, it could alert the Holy Soul Palace and lead to significant losses. Chen Daoxian firmly believed that breaching the Holy Soul Palace would yield great rewards. "Very well. Then we shall first extinguish the Holy Soul Palace." In Hongyu was indifferent. The strategic significance was the same regardless of whom they targeted. Soon, the 4 departed from the courtyard, where the frightened populace began to voice their thoughts. "The saintess has returned. This is a golden opportunity. If we report this to the elder of the Fox clan, we might not have to shed blood in the future." "That makes sense. But the saintess is our only hope. Is it truly wise to betray her? Are you foolish? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would not be so naive. Even the ancestor of the Heavenly Fox is no match for Yinlingqi. What do you think Ji-Wanning can accomplish upon her return? Betraying her is out of the question. Let me tell you, if we do not betray her, what awaits us next will be the slaughter of the entire city. Come on, ignore the fool. If you won't go, we shall." The crowd mobilized, surging towards the city outskirts like a tide. Before long, before a towering ancient palace, the void suddenly tore open, revealing a gaping black chasm. One by one, Chen Daoxian and his companions emerged from the rift in space. Gazing upon the celestial palace before them, Chen Daoxian squinted with a smile. Let us begin. Ji Wuning nodded solemnly, stepping forward into the void. With a fierce grip of her hands, she shouted with fury, "You wretched beings of the Holy Soul Palace, come forth and meet your demise." As her voice echoed, the immense aura of the nine-star Xian Emperor realm swept through the heavens and the earth, and 3 pristine white fox tails burst forth from beneath her skirt. Chapter 47. A singular strike against the forces of the sacred land in an instant. The majestic ancient palace was enveloped by the overwhelming presence of the peak Xian Emperor realm. Numerous figures meditating within the sacred altar opened their eyes in astonishment. What is this aura? These individuals are esteemed members of the sacred Soul Temple. Upon sensing the familiar aura, they swiftly soared out of the hall into the sky. Ji Wuning, it truly is you. The leading man, with long silver hair cascading over his shoulders and an appearance of youthful vigor, revealed a flicker of madness in his otherwise calm and enchanting eyes upon spotting Ji Wuning. The last time they had attempted to ambush her, she had managed to escape. Later, they learned that she had fled to the Azura Empire, a fact that gnawed at their hearts with bitter resentment. However, due to the presence of the Chun imperial clan, they dared not venture there lightly, suppressing their discontent deep within. Who could have imagined that after 3 years she would return, presenting herself so readily? Is it just the 4 of you? Chen Daoxian inquired indifferently. Beside him, Yin Hongyu spoke sharply. Indeed, they are the 4th, 5th, and 6th esteemed souls of the sacred Soul Temple, Hun Tianjin, Hun Taiming, Hun Tainan, and Hun Tiu. Chen Daoxian shook his head in exasperation. A group of insignificant fish dares to inflate their egos and proclaim themselves as esteemed souls. It seems the members of the Sacred Soul Temple are quite arrogant. You insolent brat, what are you saying? Hun Tainan bellowed angrily, his voice stirring a tempest. The Sacred Soul Temple has established itself here, and never has anyone dared to come and wreak havoc. At this moment, numerous disciples and elders of the Sacred Soul Temple rushed out, their faces bearing expressions of disdain as they beheld the 4 intruders in the sky. In this world, there are few who would dare to label us as mere fish. Young man, reveal your origins. Hun Taiming, typically gentle and refined, stepped forward, his captivating cold gaze appraising Chen Daoxian without perceiving anything particularly extraordinary about him. Instead, it was the proud woman standing behind Chen Daoxian, arms crossed, that captured his attention. In an elusive manner, he sensed an invisible pressure emanating from her, reminiscent of their temple master, which he found somewhat absurd. It seemed highly improbable. In response to Hun Taiming's inquiry, Chen Daoxian concentrated sword intent into his fingertips and strode toward the 4. He exuded a rebellious demeanor, looking down upon all. My origins are too grand for you to comprehend. Chen Daoxian relished the thrill of battle, which was why he had refrained from allowing his sister to intervene directly. Otherwise, against such trivial opponents, she could effortlessly reduce them to dust with but a flick of her finger. Too grand. Hun Taiming's initial reaction to this statement was not the lofty arrogance exhibited by Hun Chi back on Tianxin continent. Instead, his expression grew somber. After all, this was the upper realm. A youth bold enough to approach the sacred land with such assertiveness, even if not hailing from one of the 3 great imperial clans, must surely have connections to one of the other 6 sacred grounds. As Hun Taiming pondered whether to confront this young man, he weighed the implications of such an encounter. Beside him, Hun Tiannan could no longer contain himself. 4th brother, why waste words with this brat? Watch me twist off his head. And let that vile fox Ji Wuning see for herself that not just any wild man can come to her aid. With a resounding crash, as he shattered the void beneath his feet, Hun Tiannan's figure surged towards Chen Daoxian. 5th brother, Hun Tianming raised a hand to intervene. But it was a moment too late. In the blink of an eye, the 100-zhang distance was traversed by Hun Tiannan, whose palm, enveloped in a swirling black wind, tore through the fabric of reality and struck directly at Chen Daoxian's chest. Just as Ji Wuning's complexion paled in fright, Chen Daoxian, wielding his finger like a sword, made no defensive maneuver but swept upwards decisively. With a splatter, Hun Tiannan's body was cleaved in 2. A vast cloud of blood mist erupting and cascading downwards. 5th brother, 5th brother. The 3 esteemed beings of the Holy Soul Palace gasped in unison. The elders and disciples below were so terrified that they fled into the palace. A formidable being had been slain just like that? Ji Wuning stared in disbelief at Chen Daoxian's silhouette, struggling to comprehend his astonishing strength. Even Yin Hongyu finally realized that Qin Daoxian had not been earnest in their previous encounter. Calmly, Qin Daoxian spoke, lifting his gaze. His unyielding presence instantly drenched the three in cold sweat. Do not underestimate him. This young man is no ordinary foe. Funeral of Souls. Boom, boom, boom. 3 auras of the profound emerged, shaking the very heavens. The 3-star, 6-star, and 8-star profound beings unleashed their might. Qin Daoxian regarded them as they summoned their funeral blades, shaking his head in disappointment. Subsequently, an overwhelming spiritual pressure erupted from within him, firmly suppressing the auras of the 3. 9th-star profound peak. The 3 esteemed beings gasped in astonishment. How could this youthful visage possess such terrifying cultivation? Now, they realized the gravity of the situation. Perhaps what he said was indeed true. His background was formidable. Fourth brother, what shall we do now? Hun Tianjin. Eyeing Qin Daoxian with trepidation, leaned closer to Hun Tianming and whispered, the palace master and our elder brother have only just departed. And now we face this little monster. It seems he has come prepared. That little fox truly has some means to have found such a figure. Hun Tianming nodded. Regardless, we must stall until the palace master returns. The issue is, how do we deal with Yin Hongyu? A young man at the 9th-star profound level, combined with an 8-star profound Yin Hongyu. If they joined forces, the 3 of them would stand no chance. Hun Yiming pondered deeply, ultimately arriving at a resolute decision. It was futile to obstruct the inevitable. The only course of action was to elevate their aura to its utmost limit, thus signaling the esteemed lord of the hall. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. With determination, Hun Qin's fist clenched tightly. He bellowed with fury, and an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, piercing the heavens. The other 2, witnessing this, unleashed their auras in unison. Their combined energies radiated a golden light, shattering the clouds and surging towards the distant starry river. Yin Hongyu's delicate visage transformed in alarm. Quickly, stop them. They are transmitting messages to Yin Lingqi. No need. Chen Junran reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. The Holy Land of Heavenly Demons was composed of numerous continents. The Heavenly Demon Fox clan, under Yin Lingqi's command, lay vast distances away across the celestial expanse. It would take time for a Xuanzuan-level powerhouse to convey their aura. During this interval, it was believed that Xiao Lu could adequately cleanse the Holy Soul Hall and have ample opportunity to seek the answers he desired. Moreover, even if Yin Lingqi were to arrive, she would be present. Xiao Lu, proceed, Qin Junran spoke softly. Understood. Qin Daoxian stepped forward. In an instant, with mere 2 fingers, he severed Hun Qin's form in a flash that eluded the eyes of all present. Sixth brother. No. Chapter 48. Before the Imperial clan, the ants of the Holy Land kneel. Blood sprayed, staining both Hun Tian and Hun Tianming. Without time for sorrow, the 2 immediately wielded the blade of soul burial, striking fiercely at Qin Daoxian. Yet, the severed form was merely an illusion left by Qin Daoxian. His true self, like lightning, returned through the void. In a moment of incredulity, the arms wielding the blade of soul burial were swiftly severed. Hun Tian and Hun Yiming grasped their severed limbs, retreating hastily. As Xuanzuan-level powerhouses, they were utterly unable to perceive Qin Daoxuan's prior movements. How could this be? Pain contorted Hun Qin's face, while Hun Tianming's expression grew grave. The disparity in their cultivation level was negligible. This terrifying speed could only imply one thing. Ji Wuning had bestowed the celestial butterfly step upon him. Blood stained half of Hun Yiming's body, yet, in contrast to the frantic Hun Tian, he managed to maintain his composure. His cold gaze bore down on Ji Wuning, saying, back then, when the Songlong Imperial Realm demanded that your Heavenly Fox clan surrender the celestial butterfly step, you and that old fox Ji Su refused vehemently. Now, you bestow it upon an outsider. Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of the Dragon Clan? Realization dawned upon Hun Tian. Fourth brother, are you suggesting that the lad just now utilized the celestial butterfly step? Indeed. Ji Wuning gritted her teeth. I did give it to Qin Shao. So what of it? Do not attempt to intimidate me with the celestial dragon Imperial Realm. I fear them not. HNTNM seemed to find this assertion utterly ludicrous, chuckling derisively. You are exceedingly naive. The might and tyranny of an imperial lineage are beyond your comprehension. GWN merely scoffed. The naive one here is you. You are only aware of the celestial dragon clan. Yet have you ever considered that those before you may hail from other imperial families? HNTNM gasped. What are you saying? A sudden shiver coursed through him. Other imperial families? Observing the gleeful expressions of GWN and YNHNE, He felt an unsettling chill creep up his spine. The imperial clans, they had previously ventured into the Shura imperial realm. Could it be? HNTNM gripped the severed limb tightly, his blood-stained robes twisting in his grasp, his trembling gaze fixated on Siege and Deoxu. With a quivering voice, he stammered, "Why you are not?" Before Ch and Deoxu could respond, GW Inning hastily revealed his true identity. He is the divine son of the Shura imperial clan, Ch Shao. Those words struck like a divine retribution, rendering countless members of the sacred Soul Palace prostrate on the ground. The Shura imperial clan's divine son. He hailed from an imperial lineage and was, indeed, a divine son. No, this cannot be. It is impossible. HNTNM struggled to comprehend. You are merely a little fox, even with some allure. How could you possibly attract the attention of a divine son? In response, YNH interjected, but do not forget. You just claimed that even the celestial dragon imperial realm has long sought after our Tianyao Fox clan's divine butterfly steps, did you not? The divine butterfly steps. A legacy from the ancient emperors could indeed capture the attention of the celestial dragon clan. Why would it not also allure the Shura imperial clan? Moreover, the celestial dragon clan is so despicable, they desire it yet wish to avoid the stigma of oppressing their vassal forces, secretly nurturing YNL and GQ to disrupt the Fox clan. In stark contrast, consider the Zhuke Sacred Land, the Xuanwu Sacred Land, and the Xianyuan Sacred Land. Observe how these three great sacred lands have allied with the Shura imperial clan. Throughout the ages, how has the Shura emperor treated them? Not only did he not belittle them, but he also permitted intermarriage between his kin and the prodigies of the three sacred lands. This exemplifies the grand vision of the Shura emperor. Otherwise, why would all sacred forces take pride in aligning themselves with the Shura imperial clan? GW Inning declared. HNTNM. Let me be clear. I have resolved to lead the Fox clan in allegiance to the Shura imperial clan. If you possess the ability, then attempt to thwart me. With the divine son of the Shura imperial clan backing her, what did she have to fear? As vassals, consider the sacred Soul Palace. In the eyes of the Dragon Domain's formidable beings, they might not even be worth a grain of sand, would they? GW Inning publicly declared Ch and Deoxu's identity to instill despair in the hearts of those from the sacred Soul Palace. However, Chen Daoxian disapproved of her actions intensely, with a disdainful gaze directed at the proud little fox, who seemed somewhat carried away by her own cleverness. Chen Daoxuan's countenance turned icy. Do you consider yourself quite intelligent? As the words fell, the heavens and earth trembled abruptly. Ji Wuning, taken aback, turned around and, upon meeting Chen's cold eyes, was so frightened that she knelt in the void. No, I merely wished for them to recognize your identity. Chen Daoxian narrowed his gaze. Ji Wuning, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Ji Wuning lowered her head, feeling dejected. No, I understand my mistake. The principle of commanding subordinates lies in a balance of grace and authority, rather than mere indulgence. Only then did Chen Daoxian retract the murderous intent from his eyes and, in a detached tone, stated, remember from now on, do not engage in such schemes before me. I do not appreciate them. Yes. Both Ji Wuning and In Hongyu bowed their heads in unison. It appeared he truly was the Azura's son. Han Tianming gaped, his eyes wide with astonishment. It was over. The sky had fallen. At this moment, neither Han Tianming nor Han Tianjin dared harbor any resentment towards Chen Daoxian. Their eyes filled solely with fear and despair, all thanks to Ji Wuning. Chen Daoxian, feeling utterly bored, turned his indifferent gaze towards Han Tianming. You are an intelligent individual. Enlighten me as to why your sacred soul hall has been gathering souls with special bloodlines. What is the purpose? He was indeed here for this reason. Upon hearing this, the look of terror in Han Tianming's eyes intensified, seemingly surpassing even the fear he felt upon realizing that his opponent was of imperial lineage. Han Tianming's lips trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. You might as well kill me. Chen Daoxian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Odd. You would rather die than speak. Yet, you do not strike me as one who would remain loyal to such an extent. Could this secret be entangled in a larger web of causality? Chen Daoxuan's curiosity was piqued. If you tell me, I shall grant you a chance at survival. What say you? Chen Shao, Ji Wuning exclaimed, astonished. It dawned on her that Chen Shao's previous assertions were indeed true. He was merely assisting her in passing, yet his primary concern lay with his own interests. As the Azura son of the imperial lineage, Chen Daoxian wielded the power of life and death over anyone, exemplifying the might of the imperial family. However, even as he extended an offer of clemency to the two, Han Tianming and Han Tianjin continued to tremble uncontrollably. This only heightened Qin Daoxuan's curiosity. If you refuse to speak, I shall investigate on my own. I trust one will uncover the truth. No. Han Tianming shook his head in despair. Qin Shao, do not attempt to pursue this matter. It will not bode well for your Azura imperial lineage. Qin Daoxin, Qin Junran, what harm could possibly befall the imperial family? In this universe, what entity dares to threaten the imperial lineage? Could it be that there exists a certain correlation with the mysterious disappearance of the third sister a century ago? Chapter 49. The Guardian of the Underground Chamber of the Sacred Soul Palace. The Second Master. In a critical moment, Sol Tianming surprisingly issued a threat to Qin Daoxian, the scion of the imperial clan. Was this mere bluster? Or did it harbor deeper significance? Qin Daoxian furrowed his brow, contemplating that if this were indeed true, it could pose a significant threat to the enigmatic forces of the imperial family, likely connected to the disappearance of the third sister. After all, given the third sister's terrifying talent, which was said to be on the cusp of the emperor realm, how could she possibly vanish without a trace? Evidently, Sol Tianming was quite astute, aware of the words that could secure his survival. In stark contrast, the figure of Sol Tianjin, with eyes wide as saucers, clearly appeared to be a simpleton. Qin Daoxian slowly nodded, then with a swift motion, severed Sol Tianjin's throat with a single stroke of his sword, performing the act with no hesitation. He then elegantly walked past Sol Tianming, casually remarking, "Stay here and refrain from any foolish attempts." Sol Tianming, filled with trepidation, glanced at Qin Junran. "Rest assured, I will not flee." He discerned that the girl's strength might even surpass that of this young Master Qin. To escape beneath her watchful gaze would likely lead to a fate akin to that of the third brother. As he watched the body of the third brother plummet to the ground, Sol Tianming exhaled deeply. He could only gamble now, staking a slender hope for survival. Fifth sister. "Let us venture inside together," Qin Daoxian suddenly turned back to say. "Very well," Qin Junran replied, clasping her hands behind her back as she stepped forward. Upon realizing this, Sol Tianming was utterly astonished. The girl was none other than the fifth miss of the Shura imperial clan, Qin Junran. No wonder the unspoken pressure she exerted upon him mirrored that of the palace master, with both the divine son and daughter gracing the sacred land of heavenly demons. What a grand spectacle this was! Sol Tianming maintained a stoic expression, remaining motionless in the void, his face betraying no discernible change in emotion. He was evidently a figure of great cunning. As he observed the Qin siblings enter the main hall of the Sacred Soul Palace, Ji Wanning and In Hongyu simultaneously fixed their vigilant gazes upon Sol Tianming. Inside the hall, there was a profound silence. The denizens of the Sacred Soul Palace stood trembling at either side. Faced with the Qin siblings, they not only dared not obstruct them, but when asked for directions, they vied to offer guidance. The name of the imperial clan held considerable weight. Often, the mere utterance of those two words instilled greater fear than one's own strength. Unless one day Qin Daoxian could truly ascend to the realm of an emperor, he would have to rely on his lineage to command respect among the masses. An elder of the Sacred Soul Palace, hunched over and wearing a sycophantic grin, trailed closely behind Qin Daoxian, guiding him while saying, "Master, that scoundrel, Sol Wuxing, has spent these years relentlessly capturing individuals with unique bloodlines, only to confine them within the underground palace, where they are personally overseen by the second celestial soul, Tiandu. I cannot say what lies within, even I am unaware. However, young master, be cautious, as Tiandu is a 9-star Xianzun, much like yourself." Upon hearing the elder's warning, a faint smile graced Qin Daoxuan's face. "May I inquire your name?" The elder replied, "I am called Han Qianshang, but from this day forth, I shall adopt the surname." And Qin Junran frowned upon hearing this. "And Qianshang?" "Indeed, for turning back is a safe choice," the elder affirmed. As the trio descended the spiral staircase, the temperature dropped significantly and an increasingly sinister aura enveloped them. This path felt akin to one leading to the underworld, with each step weighing heavily on their hearts. Upon reaching the end of the dimly lit staircase, a prison cell forged from mysterious black iron loomed before Qin Daoxian and Qin Junran, exuding a suffocating dread. The door was peculiarly constructed, impenetrable, adorned with bizarre etchings that baffled the siblings. At the center of the cell stood a cross, upon which a bare man was bound, surrounded by various shackles. Yet, despite his grim predicament, the man's gaze remained clear and serene, as if he could see through the very essence of the world. What is this? Chen Daoxian pondered, perplexed by the unfamiliar symbols. The elder scratched his head in confusion. I am uncertain as well. It is said that when this place was established, a mysterious, powerful figure conjured it with a mere wave of their hand, without any human intervention. Thus, the reason behind such etchings remains an enigma. Exchanging glances, Chen Daoxian and Chen Junran deduced that this enigmatic figure likely hailed from the secretive forces backing the Sacred Soul Palace. The more mysterious the matter, the more intrigued Chen Daoxian became. Open the door. The elder was taken aback, awkwardly gesturing, young master, only Soul Wuxing and the celestial soul within possess the key. Then we shall break it down. Chen Junran suddenly drew her sword and swept it across the dark iron door. Sparks flew, yet the door bore no marks. What? Chen Junran's complexion paled in disbelief. Chen Daoxian, equally astonished, realized that his sister, a two-star Xian Shang, could not breach this door. As Chen Daoxian grappled with his astonishment, the second celestial soul within seemed to have sensed the commotion from the sword strike. With a creak, the door swung open, and in an instant, Chen Daoxian and Chen Junran swiftly positioned themselves behind the door. Han Tian-du observed the figure of Han Qianshang, standing there like a dazed quail. He furrowed his brow and inquired, Qianshan, how did you come to be here? Han Qianshan, feeling flustered, awkwardly replied, a few uninvited guests have arrived outside. Uninvited guests? Han Tian-du questioned, perplexed. What manner of guests? With a stiff motion, Han Qianshang raised his hand and pointed behind him, urging, look back. Before Han Tian-du could turn, a powerful arm abruptly constricted around his neck from behind. In a desperate struggle, both Han Tian-du and Chen Daoxian unleashed the pressure of their 9-star Xianzun realm. Yet, despite their efforts, Han Tian-du found himself unable to break free. As his eyes began to bleed and his face turned a ghastly shade of blue, he glared venomously at Han Qianshang, his legs thrashing as if to deliver a fatal kick to this traitor. Han Qianshang trembled in fear and quickly turned away. Let go of me. Han Tian-du strained against Chen Daoxuan's grip on his arm. Observing the diminishing intensity of his struggles, Chen Daoxian smiled widely. Yes, relax. It's normal to feel a bit dizzy at first. Just like that, take a deep breath. Feeling a bit suffocated is also quite normal. Gradually, Han Tian-du ceased to move entirely. The esteemed second honor of the Sacred Soul Hall, a peak Xianzun powerhouse, was thus rendered lifeless by Chen Daoxuan's relentless hold. Witnessing this scene sent a chill down Han Qianshang's spine, prompting him to immediately kneel. The secrets of our Sacred Soul Hall must be concealed within. Chen, please. Do come in. Chapter 50. The situation takes a complete turn. Chen Daoxian, accompanied by fifth sister, arrived at the underground chamber of the Sacred Soul Hall. The sight before them caused their expressions to darken significantly. This was a vast circular chamber, devoid of anything save for the surrounding walls of mysterious iron. Notably, the floor was intricately engraved with bizarre patterns depicting a starry sky, populated by various rare beasts. In the central area stood a woman, bare-chested and revealing her back, with 6 enormous white wings sprouting from her. Her attire was peculiar, exposing her snow-white legs as she fervently prayed with her eyes closed, seemingly making a wish. This striking image, such a powerful figure, or perhaps an object of faith, was something Chen Junran had never encountered in her life. The strange beasts depicted were also of species unknown to her. No wonder her brother had been so concerned about the Sacred Soul Hall. Upon entering, she understood that this place was indeed rather unsettling. Xiaolu, have you noticed anything unusual? Chen Junran suddenly inquired. In response, Chen Daoxian scanned the surroundings, his gaze eventually settling upon the 6-winged woman on the floor. It seems there is a formation here. Indeed, Chen Junran replied sharply. Moreover, it appears to be a teleportation array. A teleportation array? To where? To that mysterious force? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Chen Daoxuan's countenance. Chen Junran, shedding her nonchalant demeanor, adopted a serious expression, revealing her grave nature. If we truly were to be transported there, given my cultivation, I might not be able to cope with the situation. Chen Daoxian did not dispute this. If that mysterious force was indeed the architect behind the disappearance of the third sister, then to launch a formidable assault, it would be imperative to summon their father for assistance. Go fetch father, Chen Daoxian decisively asserted. Chen Junran was taken aback. You wish for father to come personally? Indeed, this is the most prudent course of action. Otherwise, should we inadvertently alert the enemy and they shift their position, locating them again would become exceedingly difficult. In his quest to find the third sister, Chen Daoxian deemed this the safest approach. However, The fact remained that their father was one of the 3 supreme emperors of the present era, and the thought of involving him had never crossed Qin Junren's mind. She had initially believed that simply summoning Uncle Jiao or making a brief visit to the Xuanwu sacred land to enlist Fourth Sister's help would suffice to resolve the matter at hand. Now, witnessing Xiao Lu's insistence on calling for their father, she felt at a loss. Very well, you may go to find father. I shall remain here to keep watch. Qin Daoxian shook his head. No, you should go while I stay. That is out of the question. This place is far too perilous. It is precisely because of the danger that I must remain. I possess the butterfly immortal step, which allows me to escape in critical moments. Absolutely not. Qin Junren grasped Qin Daoxuan's shoulders, her delicate face aflame with frustration. Leaving no room for further discussion, you are the divine son of the Qin clan, burdened with the mission to inherit your father's position as the realm's lord. No matter what happens, you must not come to harm. Moreover, she tenderly caressed Qin Daoxuan's face, her eyes brimming with affection. You are my only brother. Fifth sister. Qin Daoxian fell into silence. Fifth sister had only come to know him after his return, yet she was willing to shoulder the danger alone at this critical juncture. Is this what they call blood being thicker than water? In that moment, Qin Daoxian truly felt the essence of familial bonds. It was as if he had discovered a new purpose in life, emboldened by the realization. He gently pressed Fifth Sister's head against his chest, and then, beneath her quivering gaze, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered a phrase. Qin Junren grasped her brother's shoulders, her lips partially parted, momentarily lost for words. Are you truly? Qin Daoxian affirmed. Yes. Trust my plan. This is our golden opportunity to find the third sister, and we cannot afford to let it slip away. Having just returned to the upper realm, Qin Daoxian displayed formidable strength, remarkable composure, decisive actions, and extraordinary wisdom. Their gazes locked in mutual understanding. Qin Junren increasingly believed that this young sixth one would undoubtedly surpass the third sister in terror, destined to lead the Qin clan towards an unprecedented glory. All right, be cautious. I shall return shortly. Without further delay, Qin Junren waved her hand, tearing through the void and vanishing into the spatial rift. As the space mended, only Qin Daoxian remained in the secret chamber. He cast his gaze upon the peculiar 6-winged woman on the ground, stroking his chin in contemplation. Such strange attire. Unlike anything from the Tianxin continent or the Shure Empire. Moreover, this woman's appearance seems to differ from everyone else's, in a way that is simply uncanny. Outside, Yin Hongyu and Ji Wanning stood 100 paces apart, intently watching Han Tianming, wary of any misstep. Since the arrival of Qin Daoxian and his sister in the Holy Soul Palace's main hall, Han Tianming had been silent, occasionally glancing upwards, exhibiting peculiar behavior. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the main hall were utterly terrified. Those who once commanded authority in the heavenly demon sacred land were now being ruthlessly subdued by a son of the imperial clan. Not only had he slain 3 celestial-level powerhouses, but he had also entered the main hall, leaving them in suspense regarding his intentions. It felt utterly oppressive. Yet, they were but a clan of imperial lineage. Regardless of how outrageous their actions, they dared not utter a word of protest. Of course, this was still under the assumption that they were unaware of the second celestial powerhouse's demise outside the dungeon, which only heightened their panic, feeling weak, helpless, and pitiable. Suddenly, Han Tianming, who had remained silent until now, revealed a smirk. What has arrived? Ji Wanning could not comprehend, but Yin Hongyu sensed an ominous turn of events. Quick-witted, she attempted to escort Ji Wanning away, only to be intercepted by Han Tianming, who appeared before her, blocking her path. Bang! The two collided with their palms. Yin Hongyu staggered back a half-step, while Han Tianming, propelled backward, had seemingly anticipated the encounter. Swiftly wrapping an arm around Ji Wanning's slender waist and delivering a lightning-fast strike to her neck. Before she could comprehend what was happening, she succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing into Han Tianming's embrace. Han Tianming, what are you doing? Are you not afraid of Qin's wrath upon discovering this? Yin Hongyu threatened through gritted teeth. Yet, Han Tianming merely smiled, hoisting Ji Wanning onto his shoulder. Captain Yin, reflect on this. That Qin has slain 3 of my brothers without uttering a single word. Do you truly believe such a ruthless individual would grant me a path of escape? Yin Hongyu was left dumbfounded. Thus, it became evident that Han Tianming had never intended to surrender from the very beginning. He was merely waiting. Boom. As Yin Hongyu raised her head, 3 terrifying auras suddenly rippled through the starry sky. The surrounding continents trembled incessantly under the influence of these formidable presences. Half-Saint, 2-star Xian Saint, 5-star Xian Saint. The three auras corresponded to Yin Hongyu's exclamation. The first supreme, Hun Tianyang, the lord of the sacred soul palace, Hun Wuxing. The seven-tailed saint monarch, Yin Lingqi. Chapter 51. Hun Wuxing's ruthless resolution. Yin Lingqi glared at the effeminate and ethereal figure before him, his eyes brimming with murderous intent and an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Yin Lingqi, the seven-tailed demon fox who had overthrown the Fox clan, possessed a youthful visage, short crimson hair, and an alluring complexion adorned with red eyeshadow. Lips like crimson ribbons, exuding an aura of sinister charm that epitomized the essence of a wicked fox. Seeing his former subordinate, now a traitor, so close at hand. A broader smile spread across Yin Lingqi's face. My esteemed leader, how delightful to see you well. As he spoke, he extended a hand to lick his elongated crimson nails, as if his murderous intent was nearing the surface. Yet, he refrained from taking immediate action, allowing Hun Tianming to recount the events that had transpired here in earnest. What did you say? The Shura Imperial Clan's divine son, Chen Daoxian, and the divine maiden, Chen Juran? Upon hearing this, Yin Lingqi was taken aback. Hun Tianming, somewhat disheartened, nodded in affirmation. The arrival of the divine son and maiden from the Imperial Clan caused Yin Lingqi's previously defiant demeanor to darken instantly. Beside him, Hun Wuxing and Hun Tianyang bore similarly grave expressions. As powerful beings of the sacred realm, the only force capable of instilling fear in them was the Imperial Clan. Now, the Shura Imperial Clan had disregarded the agreements between the two major imperial factions and brazenly invaded the Tianyao sacred land, which fell under the jurisdiction of the Songlong Emperor's domain. Were they intent on igniting a war among the imperial clans? Should the two major imperial factions go to war, the consequences would be too great for the entire universe to bear. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Yin Lingqi's expression oscillated between cold calculation and uncertainty. In contrast, Hun Wuxing appeared rather unconcerned. He patted Yin Lingqi on the shoulder and scoffed. How could a divine son and a divine maiden possibly pose a threat to us? But they are backed by the Imperial Clan, Yin Lingqi retorted. Hun Wuxing narrowed his eyes with a smirk. The Imperial Clan? Who can say for certain? What? Yin Lingqi's countenance drained of color. Meanwhile, Hun Tianyang and Hun Tianming stood behind their lord, their expressions inscrutable. Regardless of the decisions made by their lord, they would remain obedient. After all, Hun Wuxing commanded the entire Sacred Soul Palace, earning not only their respect due to his strength but also admiration for his vision and strategy from the seven esteemed Suprema. As despair enveloped Hun Tianming, he awaited what was to come. It is precisely the return of the master of the Sacred Soul Palace. Upon witnessing the malevolent gaze of Hun Wuxing, Yin Lingqi instantly comprehended the implication of his words. The meaning was clear. If they were to eliminate both Chen Daoxian and Chen Junren here, and subsequently dispose of the witnesses, namely Yin Hongyu and Ji Wanning, this place would transform into an enigma, a mystery akin to the inexplicable disappearance of the third lady of the Chun Imperial Clan a century ago, who seemingly vanished from the mortal realm. One cannot falter, one must press on. Having exchanged a knowing glance, Yin Lingqi slowly nodded. To slay the divine scion of the Imperial Clan was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Yet, given the gravity of their predicament, if they still harbored hopes that this divine scion would show them mercy, they were indeed foolish. Regardless, death was inevitable. It would be wiser to gamble for a chance at survival. A fierce intent to kill flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, he donned a gentle and radiant smile. Turning to Yin Hongyu, great leader, there is something I find perplexing. We are both of the Fox spirit lineage. If that is the case, why would you betray your own kind and aid those duplicitous members of the Tianhu clan? Betray? Upon hearing this, Yin Hongyu's phoenix eyes ignited with fire. What a jest! I, Yin Hongyu, was once a lowly little fox. Had it not been for the Tianhu matriarch recognizing my exceptional talent, meticulously guiding and nurturing me, disregarding my status as a fox spirit, and staunchly supporting my position as great leader amidst opposition, would I be where I am today? Yin Lingqi's gaze turned frigid. Are you aware of why she entrusted a fox spirit with command over the army? The position of great leader is akin to that of a marshal, the most powerful authority beneath the Tianhu matriarch. Meeting her gaze, Yin Hongyu replied solemnly. Because she values and trusts me, and wishes to demonstrate to all our kin that the Tianhu clan is willing to merge with our fox spirit lineage, sharing both honor and disgrace. Ha 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 ha. What a splendid proclamation of shared honor and disgrace, Hun Tianming interjected, as though he had heard the grandest of jokes. Yin Hongyu, are you truly naive, or merely feigning ignorance? The Tianhu matriarch is exploiting you. rendering the entire Fox Spirit clan more susceptible to her control. Yinlingqi shrugged. Behold. This is what we call the perspective of the onlooker. The one who should awaken is you. Yinlingqi, throughout these millennia. The Tianhu matriarch's treatment of our Fox Spirit clan is well known to all. Meanwhile, you conspire with Han Wuxing, causing our Tianyu Fox clan to crumble and suffer heavy casualties. You are the true villain, unforgivable in your transgressions. Suddenly, 5 fiery red fox tails burst forth from behind Yin Hongyu. And a formidable aura of the 8-star Xianzun surged from her being. Just as she prepared for a desperate battle, a large hand emerged from the void before her, striking directly at her face. It was Han Tianyang. The speed was astonishing. At that moment, another figure materialized, directly absorbing the blow with his chest. Bang! The force of the strike surged into Chun Daoxian, collapsing vast expanses of the surrounding void. In the face of Huan Yuan's nearly dazed gaze, Chun Daoxian remained unscathed. His curiosity piqued as he fixed his gaze upon him. Have you yet to inquire? Chun Daoxian inquired with a smile. This? Han Yuan gasped, quickly retreating. Stabilizing himself, he gazed in astonishment at the youth before him, who had emerged unscathed from his most forceful strike, feeling a sense of wonder. This individual was none other than the Azura Divine's son, Chun Daoxian. Han Yuan Ming remarked with a solemn expression, while Yinlingqi and Han Wuxing nodded in agreement. The eyes of the 4 imperial progeny converged upon Chun Daoxian, as if striving to see through him. Meanwhile, the rescued Yin Hongyu stepped forward, introducing Yinlingqi, Han Wuxing, and Han Yuan in succession. You are the master of the Sacred Soul Palace? Chun Daoxian asked, his gaze piercing Han Wuxing, the tone of his voice betraying his anticipation. This left Han Wuxing somewhat perplexed. What do you mean? With a smile reminiscent of celestial blessings, Chun Daoxian replied, Tell me. Why do you seek to collect the souls of those with exceptional bloodlines? Should you answer this question, I might consider granting you a path to survival. This could be deemed a celestial favor, as his desire to understand the motives behind the Sacred Soul Palace was profound. However, Han Wuxing was momentarily taken aback before he could not help but let out a chilling laugh. It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. What situation? Chun Daoxian queried. From his elevated position, Han Wuxing regarded him with an indifferent gaze. If I were to kill you here, do you believe anyone would be aware of what transpired? Ah, a cover-up, is it? Chun Daoxian clapped his hands. Indeed, as the master of the Sacred Soul Palace, it is unsurprising that you possess such boldness. Yet, you have miscalculated one thing. You lack the capacity to slay me. Unable to kill you? Han Wuxing did not share the same trepidation towards the imperial lineage as Yinlingqi. Among the 4, only he remained unfazed. He scrutinized Chun Daoxian from head to toe, then surveyed the surroundings before casually stating, Are you implying that your indomitable body of the Azura Imperial clan, along with the frenzied bloodline of the Rakshasa Imperial clan, renders you invulnerable? Or do you suggest that your sister, Chun Junran, has the opportunity to escape this place? To this point, he had yet to sense Chun Junran's presence, leading him to surmise that she must be lurking in the shadows. In response to Han Wuxing's confident inquiry, Chun Daoxian raised his right index finger and gently shook it before a playful smile graced his lips. Neither. Oh, Han Wuxing replied. With a confident smile that rivaled his opponent's, Chun Daoxian spoke with a tone of lightheartedness. What I mean to convey is that you are simply not my match. Alas, Yinlingqi exclaimed, smacking his forehead. It appears you have underestimated him, Wuxing. With a resigned sigh, Han Wuxing conceded, indeed. Tianyang, apprehend him. Understood. As the foremost heavenly sovereign and a semi-holy powerhouse, Han Tianyang had long surpassed Chun Daoxian in cultivation. Yet, he found himself perplexed. Why had his palm, with such force, struck the young man's chest, yet left him utterly unscathed? Han Wuxing, ever the cunning strategist, shared the same confusion, which prompted him to allow Han Tianyang to take the lead, testing the depths of Chun Daoxian's abilities. Observing the gathering of these old foxes, Chun Daoxian clasped his hands together, producing a sharp crack. Are you truly determined to engage in a wheel battle, rather than confronting me all at once? Han Tianyang exclaimed. What did you say? Han Tianming and Han Wuxing were momentarily taken aback, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Yinlingqi, too, felt a surge of murderous intent towards Chun Daoxian. He harbored a fear of the imperial clan, yet, like Han Wuxing, he was no ordinary person. The notion of eliminating the imperial progeny ignited a fervor within his veins. As Han Tianyang, the chosen one to test Chun Daoxian, stepped forward with unwavering resolve, A tempestuous aura erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. A multitude of cracks spread towards the vast cosmos, showcasing the might of a semi-holy, even though there was a significant disparity compared to a profound sovereign. In Qin Daoxuan's eyes, it was merely a matter of degree. The two faced each other with opposing strengths, while the others remained vigilant, wary of a possible ambush from the Azura goddess. In Hongyu's gaze was particularly grave. Ji Wuning was still in their possession and could potentially serve as leverage against Qin Daoxian at a critical moment. This was unacceptable. Han Tianyang's icy gaze bore into Qin Daoxian, assessing his aura, and he could not help but scorn. A peak profound sovereign can never hope to best me. Rather than perish in a single strike, it would be wise for your sister to make her appearance post-haste. Qin Daoxian waved his hand dismissively. She is currently investigating your underground teleportation array. Yin Lingqi's eyes widened in astonishment. What underground teleportation array? The expressions of Han Wuxing and his companions darkened instantaneously. Qin Daoxian cast a sidelong glance at the seven-tailed holy monarch. Yin Lingqi, you are not aware? Beneath the sacred soul palace lies a teleportation array, adorned with the image of a woman clad in peculiar attire, sprouting 6 wings, seemingly engaged in some form of prayer. Yin Lingqi replied, I cannot comprehend this at all. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a burgeoning interest. Han Tianyang noted, it seems that Tiandu is in dire straits. Fourth brother, why not accompany the Lord Palace Master to take a look inside? With me and the Holy Monarch present, this lad is unlikely to cause any significant upheaval. A semi-holy and a 5-star profound saint should be more than capable of handling a peak profound sovereign. However, Han Wuxing remained silent, his expression grave as he fixated on the main hall. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere. A peculiar silence enveloped the surroundings. And Yun Tianming discerned an unsettling oddity. Logically speaking, if his sister were indeed investigating something there, he ought not to speak of it at such a time. Yun Tianyang appeared utterly baffled. Fourth brother, are you suggesting he is deliberately luring us in? Yun Tianming replied affirmatively, indeed. The formidable beings of the Rakshasa Empire are adept at employing various peculiar formations. Let us not forget that Qin Junran is also the daughter of the Rakshasa Emperor. What Yun Tianming intended to convey was precisely what Yun Wuxing harbored in his heart. The more Qin Daoxian spoke in such a manner, the less likely they were to venture forth, which, paradoxically, played into his hands perfectly. Qin Daoxian felt a surge of joy. Having confirmed that the teleportation array would remain intact, he harbored no further concerns. In a flash, he appeared high in the sky, surveying the four with a gradually fading smile. With a pointed finger, he indicated towards the heavens. That was the sword art of the Azura Imperial clan. Yin Lingqi could not help but step back 2 paces. Even with his formidable cultivation of 5-star mystic sage, he had to treat the strongest sword technique in the primordial universe with utmost caution. The sword art could seal the throat with a single strike, leaving no one unscathed. Yun Tianyang trembled, unable to believe. Impossible. The sword art is the mightiest in the world. He cannot have mastered it at such a young age. Qin Daoxuan's cold gaze scrutinized them, and a slight smile graced his lips. Indeed, this is not the sword art. Yet, as his words fell, a colossal azure sword formation, towering tens of thousands of zhang, surged forth from the void. The immense brilliance of the formation illuminated the heavens, suffusing the atmosphere with a verdant haze. A terrifying sword intent surged upward from within the formation, as if it aimed to vaporize the very firmament. The unity of man, sword, and formation. The four were once again taken aback. Even if this was not the sword art, the fact that this young man could master such profound techniques at his age was enough to render the prodigies of the other 2 imperial clans utterly embarrassed. This young man was destined to defy the heavens. Yun Wuxing finally recognized that Qin Daoxuan's existence would pose a potential threat to the master behind him. Acting decisively, he bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Strike now." Yun Tianyang gritted his teeth, understanding that he could not allow this young man to successfully execute his technique. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the heavens. In the face of this half-saint realm powerhouse charging at full speed, exuding an overwhelming aura and murderous intent, Qin Daoxian, surprisingly, wore a congenial smile. He had no intention of gathering strength. Instead, he directly slashed downward with his finger, the first form of the all-encompassing phenomenon. Heavenly Decision. The all-encompassing phenomenon? The Azure Emperor's all-encompassing phenomenon. Upon hearing this name, which could instill fear in any formidable warrior, the four trembled, their faces awash with disbelief. It turned out the enormous sword formation was merely an illusion. as the formation's brilliance shattered. The heavens themselves were cleaved apart by some mysterious force, revealing an endlessly vast starry expanse. All the stars twinkled repeatedly under the influence of this supreme power. A terrifying pressure swept across the universe, causing countless supreme beings to pale in fear. Chapter 53, The All-Encompassing Celestial Edict. It resembled the sound of the great Tao erupting, sending ripples through the depths of the cosmos. In the cold, dark void of space, a colossal mysterious celestial body, akin to a black hole, loomed ominously. Like divine retribution set to devour all in its path, tearing great rifts through the vast starry river, advancing towards the holy land of celestial demons. Under this formidable oppression, many powerful individuals from various continents gazed skyward in trepidation. Upon witnessing this unknown celestial body, capable of annihilating everything in existence, hurtling towards the direction of the Holy Soul Temple, a mischievous glint of schadenfreude appeared in their eyes. At the Holy Soul Temple, the sky had turned a murky yellow, riddled with cracks as if the world were on the verge of collapse. In the distant starry expanse, a massive black hole emerged before the eyes of all living beings on this continent. Though it approached at an astonishing velocity to their gaze, it merely expanded gradually from the depths of the sky, its periphery shimmering with light and heat. Gulp. Sol Tianyong felt his throat constrict in disbelief. How could he possibly stand against such a force? How could a mere Xianzun warrior unleash a devastating technique capable of obliterating this world? Was it truly the all-encompassing? As he lifted his gaze towards the unknown celestial body, his entire being trembled. Chen Daoxian, a mere Xianzun. Could he genuinely wield a lethal strike that threatened his very existence? Beside him, Yin Lingqi stood equally dumbfounded. What did the all-encompassing even resemble? Did it matter what it was or was not at this point? With such astonishing destructive power, once it descended, who could survive here? Yin Lingqi cast a sidelong glance at the audacious Chen Daoxian, a surge of admiration rising within him. This madman was intending to perish alongside them. Cursing inwardly, Sol Tianyong realized that the laws of the void here had spiraled beyond control. Even if he wished to tear through the void and escape, it was futile. Just as despair enveloped him, he watched in shock as the temple master and Yin Lingqi abandoned him and the fourth brother, soaring into the heavens together. Desperately, he shouted, "Temple master, don't leave me behind." Sol Tianyong attempted to pursue them, but the powerful magnetic field had already begun to sweep through the infinitely fragmented space. The great Tao roaring, the laws in disarray. With his capabilities, he could not break free from this confinement, helplessly watching as Sol Wuxing and Yin Lingqi ascended ever higher. In that moment, he finally comprehended, even as the highest-ranking being beneath the Temple Master in the Holy Soul Temple, in the eyes of the Master, he was merely the most esteemed of dogs. When a master chooses to abandon his dog, it is still just a dog. At this moment, there was no distinction between the dogs and others. The earth and mountains crumbled, rivers flowed backward, evaporating into mist that filled the sky. As the sacred Soul Hall collapsed with a thunderous roar, the land lay in ruins, and this world was evidently on the brink of annihilation. In utter despair, Sol Tianming gazed blankly at the sacred Soul Hall reduced to rubble. Suddenly realizing the absurdity of his situation, he knelt on the ground. In that fleeting moment, the beautiful figure slid from his shoulder, and Yin Hongyu appeared with a swift motion, catching her and then quickly distancing herself from Sol Tianming. As he stared at the scene of infinite destruction, Sol Tianming inexplicably felt a surge of laughter. "We have no way out, yet you still think of saving her. Is it meaningful?" Yin Hongyu held Ji-Wanning tightly, her gaze fixed on Qin Daoxuan's retreating figure, her tone unwavering. "I believe that Qin can lead us to safety." "Believe in him?" Sol Tianming said with his hands clasped behind his back. "I think the reason he dares to use the devastating technique of Sinluo Wanxiang must be that he has already devised an escape route." An escape route? Both Sol Tianming and Yin Hongyu turned to look at him. Sol Tianming continued, "But what could that escape route be? The laws and void are all influenced by Sinluo Wanxiang and are beyond control. It is utterly impossible to tear through the void to escape from here. Therefore, I speculate that the escape route he had in mind is probably the mysterious teleportation array located in the underground chamber of the Sacred Soul Hall." Faced with Sol Tianming's inquiry, Chen Daoxian neither confirmed nor denied it. Sol Tianming insisted, "But you are mistaken. That formation can only be activated by Qiao." Sol Tianyong suddenly interrupted him. "Fourth brother, what are you trying to do?" "Qiao?" Chen Daoxian furrowed his brow. "What about Qiao?" Sol Tianyong retorted, "You shall not uncover the truth. We will never betray that esteemed figure." Sol Tianming, unable to believe it, pointed towards the sky. Brother, open your eyes. We have been abandoned. What is the point of continuing to be loyal to that individual? Sol Tianyang's expression darkened. The meaning lies in, just as the heavenly judgment was about to descend, Qin Daoxian, feeling quite helpless, had no choice but to employ his final means. At this moment, a strange mark appeared on his brow. This was the law he comprehended within the Tower of Inheritance, Extreme Void Realm. Qin Daoxuan's hands danced as he formed seals before him. The entire world trembled violently. The impending heavenly judgment seemed to be swallowed by the void, suddenly vanishing along with its destructive power. Then it emerged from another area of the void, altering its trajectory and charging fiercely towards Yin Lingqi and the others, who were perilously close. How could this be? Sol Wuxing had narrowly escaped this continent, only to find that the destructive celestial body had suddenly appeared before him. In a moment of desperation, the two had no choice but to unleash their full powers to defend themselves. Boom! A terrifying energy storm erupted, unleashing a colossal mushroom cloud within the cosmic river, causing the entire galaxy to twist madly amidst the cacophony of explosions, with shockwaves reverberating endlessly. The relentless collision of energy caused numerous continents to tremble incessantly. In the wake of this tempest, at least a dozen continents had suffered catastrophic devastation. The Celestial Decree, as the foremost technique of the myriad phenomena, demonstrated its terrifying might through the hands of Qin Daoxian. One can only imagine the awe-inspiring spectacle that would unfold should his father, the mighty Emperor Qin Sung Yuan, choose to wield the Celestial Decree. Flames intertwined in a tempest, enveloping countless celestial bodies, a breathtaking scene that left both Han Tianyang and Han Tianming utterly spellbound. We are still alive, they marveled. How is it possible that we have survived? At the critical moment, he transferred that entity to another space. The brothers embraced, weeping tears of relief. Having escaped catastrophe, they now yearned only for the chance to live. Particularly, upon witnessing the utter annihilation of the Hall Master and Yin Lingqi, Han Tianming resolved to cease his resistance. Qin Shao, if I divulge everything I know, can you ensure my safety? Their eyes met. Qin Daoxian nodded. I cannot guarantee it, but I will do my utmost. Chapter 54. Either you die, or I perish. Qin Daoxian refrained from boasting that he could protect him. Yet such an honest response brought a sense of reassurance to Han Tianming, as he gazed upon the gradually calming sea of clouds, which obscured the endless starry expanse. Han Tianming approached Qin Daoxian directly. Our Holy Soul Hall has been diligently collecting the souls of those with special bloodlines, solely to deliver these souls to a singular individual. According to the Hall Master, this person is named Xiu Fei. The specifics of his identity and background remain unknown. The only certainty is his formidable strength, as he always arrives via the underground teleportation array to the secret chamber. Xiu Fei? Qin Daoxian pondered. Is that all? Indeed, it's hard to discern the truth. Furthermore, knowing but a name is of little consequence, Han Tianming replied. Qin Daoxian turned his gaze towards Han Tianyang, who suddenly shivered, hastily exclaiming, asked the fourth brother. I know nothing. Ah, reluctant to take the blame? Qin Daoxian quipped. Then what purpose do I have for keeping you? Just as Qin Daoxian was about to take action, a fiery red foxtail unexpectedly emerged from the void, piercing through Han Tianyang's chest with a sudden and forceful thrust before either of them could react. What? Qin Daoxian exclaimed in shock. Immediately following, another crimson foxtail erupted from the ground, swiftly coiling around Han Tianming's neck. Han Tianming could utter no words. His eyes filled with despair as he looked at Qin Daoxian, yearning for survival. However, with a sickening crack, Han Tianming's neck was cruelly twisted. This is the aura of Yin Lingqi. He is not dead. How could this be? Yin Hongyu felt the terrifying demonic energy sweeping in from all directions, and panic instantly seized her. Qin Daoxian urged, ascend to the heavens. Upon hearing this, Yin Hongyu swiftly took Ji-1ing into the sky. On the ground, Qin Daoxian surveyed his surroundings, noticing every subtle movement in the air and grass. Nothing could be overlooked. To his astonishment, despite unleashing the first form of the all-encompassing phenomenon, he still could not vanquish Yin Lingqi. It seems this seven-tailed fox possesses considerable strength. Cough. In the distance, from amidst the ruins, Yin Lingqi finally emerged. He knelt there, coughing up blood, looking utterly disheveled, his aura significantly diminished compared to before. He lives. He has survived, but he is gravely wounded. Observing this, Qin Daoxian first signaled Yin Hongyu to retreat and then, using his finger as a sword, aimed at his opponent from afar. Is that Sol Wuxing dead? Qin Daoxian inquired. Yin Lingqi licked the blood from his arm and staggered to his feet. At a critical moment, He shielded me from a lethal strike. For you? Chen Daoxian questioned. Why would he risk his life to protect you? Yin Lingqi replied with a cold smile. Why should I tell you? With that, his grotesque face twisted into a malicious grin. In an instant, 7 fox tails tore through the void, launching an unrestrained assault. Witnessing this, Chen Daoxian promptly evaded, darting across the ground in a frenzied manner, shifting positions. Yet, despite possessing the unparalleled agility of the Celestial Fox clan, he found it exceedingly difficult to withstand Yin Lingqi's onslaught. It was not that Yin Lingqi's speed surpassed his own, rather, the combat experience of this fox demon was nothing short of terrifying. In a brief exchange, Yin Lingqi began to discern Chen Daoxuan's evasion patterns, even predicting his attacks several times in advance, nearly costing Chen Daoxian his life. The clash intensified, with one attacking and the other dodging. Chen Daoxian sought an opportunity to counterattack, but as time passed, he realized he could only evade, and the act of evasion grew increasingly arduous. At this moment, Ji Wanning gradually regained consciousness. Opening her starry eyes, she beheld a chaotic world and her delicate face changed in shock. What has happened? The next moment, she spotted Yin Lingqi, and fury ignited within her gaze. Yin Hongyu pulled her aside and recounted the events that had transpired during her unconsciousness. By the end, Ji Wanning could hardly close her mouth. The all-encompassing phenomenon. Such a name is known to all among the 3 great imperial clans and 7 sacred lands. To think that such a young man, Chen, has already mastered the first form of the all-encompassing phenomenon, such terrifying talent. Surely, even the 3rd young lady of the Azura imperial clan would find it difficult to rival him upon her return. Child, cease your struggles. It would be better to die swiftly at my hands than to be tormented to death. Do you hear me? Yin Lingqi swayed his waist, unleashing a relentless assault upon Chen Daoxian with 7 ethereal fox tails. These tails, akin to 7 bolts of crimson lightning, struck with ferocity, each blow cleaving the void and leaving behind gaping black rifts. As Chen Daoxian engaged in this fierce confrontation, signs of fatigue began to surface. However, upon hearing Yin Lingqi's words, he instantly regained his composure, focusing intently as he evaded several strikes, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. What is the matter? Afraid that the commotion here might attract the attention of my imperial lineage? Yin Lingqi remained silent, his anger boiling over as he transformed into a blurred silhouette, charging directly at Chen Daoxian. The erratic nature of his movements confirmed Chen Daoxuan's suspicions. His intuition had proven correct. If they continued to battle, the situation would undoubtedly tilt in Chen Daoxuan's favor. Thus, they ascended from the ground, battling their way into the high heavens, shrouded in clouds. As a 5-star mystic saint, Yin Lingqi's cultivation vastly surpassed that of Chen Daoxian, and in this desperate clash, Chen Daoxian sustained numerous injuries, his robe stained crimson with blood. Yet, to Yin Lingqi's astonishment, this young man did not weaken. On the contrary, his wounds seemed to fuel his growing ferocity. He was now launching a counteroffensive. Was this the madness of the Rakshasa imperial bloodline? After narrowly dodging several of Chen Daoxuan's sword energies, Yin Lingqi felt an urge to curse. The Azura bloodline, irrespective of the severity of injuries sustained, would heal rapidly, while the Rakshasa bloodline grew madder and stronger with each confrontation. In a short span, it was impossible to eliminate him. If this continued, reinforcements from the Azura imperial realm would surely arrive. Realizing this, Yin Lingqi could only begrudgingly leap into the heavens, creating distance between himself and Chen Daoxian, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. You wretched brat. Everything I have painstakingly acquired has been lost because of you. Just wait. After his furious outburst, he turned to flee. Yet, in his frenzied state, Chen Daoxian was unwilling to let him escape unscathed. With bared fangs, he locked onto Yin Lingqi's retreating figure, a wild intensity igniting within him. With a thunderous crash, the ground exploded beneath him as Chen Daoxian surged forward with astonishing speed, vanishing into the starry expanse in the blink of an eye. In a series of miraculous flashes, he successfully blocked Yin Lingqi's escape route. They were once again embroiled in a standoff. Either you perish, or I shall. Chapter 55. The mightiest emperor of the age approaches. A torrent of blood energy surged, exerting pressure across the sacred star domain. The overwhelming power of the imperial bloodline was palpable, drawing the greedy gazes of certain supreme beings hidden within forbidden realms. The 3 reigning emperors of the age were all in their prime, resulting in the closure of the forbidden zones and the absence of the supreme entities. Yet, Chen Daoxian, possessing dual imperial bloodlines, emanated an aura of boundless magnitude, inciting covetous and frenzied eyes from the supreme beings lurking in those forbidden spaces. Chun Daoxian's expression remained indifferent as two formless imperial lights erupted from his back, confronted by the overwhelming malevolence of Yin Lingqi. There was no hint of fear. Seven-tailed demon saint, why do you resort to murder and silencing? Yin Lingqi's fox-like eyes burned with malice. Her visage contorted in rage. What murder and silencing? I do not comprehend. Do you truly not understand? Or are you simply too frightened to acknowledge it? Chun Daoxuan's eyes glinted with a sanguine hue, abruptly halting his advance. With palms outstretched, a verdant grand formation materialized beneath him. Indeed, at the outset, when I mentioned the teleportation array in the underground chamber of the Sacred Soul Temple, you feigned ignorance. At that moment, even I was deceived, mistakenly believing that the machinations of the Sacred Soul Temple were unrelated to you. Yet, why were you so eager to eliminate Han Tianong and Han Tianming? The act of murder and silencing is merely a precaution to prevent the name Qiu Fei from being divulged further. Moreover, in the final moments, Han Wuxing shielded him from a lethal blow with his own body. Chun Daoxian mused, I have ample reason to suspect that you might be the most crucial piece in Qiu Fei's scheme. Or perhaps, you yourself are Qiu Fei? Yin Lingqi was momentarily taken aback, her disheveled hair billowing in the wake of her breath. After a brief pause, she threw her head back and erupted into raucous laughter. Ha! What nonsense! Qiu Fei, a mere pawn, such folly. You insolent brat, if you seek battle, I shall oblige. But if you intend to use these baseless titles to deliberately stall for your imperial kin's arrival, I must declare, those so-called heirs of the dual emperors are but trifles. Yin Lingqi leapt into the air, her 7 fox tails suddenly shattering the starry expanse, striking down with ferocity. In response, Chun Daoxian swiftly pointed his index finger towards the sky. Man, sword, and formation coalesced into a singular entity. A torrent of sword intent surged forth from the azure formation, forming a river of sword energy that, under the astonished gazes of the powerful beings from various sacred lands, obliterated the descending colossal illusions of the 7 fox tails with tremendous force. One sword, and the dust settled. Chun Daoxian elegantly drew his sword, transforming boundless sword light into a magnificent golden dragon that soared with a resonating roar, piercing through the cosmos in an instant. Faced with such a terrifying strike, Yin Lingqi rapidly conjured a towering crystal shield, placing it before her. Boom! The thunderous explosion reverberated through every corner of the sacred land. Vast voids collapsed. The essence of Dao crumbled. A dreadful storm of destruction unfurled in its wake. Chun Daoxian lightly tapped the void with his toes, his figure flickering as he retreated. Yet, before he could stabilize his stance, the air before him was rent asunder, revealing a colossal rift. Yin Lingqi remained unscathed. I shall kill you, she declared, thrusting her palm towards Chun Daoxuan's chest, mere inches away. Chun Daoxian found himself unable to evade. Steadying himself in the void, he concentrated his power in his right hand, clenching his fist and striking fiercely at Yin Lingqi's visage. Bang! Bang! Both combatants landed their blows simultaneously. Chun Daoxuan's sternum was entirely caved in, his countenance darkening as he violently expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Yin Lingqi was also sent tumbling through the void by this punch, leaving a long trail of white mist stretching for thousands of miles. He shook his head vigorously, his vision gradually sharpening. It was then that he beheld Chun Daoxian standing there, unscathed, the rib cage he had shattered restored to its original state in an instant. This is absurd. I cannot possibly win. Yin Lingqi turned to flee, but Chun Daoxian once again entangled him, blocking his escape. You vile brat, can you not let me go? Yin Lingqi cursed vehemently. Chun Daoxian patted his chest and calmly replied, I have already stated, if you reveal the secrets behind the Sacred Soul Temple, I shall grant you a chance at life. It is impossible. I would rather die than divulge it. Suddenly, Yin Lingqi stomped his foot, and the severed half of his fox tail that had vanished behind him re-emerged from the void behind Chun Daoxian. With a flick of the tail, it ensnared Chun Daoxuan's neck. The terrifying power of the Xian Sheng was simply beyond Chun Daoxuan's ability to escape. Yin Lingqi tightened his grip, lifting him overhead. Will you let me go, or not? Their gazes locked. Chun Daoxian, seething with rage, spat in his face. This incited Yin Lingqi's fury, and with a snap, he broke Chun Daoxuan's neck. Chen Xiao? Ji Wuning could not help but gasp in astonishment. Yet in the next moment, Chun Daoxuan's neck, which had been severed, astonishingly returned to normal, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes chillingly cold. Tell me the answer, or you shall surely die. At he. Lingqi was on the brink of madness. What kind of monstrous bloodline does the Shura imperial clan possess, surviving a broken neck? And the speed of recovery is simply unfathomable. Lingqi twisted his neck again. Yet within a second, vitality returned to Qin Daoxuan's eyes. After several such attempts, Lingqi sank to his knees, clutching his head in despair. What must I do for you to spare me? Qin Daoxian spat out a mouthful of old blood onto his face. Reveal the answer. Lingqi's head gradually drooped, his gaze hollow and filled with despair. Just kill me. Qin Daoxian, perplexed. You would rather die than speak? Lingqi forced a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, do not ask me why. I can only say that you have no comprehension of how terrifying those individuals truly are. Resigned, Lingqi released his foxtail, simultaneously raising his head and closing his eyes, awaiting death. Qin Daoxian could not fathom what kind of force could compel a Xianxing powerhouse to willingly embrace death rather than betray them. At that moment, Qin Daoxian looked up towards the endless starry sky. Father, it seems we must venture to the other side of the teleportation array. Father? Lingqi, taken aback, opened his eyes in astonishment. Above in the void, two figures appeared as strangely ephemeral as bubbles. He was a robust middle-aged man, his countenance resolute yet exuding an air of elegance. Beside him stood a delicate young woman clad in azure. The Shura Emperor, Qin Songyuan. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lingqi's lips. In that moment, even the supreme beings in the distant forbidden zone recoiled in reverence upon witnessing the most formidable emperor. Refraining from covertly observing his son, the Shura Emperor had personally arrived. He had manifested within the domain governed by the Songlong Empire. Waves of trembling gazes, imbued with unparalleled awe and admiration, converged from various continents. Qin Songyuan remained oblivious, fully acknowledging his son's performance today. My son, Daoxian, indeed possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Subsequently, his icy gaze bore down on the quaking Lingqi. Little fox, are you truly unwilling to speak? Chapter 56. The true might of a father. The arrival of an emperor in the Holy Land was an eventuality few had anticipated. Yet now, through the utterance of this Shura Emperor, those previously curious about the identity of the youth embroiled in a fierce battle with the seven-tailed demon sage were met with clarity. This young man was, in fact, the scion of the Shura Empire. You, Lingqi stammered, lifting his gaze in shock, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. The overwhelming imperial presence was sufficient to shake the very fabric of the universe. No wonder the world spoke of Qin Songyuan as the foremost among the three emperors. Indeed, he was extraordinary. I am Qin Songyuan. The frigid voice resonated in the ears of every living being, carrying an absolute weight that assailed Lingqi's spirit. His resolve shattered. He fell to his knees, his eyes hollow and filled with despair. Very well, I shall tell you. Qin Daoxian, after a prolonged struggle, found himself outmatched by his father, calmly inquiring, is this the might of an emperor? How enviable! Tears streamed down Lingqi's cheeks as he trembled. Lifting his gaze towards the Shura Emperor, Qin Songyuan. Qiu Fei is the master behind the Sacred Soul Palace. Who is Qiu Fei? Qin Songyuan queried. Lingqi, foolishly smiling, replied, he is the younger brother of Su Mi's holy lord, Qiu Huan. Upon hearing this, countless eyes widened in disbelief. Not only Qin Junran, but even Qin Songyuan could not suppress the twitching of his brow. This revelation left Qin Daoxian perplexed, uncertain of Qiu Huan's significance. Qin Songyuan, seemingly incredulous, sought confirmation. Can you assure me you are not deceiving me? Lingqi, pale as a ghost, fervently shook his head. No, I would not dare. I am utterly terrified. He had clearly been intimidated by Qin Songyuan's supreme imperial might. With hands clasped behind his back, Qin Songyuan stepped into the void, narrowing his gaze as he scrutinized Lingqi for an extended moment before suddenly pointing a finger at him. Upon witnessing this, Lingqi was struck with terror. I have already divulged everything I know. You cannot go back on your word. Senior, you are the Azura Emperor. He wept and begged in desperation. Yet, in Qin Songyuan's eyes, there was not a trace of compassion. With a mere flick of his finger, he punctured forward. And in an instant, Lingqi's body was reduced to mere pulp. A five-star Xianxing expert was no different from an insignificant insect in Qin Songyuan's presence. Such is the might of an emperor. Before the emperor, all cultivators are but fodder. The one who promised to spare your life was Xianer, not I. What talk of promises is there? With Qin Songyuan present, the powerful figures from various sacred lands discreetly retreated. Soon, they arrived at the ruins of the Sacred Soul Palace, which lay in utter disarray. Fortunately, the sky had returned to its azure hue. Ji Wuning and In Hongyu stood nearby, both frozen in place, scarcely daring to breathe too forcefully for fear of incurring the displeasure of this world's mightiest emperor. Chen Songyuan, however, showed no inclination to acknowledge them. Xian'er, do you truly believe that the events behind the Sacred Soul Palace may be connected to the disappearance of Xiaomai? Chen Songyuan inquired, his brow furrowed. Yes. Qin Daoxian nodded earnestly. So far, there was no definitive evidence to prove this matter. Yet he was a man who trusted his instincts. Even in the absence of proof, various signs indicated that the forces behind the Sacred Soul Palace were indeed the only ones daring enough to threaten the Azura Emperor realm and bold enough to act against the Imperial clan's treasures. Beyond that, he could conceive of no other possibilities. After all, the third sister was a descendant of two great Imperial clans. Given the conflict between him and Yinlingqi, it was telling that the Dragon Clan had not made an appearance. This suggested that the so-called Dragon Clan might not wield much power before the Azura and Rakshasa Imperial clans, let alone possess the audacity to confront his third sister. Father, this is our best opportunity to find third sister, Chen Daoxian asserted gravely. Otherwise, he would not have summoned his father to come. Understanding his son's reasoning, Chen Songyuan nodded in agreement. Junran, you wait outside. I shall take Xian'er in to have a look. With that, he snapped his fingers. The once destroyed main hall of the Sacred Soul Palace, with its sand and wood beams, began to levitate, and before long, the place was restored to its former glory. Is this the power of the reversal law? Witnessing such a miraculous scene, Qin Daoxian gazed at his father's silhouette, his eyes ablaze with admiration. How formidable is my father? It feels as though even if I were to one day become an emperor, surpassing him would require immense effort. Moreover, this father of mine is hailed as the strongest man across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and within all realms. However, in the words of the elderly ancestor Chen Lu, he transformed into a descendant that evoked a tinge of disappointment. What might the prowess of that venerable ancestor be? Thus, Chen Daoxian followed in his father's footsteps, traversing the familiar corridor and descending the spiral staircase. Yet, unlike before, the entire Sacred Soul Hall now exuded an eerie silence. His father had merely restored the edifice without reviving the deceased disciples and elders within. It remained uncertain whether the laws of time reversal could not bring the dead back to life or if his father had chosen to leave them in their eternal slumber. Eventually, Chen Daoxian led his father to the concealed chamber. The door to the chamber stood shut, the once impenetrable black iron gate, which no one could breach as per the words of Han Xianshang, now lay shattered before Chen Songyuan, reduced to mere iron dust with a mere gesture. The floor bore a peculiar pattern. A woman adorned in bizarre attire, sprouting 6 wings, seemingly engaged in a prayer. Not only did Chen Daoxian feel a momentary daze upon first seeing this image, but Chen Songyuan also regarded it with particular attention. Both father and son sensed an oddity in the depiction, yet they refrained from overthinking, knowing that excessive contemplation would yield no benefit and only squander their time. Let us proceed, Chen Songyuan urged, stepping into the center of the formation with his son. As the third clap resounded, the formation began to activate, and the ethereal images grew increasingly indistinct. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, their figures vanished within the array. In a valley, the air was crisp, and the stars adorned the sky in abundance. Chen Songyuan and Chen Daoxian materialized simultaneously, startling 2 swift mice hidden in the grass, which darted away. Where is this? Chen Daoxian inquired, noticing the same 6-winged woman etched upon the stone walls flanking the valley, causing him to furrow his brow. This place, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, was not at all inferior to the Shura Emperor's realm. Furthermore, 7 brilliant stars aligned in a straight line illuminated the night, rendering this world particularly bright. The 7 stars in conjunction, this was the Xumi sacred realm, and all he had spoken was indeed true. Chen Songyuan appeared somewhat reluctant to be here. Chen Daoxian edged closer to his father, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Could it be that a significant other of yours resides here? Chen Songyuan shook his head in exasperation. Do not entertain such fanciful thoughts. The pressure I feel stems from the fact that the Xumi sacred realm is under the dominion of your mother. Dad, what exactly transpired between you and Mom? Chapter 57. A friend of my mother, why must it be her? Chen Songyuan gazed into the distance, his eyes trembling slightly, as he clenched and unclenched the hand concealed within his sleeve. The moonlit fireflies danced rhythmically across the mountains and fields, swaying gently in the breeze. Following his father's gaze, Chen Daoxian distinctly heard a woman's cough echoing from within the valley. "Who is she?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Her name is Qiuya." "A friend of your mother," replied Chen Songyuan. "A friend of my mother?" Chen Daoxian furrowed his brows. "If she is a friend of my mother, why does my father appear to have a rather complex expression?" Chen Daoxian remarked, "The teleportation array connects this place, proving that the woman in the valley is inextricably linked to the forces behind the Sacred Soul Palace." Chen Songyuan took a deep breath and nodded. "Moreover, the six-winged woman patterns on both sides of the cliff bear a striking resemblance to those found in the underground chambers of the Sacred Soul Palace. The investigation has led us to this point." Naturally, Chen Songyuan was not about to relent. "Father, if it's inconvenient for you, allow me to enter the valley and meet her first." As Chen Daoxian spoke, he prepared to set out but was firmly restrained by his father's hand on his shoulder. Confused, Chen Daoxian turned back. The expression on Chen Songyuan's face was one of deep conflict. "She holds significant weight in your mother's heart. Since this matter now involves her, I believe it is best if I meet with your mother." Chen Daoxian replied, "What does her significance matter? This concerns the safety of my third sister, and I trust that even if mother were here, she would understand our position." "No." Chen Songyuan, seeing his insistence, once again intervened. "Father, as the recognized leader among the three great emperors of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, is it truly wise to be so cautious over a frail woman?" Chen Daoxian genuinely did not comprehend. "Father, I have not seen mother for 16 years. I believe she would not punish me for a friend." Chen Songyuan closed his eyes and shook his head. "It is different." "What is different? What connection does she have with mother that even I?" Chen Songyuan suddenly opened his eyes, a wave of helplessness crossing his gaze. "Your mother was able to attain the title of emperor largely due to her support. In that battle, she even went so far as to burn her own energy reservoir, employing an exceedingly domineering forbidden technique, descending from the great sage realm to that of a mortal." "What? From the great sage realm to a mortal?" Chen Daoxian's mouth fell agape in utter shock. "The woman in the valley actually sacrificed so much for my mother to become an emperor. Yet, if their bond is so strong, why does she secretly support the Sacred Soul Palace? Or is it possible that our assumptions were entirely incorrect, and the forces behind the Sacred Soul Palace have no relation to my third sister?" Chen Daoxian's mind was in turmoil. Chen Songyuan, equally perplexed, patted his son's shoulder in consolation. "I am pleased that you care so deeply for family. As for whether Qiuya is related to Xiaomai's disappearance, I will need to meet your mother to ascertain the truth. For now, wait here and do not enter the valley. I will return shortly." Chen Songyuan looked up at the starry sky, reflecting on the years without seeing his wife, his face revealing a blend of helplessness and boundless anticipation. He took a step forward, and his figure suddenly vanished into the vast expanse of the heavens. If the forces behind the Sacred Soul Palace are indeed linked to Qiuya, does that mean Qiuya is associated with the Rakshasa Imperial clan? But that simply does not add up. Throughout my journey, I have not concealed my identity. What kind of dog recognizes its master yet still chooses to bite? Such reasoning is utterly absurd. No, completely erroneous. Chen Daoxian vigorously shook his head, redirecting his gaze to the cliff face. His eyes narrowed slightly. Upon closer inspection, the engravings were evidently of ancient origin. The antiquity connected to the underground array of the Sacred Soul Temple, which knows my identity and seeks to eliminate me, my mother's friend. Chen Daoxian raised his gaze coldly, his profound dark eyes glimmering faintly in the night. In a fleeting motion, he transformed into a wisp of vapor and vanished from the spot. In the valley, the Qingtang cottage stood like a hidden abode of immortals, serene and elegant. Bamboo groves, ponds, flower gardens, and pavilions were all present. Inside the room, the flickering glow of dim candles illuminated a woman who seemed to be humming a soft tune, her earlier coughs now absent. Chen Daoxian stood before the door, his expression indifferent. The moment he raised his hand to knock, the golden little bells hanging from the eaves chimed melodiously. A sudden shift in the surrounding air made Chen Daoxian alert. "Coming." A woman's voice called from within. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing a mature and alluring woman, draped only in a white bath towel, standing before Chen Daoxian. She had seemingly just emerged from a bath. Cool droplets cascaded down her flawless skin, accentuating her curves, creating a breathtaking sight. The unexpected visual impact caused Chen Daoxian's face to flush crimson, and he immediately raised his hand to shield his view. Qiuya curiously observed the bashful young man before her, her gentle voice resonating as she assessed him. "Are you Chen Daoxian?" "Wah." Chen Daoxian was utterly astonished, peeking through his fingers. How did you know? Upon hearing this, Chiyoya gracefully stepped forward, her long legs gliding towards him, and delicately brushed aside the hair near Qin Daoxian's ear. These 2 moles are the best proof. Qin Daoxian exclaimed, you even know there are 2 moles by my ear? With a gentle smile, Chiyoya replied, not just that, there's one on your backside as well. Qin Daoxian finally lowered his hand, beginning to scrutinize her earnestly. This woman had taken exceptional care of her skin, rivaling even the most youthful maidens. Her figure was elegantly curvaceous, and her gentle demeanor exuded a captivating warmth. She epitomized the allure of a mature woman. Any man, regardless of age, would likely find it difficult to resist such a woman. Yet, what kind of heart lay hidden beneath such a stunning exterior? Qin Daoxian was eager to ascertain. This was precisely why he disregarded his father's arrangements and insisted on coming here. Don't just stand there like a fool. Come in, the woman urged, gripping her towel to prevent it from slipping while pulling Qin Daoxian's sleeve, ushering him into the room. It is said that one should not enter a woman's chamber late at night, for it may tarnish one's reputation. However, Chiyoya seemed indifferent to these matters. Or perhaps, in her eyes, Qin Daoxian was merely a child, a junior. Upon entering the room, Qin Daoxian surveyed his surroundings and discovered that it was not solely a space for women, but also contained remnants left by men. On the wall hung a rusted bow. Noticing Qin Daoxian's gaze, Chiyoya hurriedly explained, that belonged to an old friend of mine. It has remained there, high up, and I simply haven't taken it down. She then moved a chair and stood on it in front of Qin Daoxian. Yet, no matter how hard she tiptoed, she always fell just short of reaching it. Help? Help me, Chiyoya exclaimed, persistently stretching to grasp the rusted bow on the wall. Throughout the entire process, Qin Daoxian stood quietly behind her, observing. Once a formidable figure of the great sage realm, she now could not even reach a bow hanging high. How could she, who had once sacrificed so much for her mother, ever do something to betray her? Qin Daoxian found it impossible to connect the disappearance of his third sister with this person and shook his head in resignation. With a casual wave of his hand, the rusted bow fell from the wall, landing softly in her embrace. To his surprise, Chiyoya lost her footing and fell directly from the chair. Qin Daoxian, quick-witted, immediately steadied her from behind. For a moment, Chiyoya's beautiful eyes trembled, and she couldn't help but feel moved. Xiaoxian has truly grown up. Qin Daoxian instantly stepped back, his face flushed. Chiyoya, seemingly oblivious, took the rusted bow to the table and sat down, her gaze fixed on it, revealing an undeniable affection. You know, she began. When you were born, not only did I hold you, but the owner of this bow also held you. Qin Daoxian sat across from her. Who is the owner of this bow? With a touch of emotion, Chiyoya lifted her eyes to meet his. His name is Mei Chachu. Mei Chachu? Seeing Qin Daoxian's confusion, Chiyoya chuckled softly. You probably haven't met your mother yet, have you? No. That explains why you don't know about Mei Chachu. In the past, I, your mother, and Mei Chachu were the best of friends. The 3 of us grew up together, adventuring through the heavens and earth, competing against the Dragon Clan as prodigies, and pursuing the path to becoming emperors. Our bond was akin to that of siblings, transcending the boundaries of gender, deeper than familial ties. Is it truly devoid of romantic implications? Qin Daoxian inquired, puzzled. Indeed. Qin Daoxian remained perplexed. Then why do you have such feelings for this bow? You wouldn't understand. Chiyoya replied. Just as many did not understand back then, believing there must be something special between the 3 of us. They simply could not fathom that pure friendships between men and women could exist. Among those who doubted, of course, was your father, whom I met later. Qin Daoxian, upon mentioning her father, Chiyoya's eyes reflected a distinct disdain. Your father is a man of intricate thoughts, yet exceedingly narrow-minded. Qin Daoxian, mind your words. Chiyoya, maintaining her composure, replied, I am not misrepresenting him. In the past, he was overly concerned about the childhood bond between Mei Chachu and your mother, thus targeting him at every turn. When your father was in dire need of the 9th grade elixir, it was Mei Chachu who risked his life, entering the Songlong Imperial realm to procure the vital dragon elixir for him. Yet afterwards, not only did your father fail to express gratitude, but he also became enraged when your mother sent healing elixirs to Mei Chachu. How could he? Chiyoya exclaimed, rising from her seat. He actually took advantage of your mother's seclusion to annihilate the entire clan of Mei Chachu. Qin Daoxian was taken aback. What was this madness? Mei Chachu had been injured while obtaining the dragon elixir for his father, and his mother had merely sent healing elixirs. Yet his father responded with murderous wrath towards the entire family? Qin Daoxian found himself at a loss for words. Qiuya continued. It was your father's insanity that led to the complete destruction of the Qilin ancient god clan, leaving only Mei Chachu, who turned white-haired overnight. To enter the Rakshasa imperial realm and become a Hall Rakshasa, never to return to the mortal realm. The world now reveres him as the Qilin Rakshasa. So he was a Qilin. Qin Daoxian inquired with great curiosity, what does it mean to be a Hall Rakshasa? Qiuya paused, surprised. After sharing so much, he was not probing for specific details, but was instead intrigued by the title of Hall Rakshasa. This little wolf cub seemed remarkably similar to his father. Qiuya took a deep breath and, moved, explained, the Hall Rakshasa represents a status in the Rakshasa imperial realm, second only to your mother, with a total of 6 individuals. They are the Fire Rakshasa Shui Hao, the Evil Rakshasa by Kuei, the Shadow Rakshasa Gui Hua, the Ice Rakshasa by Rua Lu, the Night Rakshasa Mu Rong Yi, and the Qilin Rakshasa Mei Chanchu. Each of them wields the power of a saintly sovereign. This is also the strongest foundation under your mother as the ruler of the imperial clan. Qin Daoxian understood. These 6 Hall Rakshasas were akin to the prominent figures left by his father in the imperial palace, representing the pinnacle of the imperial clan's backbone. Ultimately, your father is an exceedingly selfish individual. His heart knows only himself, and his possessiveness surpasses all else, whether it concerns your mother or you. Hearing this, Qin Daoxian interjected. I believe your bias against my father is rather severe. Qiuya chuckled lightly. Severe? You simply do not comprehend him. Your father would do anything for his own ambition, even if it meant losing his sanity and humanity. Ambition? Qin Daoxian interjected. He is already the most powerful emperor in the world. What more could he desire? Qiuya replied. My dear child, how can an ambitious man lose his drive simply because he is unrivaled in this world? He will continue to pursue greater and deeper aspirations. I share this with you not to incite discord between you and your father. I merely wish to advise you to remain vigilant in your father's presence in the future. Qin Daoxian found this increasingly absurd. By your reasoning, do you suggest my father would harm me? Qiuya replied, perhaps. Enough of this madness. Qin Daoxian found no pleasure in her words. Resolutely, he turned his back to her. I learned from my father that, in the past, you risked invoking forbidden laws to assist my mother in achieving her imperial path, sacrificing your own vitality in the process. For this, I am grateful. It is precisely because of this that, despite your disrespect towards my father today, I shall spare your life. Thus it shall be. Qin Daoxian approached the door. Throughout the exchange, Qiuya remained seated, not rising to bid him farewell or contest his words, but silently clutching the towel. Her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. As Qin Daoxian pushed open the door, the refreshing air outside enveloped him, invigorating his senses. He inhaled deeply. Gazing at the luminous night sky and the 2 intricately carved 6-winged women on the stone wall. Curiosity piqued, he pointed towards them. Are those 2 6-winged figures your creation? Aunt Qiu? Upon hearing this, Qiuya shook her head. They were not crafted by me. They were already here when I took residence in this valley. In fact, it was the uniqueness of these carvings that drew me to settle here. Qin Daoxian inquired, when was that? Qiuya responded, approximately 400 years ago. 400 years. Qin Daoxian felt a tremor in his gaze. Something was amiss. The timelines did not align. His sister had vanished a century ago, while she had moved here 4 centuries prior. It simply did not make sense. It cannot be her. Chapter 59, The First Encounter with Mother, The Rakshasa Emperor by Luo Yin. Qin Daoxian clenched his fists tightly, fixated on the cliffside. Seizing the moment, Qiuya donned a new attire and stepped beneath the eaves. Observing his silhouette, reminiscent of his father in his youth, she lowered her gaze in melancholy and subsequently inquired, is there a problem with the carvings on the cliff? Qin Daoxian pondered how to respond. Should he directly ask her about her connection to the sacred Soul Hall? Yet, he feared she would deny it, should it exist. Thus, he chose silence, which only deepened the already awkward atmosphere. Time passed, and suddenly the void before him quivered. The space was torn asunder, revealing a vast black fissure. Forthwith, his father's somewhat disheveled figure emerged from within. Father, your garments. Qin Daoxian gazed in astonishment at the torn fabric adorning his father. Following closely was a remarkably graceful woman. Stepping forth from the rift in the void, she possessed unparalleled beauty, moon-like brows and starry eyes, rosy lips and pearly teeth, a visage nearly flawless, exuding an air of regal aloofness. Clad in a flowing sky-blue gown with wide sleeves, her form was ethereal, akin to a rare orchid in a secluded valley. Her ice-like starry eyes, much like her father's, exuded an unparalleled aloofness that only an emperor could possess. It was as if in her gaze, All formidable beings across the realms were but mere blades of grass. Upon witnessing such a resplendent beauty, cold and unattainable, Chun Daoxian felt an inexplicable tightness in his throat. Xiaoya hastily remarked, "Xiaoxian, she is your mother." "My mother!" Chen Daoxian exclaimed with overwhelming excitement. He had never imagined that his mother would indeed be the universally acknowledged first beauty of the realms, as his fifth sister had claimed. Simultaneously, she was a formidable emperor revered by all, the Rakshasa Emperor, Bai Luoyin. "Mother," Chen Daoxian was the first to speak. Bai Luoyin nodded with satisfaction. Her gaze sweeping over her son as if admiring an exquisite treasure, her eyes brimming with affection and indulgence. "Indeed, at such a young age. You have already reached the pinnacle of the mystic sovereign realm. You truly are my son," Bai Luoyin. Stepping forward, she embraced him. In contrast to his father's initial demeanor of restraint and composure upon their first meeting, his mother displayed a markedly more emotional disposition. Chen Daoxian could sense the tremors running through her body. Yet, despite 1,000 words clamoring within him, none could escape his lips. Perhaps it was the presence of Qiuya that stifled him, or the fact that he held no memories with his mother. All the topics he had previously contemplated seemed to vanish in this moment. Observing his wife and son in an embrace, Chun Songyuan chose not to intrude, instead maintaining a respectful distance. After a while, they finally separated. Bai Luoyin wiped away the traces of joyful tears from her face, just as she was about to speak. Chen Songyuan interjected, "My dear, our son has returned after such a long absence for our reunion. Perhaps you should move in with me for the next few days." Upon hearing this, Bai Luoyin's expression turned icy. "Reunion?" Chen Songyuan's heart sank. Indeed, his wife had broached the subject he dreaded most. Where is Xiaomai? Where is Liya? One has been missing for a century, and the other remains trapped in the forbidden zone of the immortal demon mine. How can you speak of reunion? Chen Songyuan felt overwhelmed. "My dear, Liya went to the immortal demon mine to investigate Xiaomai's whereabouts. Now that Xiano has returned, he will join us in our search. Please, do not lose hope. Our two imperial families are united as one, and together we shall prevail." "Enough," Bai Luoyin retorted, casting aside his outstretched hand, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. "Your mind is consumed solely by ambitions of grandeur, devoid of thoughts of children, family, or even me." Chen Songyuan responded, How can you say that? As a powerful emperor." Receiving such a reprimand, even from his wife, stirred a tempest within him. Instinctively, he raised his hand but then let it fall. Seeing this, Bai Luoyin's anger surged anew. "What? Do you wish to come to blows?" Chen Songyuan turned away, rubbing his forehead. "No fighting, no fighting." Chen Daoxian interjected, Well. The meeting of parents is truly exhilarating." Thus, the scene unfolded. "Xianer, if you wish to investigate the hidden forces behind the Holy Spirit Palace, I shall offer my unwavering support," Bai Luoyin declared. "In the days to come, remain by my side." Chen Daoxian glanced at his father, whose expression was filled with uncertainty, and nodded helplessly. "All right, both the Shura Imperial Realm and the Rakshasa Imperial Realm are my homes. It matters not where I reside." "That is not the case." Bai Luoyin grasped Chen Daoxuan's hand, her demeanor exceedingly earnest. "With me by your side, the entire Rakshasa Imperial Realm can belong to you, whenever you desire. Yet the Shura Imperial Realm is different. It can only belong to him, and you will belong to him as well." "Indeed," Qiuya affirmed. Chen Daoxian observed the complexity of the situation but felt reassured, sensing it remained within controllable bounds. He turned to his father. "Father, you should return for now. Once I uncover any clues, I will promptly send word." "Very well." Chen Songyuan managed a composed smile. "Shall I accompany you, father?" Chen Daoxian looked back at his mother. Receiving Bai Luoyin's approval, the father and son then tore through the void, returning to the sacred land of the celestial demons. Upon the sudden appearance of the most formidable emperor in the realm, Yin Hongyu and Ji Wanning instinctively knelt, demonstrating their utmost respect. "Father Xiaolu, what is the situation over there? Is there any news regarding third sister?" Chen Junren inquired anxiously. "There is none as of yet." Chen Daoxian replied succinctly before being pulled aside by his father. Chen Songyuan sighed. "You just witnessed your mother's temperament." "Indeed," Chen Daoxian acknowledged. "And then there is Qiuya. She is not a good person. Remember, no matter what she tells you, do not believe her," Chen Songyuan cautioned, pressing his hand on his son's shoulder, his expression serious. "The discord between your mother and me has persisted for a long time. Do not let it trouble you. Just remember one thing. Father is the only person in this world whom you can fully trust. Furthermore, I will surely pass down the position of realm master to you in the future. Do you understand? As their gazes met, Qin Daoxian nodded, observing his father's grave demeanor. By the way, father, I took the liberty to assist the Tianhu clan in reclaiming the sacred land. They wish to pledge their allegiance to our Qin imperial clan from now on. Upon hearing this, Ji Wenning's eyes glistened with tears, filled with gratitude. As she and Yin Hongyu gazed imploringly at Qin Songyuan, the sacred land of the celestial demons, belonging to the Dragon clan, could potentially incite a war between the two imperial clans if they defected to the Shura imperial clan. However, to their surprise, Qin Songyuan readily acquiesced without hesitation. Very well. I agree to this matter. Just like that? Splendid. Ji Wenning and her companion exclaimed, bowing in excitement. Qin Daoxian, however, stroked his chin, deep in thought. His father's reaction seemed rather peculiar. It is as if everything were meticulously orchestrated by him. Chapter 60. The Realm of the Demon Emperor. Although Qin Daoxian harbored some doubts, he had only just returned home and was not well versed in the intricate dynamics of the two great imperial clans. He chose, for the time being, to feign ignorance. Thus, he sent his father and fifth sister away from the sacred land. Presently, the Hall of Sacred Souls had been annihilated, and Yin Lingxi had perished at his father's hands. Yin Hongyu was entirely capable of single-handedly aiding Ji Wenning in the reorganization of the heavenly demon sacred land. There was no need for Qin Daoxian to concern himself with the matters of allegiance to the sacred land. Qin Daoxian then called out to the heavens, only to be mysteriously whisked back to the Shumi sacred realm by his mother. In the valley, Bai Luoyin summoned Qiuhuan, the master of the Shumi realm. Upon witnessing the lifelike stone carvings adorning the cliffs on either side of the valley, Qiuhuan was perplexed. Sister Xia, have you never encountered any suspicious individuals wandering within the valley? Xia replied, no, as you know, I am merely a mortal now. Upon hearing this, Bai Luoyin felt a twinge of pain in her heart. In other words, someone has exploited Xia's inability to perceive the presence of others, deliberately linking the teleportation array to this location and leading us to the subtle traces of the forces behind the Hall of Sacred Souls? Qiuhuan responded, that is indeed a possibility. The three great imperial clans have always engaged in deceit and intrigue. Even with two of the clan leaders married and blessed with 5 daughters and a son, achieving complete unity between the two clans seems implausible. As they gazed at the 3 women, the focus shifted towards the other 2 great imperial clans. Qin Daoxian, somewhat bewildered, inquired, Mother, have you not considered another possibility? Bai Luoyin asked, what do you mean? Qin Daoxian suggested, perhaps there exists an external force beyond your knowledge. Upon hearing this, Xia burst into laughter. Silly child. The universe is vast and boundless, yet our imperial clan's power is equally unfathomable. The balance of the 3 realms has already been established. How could there be any force unknown to the imperial clans? Qin Daoxian countered, but during a casual conversation with my 5th sister, I heard of numerous forbidden forces, all exceptionally formidable. Xia explained, forbidden lands are indeed powerful. Many mighty emperors have met tragic ends in their twilight years. A fate bestowed by the supremacy of forbidden lands. However, your father and mother are exceedingly strong, even among the great emperors of history. Their strength far surpassing that of their predecessors. When they join forces, they could breach even the invincible celestial demon minds. Do you think any other forbidden land would dare to act against their daughter? And Xia's words bore a semblance of reason. Yet, the more she spoke, the more Qin Daoxian felt that if the scenario he proposed were to manifest, the 3 great imperial clans would likely overlook it. Should the 3 clans fall into mutual suspicion and erupt into war, the true beneficiary would undoubtedly be the hidden instigator lurking in the shadows. Very well. Let us entrust this matter to Qiuhuan for the time being. Xina, there is much I wish to discuss with you, so come home with me. Bai Luoyin effortlessly tore through the fabric of reality, creating a spatial tunnel that directly led to the realm of the Rakshasa Emperor. Through this temporal passage, Qin Daoxian could even catch sight of a vast ocean. Bai Luoyin remarked, our Rakshasa clan not only possesses the bloodline of madness, but also wields a mastery over spatial powers that far surpasses that of other ancient clans. Once we return home, I shall teach you at length. Very well. Qin Daoxian nodded, recognizing that the opportunity to learn such skills was undoubtedly beneficial, and he would never refuse it. Farewell. Lord of the Realm, came Qiuhuan's respectful voice from behind, resonating through the skies and echoing across a vast expanse. In an instant, Qin Daoxian found himself accompanying his mother to the Rakshasa Imperial Palace. This was a solitary island, perched upon the azure surface of the sea, surrounded by an intricately arranged barrier formation. It is said that the Rakshasa clan excels in the art of spiritual formations, and upon his arrival, Qin Daoxian could keenly sense this truth with just a glance. The layout of our Rakshasa realm differs significantly from that of the Shura realm. Qin Song Yuan commanded 3 mighty saint-level warriors to remain at the imperial palace, a clear demonstration of his authority. His mother, however, did not entirely approve. Qin Daoxian nodded slightly, gazing toward the distant horizon. I can sense that there are unusual energies emanating from those directions. What? Bai Luoyan exclaimed, astonished. Are you saying you can perceive the presence of 6 Hall Rakshasas here? Qin Daoxian replied, his expression shifting. Are they truly Hall Rakshasas? Bai Luoyan was utterly astounded. The cultivation of Hall Rakshasas was formidable, beyond question. Moreover, those of their caliber possessed an extraordinary ability to conceal their presence. Presently, they were not intentionally radiating any energy fluctuations. How then did Xian'er perceive them? Such a skill typically required a minimum of the Xian Emperor level to attain. Yet he was merely at the peak of the Xian sovereign stage. Observing her son's remarkable perceptiveness, Bai Luoyan felt a wave of pride. Xian'er, tell me honestly. Within the inheritance tower of the Shura Imperial Palace, how many forms of the Forest of All Things did you acquire? Forest of All Things? Qin Daoxian understood. His use of the first form during the battle at the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land seemed to have alarmed his mother. Yet, the ancestor had instructed him not to reveal his identity to anyone, including his father. If it encompassed his father, it surely included his mother as well. Contemplating this, Qin Daoxian chuckled wryly. How should I articulate this? Never mind. If you do not wish to speak, then do not. I am not like your father. I will not compel you to do anything you do not desire. To his surprise, his mother directly alleviated his concerns. It must be said that spending time with his mother was significantly more relaxed than with his father. It felt as though she understood his thoughts, knew what was in his heart, what he needed, and what he yearned for. Before long, Bai Luoyan led Qin Daoxian to an extraordinary pyramid. This colossal structure towered like a mountain, with a passageway beneath it, fronted by a deep blue spiritual array. The potency of this array was immensely formidable. Even from a distance, Qin Daoxian could feel a sharp tingling against his skin. Furthermore, the rich purple aura in this location indicated an exceptionally vigorous flow of Earth's energy. Although Qin Daoxian lacked knowledge of spiritual arrays, he could intuitively grasp that such a place, abundant in auspicious energy, would significantly amplify the array's power. Noticing her son's gaze, which had turned fervently intense, Bai Luoyan smiled charmingly and asked, "What do you think? Do you wish to learn about spiritual arrays and barriers?" "Indeed," replied Qin Daoxian eagerly. "Then let me teach you right away. Come, let us enter." With that, the mother and son ventured into the forbidden realm of the Rakshasa. Bai Luoyan's intention in bringing her son home was not to indulge in gourmet feasts or engage in philosophical discussions, but rather to impart, as swiftly as possible, the supreme techniques of the Rakshasa clan. In this world, strength speaks volumes. Bai Luoyan's sole ambition was for her son to surpass her and become the true sovereign of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, across all realms. If she harbored any ambition, this was it. Chapter 61. The 3 Great Sacred Lands Under Siege. Months later, the 3 Great Sacred Lands of Dahuang, Shumi, and Tidal experienced simultaneous incursions by a mysterious force. The 3 sacred lands fought valiantly but suffered heavy losses, with the Tidal Sacred Lord, Lin Hao, even perishing in battle. Once this news spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, reverberating across the cosmos. Among the 7 sacred lands, the 4 under the jurisdiction of the Shura Empire had remained untouched by invasion. Was this not a clear indication of the situation? In a training arena within the Rakshasa Empire, a stout man was incessantly chattering, cursing vehemently. His insinuations pointed towards the mysterious invaders, suggesting their true identity was linked to the Shura Empire. A crowd gathered, stirring with excitement as they listened to the stout man's words. Seeing the audience stirred, he raised his voice further. "I have long warned you all that the Shura Empire harbors ulterior motives, known to all. Do you believe me now? They first employed ruthless tactics to annex the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land, and now they have begun their assaults on other sacred lands. Is this not a blatant declaration of war against us and the Songlong Empire? War." The square erupted in a cacophony of voices. An elderly man pushed his way through the crowd, leaning heavily on his cane, and exclaimed angrily, "Erjuzi, you must be accountable for your words. Our lord and the Shura Emperor, Qin Song Yuan, are married." The stout man, known as Erjuzi, chuckled with a hint of incredulity. "What of it, old ghost? Let us not forget, we are all of imperial lineage. Rivalries among imperial families are always fraught with treachery, driven by self-interest. How could one be swayed by emotions? The crowd, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is a reasonable assertion. The Shura clan has always been treacherous and cunning. Otherwise, the Lord of the Realm would not have distanced himself from Chen Songyuan. The two emperors are merely united in name as husband and wife, yet they are, in truth, akin to a couple that is separated. This is no longer a secret. Consequently, within the ranks of the Rakshasa imperial clan, attitudes towards the relationship between the two clans can be broadly categorized into two factions. One faction believes that since the realm lords of the two clans have become husband and wife, it signifies a generational friendship between the two great imperial clans, necessitating mutual trust and empathy to truly cast aside past grievances and join forces, rendering them invincible for eternity. The other faction posits that the three great imperial clans should maintain a balance of power, with the weaker clans uniting to resist the stronger ones. What does this entail? A coalition of the weak to confront the powerful. Given that the Shura imperial clan is currently acknowledged as the strongest, the Rakshasa clan should ally with the Dragon clan. Only in this manner can the triad of imperial clans coexist perpetually, undisturbed. It is evident that Heir Juzi aligns with the latter viewpoint. Observing that the old ghost was rendered speechless, Heir Juzi's eyes darted, and he inquired, "Are you all aware of Qin Daoxuan's arrival at our imperial palace?" The clan members nodded in unison. Heir Juzi continued, "Allow me to pose a question. In your hearts, who should be the divine son of our Rakshasa clan? Bai Ming or Qin Daoxian?" This is an exceedingly sensitive issue. It was unexpected that Heir Juzi would voice it publicly. This caused several individuals present to retract their necks, too apprehensive to express an opinion. Bai Ming, the son of Bai Ruoliu and the nephew of the Lord of the Realm, is currently the most esteemed figure within the Rakshasa clan and the most likely candidate for the divine son position. On the other hand, although Qin Daoxian is the biological offspring of the Realm Lord, he bears the surname Qin. As long as he is named Qin and not Bai, the divine son title cannot be conferred upon him. As a loyal supporter of Bai Ming, Heir Juzi's audacious question was intended to provoke thoughtful consideration among the clan members regarding the careful selection of the divine son. Most of them, like him, favored Bai Ming. Yet they dared not speak out against this matter. After waiting in vain for a response of support from the clan members, Heir Juzi grew incensed. What is there to hesitate about? Just months ago, Qin Daoxian ventured to the sacred land of heavenly demons, and the Tianhu clan betrayed the Dragon clan, aligning themselves with the Shura imperial realm. If the divine son position were to fall into his hands, I can assert with certainty that within half a year, the Rakshasa clan would be usurped. Heir Juzi glared with conviction, causing many clan members to pale in fear. However, at that moment, a questioning female voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. If Qin Shao were to inherit the divine son title and our clan were not thereby consumed, would you take your own life in atonement? Through the throng emerged a graceful beauty in ethereal attire, her legs seemingly longer than life itself. A veritable ice mountain. Qin Ana. Upon seeing the newcomer, Heir Juzi's expression fluctuated between various shades of gloom, revealing a palpable sense of trepidation. He then forced a disingenuous smile. Stepping forward to greet her, "Sister Qin, you truly have a knack for jesting. I merely wished to converse with everyone. My intentions were solely for the betterment of our imperial clan. Surely, my words of self-immolation as an apology were exaggerated? Cease your frivolity," Qin Ana interjected, halting before him with arms crossed and a disdainful snort. "Heir Juzi, I am aware of your unwavering loyalty to Bai Ming. Yet the position of the divine son is not for you to speak of lightly. Should you wish to incite discord within our clan, consider the consequences carefully." Heir Juzi's aged visage quivered in response. "By the heavens, I begone." Qin Ana spat a single word at him, showing no interest in his defense. As a prominent figure among the 28 luminaries of the Dark Moon, Qin Ana was not only breathtakingly beautiful but also possessed formidable strength that was not to be underestimated. At a tender age, she had already attained the rank of 5-star Mystic Sovereign. Furthermore, she bore a unique bloodline, the blood of the Berserker. Her frenzied and bloodthirsty combat style instilled fear in many of her peers. After receiving her reprimand, Heir Juzi dared not utter another word, and the others discreetly retreated. Watching Qin Ana's figure recede into the distance, the anger within Heir Juzi quietly surged. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard on a verdant hill, upon entering, Qin Ana found Ling Yuan seated alone at a stone table. She swiftly approached her. "You summoned me in haste. Is there a mission at hand?" Ling Yuan, perplexed, shook her head. I am uncertain. This is the directive from Lady Bing Luosha, instructing us to await young Master Chen here. Young Master Chen. Qin Ana clenched her hands tightly. He will come to see us? Presumably, Ling Yuan replied. Both women felt a surge of anticipation. For as members of the 28 luminaries of the Dark Moon, their purpose aligned with that of the 4 esteemed maidens of the Shura imperial clan, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ji. They were all devoted to young Master Chen, their hearts forever bound to him in this lifetime. By the way, what is the situation at the Sacred Land? Ling Yuan inquired. With Qiu Huan stationed at the Shumi Sacred Land, it is relatively stable. However, the death of the title sovereign has thrown that place into chaos. The Sacred Land has allied with the Imperial clan in search of protection, yet now, with the 3 sacred lands being successively invaded, rumors suggest it is due to conflicts within the Imperial clan. The fall of the title sovereign will undoubtedly lead to widespread panic among the people of the title Sacred Land. Bai Ming has already gone there to provide reassurance. Qin Ana explained. Bai Ming. Ling Yuan's gaze turned frosty. He is the greatest obstacle to young Master Chen's ascension to the position of Divine Son. Chapter 62. Only a fool would make a choice. I desire both great imperial clans. The Divine Son of the Imperial clan holds the fate of the clan's future in his hands. The contest for the Divine Son has always been a matter of great significance for the Imperial clan, fraught with bloodshed and violence. Were it not for Bai Luoyan achieving the status of emperor years ago, she would not have been able to inherit the position of the Rasha Empire's sovereign as a woman. As a female, her son bears the surname Chen, not Bai. The arrival of Chen Daoxian has stirred considerable controversy. Bai Ming is known for his narrow-mindedness and myopic vision. Should the position of the Divine Son be passed on to him, it would pose a grave threat to our Rakshasa Imperial clan. Ling Yuan inhaled deeply, hoping fervently that Chen Xiao would soon appease the Sacred Land. At the very least, it would allow our kin to witness his capabilities, which far exceed those of Bai Ming. Only then could those who doubt him awaken to the truth. In any case, our Dark Moon 28 Glorious must rally behind Chen Xiao. Even if he has no desire to contest for the title of Divine Son, we shall endeavor to support him in this pursuit. Qin Ana stated earnestly. Clap, clap, clap. 3 resounding claps echoed suddenly from outside the courtyard. Chen Daoxian has arrived. The 2 women immediately turned to face Chen Daoxian, bowing in respect. Their beautiful eyes fixated on him, their cheeks flushed with emotion. I am gratified to see your dedication. As for the contention for the Divine Son, I shall certainly engage in it, Chen Daoxian declared as he entered the courtyard, expressing his true thoughts. He intended to claim both the Shura Imperial clan and the Rakshasa Imperial clan. Only a fool would limit oneself to choices. Hearing Chen Xiao's genuine intentions, Ling Yuan was elated. If Chen Xiao wishes to compete, we are your most formidable weapons. Qin Ana echoed her sentiments. Indeed, we exist solely for your benefit. They were both nurtured by their mother, and in this regard, Chen Daoxian held unwavering faith. After months of interaction, he had come to feel that his mother's love for him surpassed all else in the world. Taking a seat at the stone table, Chen Daoxian spoke candidly. Soothing the Sacred Land is essential, yet it is merely the icing on the cake. To genuinely become the Divine Son of the Imperial clan, the crux lies in strength. Hence, I have been diligently training alongside my mother these past few days, aiming to secure an absolute advantage in the forthcoming contest for the Divine Son, to overshadow all. If the Divine Son of the Imperial clan cannot stand out within the clan, would that not be a laughingstock? Furthermore, during this period, Chen Daoxian inquired with his mother about potential threats he might face in inheriting the title of Divine Son, with Bai Ming being the primary concern. Bai Ming is the son of the Ice Rakshasa by Ruoliu, currently at the 9th star profound sovereign level, a match for his own strength. However, in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, anyone within the same realm is akin to fodder, easily dispatched. Thus, he does not truly fear Bai Ming. The real obstacle lies in Bai Ruoliu's adopted son, the Black Dragon Bai Chun. Originating from the Songlong Imperial realm, he was viewed as an anomaly by the Dragon clan due to his unknown origins and terrifying innate talents. Having been ostracized, later, the Black Dragon wreaked havoc in the Dragon domain, causing upheaval. Eventually, he fled to the Rakshasa Imperial realm, fortuitously saved by Bai Ruoliu, thus becoming his adopted son. It is worth noting that since the mysterious disappearance of the third sister a century ago, in the realm universally acknowledged as the epitome of celestial prodigies, where the potential to ascend to the status of an emperor is a tangible reality, only 3 individuals remain. The first is the formidable second sister, Chen Liao, who guards the forbidden grounds of the immortal and demonic mines. The second is Huang Shang, the most powerful prodigy of the Huanglong lineage of the Dragon Clan, endowed with the Supreme Bone. The third is the Black Dragon, Bai Chun, a being of innate chaos, possessing the most potent flames and unparalleled ocular prowess. All three are terrifying existences who have cultivated for over a millennium. In comparison, Chun Daoxian suffers greatly in terms of age, while Bai Ming is scarcely worthy of concern, hardly deserving to be regarded as human. What you must do now is engage in dual cultivation with me, to lend me your strength, Chun Daoxian stated calmly. Dual cultivation? Ling Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this assist you? Chun Daoxian explained, I have mastered a unique technique by engaging in dual cultivation with partners possessing special physiques and bloodlines. I can achieve a tremendous enhancement in my cultivation. This secret is to be known only by the two of you. The other members of the Dark Moon 28 Brights must remain oblivious. Ling Yuan replied, understood. Yet, she remained puzzled. Had they not engaged in dual cultivation before? Though she did not comprehend fully, she refrained from inquiring further. Upon seeing Chen Xiao rise, the two women exchanged knowing glances and followed him into the small wooden cabin. Koi swam in the pond, while sparrows perched on the eaves, occasionally peeking in. 10 hours later, bang, the door was kicked open. Chen Daoxian and the two women emerged in succession from the cabin, sensing the surging energy within him, akin to a mighty river flowing into the ocean. Chen Daoxian immediately seated himself cross-legged in the courtyard. Ling Yuan and Qin Yina stood vigil to protect him. However, as Chen Daoxian's hand seal shifted, a great azure array suddenly rose from the ground. The radiant spirit array emitted a searing glow, enveloping his form completely. With the enhancement of this array, his breakthrough would be rendered more stable. To their astonishment, Chen Xiao had swiftly mastered such a high-level spirit array. Ling Yuan and Qin Yina exchanged glances, their faces still flushed with surprise. What an extraordinary talent. It took them over a decade to cultivate such a level of spirit array. A protective array surrounded them, infused with the essence of Tao. A terrifying aura, reminiscent of an ancient deity awakening, suddenly permeated the courtyard, causing the two women to change countenance. In the next moment, the residual energy surged outward into the heavens. The sky was rent asunder by countless black lightning bolts. The earth trembled incessantly, and the sacred light of myriad laws surged forth, illuminating the world and converging upon Chen Daoxian. As his aura underwent a dramatic transformation, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. What was once daylight was soon shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Yet, almost immediately, a colossal vortex of colorful clouds, towering to a height of 10,000 zhong, manifested in the sky. Bestowing the power of myriad laws, it enveloped the world. The inhabitants of the Rakshasa Empire were struck with astonishment, soaring into the skies to gaze in wonder. What a spectacle! Someone was on the verge of breaking through to the realm of the profound venerable, ascending to the status of a half-saint. Could it be Master Bai Ming? The crowd marveled at the colossal swirl of colorful clouds illuminating the inky sky, their exclamations echoing in disbelief. Yet, there was an unfamiliar essence lingering in the air. It did not seem to belong to Master Bai Ming. No, this could not be Bai Ming. What are you saying? Apart from Bai Ming, who else in our imperial lineage has reached the 9-star profound venerable realm? There is. Have you forgotten? The Azura Sun. Hiss. A realization dawned upon the people, leaving them utterly bewildered. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. That overwhelming aura, intense beyond measure, successfully completed its transformation before the astonished gazes of all present. It had ascended to the half-saint realm. However, it appeared that the spectacle was not yet concluded. The essence was still rising. Was he attempting to ascend directly to the profound saint? Such a feat seemed impossible, inconceivable. Chapter 63, Ascension to 1-star profound saint. Golden auspicious clouds spread across the sky, blanketing countless mountains and rivers, an expanse of boundless grandeur. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and plains were all adorned with a mysterious golden veil. The air shimmered with golden light as myriad laws descended. In every area enveloped in this divine radiance stood countless figures, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Chen Daoxian sat cross-legged in the heart of the golden mist, the air around him swirling violently, forming a massive vortex of energy that continuously released a terrifying pressure of the holy realm into the world. Chen had succeeded. He had leapt beyond the half-saint realm, directly ascending to the profound saint realm. Ling Yuan gazed at the pure essence of the holy realm, unable to contain her tears. What a prodigious talent! Throughout history, no one had ever achieved such a staggering elevation in their cultivation at this pace. Outside, chaos reigned. The terrifying scene had left everyone in shock. Meanwhile, Qin Daoxuan's consciousness lingered within the depths of his spiritual sea. The destruction divine tree now towered several hundred feet high. Yet why had the first divine mechanism not yet descended? What was amiss? Qin Daoxian roared in frustration, venting his dissatisfaction. Was his skill insufficient? Was their special bloodline not of the highest caliber? Why, after such relentless battles, had only his cultivation progressed while none of the 7 divine mechanisms of the destruction divine tree had manifested? Why? Qin Daoxian was on the verge of exploding with rage. The destruction divine tree, the most prestigious of his many trump cards, had always been of utmost importance to him. The more it tantalized him, the more he yearned to witness the true extent of its divine mechanisms. While the world continued to marvel at his youth and his ascent to the one-star profound saint realm, who could truly understand him? In his eyes, the concept of Xiansheng holds little significance. Achieving the rank of Xiansheng pales in comparison to the 7 divine mechanisms capable of obliterating the divine tree. Teng Xuebua, Chunmei, Xingyun, Dongji, Ling Yuan, and Qin Ana. Apparently, they still fall short. Qin Daoxian felt a sense of exasperation. However, after a brief moment of venting, he gradually regained his composure. It is futile to rush. One cannot hastily consume hot tofu. Qin Daoxian suddenly opened his eyes, and in an instant, the aura of the sacred realm dissipated, vanishing into nothingness. What hot tofu? Qin Ana inquired with curiosity, having not grasped the meaning. It's nothing, Qin Daoxian replied, rising to stretch his arms. A glance revealed numerous figures nearby, watching with bated breath. He anticipated that his ascension to the Xiansheng realm would undoubtedly astonish many. For even within the imperial clans, Xiansheng practitioners were scarce. Qin Daoxian chose to disregard the onlookers and turned his attention to Ling Yuan, asking, "You mentioned that the sacred lands have been invaded, correct?" Upon hearing this, Ling Yuan recounted in detail the invasion of the 3 sacred lands. The situation in the title sacred land has descended into chaos due to the death of the Lord. Upon receiving word, Bai Ming promptly went there to offer comfort. To placate the sacred land is to win the hearts of the people. Bai Ming has seized the initiative in this regard. Ling Yuan added, "Qin Xiao, I have already instructed my sisters to prepare the necessary provisions for comfort." Excellent. Qin Daoxian appreciated such prudent subordinates who understood the importance of preparation. Let us proceed to the title sacred land. At the title sacred land, shortly after the burial of Lord Lin Hao, Qin Daoxian descended with the dark moon's 28 glories. In the sky, a vast rift appeared, and the stunning figures of the 28 glories flanked him, parting to create a grand pathway. Upon the arrival of Qin Xiao, all within the sacred land knelt in reverence. The Grand Elder Lin Tu, accompanied by the Saintess Lin Inger and over 1,000 elders, donned mourning attire to welcome him. Subordinate Lin Tu, Lin Inger, pays respects to Qin Xiao. The two faced Qin Daoxian, bowing deeply before standing tall. It was then that Qin Daoxian noticed the flicker of ire on Lin Inger's face. "It seems you harbor some discontent towards me," he stated with a faint smile. At these words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Lin Inger remained silent, while Lin Tu interjected. "Inger is still engulfed in sorrow from the recent burial of her brother, and if she has offended, we humbly request Qin Xiao's understanding." Lin Tu's insincere smile was palpable, and Qin Daoxian could discern the thoughts of those present. Among the 7 sacred lands, only the 4 Zhike, Xuanwu, Xinyuan, and Tianyao, controlled by my Azura imperial clan, remained unscathed. I surmise you must be puzzled and perplexed by this, am I correct? Qin Daoxian scanned the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Lin Inger, and inquired with a smile. Lin Inger glared back, her fury palpable, yet constrained by Qin Daoxuan's esteemed position. She felt utterly powerless to retaliate, even though she believed that the Shura imperial clan were the architects of her father's demise in this moment. For the sake of a greater plan, she could only swallow her resentment and close her eyes in silent anguish. "Do you choose to remain silent?" Qin Daoxian remarked nonchalantly. Turning to Lin Tu, "Elder Lin, what are your thoughts?" Lin Tu found himself momentarily speechless, before finally responding. "Perhaps the true culprit fears your noble lineage, thus hesitating to strike at your sacred ground. Perhaps?" He audaciously used such a tentative phrase. Qin Daoxuan's expression shifted. "Have you never considered that we, the Shura imperial clan, may very well be the perpetrators? What? The entire room was thrown into uproar. Countless astonished eyes converged upon Qin Daoxian. This speculation indeed lingered in many minds. Yet without evidence, no one dared to tarnish the reputation of the imperial clan. However, now, this scion of the Shura imperial clan had openly posed such a question. What could this possibly signify? The assembly knew little of Qin Daoxian. But when confronted with such a query, regardless of their inner thoughts, the answer they could voice was singular. There could only be one response. Never had such doubts. Lin Tu asserted firmly, as the grand elder of the sacred ground. He was acutely aware of what to say and what to withhold in the presence of the young master. Very well. Qin Daoxian dismissed the need for further explanation. At times, elucidation is utterly pointless, akin to the futility of removing one's trousers to relieve oneself. A superfluous endeavor. Qin Daoxian was not lacking in eloquence. He simply found no merit in justifying himself or exonerating his actions, given their trepidation towards him due to his status. He decided to remain aloof and observe the unfolding events. Young master, this way please. Lin Tu personally guided Qin Daoxian, swiftly leading them to an exceptionally grand estate. Such residences, designed for the service of their masters, were plentiful within the title's sacred ground. Whenever members of the Rakshasa imperial clan visited, they would indulge in the luxuries offered here. This epitomized the demeanor of the vassal forces. Chapter 64. The Mysterious Woman in Black Robes. The prophecy of eternal night. Once Qin Daoxian and the 28 Huang were settled, Lin Tu finally departed with the saintess. Throughout their journey, the Lin clan members exchanged glances in silence. The arrival of two direct descendants of the imperial clan did not instill a sense of relief. Rather, many felt as though they were perched uncomfortably upon thorns. Only once they boarded the carriage did Lin Inger dare to whisper her grievances. Qin Daoxian is truly shameless, daring to come to our title's sacred ground at such a time. Hush, hush. Lin Tu quickly silenced her with a raised finger. Have you lost your mind, child? What words are you uttering? Lin Inger retorted. Uncle, I am not mad. I know we cannot provoke the Shura imperial clan, but Brother Bai is still here, isn't he? For many years, we have remained steadfastly loyal to the Rakshasa imperial clan. Now, in the face of such a calamity, can Brother Bai truly stand idly by? Lin Tu gently patted her head. Silly child, there is a saying in the mortal realm, the holy heart is as deep as an abyss, and the imperial might is unfathomable, especially when it concerns an imperial clan. Lin Inger, in disbelief, responded, so, if Brother Bai chooses to forsake us, shall we simply let this blood debt go unavenged? Absolutely not. Lin Tu's eyes were bloodshot, a chilling intent radiating from him. We allied with the Rakshasa imperial clan in pursuit of peace, yet now that Hao has been slain and our kin have suffered grievously. If the Rakshasa imperial clan chooses to cower in fear at such a time, we shall break free from their grasp and seek refuge with the Dragon Clan. Seek refuge with the Dragon Clan? Lin Inger was astonished by her uncle's audacious idea. But father warned me repeatedly in his lifetime that the Dragon Clan is notoriously proud, cunning, and treacherous. Lin Tu replied, no matter how cunning they may be, they are still the most ancient lineage among the three great imperial clans. Do you not desire vengeance for your father? Lin Inger said, I do wish for it. But, Lin Tu interjected, there can be no buts. Their conversation transpired within the confines of a carriage, where Lin Tu had erected a barrier of spiritual power, believing it would ensure their privacy. Unbeknownst to them, every word and action was laid bare before Qin Daoxian. Within a room, a verdant spiritual formation shimmered brilliantly. Above, in a mirage-like scene, the dialogue between Lin Tu and Lin Inger was projected with striking clarity. What kind of spiritual formation is this? The 28 elder sisters surrounded Qin Daoxian, their expressions one of astonishment. The Rakshasa imperial clan excels in spiritual formations. Yet this miraculous array was unlike anything they had ever seen. Qin Daoxian offered no extensive explanation, for this was knowledge imparted by his mother. A secret not to be divulged. How sinister are the thoughts of the Lin family, attempting to betray us and ally with the Dragon Clan. Qin Ana exclaimed in indignation. That is understandable, Qin Daoxian replied. He had always been a reasonable individual, only resorting to physical prowess when faced with those who eschewed rational discourse. You should all disperse now and investigate various locations, seeking any useful clues from the sites of battle. Understood. The 28 exclaimed in unison. Then, under Ling Yuan's guidance, they fanned out simultaneously. Qin Daoxian dispelled the spiritual formation, stepped out to the eaves, and inhaled the fragrant melodies of nature, gradually closing his eyes. Meanwhile, In another equally grand courtyard, a cloaked figure reported all he had seen and heard. With his hands clasped behind him beneath the eaves, Bai Ming's gaze grew increasingly frenzied. This Chen Daoxian has indeed pursued us. Xiao Xiao, you were correct. His arrival in our Rakshasa imperial realm is to fulfill his father's ambition of completely consuming our clan. Bai Ming clenched his teeth, his fists trembling with rage. Behind him, a figure cloaked in a loose black robe lowered her voice. The Chun imperial clan has always posed the greatest threat to all forces across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. If we continue to allow their reckless actions, it is likely that an unprecedented era of darkness is about to descend upon us. The arrival of eternal night has long been her prophecy. Initially, Bai Ming thought her to be delusional, but as events unfolded, he could no longer dismiss her words. Every prophecy she had made thus far had come to fruition, undeniably eerie. Bai Ming had grown to trust her deeply. Xiao Xiao, what course of action should we take next? The woman in black replied. Deploy someone to keep a close watch on him. Bai Ming responded. We are already monitoring him. The woman insisted. That is insufficient. Bai Ming was taken aback. You cannot be suggesting I send everyone. Can you? The woman smiled and nodded. This is absurd. Bai Ming stammered. If I do that, not only will I lack security, but even the Dark Moon's 28 sovereigns will be left unmonitored. They are Chun Daoxian's instruments. The woman in black chuckled coldly, her confidence unwavering. That will not be an issue. His methods can only be executed by himself. As night fell, Chen Daoxian remained seated in the courtyard, fixated on a chessboard conjured from spiritual energy, unmoving for several hours. The board was the very same one that had once graced Chen Lunian's table. In a single glance, Chen Daoxian committed all the pieces to memory. Was the sky the board and the earth the game? No, that was incorrect. It should be the Tao as the board, the sky as the field, and the stars as the pieces? Still not right. Chen Daoxian's chess skills were commendable, yet each time he gazed at this game, he felt his own perspective was limited. What truly constituted the grand vision of his ancestor? Something greater than the Tao? What could possibly surpass the 3,000 Taos? The thought was too daunting to entertain. If such a thing existed, it could only be the destruction divine tree, hidden deep within his spiritual consciousness. Yuan, back so soon. Chen Daoxian suddenly waved his sleeve, promptly erasing all the pieces from the ethereal chessboard. In the next moment, the void trembled slightly, and Ling Yuyin's figure appeared. Young Master Chun, I just discovered this in a nearby valley. Please take a look. Ling Yuyin extended her delicate hand, revealing a peculiar piece of gray shell in her palm. What is this? Chen Daoxian inquired. Ling Yuyin's expression turned serious. Xuanwu shell fragment. Xian? Chen Daoxian exclaimed. Are you referring to the Xuanwu sacred land? Ling Yuyin glanced around, ensuring that the spies were at a distance, and whispered to Chen Daoxian. I cannot be mistaken. I have seen this before with Lord Huoluosha. Chen Daoxian rubbed his hands together, sensing that the situation was becoming increasingly dire. The hidden forces behind the sacred soul palace have just been unearthed, yet the 3 great sacred lands have suffered an invasion. Meanwhile, the 4 sacred lands of the Shura imperial clan remain unscathed. The emergence of the shattered remnants of the Black Tortoise indicates that the Shura imperial clan is indeed the instigator behind these events. However, this seems unjustifiable. The Lady of the Black Tortoise sacred land is my 4th sister. Even if one were to fabricate accusations, it would be unreasonable to tarnish her reputation. Such an act is utterly absurd. Chen Daoxian furrowed his brow deeply. How could she assist our father in dealing with our mother without fear of retribution? No. There must be a crucial aspect that has been overlooked. Chapter 65. First, the vermilion bird. Second, the black tortoise. In the Black Tortoise sacred land, Chen Daoxian paced back and forth with a furrowed brow. Ling Yuyin spoke with a serious expression. Rest assured, young Master Chen, I have already cleared the fallen remnants of the Black Tortoise shells from the scene. Chen Daoxian smiled upon hearing this. It is futile. If someone wishes to incite war within the imperial clans, they will undoubtedly be well prepared. Just as Chen Daoxian had asserted, in the grand hall of the sacred land, Lin Ning sat at the position of the sacred master, convening all the elders of the Lin clan for a discussion. Young miss, look. This is what we discovered in the Coral Sea region. Upon verification, this item is a soul bone associated with the Black Tortoise clan, fragments of the Black Tortoise shell. It is indeed from the Black Tortoise sacred land. Lin Ning clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury. Everyone knows that the Black Tortoise sacred land and the Vermilion Bird sacred land have always been the most valued vassal forces of the Shura imperial clan. Now, Finding the fragments of the black tortoise shell amidst the conflict with the invaders in the Coral Sea region is tantamount to discovering both the perpetrator and the evidence. The proof is irrefutable. The Shura imperial clan has gone too far. An elder, furious to the point of coughing up blood, lamented the loss of his 8 sons in the battle at Coral Sea. This blood feud is irreconcilable, yet they are fundamentally outmatched by the power of the imperial clan. Lininger, suppressing her rage, turned to seek the counsel of the Grand Elder. Uncle, what should we do now? Being still young, Lininger lacked the ability to govern the Lin clan. With her father slain, all matters within the clan fell to the Grand Elder's authority. Lin Tu's expression was grave, his gaze particularly somber. If we wish to take revenge, we must rely on the strength of the imperial clan. We are uncertain of the attitude of the Rakshasa imperial clan. Just then, 2 sets of footsteps approached, capturing the attention of everyone in the hall. Brother Bai, Lininger exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer, immediately rising to her feet. Bai Ming, recognized as the chosen son of the Rakshasa imperial clan, arrived, and his presence instilled hope for revenge in those present. Greetings, young Master Bai. Lin Tu was the first to kneel, one knee on the ground. The other elders followed suit, bowing in unison, their voices resonating throughout the hall, leaving a lingering echo that was pleasing to Bai Ming's ears. Please, rise. Bai Ming walked calmly along the path cleared by the elders, approaching Lininger directly. He gently patted her head and inquired with a smile. Why was I not summoned for the clan assembly? Lininger was at a loss for words. Lin Tu promptly stepped forward to alleviate the situation, stating, It is as follows, young Master Bai. We have just discovered this object in the Coral Sea region. Please take a look. As Bai Ming gazed at the gray fragment he retrieved from his sleeve, he immediately recognized it as the remains of the Xuanwu. He then turned to glance at the woman in the black robe, who kept her head bowed and concealed her face with her cloak. Her voice rang like silver bells as she spoke. It is well known that the Shura imperial clan possesses 2 formidable weapons, one called Zhke and the other Xuanwu. Bai Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Thus, this matter sufficiently proves that the Shura imperial clan is the one invading the 3 sacred lands, correct? The woman in black nodded imperceptibly. At this juncture, with the evidence irrefutable, many elders in the hall struggled to contain their fury. Seeing the moment ripe, Lin Tu immediately knelt, clasping his fists and weeping profusely. Young Master Bai, I implore you to take charge for the Lin clan of the Tide's sacred land. We earnestly beseech you. Others followed suit, kneeling and crying out in unison. Lininger pressed her forehead firmly against the cold ground, her nails scratching 2 lines into the surface as her body trembled. Observing her shivering form, Bai Ming's lips curled slightly, and he helped her up, saying, Sister Inger, now that I am here, I shall certainly take charge for you. What? Such a significant matter, and he agrees so readily? Lin Tu and the other elders were taken aback. Lininger, however, was overjoyed at his words. Brother Bai, are you truly willing to assist us? Bai Ming replied, When have I ever deceived you? He then ascended the stone steps and unceremoniously took a seat at the position of the sacred lord. From his elevated position, he proclaimed with pride, For a long time, the Tide's sacred land has remained steadfastly loyal to my Rakshasa imperial clan. Now that such a grave situation has arisen, we shall not stand idly by. Today, I represent the Rakshasa imperial clan to assure you that if the Shura imperial clan refuses to surrender the perpetrator, I will ensure they pay tenfold for their transgressions. Lin Tu raised his eyes, feeling that such words were overly confident, and immediately clasped his fists in inquiry. May I ask, young Master Bai, what is your plan moving forward? Bai Ming glanced at the woman in the black robe. A sound, inaudible to others, swiftly reached his ears. With the woman's guidance, Bai Ming was resolute. Did not the Shura imperial clan send individuals to attack our sacred land? If they can strike at our domain, then we too can assault theirs and eliminate their sacred lord. I intend to first eradicate the Xuanwu sacred land, then negotiate with them. The war of imperial clans is no trifling matter. I believe even Qinsong Yuan would not dare to engage us lightly. His words were delivered with such conviction that, at that moment, Lininger regarded him with admiration, perceiving him as strikingly heroic, almost wishing to offer herself in devotion. At that moment, 2 pairs of footsteps approached from afar. The Lin clan convened an internal meeting, with no outsiders permitted entry. Those who could attend were few. And amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chun Daoxian strolled in leisurely with Ling Yuan. It was him. The audience was taken aback. Lin Tu felt a chill in his heart and lowered his head. Lininger, on the other hand, nervously clutched Bai Ming's hand, her face pale with anxiety. Among those present, only Bai Ming, in terms of status and identity, could rival Qin Daoxian. After all, Qin Daoxian was the son of the Shura, while Bai Ming was universally recognized as the most suitable heir to the title of the son of the Rakshasa. Qin Daoxian scrutinized Bai Ming, who occupied the high seat. And after a moment, he shook his head in disappointment. I had anticipated a worthy competitor for the position of son, yet this is what I find. What? Bai Ming, incensed, slammed his hand on the table and rose. What do you mean by that? Pray tell, Qin Daoxian inquired with a smile. Regarding matters that concern the two great imperial clans, how dare you assert that the culprit hails from the Shura clan before the truth has been uncovered? Bai Ming, who has endowed you with such audacity? Qin Daoxuan's words were not without merit. Moreover, a war between the imperial clans was no trivial matter. It would unleash a calamity upon the entire universe. Yet, Bai Ming had acquiesced far too readily. It seemed he had not contemplated his identity, his position, and the grave consequences that could arise from such a hasty agreement. The two parties faced off, and in mere exchanges, the disparity became evident. Bai Ming's face flushed with rage. Do not overstep your bounds. This is an internal affair of my Rakshasa clan. Do not forget, your surname is Chun. You possess no qualification to vie for the title of the son of the Rakshasa. Qin Daoxian smirked, casually lifting his gaze as if observing a mere pig. I discuss matters of the sacred land, and you drag in the competition for the title of son. Very well. Even if it is a contest for the son's position, do you truly believe you are worthy of becoming the son of the Rakshasa with such a countenance and intellect? Is it that the Rakshasa clan has become devoid of successors, or are there wild boars rampant, elevating you to the skies? Chapter 66. Oh, how I relish the discourse. You. Bai Ming trembled with fury, nearly spitting out his lungs. I am at least your cousin. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Qin Daoxian remarked. When I speak of the sacred land, you mention the contest for the son's title. When I mention the contest for the son's title, you resort to kinship. The reasoning of this pig is truly peculiar. Qin Daoxian continued earnestly. Furthermore, you claim you wish to assure the Rakshasa imperial realm. This statement is somewhat acceptable. However, you follow it up by declaring your intent to annihilate the Xuanwu sacred land. Do you even comprehend what the Xuanwu sacred land represents? Bai Ming, undeterred, asserted, isn't it just Qinchangle? I know she is the wife of the Xuanwu lord, but so what? So what? Qin Daoxian countered. Who is her mother? Who is the mother-in-law of her husband? Bai Ming, Qin Daoxian, you may boast and relieve your frustrations outside. And I had no intention of intervening. However, this is the sacred title ground. If you wish to represent my Rakshasa imperial clan, you must discern what can and cannot be said. With such a lack of discretion, do you not fear retribution upon your return? Bai Ming is, after all, merely the nephew of Bai Luoyin. To utter such words as to slay the daughter and son-in-law of Bai Luoyin is, even to Lin Tu, utterly absurd. Thus, aside from Lin Inger, who, blinded by hatred and naivety, clings to him as brother Bai, the others find themselves in an awkward silence. Now, with the arrival of Qin Daoxian, Lin Tu has further clarified a crucial truth. In the contest for the title of Rakshasa Divine Son, Bai Ming stands no chance whatsoever, despite his advantageous surname. The disparity in intellect renders him at an irrevocable disadvantage. Unless a significant upheaval occurs within the Rakshasa imperial clan, he cannot hope to ascend as the Rakshasa Divine Son. With this realization, Lin Tu's resolve to covertly ally with the Dragon clan has only strengthened. Unbeknownst to all this, Bai Ming remains entangled in matters of pride, conscious of the many eyes upon him. If he fails to regain his dignity, how could he ever show his face to the Lin clan again? Moreover, he was the first to attempt to pacify them. Suddenly, Bai Ming's eyes spark with inspiration, and he positions himself upon the lofty pedestal of morality and responsibility. Directing a profound inquiry towards Qin Daoxian, I concede that I did not anticipate your eloquence. In a battle of wits, I am no match for you. However, given the magnitude of events at the sacred title ground and your delayed arrival, in terms of concern for the Lin clan, I believe I surpass you. Do I not? With arms crossed, he adopts an air of determination. Is he truly one who favors reason? Qin Daoxian smiles and nods. Reason is admirable. Fortuitously, he too appreciates it. In response to Bai Ming's profound inquiry, Qin Daoxian leisurely raises his right hand, shaking a solitary finger. You are mistaken. Wrong. Bai Ming gasps in disbelief, his eyes wide. Which part of my statement is incorrect? All of it, Qin Daoxian replies. Ling Yuan stifles a laugh from behind. Bai Ming is on the verge of an explosion. You are clearly being unreasonable. I arrived first, remember that. Chen Daoxian shrugs. I acknowledge that you arrived first. But what does that signify? What do you mean? Bai Ming inquires. Chen Daoxian gestures towards the elders of the sacred tidal ground. Look at their expressions. Do you truly believe your presence has brought them any comfort? Bai Ming turns to observe, only to find the elders avoiding his gaze, unwilling to engage. Not a single one stands ready to speak a kind word on his behalf at this moment. Bai Ming is left utterly dumbfounded. Chen Daoxian wore a faint smile. Addressing the assembly with conviction, you arrived before me, yet you are utterly incapable of resolving the issues at hand. Mere verbal reassurances cannot win hearts. In this time of great calamity at the tidal sacred land, what the people yearn for most is a figure who can take charge, unveil the true culprit, and avenge our Lord Lin Hao. His words resonated deeply, striking a chord with the hearts of those present. However, all signs pointed to the fact that the perpetrator was none other than the Shura imperial clan, and he himself was the Shura divine son. How were the others to interpret his statement? Faced with the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Chen Daoxian posed a soul-searching inquiry to Bai Ming. Pray tell, what good does your earlier arrival do? Were your prior assertions not erroneous? Bai Ming found his mind momentarily confounded. Realizing that there was a semblance of truth in Chen Daoxuan's words, he stood rooted in place. His expression akin to that of a bewildered deer frozen in an open field, prompting Lin Yingou to instinctively wish to distance herself from him. No, that cannot be right. Bai Ming pondered for a moment before raising his head defiantly. You claim my early arrival is of no consequence. Does your later arrival grant you any advantage? If I am unable to resolve the situation, do you possess the capability to do so? Chen Daoxian nodded in satisfaction, his smile reminiscent of a celestial blessing. At last, you have uttered a statement of merit. Indeed, I possess the means to address these issues. What? The crowd was taken aback, staring in disbelief. Lin Yingou had not anticipated that the Shura divine son, whom she had been wary of, would publicly assert such a claim. Through his demeanor and speech, it became evident that Chen Daoxian was not as indiscreet as Bai Ming. While they had hesitated to trust Bai Ming's promises, Chen Daoxuan's assurances instilled a fervent curiosity about how he intended to resolve their plight. Old man Lin, with his failing eyesight, approached tremblingly. Young Master Chen, you claim you will help us identify the true culprit? Chen Daoxian replied affirmatively. Hiss. Old man Lin gasped, then, if the perpetrator truly hails from. His legs trembled in fear, uncertain whether to voice such a thought. Chen Daoxian comprehended the hatred, pain, humility, and helplessness that filled their hearts, and thus continued, I can assure you, if the culprit indeed belongs to the Shura imperial clan, I shall personally execute him before your very eyes. For one murderer, I shall slay one. For a multitude of murderers, I shall vanquish them all. Bai Ming suddenly burst into uproarious laughter. Ha! Just moments ago, you accused me of boasting. Yet are you not guilty of the same? To speak of slaying your own kin for the sake of the tidal sacred land, what audacity! Do you truly believe these people are so foolish as to believe your fabrications? Tears of mirth streamed down his face as he laughed. Chen Daoxian, left speechless, patiently waited for Bai Ming to compose himself before responding. They will believe me. Bai Ming, what is your reasoning? Chen Daoxian, because my mother is the Rakshasa Emperor and my father is the Azura Emperor. Anyone who seeks to sow discord between our clans shall be regarded as a traitor. Chapter 67, The Sacred Land of the Great Wilderness. Chen Daoxuan's indifferent gaze swept over the crowd. His imposing presence instilled a chill in everyone present, causing them to break into a cold sweat. This young man possesses a formidable aura. Lin Tu was taken aback, his eyes instinctively darting away. He had never encountered a young individual who could exert such pressure as Chen Daoxian did. What are you all doing? Do not forget. He is the son of the Azura. Bai Ming could hardly bear it. Despite being the first to arrive, he found himself overshadowed by this outsider. Yet, reality often unfolds with stark clarity. The moment Chen Daoxian spoke, his charisma was undeniable, commanding respect from all present. This damned charisma and authority were precisely what Bai Ming lacked. As Bai Ming's attempts to placate the situation crumbled, the mysterious woman in the black robe finally spoke. The Xuan Wu shell is the only lead we have in tracing the true culprit. Chen Daoxian furrowed his brow as he looked at the woman and replied calmly. Then let us head to the Xuan Wu sacred land and investigate. Chen Xiao? Ling Yuan's complexion paled. The master of the Xuan Wu sacred land is indeed Chen Xiao's brother-in-law. Is he truly unconcerned about potential biases? Chen Daoxian smiled, signaling Ling Yuan to remain calm. He then turned to Lin Tu and Lin Inger, stating, "The truth must be uncovered. I am willing to accompany you on this inquiry. Are you brave enough to join me?" Indeed, Lin Inger was undoubtedly brave. Her eyes were red with determination. Dreaming of avenging her father and the deceased members of her clan, Lin Tu, however, hesitated. The woman in the black robe seemed adept at manipulating emotions. Seizing the moment to voice Lin Tu's concerns, Lin Inger is the sole bloodline descendant of the Holy Master Lin Hao. If anything were to happen to her, the title Sacred Land would surely fall into chaos. Chen Daoxian couldn't help but smile and ask, "What do you imply, miss?" The black-robed woman replied, "Lin Inger should stay, while Senior Lin Tu can accompany us to the Xuanwu Sacred Land." This woman appears to have been well prepared. Moreover, it seems she serves as Bai Ming's strategist. Did she intentionally create such a convoluted scenario with the ultimate aim of keeping Lin Inger behind? What could her intentions be? After contemplating, a smirk formed on Chen Daoxuan's lips. "Very well, Yuan, you all should remain here and ensure Lin Inger's safety." Ling Yuan's expression changed dramatically. "Chen Xiao, we are here to protect you." Chen Daoxian interrupted her immediately. "There is no need for further discussion. My decision is made." Ling Yuan's beautiful eyes trembled as she gazed at his stern visage, ultimately conceding, "Yes, I shall obey." The Xuanwu Sacred Land lies several ancient star systems away from the tidal Sacred Land, varying in size. The distance was exceedingly vast. Even a formidable Xin Sheng adept, utilizing the ability to rend the void, would find it arduous to reach their destination without several days of relentless travel. On this journey, Chen Daoxian was accompanied by Lin Tu, Bai Ming, and a mysterious woman clad in black robes as they ventured westward. At last, he found himself with the leisure to observe the grandeur of the cosmos, filled with countless continents and myriad beings. Reflecting on the months past, he recalled being but an inconsequential youth in the Xianling realm of the Tianxian continent, had it not been for the consumption of 2 ninth-grade elixirs. Propelling his strength to new heights, he would have lacked the confidence to withdraw from the engagement with the Nailan family. In the blink of an eye, mere months had elapsed, and he had ascended to the Xianxing realm, becoming a true supreme being of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This astonishing transformation felt like a fleeting dream, unreal yet palpably true. 3 days hence, they would arrive at the Xuanwu Holy Land. In the expanse of the starry sky, Bai Ming halted, raising his hand to point towards a grand galaxy ahead. That is, Lin Tu appeared bewildered, his gaze shifting in shock. Yet, upon glimpsing the enigmatic eyes beneath the black hood, he instinctively lowered his head. Chen Daoxian, standing at the forefront, remained oblivious to the subtle changes in his companion's expressions. He gazed at the galaxy and nodded slowly. "The Holy Land's main hall should be located there, I presume?" Following Chen Daoxuan's indication, Bai Ming beheld a silvery continent, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Indeed, that's it." He fixated on Chen Daoxuan's silhouette, a fervent madness gleaming in his eyes. With a smile, Chen Daoxian nodded, his hand effortlessly tearing through the void. In the next instant, the force shattered the fabric of space and arrived in this silvery realm. The air here was bitterly cold, and the jagged coastline, cloaked in ice, appeared devoid of any vitality. Only their formidable powers allowed them to withstand the harsh conditions. Chen Daoxian surmised that even a Xianzong expert would likely perish within 3 seconds in this place. Moreover, the chilling air was not the only daunting aspect. The abundant spiritual energy of the earth's veins rivaled that of the Xumi Holy Land. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Daoxian floated in the air, smiling playfully. No wonder this is a sacred land bequeathed by the ancient divine race. The spiritual energy here can indeed rival that of imperial clans. Upon hearing this, Bai Ming forced a smile. It's still far from being comparable to our imperial clan. Chen Daoxian replied, "Indeed, I merely spoke offhandedly. Take it lightly." This fellow. Bai Ming glared at his back, seething with anger. Chen Daoxian gazed into the distance, faintly perceiving a colossal hall rising majestically at the coastline's edge, suddenly intrigued. "Is that the Xuanwu Holy Hall?" "Yes, indeed." Bai Ming feigned calmness. Chen Daoxian chose not to elaborate further and made his way towards that direction. As the 2 figures gradually receded into the distance, Lin Tu, perplexed, approached the woman clad in black robes and quietly inquired, "My lady, this is undeniably the sacred land of the great wilderness. What is transpiring here?" The woman, with a cold glance, replied, "Simply cooperate, and my dragon clan will assuredly avenge you." Lin Tu recognized the gravity of her words. It appeared that this member of the dragon clan intended to join forces with Bai Ming to eliminate Chen Daoxian. In such matters, he could only observe the outcome, too fearful to intervene. The sacred land of the Great Wilderness is the most ancient among the 7 sacred sites and was once renowned in antiquity. Why, one might ask? Because it bore witness to the emergence of several formidable emperors. Throughout the vast expanse of history, even as they lie buried beneath the relentless passage of time, their names remain etched in the annals of posterity. Yet, as time flows inexorably onward, the once celebrated Great Wilderness has succumbed to an exceedingly harsh environment, transforming into a veritable hell on earth. It is said that in the present day, within the limitless expanse of the Great Wilderness, there exists but one individual. This person, known as Hua Donan, has attained the realm of the profound emperor, drawing ever closer to the emperor's domain. What renders this figure most perplexing is that, despite not having reached the emperor's realm, his lifespan far exceeds that of ordinary emperors. It is rumored that he has lived for 300,000 years. To this day, he remains unscathed. The frigid palace looms like a titan in this world, majestic and insurmountable. Chen Daoxian arrived here, hovering silently in midair. Faced with the disparate gazes of the 3 behind him, he tilted his head slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Are you not yet prepared to make your move? Chapter 68, The Third Miss of the Thunder Dragon Clan. Lei Xiaoxiaowat. Just as the woman in black was about to strike, her delicate form shuddered in the biting wind. Her violet eyes, glimmering with disbelief, rose to behold the slender, proud silhouette before her. Did he possess knowledge of it all? If so, why had he deliberately left the Dark Moon's 28 glorious behind in the tidal sacred land? The woman in black could not fathom the reasoning. This was not the action one would expect from an astute individual. There might be a hidden scheme at play. Just as Bai Ming prepared to act, the woman in black suddenly restrained him, turning towards Qin Daoshuan's back with a charming smile and inquired, "What is it that young Master Qin is saying?" Bai Ming was taken aback, unable to comprehend her reluctance to engage. Chen Daoxian, with a slight uplift of his lips, remarked, "It is nothing. If you do not wish to act, then why not accompany me inside? I too am curious about what treasures lie within this magnificent ancient palace." The woman in black, her countenance frosty, exchanged a glance with Bai Ming. He, momentarily perplexed, suppressed his murderous intent and mustered a strained smile. Indeed, the Xuanwu sacred land belongs to the ancient divine lineage. As for what that divinity entails, I'm not quite certain. Perhaps we should venture inside together to discover. At this juncture, Chen Daoxian turned to him, a hint of curiosity evident in his expression. "You have never been inside?" "Bai Ming, I came here when I was young, but I can't recall the details." This foolish creature. The woman in the black robe shot him an angry glare. At times, she wished this imbecile would remain silent. If he did not speak, he would not err. Qin Daoxian observed this with indifference. "Then let us proceed." With that, he took the lead toward the imposing, frigid ancient palace before them. The grand doors of the palace stood ajar, their surfaces encrusted with frost, seemingly neglected for ages. Within the thick ice, faint carvings could be discerned, though the passage of time had rendered their form indecipherable. As Qin Daoxian approached, he hesitated momentarily before delivering a powerful punch to the door. "What are you doing?" Bai Ming exclaimed, startled into jumping in place. This unexpected blow nearly sent him into a fit of terror. However, the solid ice shattered under the force of his strike, collapsing inward. On the black iron door, strange and incomprehensible patterns were etched, seemingly depicting celestial bodies, the cyclical changes of the seasons, and scenes of spring planting and autumn harvest. To his surprise, it was not the 6-winged woman he had anticipated. Qin Daoxian remained silent as he stepped into the ancient hall. The dim corridor was illuminated by the golden aura emanating from him. And upon witnessing the purity of his essence, both the woman in the black robe and Lin Tu were struck with astonishment. Initially, the black-robed woman intended to act as soon as they arrived, yet now she hesitated. Her intuition warned her that this Azura's son was perhaps far more complex than he appeared. The 4 traversed the icy passageway, delving deeper, while the dark walls of the palace were shrouded in frost. Yet, Qin Daoxian discerned signs of footfalls upon the ice beneath him. This indicated that the place was not entirely uninhabited. The prospect of someone residing in such a harsh environment piqued his curiosity. One by one, Qin Daoxian forcefully kicked open the doors to various chambers, finding them empty save for the pervasive cold. Before they knew it, they had reached the grand hall. To Qin Daoshuan's astonishment, despite the bitter cold outside, the hall was remarkably warm, untouched by the encroaching frost, including the elevated seats, which were adorned with soft blankets. This was not the Xuanwu sacred ground, a conclusion Qin Daoxian had drawn early on. But where was this place? Why had they brought him here? With confusion swirling in his mind, he ascended the stone steps and, under the watchful gaze of the three behind him, unceremoniously took a seat in the chair. He looked down at them as if they were subordinates. This condescending posture greatly displeased Bai Ming, propping his chin on his hand. Qin Daoxian took a keen interest in Bai Ming's expression of fury, speaking in a calm tone. Earlier, you claimed to be my cousin. Yet now you conspire with outsiders to lure me here, intending to kill me. Bai Ming, I am deeply intrigued. If the elder were to discover this matter, would he still spare you, this traitor? With a piercing remark, Bai Ming, stripped of any pretense, candidly declared, Indeed, I intend to kill you. For you are the greatest threat to my Rakshasa empire. A threat? Qin Daoxian retorted. You are more aware than anyone whether I pose a danger to the Rakshasa empire or to the divine position you covet, are you not? Bai Ming was rendered speechless by the rebuttal. Qin Daoxian shook his head in disappointment. Recalling what Sister Five had previously mentioned, that only the Dragon Clan reveled in pompous displays and sanctimonious airs. To his surprise, Bai Ming, hailing from the Rakshasa Empire, had adopted their mannerisms. Upon hearing this, the woman in the black robes swiftly removed her hood, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage. Our Dragon Clan conducts its affairs with utmost integrity. Where's the pretense? Qin Daoxian discerned. Indeed, you are from the Azure Dragon Empire. Bai Ming smirked and introduced, precisely. This is the third young lady of the Thunder Dragon Clan, Lei Xiaoxiao. Hearing this title, Qin Daoxuan's disappointment resurfaced. She is not Huang Shang, I presume? Lei Xiaoxiao widened her eyes in disbelief. What are you insinuating? Huang Shang, universally acknowledged as the most gifted individual within the Dragon Clan and one of the three unparalleled prodigies destined to ascend as an emperor. Lei Xiaoxiao erupted into laughter. You truly overestimate yourself. Does it require Huang Shang to eliminate you? Qin Daoxian shrugged dismissively. I merely find no enthusiasm in engaging with someone of your caliber. Suddenly, a formidable aura of a semi-holy realm erupted from Lei Xiaoxiao, while simultaneously, Bai Ming's 9-star, Xianzun presence surged within the grand hall. The entire hall trembled violently. Yet amidst their overwhelming energies, Qin Daoxian was astonished to find that everything within the hall remained intact. Bai Ming's eyes gleamed with madness. Qin Daoxian, I admit I have never considered you a cousin. This is due to the insatiable ambition of your Shura clan. You are well aware of whether you orchestrated the simultaneous assaults on the three great sacred lands. Today, with Xiaoxiao at my side, we shall rid ourselves of you, demonstrating to Chun Sangyuan that as long as our Rakshasa clan and the Dragon Clan stand united, even he cannot contend with us. Bai Ming's words rang hollow. Motivated by his covetousness for the divine position, Qin Daoxian, uninterested in his diatribe, rose, brushing off his robes, and cast a casual glance at the bewildered Lin Tuesday. If you wish to assist them, you are welcome to join. Lin Tu froze momentarily, quickly clarifying, I am but a person from a sacred land. I cannot offend any of you three prodigies, each representing the three great imperial clans. Even with 1,000 times my courage, I would not dare to involve myself. Qin Daoxian nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I shall spare your life. Just as the words left his lips, suddenly, his figure materialized between Lei Xiaoxiao and Bai Ming. With one hand pressing down on each of their shoulders, a tremendous and terrifying force compelled them to kneel, both utterly astonished. Chapter 69. One strike unbearable. The stone floor shattered with a resounding crack. Bai Ming and Lei Xiaoxiao were taken aback. What was this overwhelming power? Lei Xiaoxiao could hardly believe that anyone could possess a strength more formidable than that of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, it was not just the strength. Even the speed displayed moments ago was beyond their comprehension. Qin Daoxian, with a hand pressing on one of them, appeared quite bored. You two are exceedingly weak. I truly wonder how you have managed to survive in the imperial lineage. You. Lei Xiaoxiao seethed with indignation, her delicate face turning purple. A strange purple crystalline light erupted from her body, radiating a dazzling violet brilliance. Boom. Countless bolts of lightning suddenly descended from the void above. Qin Daoxuan's movements were astonishingly swift, even quicker than the lightning itself, as he returned to his seat in an instant, observing the spectacle of this girl enveloped in electricity. With sparks of energy bursting forth, Qin Daoxian expressed genuine curiosity. Is your Thunder Dragon Clan considered a special bloodline? Special bloodline? Lei Xiaoxiao's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that you are behind the frequent disappearances of special bloodline individuals over the past few centuries? Qin Daoxian smacked his forehead. How could it possibly be me at my age? However, Lei Xiaoxiao's reaction piqued his curiosity. Initially, he believed that the forces behind the Sacred Soul Palace were closely linked to the Dragon Clan. Yet, it now seemed that perhaps a mysterious power, unknown even to the three great imperial clans, was secretly plotting something. Lei Xiaoxiao fixed her gaze on Qin Daoxian, her eyes filled with a chilling intent. Bai Ming, what are you waiting for? If you wish to kill him, you must go all out. Bai Ming also felt the weight of this realization. No longer hesitating, he clenched his fists tightly. An incredibly violent force surged within him, enveloping his body in an instant. The frenzied demon power. He had mastered the frenzied demon physique of the Rakshasa Imperial clan to perfection, yet even so, he was still far from reaching the threshold of the rebirth gate. One of them exuded a tempestuous aura, while the other radiated lightning. As descendants of two great imperial clans, they held an absolute advantage against others within the same realm. Attack! Lei Xiaoxiao took the lead, elegantly waving her hand. A whip, forged from crystallized purple lightning, materialized in her grasp. The crack of the whip echoed through the grand hall as it lashed out, resembling a flicker of thunder. Boom! In an instant, it shattered the chair atop the stone steps into fragments. Yet, he vanished. Lei Xiaoxiao was left utterly astonished, unable to discern Qin Daoxuan's whereabouts. Above, Bai Ming abruptly raised his head and forcefully stomped the ground, propelling himself directly towards Qin Daoxian, who hovered in midair. Yet in the next instant, Qin Daoxian astonishingly appeared above him, delivering a kick to his face. Blood gushed from Bai Ming's mouth, accompanied by the sound of his nasal bone shattering. As he plummeted to the ground, crashing down with a cloud of dust rising. Bai Ming. Lei Xiaoxiao's face paled in horror. However, a large hand encircled her slender waist. And in a swift motion, Qin Daoxian executed a suplex, smashing her head into the ground with a resounding thud. The view beneath her skirt was laid bare, her lower half pinned to the earth. Heavens! Lin Tu gazed in astonishment at the trembling jade legs on the ground, utterly dumbfounded. Both of them were prodigies of the imperial lineage. How could they be so easily vanquished by Qin Daoxian? Even if Qin Daoxian had reached the realm of the profound sage, he was merely a first-star profound sage. Surely he could not exert such terrifying dominance? As the ethereal smoke gradually dissipated, Qin Daoxian grasped one of Lei Xiaoxiao's ankles, yanking her from the earth. Her garments lay in tatters, revealing glimpses of spring's allure. Her face bore lacerations, and with a venomous glare, she lunged towards Qin Daoxuan's vital points. In an instant, Qin Daoxian raised his knee, delivering a fierce strike. Thud. It landed squarely on Lei Xiaoxiao's face. Her entire body convulsed violently, her arms falling limply alongside her disheveled hair. Was this truly the third miss of the Purple Dragon clan? Ineffectual and frail. Qin Daoxian shook his head in disappointment, casting her aside as one would a lifeless dog. He then advanced step by step towards Bai Ming. Bai Ming's nose felt as if it were crushed, his head buzzing. Upon seeing Qin Daoxian approach, he instinctively crawled backward, his eyes filled with shock and terror. Please, don't kill me, cousin, I was wrong. Bai Ming pleaded, covering his bloodied mouth, shaking his head in despair. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence, yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself in such a disheveled state. Qin Daoxian remarked, "Look at your disgraceful behavior. If the Azura Imperial clan were entrusted to you, it would be a disgrace to the Imperial lineage." Bai Ming, though reluctant, was now gripped by fear, resorting to flattery. "Yes, cousin speaks the truth. I am but a worthless fool." Qin Daoxian replied, truly nauseating. Such a person dares to vie for the title of heir to the Imperial clan, lacking any spirit. Initially, Qin Daoxian intended to bring him back to face his mother's judgment, yet the more Bai Ming cowered in fear, the more Qin Daoxian found him loathsome. In a swift movement, he stepped upon Bai Ming's lower leg, his eyes filled with disdain. "If you had any semblance of courage to confront me, at least I might regard you with some respect. But now," crunch. "Ah!" The hall was instantly filled with the blood-curdling screams of Bai Ming, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. With a decisive strike, he shattered his leg, prompting Qin Daoxian to relent. Ultimately, such a humiliating affair was best left to his mother for punishment. After all, he was not yet the scion of the Rakshasa Imperial clan. At that moment, a sudden sound of a sword echoed from behind. Yet, the target was merely an illusion left by Qin Daoxian, the unexpectedly appearing man in black robes. Having missed his strike, looked around in astonishment, only to discover that Qin Daoxian had already materialized a short distance away. This man, adorned with purple lightning, bore a striking resemblance to Lei Xiaoxiao, but his aura far surpassed hers, even eclipsing Qin Daoxuan's presence. Qin Daoxian scrutinized him and chuckled. You have been lurking for quite some time before making your move. You truly possess remarkable patience. The man in black, with a grim countenance, retorted, "Be cautious, brother. Cough. Cough. He is formidable." Lei Xiaoxiao, struggling to rise, cautioned him. Hearing this, Qin Daoxian inquired with curiosity, "You are her brother?" The man barked, "I am Lei Ganglai, the young master of the Lei Long clan." Boom. Upon declaring his identity, the terrifying aura of a two-star Xian saint surged throughout the hall, causing the very structure to tremble violently. A two-star Xian saint, you say? Qin Daoxian squinted slightly. Not bad. But alas, you have encountered me. Arrogance radiated from Lei Ganglai as he leaped into the air, delivering a strike imbued with the tempest of lightning, unleashing a dazzling sword chi that wreaked havoc upon the hall, causing walls to collapse with explosive force. The scene descended into chaos. Chapter 70, The Talents of the Era. Who can compete? Boom. The ancient palace, standing for hundreds of thousands of years atop the icy plains, crumbled with a thunderous roar. Amidst the storm, Lei Ganglai, infuriated by Qin Daoxuan's elegant retreat, pursued him with his sword raised. Yet, despite his ferocious assault and masterful swordsmanship, he could not land even a single hair on Qin Daoxian. After consuming healing elixirs, Lei Xiaoxiao and Bai Ming gazed in awe at the fierce battle unfolding in the sky, utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, Qin Daoxian appeared to toy with Lei Ganglai, gliding gracefully amidst the myriad of sword shadows and lightning, strolling as if in a leisurely promenade, akin to a jester entertaining a crowd. As a fellow Xian saint, how could Lei Ganglai, even as a two-star Xian saint, fail to touch him? Lei Xiaoxiao, her eyes wide with disbelief, felt her bloody lips quiver. She could hardly fathom that the martial prowess of the Shura imperial clan could surpass that of their Songlong imperial realm by such a margin. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be that he is employing the transcendent butterfly step? Previously, Qin Daoxian aided the Heavenly Fox clan in reclaiming its power. Consequently, the Celestial Fox tribe betrayed the Dragon clan and aligned themselves with the Shura imperial clan, in gratitude for his immense favor and to demonstrate their loyalty. The Heavenly Fox tribe imparted the divine butterfly steps to him. Such an occurrence is not beyond the realm of possibility. Indeed, it must be so. Brother, do not engage him in close combat. That is the divine butterfly steps. Lei Xiaoxiao cried out, suppressing the pain in her nasal bone. Upon hearing this, Lei Ganglai's expression shifted dramatically. With a delicate push of his toes against the void, he swiftly created a flash of thunder, establishing a relatively safe distance from Qin Daoxian. The divine butterfly steps? Lei Ganglai exclaimed, astonished, turning to his younger sister. Isn't the Heavenly Fox clan known for refusing to relinquish the divine butterfly steps even at the cost of their lives? Lei Xiaoxiao's face tightened. He previously saved the sanus of the Heavenly Fox clan. Perhaps that insufferable girl foolishly taught him the divine butterfly steps. Among the heavens and the earth, only the divine butterfly steps could render the movements of the imperial clans unmatched. It was unexpected that Qin Daoxian had mastered the secret transmission of the ancient imperial clan. Lei Ganglai trembled with rage at this revelation. The elder had once proposed to subjugate the Heavenly Fox clan, employing severe interrogation techniques, believing that they would not willingly perish rather than surrender the divine butterfly steps. Yet, the short-sighted members of the Fire Dragon clan opposed the elder, claiming that such actions would instill fear in the hearts of the world and deter those who might wish to ally with our dragon clan. How laughable, Lei Ganglai lamented, further corroborating the rumors of discord within the dragon clan. Qin Daoxian showed no interest in his grievances. Indeed, this is the divine butterfly steps. So, do you intend to concede? Lei Ganglai lowered his head, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Moments later, he erupted in fury. Our dragon clan's warriors do not concede. We only die in battle. Boom. His overwhelming aura instantly enveloped the entire sacred land of the great wilderness. In the throes of his intense fury, the surging thunderous energy reached its zenith. Even if you possess the divine butterfly steps, so what? If you have the ability, try to evade my strike. Lei Ganglai forcefully brought his hands together. The void within his palms was compressed infinitely. The wrath of the thunder god. A beam of purple lightning descended from the heavens, completely shrouding his form. Behind Lei Ganglai, the countless radiances of thunder coalesced into a colossal, thunderous giant, towering under the sky, its feet planted firmly on the ground, exuding supreme sanctity as it manifested before the onlookers. Lin Tu gazed in awe at the terrifying thunder giant, his complexion paling. Is this the power of a dragon clan warrior? The surging thunderclouds gathered in the heavens, obscuring the sun. Beneath this immense sanctity, even Lin Tu A semi-saint level warrior felt a dull pain in his lungs with each breath. Bai Ming was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lei Ganglai, utilizing his full strength, could attain such formidable prowess. It must be noted that as the scion of the Thunder Dragon clan, Lei Ganglai was not isolated in his strength within the Dragon clan. Setting aside the imperious Huang Chang, the young lords of the Azure Dragon clan, Qingli, the Fire Dragon Pearl's master, Guolinger, and the Wind Dragon clan's leader, Feng Tianqing, far surpass him. The Dragon clan, one of the three imperial lineages, boasts the most ancient heritage. Were it not for internal discord, its profound legacy would likely eclipse even that of the Shura Empire. As the celestial might surged, overwhelming the heavens and earth, the entire icy expanse began to melt, soon transforming into an endless, tumultuous ocean. Standing majestically upon the magnificent seascape, Chen Daoxian gazed up at the colossal figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let me witness the prowess of your Dragon clan's prodigies. I hope not to be disappointed. Even in the face of imminent demise, one remains defiant. Lei Ganglai furiously raised his hand. Immediately, the giant behind him mirrored the action, and with a resonant crack, shattered the sky. The immense palm descended with fierce intent upon Chen Daoxian, enveloping the vast void in its tempestuous wind. Lei Ganglai, his features twisted with rage, bellowed. If you have the ability, then escape. Escape? Chen Daoxian pondered. Why would he flee? Confronted with the descending titanic hand, he wielded his finger as a sword, suddenly executing a soaring strike that cleaved through the heavens. With a resounding whoosh, the sword chi surged across the cosmos, tearing the enormous palm apart. As the giant hand was sundered, a crimson gash appeared on Lei Ganglai's own palm, the searing pain causing his face to convulse. Just as he prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, he looked up to find Chen Daoxian standing before him. With a resounding slap, Chen Daoxian struck his face, creating a vast concavity in the sky. Lei Ganglai, along with the towering shadow behind him, plummeted into the ocean, sending up a spray of water that soared toward the clouds. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Lei Xiaoxiao, Bai Ming, and Lin Tu stood frozen in disbelief. Brother, Lei Xiaoxiao cried, tears streaming down her face. Blood began to surface in the ocean, and Lei Ganglai's essence rapidly withered at an alarming rate. Within moments, he had perished. Did he die? Bai Ming, terrified, stumbled backward in panic. Lin Tu also gasped in shock. The two exchanged glances with Chen Daoxian, their eyes betraying their fear. Was this Chen Daoxian even human? Had he not just returned from the lower realms? How could he possess such formidable strength? With a single slap, he had vanquished Lei Ganglai, even in his divine wrath state. No, it can't be. My brother is a 2-star Xian saint. He cannot be dead. Lei Xiaoxiao wept as she dashed into the sea. Bai Ming's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. At that moment, he finally grasped the folly of opposing Chen Daoxian in this era of the three great imperial clans. Numerous prodigies exist, yet when compared to Chen Daoxian, it seems that all of them are destined to fade into obscurity. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect is that Chen Daoxian has yet to exert himself earnestly. This unfathomable and immeasurable terrifying strength raises the question, who could possibly contend with him? The more Bai Ming contemplated this, the more he felt a chilling dread creep up his spine. He succumbed to his knees upon the surface of the sea, facing Chen Daoxian with tears in his eyes, exclaiming, I truly understand my mistakes. Cousin, if you would grant me mercy this once, I shall return and proclaim to all my kinsmen that the Rakshasa divine son must be you. It can only be you. Chapter 71, Blindfolded, providing you with both hands. Bai Ming was utterly convinced and willingly pledged allegiance to Chen Daoxian as the Rakshasa divine son, displaying a commendable attitude. However, Chen Daoxian had no need for his assistance. To aspire to the position of divine son, one must showcase strength commensurate with that title, instilling hope within the kin, rather than merely seeking the support of others. Bai Ming, I am not like you, Chen Daoxian remarked. At that moment, Lei Xiaoxiao emerged from the depths of the sea, cradling the lifeless body of Lei Ganglai. Gazing upon her brother's neck, which had been cruelly snapped, she was filled with an overwhelming hatred, raising her head and declaring, Chen Daoxian, may you meet a wretched fate. Chen Daoxian replied, Lei Xiaoxiao vowed fiercely, I swear that as long as I draw breath, I will pursue you relentlessly. With an air of innocence, Chen Daoxian shrugged. Is it truly my fault when it was you who plotted against me? Lei Xiaoxiao, consumed by rage, retorted, It is indeed your fault. Not a single one of your Shura imperial clan is virtuous. All those with the surname Chen deserve to perish. Chen Daoxian mused. Engaging in reason with a woman is akin to playing the lute to a cow. Clutching her brother's corpse tightly, Lei Xiaoxiao wept inconsolably. How infuriating. I am no match for you. Whether you choose to kill or torture me, grant me a swift end. Chen Daoxian stroked his chin thoughtfully. This Lei Xiaoxiao belonged to the Lei Long clan, a lineage of ancient divine beings whose bloodline power far surpassed that of Chun Mei and her companions. If the Destruction Divine Tree could absorb the strength of ancient divine clans, perhaps it could unlock the first divine mechanism. With this thought in mind, Chen Daoxian inquired with a smile, "Do you truly wish to kill me?" With fierce eyes, Lei Xiaoxiao replied, "Yes. I long to see you suffer 1,000 deaths." Chen Daoxian responded, "Very well, I can offer you a chance. I shall not employ the butterfly immortal step, and I will also blindfold myself while allowing you both hands." Lei Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "What did you say? Blindfolded and with both hands?" What was he implying? Bai Ming and Lin Tu exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend Chen Daoxuan's intentions. No matter how powerful he might be, could he truly stand a chance against a half-saint warrior while blindfolded and without the use of his hands? At this moment, Chen Daoxian stated, "Of course. I have a request as well, and that is for you to engage in dual cultivation with me." Lei Xiaoxiao responded with astonishment. "You?" She was utterly taken aback by his lack of decorum. Anger surged within her, yet she pondered if he truly would blindfold himself, allowing her to use her hands without resorting to the ethereal butterfly dance to take his life. It was not entirely impossible. Lei Xiaoxiao fixed a wary gaze upon Chen Daoxian. "On what ground should I place my trust in you?" Chen Daoxian replied, "Because you have no other options. To disobey is to court death. To trust, at the very least, affords you a glimmer of possibility. In such circumstances, any individual would fight desperately for survival." To Lei Xiaoxiao, Chen Daoxuan's actions seemed nothing short of an attempt to defile her before her demise, trampling upon the supreme dignity of the Dragon Clan. It was akin to a venerable woman leaning against a wall to sip thin porridge, pathetic and disgraceful. Noticing her hesitation, Chen Daoxian began to elaborate on the potential benefits. "Honestly, if I were blindfolded, I might not even stand a chance against you, let alone allowing you to use your hands. This agreement is exceedingly disadvantageous for me. Yet why do I persist? Because I believe this presents an unprecedented challenge for me." Taking a deep breath, Lei Xiaoxiao's expression gradually turned resolute. "All right, who is afraid? Come on." This left Bai Ming utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Given the frigid conditions of the great wilderness sacred land, which were not conducive to dual cultivation, Chen Daoxian decided to lead them to an unnamed continent nearby, where they pried open a hunter's wooden cabin nestled in the deep mountains. Chen Daoxian sought to enhance the power of the divine tree. Unbeknownst to him, Lei Xiaoxiao silently trailed behind him, her sinister gaze fixed on his back as if harboring a monumental malice. The Azure Dragon Imperial Realm, passed down since the primordial era, boasts a rich and profound history. Presently, the Azure Dragon Emperor wields dominion over the world, having divided the dragon domain into 7 realms: the Azure Green Realm, the Azure Yellow Realm, the Azure Flame Realm, the Azure White Realm, the Azure Dark Realm, the Azure Wind Realm, and the Azure Thunder Realm. At this moment, within the Azure Thunder Realm, 2 figures engaged in profound discourse amidst the colorful thunder pool, where rippling waves surged and thunderous brilliance resonated continually. As the final notes faded, Lei Xiaoxian felt utterly drained, collapsing into the embrace of the divine son of the Dragon Clan, Qingli, as if all vitality had been siphoned from her. Exhausted yet immensely satisfied, she gazed longingly at him and inquired, "Qingli, when will you finally marry me?" Qingli looked up at the azure sky, his expression contemplative. "Now is not the time." Once again, those same words caused Lei Xiaoxian to lower her gaze despondently. As the eldest daughter of the Thunder Dragon Clan, she remained unmarried, patiently awaiting Qingli to grant her a name. Regardless of her understanding, her obedience, or her constant consideration for him, none of it could elicit even an ounce of compassion from him. Qingli rose from the water, stretching his arms. With a mere glance, Lei Xiaoxian obediently approached to assist him in donning his garments. At that moment, however, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Qingli's expression darkened, hastily adjusting his trousers. He discreetly slipped behind a nearby rockery. Lei Xiaoxian swiftly jumped into the colorful thunder pool, feigning a relaxed, bathing demeanor. "Miss, a grave matter has arisen." The newcomer was Lei Xiaoxian's personal maid, who, upon arriving, collapsed to her knees in tears. Observing the maid's tears cascading down, a sense of foreboding gripped Lei Xiaoxian's heart. "Chueying, what has happened?" Chueying sobbed, Just now, the young master's soul lamp has extinguished. Boom. Those words struck like a thunderclap, nearly toppling Lei Xiaonan. The extinguishing of the soul lamp signified the death of Xiao Lai. Tears welled in Lei Xiaonan's eyes, disbelief etched on her face. How could this be? Chuang replied. I am uncertain. The ancestor is furious over this matter. Miss, you must go and see. Understood. Lei Xiaonan promptly emerged from the water, hastily dressing herself. Stealing a glance at Qing Li concealed within the rockery, she shook her head, signaling him to remain hidden. It was imperative that their little indiscretion not be exposed, lest it tarnish Qing Li's status as the son of the divine in their Songlong Empire. Qing Li, after all, was their empire's son of the divine. He must not be criticized because of her. With urgency, Lei Xiaonan and her maid Shuang departed. Only then did Qing Li step out. Xiao Lai was truly dead? Qing Li was equally taken aback. Among the 7 great bloodlines of the Dragon Domain, it was unprecedented for any young master to meet such an untimely demise. At least to his knowledge. In this world, only the other 2 imperial families dared to harm the young master of the Dragon Clan. This incident would likely stir significant turmoil. Suddenly, Qing Li grasped the gravity of the situation. With a swift motion, he tore through the void, vanishing into the rift of space. Chapter 72. The first divine mechanism arrives. In the mountains, groundhogs peered curiously, while monkeys on the eaves occasionally glanced about. 12 hours later. Bang! A monkey was sent flying into the sky by a powerful punch. Chun Daoxian and the flushed, perspiring Lei Xiaoxiao emerged from the small wooden cabin. One after the other. Please excuse me for a moment. With a swift motion, Chun Daoxian vanished from sight. Observing this, Lei Xiaoxiao sat down on the grass, quickly retrieving a pill and swallowing it. Then she entered a meditative state, seeking to recover her strength. Unaccustomed to such exertion, she had lost consciousness multiple times but had persevered until now, though she did not understand why he needed to leave temporarily. It afforded her ample time to rest and allowed her to utilize the pill for a swift recovery of her energy. In preparation for the impending battle of life and death, sweat drenched her long, dark hair, cascading over her shoulders, her face a portrait of anger and defiance. For a full 12 hours, she remained silent, not for any other reason but to assert her will. Brother, Xiao Xiao will avenge you. In the vast wilderness, wild grass thrived. The fervent vitality unleashed a frenzy of growth among all living things surrounding it. Qin Daoxian sat cross-legged amidst the grass, his entire being intertwined with the laws of the universe, his spirit soaring. A peculiar radiance of 9 colors enveloped his upright figure, a terrifying divine power seemingly not of this world quietly taking root. As his consciousness descended into the sea of perception, the mental realm transformed into a pure golden expanse. Towering waves, 100 feet in height, crashed upon one another, assaulting this domain. The Divine Island. The Destruction Divine Tree had astonishingly grown more than tenfold. Qin Daoxian gazed in shock, unable to calm his astonished eyes. Indeed, the ancient divine bloodline was utterly distinct from other special bloodlines. It was as if he had opened a window. This meant that if he continued to seek a partner of the ancient divine bloodline, he would reap immense benefits. Yet, what concerned Qin Daoxian most at this moment were the 7 destruction divine machines. He yearned to know if, nourished by the ancient divine bloodline, the destruction divine machines would manifest as expected. With such heavy thoughts, Qin Daoxian flew directly to the divine tree. Before him, the divine tree, illuminated by the 9-colored radiance, appeared resplendent and enigmatic. An unprecedented sense of oppression gripped his heart. Suddenly, his previously clear vision began to blur. The towering ancient tree seemed to stand amidst the vast cosmos, with each green leaf resembling a star. The 3,000 paths morphed into an endless river of stars, encircling the divine tree in a magnificent display. A vague ball of luminous mist quietly hovered above the divine tree, carrying a power capable of shaking the very fabric of the universe, slowly beginning to rupture. Crack! A fissure broke through the surface of the light. The myriad stars trembled in response. Crack! The fissure suddenly widened. Boom! The entire starry sky erupted into a storm of destruction in an instant. The sight of countless stars perishing resembled an unprecedented cataclysm, forcefully knocking Qin Daoxian down into an abyss of despair. Everything felt illusory, as if caught between profound truth and grand deception. Qin Daoxian knelt upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably, sweat blurring his vision, and the rhythm of his heartbeat spiraling beyond control. Was that just an illusion? Gazing at the grass illuminated by the radiant light, shimmering like gold, Chun Daoxian slowly lifted his gaze, only to find himself back within the sea of his mental perception. Before him, the towering destruction divine tree continued to emanate its vibrant colors. However, as Chun Daoxian raised his head, he was astonished to discover that suspended in midair was an enigmatic compass enveloped in 9-colored divine light, the extreme Dao Imperial weapon. The ancient emperor's star disk. This inexplicable term quietly surfaced in his mind. Imperial weapon. Chun Daoxian rose abruptly, a look of ecstatic joy illuminating his face. The first divine mechanism of the god of destruction had arrived. It was indeed an extreme Dao Imperial weapon. The thunderous roar reverberated through heaven and earth, shaking the vast starry sky. Lei Xiaoxiao, seated in meditation, was suddenly struck by a chilling shiver. Upon opening her eyes, she realized that the originally bright world had transformed into a dark night. In the distant eastern horizon, a golden beam of light pierced through the darkness, connecting heaven and earth. There, an incredibly terrifying aura was surging upward with wild intensity. That was the aura of Chun Daoxian. 2-star profound sage, 3-star profound sage. Lei Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in terror as she shook her head frantically. Impossible. This cannot be. His aura was still rising. 4-star profound sage, 5-star profound sage. A chilling dread surged within her heart as Chun Daoxian's cultivation level soared rapidly in an astonishingly brief moment, leaping to the 5-star profound sage realm. Such an occurrence was utterly unbelievable. Lei Xiaoxiao was now engulfed in despair. She could not comprehend what that rascal had done to achieve such a terrifying leap in aura intensity. Even Huangshang could not accomplish such a defiant feat. No. It was not just Huangshang. Perhaps, even the long-vanished Chen Tianmai could not reach this level. The terrifying ascension of Chun Daoxian's cultivation utterly shocked Lei Xiaoxiao, as well as Lin Tu and Bai Ming. Only now did they awaken to the realization of how extraordinary this individual was. Such a prodigy would likely soon attain the path of an emperor. Furthermore, even the 3 current powerful emperors of the realm would be effortlessly surpassed by him. No. He cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, my dragon clan will be utterly annihilated at his hands. Lei Xiaoxiao's expression shifted from shock to madness as she summoned the Thunder Whip, preparing to act. At that moment, Chun Daoxian's figure suddenly appeared in midair. What are you doing? Lei Xiaoxiao gazed at the terrifying holy might emanating from him, her heart stirred by turbulent waves. Chun Daoxian replied, I merely broke through a few realms. There is no need for alarm. As he spoke, he tore a strip from his sleeve to cover his eyes, then placed his hands behind his back, composed and unruffled. I will fulfill my promise to you. As for whether you can kill me, it depends on your capability. Chun Daoxian, a man of his word, never one to break his promises. Despite being thoroughly terrified at this moment, Lei Xiaoxiao felt a profound respect for the man before her, who surprisingly chose to honor his promise. He was a figure who inspired both admiration and fear, evoking strange thoughts within her. Such audacity. Lei Xiaoxiao acknowledged his commitment to keeping his word. Yet, she knew she must kill him, for the sake of vengeance and the future of the Dragon Clan. She could not afford to hesitate. With a resounding declaration, heavenly thunder descends. Lei Xiaoxiao gracefully danced her hand seals. Behind her, a towering thunderous giant appeared, fierce and formidable. As she unleashed the shadow of her whip, the giant followed suit, delivering a terrifying blow that threatened to rend the heavens asunder. Chapter 73. The demise of Lei Xiaoxiao. The blinding lightning tore through the fabric of the world. Chun Daoxian stood suspended in the air, listening as the thunder reverberated across the sky. With closed eyes and focused mind, he softly intoned, Ultimate Void Realm. The space before him twisted violently, resembling a monstrous beast of the void, which opened its gaping black maw and mercilessly devoured the thunderous giant. Swallowed whole, Lei Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in horror. How could this be? He had covered his eyes, yet she had paid a tremendous price, sacrificing her first time as a bargaining chip. This had earned her the privilege of his blindness. If, under such unequal circumstances, she still could not defeat him, it would be nothing short of tragic irony. Recalling the 12 hours spent in the cabin, where she had fainted and awakened repeatedly, tears began to well up in Lei Xiaoxiao's eyes. Chun Daoxian. Today one of us will perish. This is not over between us. Suddenly, Lei Xiaoxiao began to circle around Chun Daoxian at a furious pace, lightning flashing and crackling from all directions, attempting to disorient his hearing. Bai Ming and Lin Tu stood atop the mountain, unaware of the events that had transpired in the cabin, nor comprehending how Chun Daoxian's cultivation had surged to the 5th level of the Mystic Sage realm. All they knew was that, at this moment, he had indeed kept his promise, daring to blindfold himself while facing the Dragon Clan's formidable warrior in a life-or-death struggle. Such audacity alone commanded respect. In the face of Lei Xiaoxiao's relentless probing strikes with her whip, Chen Daoxian seemed to possess eyes all over his body, evading each attack with uncanny precision. Frustrated by her futile efforts, Lei Xiaoxiao's fury ignited as she abruptly halted midair and rapidly formed seals with her hands, annihilating thunder calamity. Boom, boom, boom. The rolling black thunderclouds above became agitated, each bolt of the annihilating thunder capable of obliterating the world. Sensing the overwhelming storm of lightning descending upon him, Chen Daoxian, with hands behind his back, suddenly flipped into the air. With a sweeping kick, he manifested an astonishing sword aura from his foot, tearing the sky asunder. Using his foot as a sword? Bai Ming and Lin too gasped in astonishment. Chen Daoxian, this is the pinnacle of the unity of man and sword. The torrential thunder tribulations were no match for this sweeping sword energy, exploding into a mist of lightning that dissipated with the wind. Lei Xiaoxiao narrowly evaded this strike. Yet, as she lifted her head, she was astonished to see Chen Daoxian standing before her. With a swift motion, he raised his left leg above his shoulder, then executed a powerful downward whip kick. The entire sequence was as swift as lightning, leaving Lei Xiaoxiao no opportunity to react. Bang! The kick landed squarely on her crown. Lei Xiaoxiao's eyes bulged in horror as her body, akin to a severed kite, plummeted from the heights into the ravine below, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. What immense power! Bai Ming's throat rolled as he watched in stunned silence. Chen Daoxian removed the tattered cloth obscuring his vision, swiftly appearing in the ravine. Gazing down at the barely conscious Lei Xiaoxiao, with a tone of resignation, he remarked, "If you had no intention of killing me from the beginning, would you have met such a fate?" Hearing this, Lei Xiaoxiao, her lips devoid of color, managed a self-deprecating smile. Cough, cough. Do you think that is possible? Chen Daoxian, perplexed, inquired, "Why is it impossible?" Lei Xiaoxiao's ribcage had collapsed, her vision dimming, yet she gritted her teeth and replied, "Do not think I am unaware. The assault on the 3 sacred lands is merely a show of force from your Shura clan." Chen Daoxian countered, "So, even now you steadfastly believe that it is our Shura imperial clan that invaded the 3 sacred lands?" Lei Xiaoxiao shot back. "Otherwise, who could it be? In this world, there are only 3 imperial clans. Among them, 2 clans' sacred lands have faced invasion. If not the Shura clan, then who else could be the instigator?" Lei Xiaoxiao, like an ordinary person, made the most basic of judgments. Yet, to Chen Daoxian, such straightforward reasoning was rather foolish and easily manipulated. Lei Xiaoxiao's consciousness began to fade, blood and tears streaming down her cheeks. She was filled with an overwhelming sense of unwillingness, lamenting that she would perish at the hands of Chen Daoxian. Throughout this ordeal, Chen Daoxian spoke not a single word. It was not that he refused to take responsibility. Rather, he was not one to indulge in excessive explanations. A single statement sufficed. Those who believed in him would do so unconditionally, while those who did not would find any explanation futile. Thus, Chen Daoxian quietly watched as Lei Xiaoxiao, filled with resentment, took her final breath. He then crouched down to gently close her eyes. "In your next life, strive to be wiser. Do not be so foolish again." As he spoke, Lin Tu, supporting the limping Bai Ming, approached him. Hearing Chen Daoxian's words, Bai Ming felt perplexed. After all, Lei Xiaoxiao had been remarkably perceptive. How could such an astute woman be so foolish? "Chen Xiao, I, Lin Tu, wish to clarify matters in which I have never been involved." With a raised hand, Chen Daoxian reassured him, "There is no need for lengthy explanations. I understand your predicament." Indeed, it is not easy for a formidable being like Lin Tu to navigate the disputes of the imperial clans. Chen Daoxian would not hold it against him. Having resolved the issues at hand, Chen Daoxian candidly expressed his desire to uncover the truth. For this, he needed to visit the Xuanwu sacred land to meet with his 4th sister and brother-in-law. Bai Ming promptly offered to guide him, his heart filled with remorse as he sought redemption. Unfortunately, the consequences of his actions would only be revealed upon their return to the Rakshasa Empire, whereby Luoyan would personally pass judgment. Just as they were about to set off, Chen Daoxian suddenly grasped Lin Tu's arm, his expression grave as he gazed skyward. "What is it?" Lin Tu inquired, puzzled and furrowing his brow. There was nothing in the sky. Bai Ming, too, was bewildered. Yet, in the next moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the heavens. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the realm, its pressure extending into the vastness of the cosmos. Suddenly, the void was torn open. And from the abyss of darkness emerged a myriad of cold, emotionless figures. Hundreds of elders, each exuding an overwhelming aura. They were either Xianzun or Xianzong, with the weakest among them possessing the strength of a 3-star Xianzong. Such terrifying prowess could not be matched by any lineage among the 7 sacred lands. What sent chills down Lin Tu's spine was the sense of an even more formidable presence lurking behind those elders, akin to the most fearsome black hole in the universe. The suffocating aura, bordering on despair, surpassed the limits of what even a Xian Sheng could wield. No, it cannot be. Great sage-level beings. Bai Ming collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Such powerful entities were few and far between across the vast expanse of the heavens and earth, even within their Rakshasa empire. Only Kiran Rakshasa Mei Changchu and Knight Rakshasa Murong Yi, among the 6 esteemed Rakshasas, barely reached this realm. Chapter 74. Dragon Ancestor, Great Sage Beings. The Great Wilderness Sacred Land, already situated in the depths of the cosmic abyss, is rather remote. Now, the continent where Chun Daoxian stands is not far from the Great Wilderness, and the aura of the beings who have torn through the void to arrive here is nothing short of terrifying. Countless bolts of lightning crackled, gradually forming an endless sea of thunder that enveloped the sky. Within this thunderous expanse, over 100 elders in dark robes stood in 2 rows. A voluptuous woman clad in purple, striding confidently alongside an exceptionally fearsome silver-haired elder, approached with an air of authority. The elder was, astonishingly, a great sage. Feeling the stifling pressure descending from the sky, Qin Daoxuan's expression grew increasingly solemn. Unexpectedly, upon activating the first divine mechanism and acquiring the supreme imperial weapon, the ancient emperor's star disk, he encountered such a formidable and terrifying presence. Was this the will of heaven? As Qin Daoxian scrutinized the elder in the purple robe, the latter's aged eyes radiated sheer fury. His younger sister, Lei Xiaonan, gazed in stunned silence at the lifeless figure sprawled on the ground, the pale visage swiftly contorting into an expression of utmost rage. A pair of blood-red eyes bore into Qin Daoxian. Did you do this? Lei Xiaonan's voice was laced with a haunting rasp. The other elders, equally incensed, cast a shadow of wrath and murderous intent over the realm. What manner of beings were these? Lin Tu perceived the gravity of the situation. Yet, recalling Qin Shao's previous understanding and leniency towards him, and contemplating the future of the Tide's sacred land, Lin Tu steeled himself and took a step forward, facing the imposing elder. He respectfully clasped his fists in greeting. I am Lin Tu, the Grand Elder of the Tide's sacred land, honored to meet you, Senior. The cold, piercing gaze of the purple-robed elder did not waver from Qin Daoxian despite Lin Tu's words. The menacing aura of murderous intent was unmistakable. Nevertheless, Lin Tu risked counsel. Senior. This is Qin Daoxian, the son of the Azura. Hearing this, Lei Xiaonan's eyes flared with fury. What do you mean by that? Lin Tu replied. It is nothing. I merely wish to convey that he is the sole son of the Azura Emperor and the Rakshasa Emperor. The events of today cannot be clarified in mere words. I implore you all to allow me to explain in detail. His calm and gentle tone, imbued with sincerity yet retaining dignity, prompted the Dragon Clan elders to exchange glances. However, the purple-robed elder seemed unfazed by these words, his furious gaze fixated on Qin Daoxian, each word enunciated with chilling clarity. Did you kill Xiaoli and Xiao Xiao? Lin Tu interjected. Senior, there are reasons behind this. Suddenly, Qin Daoxian grasped his shoulder, lifted his gaze to the elder, and declared, yes. Lin Tu was taken aback, frantically shaking his head at Qin Daoxian. After all, this was a great sage. What could a great sage of the Dragon Clan possibly be? Surely, they were of the Dragon Ancestor level, one of the 7 Dragon Ancestors, coupled with the identities of Lei Gongli and Lei Xiaoxiao. Lin Tu could almost ascertain that the fearsome purple-robed elder before him was indeed the revered Thunder Dragon Ancestor of the Zhonglei realm. The internecine struggle among the younger generation had now alarmed a Dragon Ancestor to personally intervene, a truly terrifying matter. Even more alarming was the fact that this location was exceedingly distant from the Azura and Rakshasa imperial clans. Even if he wished to send word, it would take several days to summon aid. This was exceedingly disadvantageous for Qin Daoxian. It could be fatal. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Daoxuan's admission, the killing intent emanating from the Thunder Dragon Ancestor intensified. There was no attempt to conceal it. He sought to obliterate Qin Daoxian entirely. Elder, leave this person to me. Lei Xiaonan stepped forward at that moment. Unlike Lei Xiaoxiao, she is a genuine Xiansheng powerhouse, a 4-star Xiansheng. Lei Xiaonan's gaze fixed upon Chen Daoxian, her formidable aura enveloping her voluptuous form without restraint as her delicate hand waved in the air, conjuring dark purple lightning that danced joyfully in her palm like flames. Oh! Witnessing this scene, Chen Daoxian felt a surge of interest. This sister was entirely different from the previous two, capable of mastering lightning to such an exquisite degree. You are Chen Daoxian? Lei Xiaonan inquired with a solemn tone. Indeed, Chen Daoxian replied. Well, you are bold and accountable, a true man. Yet, you should never provoke my dragon clan. With a thunderous roar, her overwhelming holy might surged skyward, shattering the heavens above. With a single step forward, she traversed a distance of over 100 feet in the blink of an eye, her palm wind aimed directly at Chen Daoxuan's chest. How swift! Bai Ming was astonished, never expecting this woman to possess such incredible speed. However, even with Lei Xiaonan's remarkable quickness, all she struck was a mere afterimage left by Chen Daoxian. Before she could react, she felt a powerful hand firmly grasping her waist, and in an instant, she was lifted off the ground. Nanner, the ancestral dragon, Lei Long, was utterly astonished and raised his hand in alarm. Chen Daoxian effortlessly held her aloft, calmly stating, She is no match for me. If you wish to avenge the previous two, come at me yourself. What? This boy dares to challenge the ancestral dragon directly. In that moment, not only were Lin Tu and Bai Ming left dumbfounded, but even the elder dragons and Lei Xiaonan, suspended above Chen Daoxuan's head, were rendered speechless. An elder of the dragon clan, as if hearing the greatest joke, looked down with the unparalleled arrogance exclusive to dragons and scoffed, Little brat, even if your parents came, they would have to respectfully address my clan's elder as senior. What are you to dare engage with the elder? Respectfully address? Chen Daoxian couldn't help but smile inwardly. Are you certain that is respectful and not an insult? You, the elder retorted, do not engage in a war of words. Our battle is far from over. From above, Lei Xiaonan's voice rang out. With a crackle, Chen Daoxian was taken aback to find that all that remained in his grasp was a mere strip of her clothing. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Lei Xiaonan swiftly appeared behind him, lifting her foot without hesitation to strike at Chen Daoxuan's vital points. Bang! That kick landed solidly. Bai Ming was left in shock, instinctively adopting a posture akin to a hen laying an egg, his face darkening. However, it was soon followed by Lei Xiaonan's agonized scream. Ah! She clutched her leg, retreating in disarray, casting a terrified glance at Chen Daoxian. Unfazed, Chen Daoxian continued to meet the ancestral dragon's gaze, his fiery eyes betraying an eagerness for combat. Is this fellow a monster? Lei Xiaonan jumped in pain, truly astonished. What man in this world could hone his vital points to such a terrifying level? The ancestor of the Thunder Dragon took a deep breath, though reluctant to admit it. He could not help but speak. Non-heir, step back. You are no match for him. Chen Daoxuan's lips curled into a slight smile, clearly in agreement. Wise. The expression of the Thunder Dragon ancestor darkened instantly. I have lived for 200,000 years and have witnessed the rise and fall of several mighty emperors. Yet, I have never encountered a naive youngling so lost in pride as you. Young man, do not accuse me of bullying the weak. 10 moves. If you can survive after 10 moves, I shall grant you a chance at life. Chapter 75. The Thunder Dragon Ancestor is serious. The Thunder Dragon Ancestor was actually prepared to engage that young man in a one-on-one battle. The elders of the Dragon Clan could barely conceal their glee, eagerly anticipating the moment when Chen Daoxian would be struck down by the ancestor. The Shura tribe's extraordinary regenerative power was indeed remarkable. However, as long as the techniques employed were sufficiently formidable and expansive, he could be obliterated in an instant. Thus, even for the Shura tribe, immortality was not guaranteed. It all depended on who the opponent was. With a firm step forward, the Thunder Dragon ancestor summoned the laws of the universe, overwhelming the space around them. Before Chen Daoxian could prepare himself, the immense force of the laws had already completely suppressed the area. Impressive. Chen Daoxuan's expression changed dramatically. Caught off guard, he nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, at the last moment, he clenched his fists tightly and managed to brace himself. The pressure from a great sage was enough to shake the very stars. The vast expanse of the starry river trembled under the terrifying might of the yellow dragon ancestor, as he witnessed the old dragon raising his palm. Exuding an unabashedly fierce killing intent, Chen Daoxian felt not fear but rather exhilaration. He pointed his fingers toward the heavens. The azure sword formation on the ground was rapidly sketched, and the overwhelming sword intent surged forth. Even the yellow dragon ancestor could not help but be startled at the sight. This young man's mastery of the sword had indeed reached an extraordinary level. It was no wonder the young master had fallen at his hands. Who could have anticipated that the Shura clan would produce such a prodigious talent? It seemed the ancestors' decision today was indeed the right one, even if it meant bearing the risk of war with the Shura imperial clan. We cannot allow another emperor to arise from their ranks. Indeed, that is correct. The elders, driven by fervor, held a perspective starkly different from that of the other 6 clans. Life and death are fated. Let us take action. If we constantly hesitate, when will the Dragon Clan regain its former glory, dominating the myriad realms as in the primordial age? At this moment, the vast Azure Formation was saturated with sword intent, its terrifying power capable of altering the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. Upon witnessing Chun Daoxuan's astonishing talent, the Elder of the Thunder Dragon felt an intensified urge to kill. With a desiccated hand, he pressed down, causing the vast expanse of the heavens and earth to shatter, collapsing downwards in a grand manner. Faced with this cataclysmic strike, Chun Daoxuan's fiery eyes glimmered with an unparalleled brilliance, reaching a state of euphoric exhilaration. With a single, swift motion of his finger directed towards the heavens, he unleashed his sword formation. Radiant rays illuminated the surroundings as countless sword phantoms pierced through the void. Charging towards the collapsing space, the sword shadows fell like a torrential rain, colliding with the invisible force descending from above, creating a scene of profound awe. However, this time, Chun Daoxuan's sword formation faltered. The towering palm force, akin to a relentless tide, obliterated the incessant rain of swords with overwhelming might, advancing inexorably towards Chun Daoxian. Lin Tu's eyes glinted with despair as he hastily led Bai Ming away from the scene. With a resounding crash, the ground collapsed. Flames soared into the sky. What was once a verdant landscape instantaneously transformed into a sea of fire, a veritable inferno on earth. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds. The land succumbed to flames, with smoke curling upward. Scorching magma surged in the tempestuous winds, creating towering waves that clashed with the descending thunderous might of the heavens. As Chun Daoxuan's aura dissipated completely, Lin Tu knelt upon a distant peak. He was dead, slain by the hands of the Elder of the Dragon Clan. Was this not a fitting end? Suddenly, Bai Ming seemed to grasp a revelation, turning to grip Lin Tu's shoulders. As long as you keep my betrayal a secret, I shall aid you in finding the true culprit once I ascend as the godson of Azura. Then, an overwhelming presence erupted from afar, shocking all present. As the fiery magma erupted in colossal splashes, a figure gradually emerged from the heart of the molten sea. He was alive. In that moment, the onlookers were struck with sheer astonishment. How could this young man have survived the Elder of the Thunder Dragon's deadly strike? A resplendent 9-colored radiance enveloped Chun Daoxuan's bloodied form. Although he had survived, the severity of his injuries was alarming. His garments were completely destroyed, and one of his arms was rendered unrecognizable. Yet, astonishingly, the grievous wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In mere moments, his right arm had returned to its original state, the skin smooth and free of any scars. Was this the bloodline of the Azura? Lei Xiaoan covered her lips in disbelief. The Elder of the Thunder Dragon nodded slightly, though the Azura bloodline possesses remarkable regenerative abilities. It harbors a fatal weakness. The greater the injury, the more spiritual energy consumed in the healing process. Lei Xiaonan remarked. But why does it seem as though his aura has not diminished? Indeed, in the depths of the ancient dragon ancestor's eyes, madness surged forth. For within him resided the bloodline of the Rakshasa. The blood of the Shura could instantaneously mend all wounds, while the Rakshasa bloodline boasted boundless spiritual power, growing ever stronger with each battle. The fusion of these two bloodlines could be deemed the most exquisite lineage in existence. Coupled with Chun Daoxuan's unparalleled mastery of the sword, which had transcended all his contemporaries, the prospect of his immeasurable future compelled the dragon ancestor to abandon all notions of face. He resolved to unleash his full might to eradicate this child, thereby eliminating any potential threats. This second strike would claim his life. The dragon ancestor's cold gaze fixated upon Chun Daoxian. At a certain moment, he abruptly raised his hand, revealing a bizarre azure thunderbolt in his palm. This sight left Lei Xiaonan and the Elder Council in shock, prompting them to hastily ascend into the heavens, fleeing towards the starry expanse. What was happening? Why were they all running away? Bai Ming felt a surge of confusion. It seemed that the venerable elder was preparing to take serious action. Bai Xiao, we should also escape from here. Lin Tu sensed a dreadful crisis looming. Bai Ming nodded in agreement, and together they soared into the sky, across the unknown continent. Countless beings remained oblivious to the unparalleled catastrophe that was about to descend upon them. With a thunderous sound, a second silver-white lightning bolt materialized in the dragon ancestor's palm. The two distinct types of lightning created an overwhelming pressure in the surrounding realm. Qin Daoxian had heard of exotic flames, but this exotic lightning was a sight he had never before witnessed. It appeared that this old fellow harbored two extraordinary bolts of lightning within, and he intended to unleash his full strength with this second strike against him. Qin Daoxuan's expression grew grave. After the first strike, the ancient dragon had not fought earnestly, yet he had still suffered considerable hardship. If the dragon ancestor were to fully commit now, he would undoubtedly face a perilous brink of death. This was no trifling matter. Chapter 76. The most terrifying extreme Dao Imperial weapon, the ancient emperor's star-determining disc. The others had already fled into the cosmic expanse. On this unknown continent, apart from the native beings, only the dragon ancestor and Qin Daoxian remained. The dragon ancestor held an azure exotic lightning in his left hand and a white exotic lightning in his right. Just as Qin Daoxian anticipated that he might cast these two bolts aside, the dragon ancestor waved his hands through the air. The two differently colored exotic lightning bolts floated into the sky, writhing and causing the surrounding void to collapse endlessly. With a thunderous boom, a third red exotic lightning bolt suddenly appeared. 3 types. Qin Daoxian was utterly astonished. With no one else around, the dragon ancestor no longer needed to concern himself with the pride of their dragon clan and boldly declared, having lived for so long, "Do you think I possess no hidden cards?" As the 4th kind of golden anomalous thunder and the 5th kind of blue anomalous thunder emerged, the heavens and the earth could no longer endure the burden. Space fissures appeared densely, resembling spider silk. The 5 types of anomalous thunder radiated an exceedingly terrifying energy fluctuation, causing the void between heaven and earth to shimmer with countless, distorted signs. Qin Daoxian finally grasped the gravity of his predicament. His heart tightened momentarily, yet his strained expression suddenly transformed into one of calm. Observing Qin Daoxuan's unexpectedly composed demeanor, the Thunder Dragon ancestor was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom his sudden lack of fear. Could it be? The Thunder Dragon ancestor immediately looked up, scanning his surroundings, yet found no suspicious figures. Given the considerable distance from the 2 great imperial clans, it was reasonable to assume that the commotion here would not reach Qinsong Yuan and Bai Luoyin as long as they did not come here. He knew that without their intervention, his survival was impossible. With a sinister smile, the Thunder Dragon ancestor directed both palms towards the 5 types of anomalous thunder, pressing towards the central region. This old rascal actually intended to fuse the 5 types of anomalous thunder into one. Witnessing his reckless act, Qin Daoxian was left utterly astounded. Indeed, the great sage-level beings differed vastly from all the opponents he had encountered before. This elder of the Dragon Clan was likely one of the most formidable entities among the great sage-level practitioners. As the 5 astonishing types of anomalous thunder coalesced into a vibrant 5-colored thunder lotus within the Thunder Dragon ancestor's palms, an extraordinarily terrifying wave of destructive energy instantly permeated the world. The unknown continent began to tremble violently. Mountains and rivers collapsed, the earth shattered, and the seas surged into the sky, transforming into ethereal mist. Beneath this magnificent spectacle of earth-shattering chaos, countless weak and helpless beings perished. Feeling the mass extinction of those ordinary and fragile lives as disaster struck, Qin Daoxian was suddenly filled with rage. "You old dragon, how heartless you are to harm so many lives." This statement left the Thunder Dragon ancestor bewildered. Lives? Are you referring to those despicable humans on this continent? Despicable. Boom. The aura of the 5-star Xian Saint Realm surged wildly from within Qin Daoxian, and his eyes blazed with fierce flames. Every life deserves respect. Did your father not teach you this? The Thunder Dragon ancestor was momentarily taken aback. Finding it amusing, Qinsong Yuan is so idle that he would teach you such worthless things? Qin Daoxian replied, "It was my adoptive father, Qin Tianhai, who taught me these values." The Thunder Dragon ancestor retorted, "That only indicates that your adoptive father is a foolish ignoramus. When humans consume cattle and sheep, do they ever feel pity for them? You, born of an imperial clan, should even less regard those despicable mortals as lives." Qin Daoxian retaliated with fury, arguing vehemently, "What a joke. No wonder there is a saying in the mortal realm, heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. If every member of the imperial clan were as callous as you, then I shall take it upon myself to change all of this." As his words echoed, an ancient yet exquisitely crafted compass appeared in his palm. The Thunder Dragon ancestor cast a disdainful glance at the unknown artifact, observing Chun Daoxuan's confident demeanor, and scoffed coldly. You cannot change anything. Because of you, you are destined to die. Divine Lotus of Hell. With a flourish of his sleeve, the Thunder Dragon ancestor summoned a 5-colored Thunder Lotus radiating a devastating aura, which transformed into a slender beam of light that pierced the heavens. Hurtling towards Chun Daoxian with an almost imperceptible speed, the sight of the heavens and earth shattering was unnerving. Yet, Chun Daoxian remained unperturbed, channeling his spiritual energy into the ancient imperial compass. Subsequently, he hurled it into the void. In an instant, the star compass unleashed an overwhelming pressure that far surpassed that of the 5-colored Thunder Lotus. The imperial might was palpable. How could this be? The Thunder Dragon ancestor was struck with alarm. When the star compass collided with the 5-colored Thunder Lotus in midair, silence enveloped the moment. With a thunderous roar, the 5-colored lotus was utterly vanquished, reduced to ashes beneath the onslaught of the overwhelming imperial might. Amidst the resplendent imperial aura, the ultimate power seemed poised to obliterate the entire universe. Even as the Thunder Dragon ancestor retreated into the cosmos, that divine light relentlessly pursued him. Ancestor! Lei Xiaonan and the others cried out in despair. What is that? Lin Tu's eyes bulged in horror, having never witnessed such a spectacle. No, please no. At that moment, the Thunder Dragon ancestor completely surrendered, yet before he could even prepare a defense, he was enveloped by the terrifying divine light before him. Ah! His anguished cries reverberated through the starry expanse, culminating in his instantaneous annihilation. This boundless divine light cleaved through the starry river they inhabited, causing countless stars to explode. The shockwaves reverberating throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, stirring every corner of the cosmic wilderness. Qin Daoxian himself was astonished by the sheer power of the ancient imperial compass, which had proven to be so formidable. Moreover, he remained unaware that, had he not been the chosen heir of the god of destruction, his current strength would have rendered him unworthy of wielding the ancient imperial compass. The supreme beings within the cosmic forbidden grounds were drenched in cold sweat at the sight of this unparalleled imperial weapon. Throughout history, while supreme imperial weapons had emerged, none could ever be compared to the ancient imperial compass, for it was once wielded by the god of destruction, a name that now echoed with terror, long forgotten in the contemporary universe. Ancestor! Lei Xiaonan knelt in despair amidst the stars, mourning the obliteration of his ancestor with anguished cries. Behind him, the anguished cries and roars of the elders from the Thunder Dragon clan echoed. Who could have imagined that a formidable being like the ancestor of the Thunder Dragons would not only fail to fulfill the agreement to eliminate Qin Daoxian in 10 moves, but would instead be vanquished by him? At this moment, Chun Daoxian sought to reclaim the ancient emperor's star plate when he suddenly felt as though his internal power had been completely drained. His eyelids grew heavy, and he unexpectedly fainted on the spot, resembling a lifeless celestial body adrift in the vastness of the night sky. While Lin Tu and Bai Ming were left in stunned silence, the expressions of Lei Xiaonan and the other dragon elders turned wild with frenzy. Chapter 77. My little six has caused quite a stir. Qin Daoxian was utterly exhausted. Kill him, with Lei Xiaonan's command. All the elders erupted with a formidable aura and charged toward the quietly floating figure of Qin Daoxian. Wasn't the bloodline power of the Azura Emperor clan supposed to be limitless? Witnessing this scene, Lin Tu felt a surge of urgency. In a moment of desperation, he disregarded everything else and instantly positioned himself in front of Qin Daoxian, drawing his sword to sweep it forward, forcibly repelling the Dragon Clan's powerful figures. Senior Lin Tu. Bai Ming gasped in shock. Lei Xiaonan glared at Lin Tu, an unquenchable murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Lin Tu, do you wish to oppose my Thunder Dragon Clan? Lin Tu hurriedly explained, No, I do not wish to. Lei Xiaonan retorted, Then step aside. He has slain the ancestor of my Thunder Dragon clan, a crime unforgivable. He must die today. Lin Tu insisted, No, he cannot die. Then you shall accompany him to the grave. In an instant, Lei Xiaonan appeared directly before Lin Tu's day. The disparity between a 4-star profound sage and a half-sage was immense. Confronted with Lei Xiaonan's incoming palm wind, Lin Tu's spirit trembled violently, his skin burning as if he were staring at the heavens themselves. However, at that moment, the void between them was suddenly torn apart. With the timely arrival of a figure clad in green, the clash of palm forces resounded with a thunderous boom. Caught off guard, Lei Xiaonan was jolted backward, sliding away. Simultaneously, the newcomer seized Lin Tu's arm with one hand and enveloped Qin Daoxuan's waist with the other, swiftly retreating with both men. The confrontation transpired in the blink of an eye, a mere brush before parting. Gazing in astonishment at the stunning woman who had appeared so suddenly, Lei Xiaonan scrutinized her from head to toe. "Who are you?" The woman in green casually tucked a strand of her flowing hair behind her ear, her aquamarine eyes sparkling with a mischievous smile as she regarded Lei Xiaonan. Qin Junran, the fifth goddess of the Azura clan. A flicker of wariness crossed Lei Xiaonan's eyes. Despite Qin Junran's cultivation being merely at the 2-star profound sage level, 2 tiers beneath his own, she had always trained alongside Qin Songyuan. Throughout that time, the extent of her mastery of Qin Songyuan's abilities was unimaginable. Yet, even if she possessed such skills, it mattered little. The death of the ancestor could not be overlooked. Upon her arrival, Qin Junran was unaware of the events that had transpired. Turning her gaze, she was relieved to see her brother still breathing, which prompted a serene smile. It appears that Xiao Lu has already engaged with the Dragon Clan. In response to the inquiry from the fifth miss of the Azura Imperial Clan, Lin Tu exhibited a complex expression and hurriedly replied, not only has he fought with them, but he has also slain the young master and second miss of the Huanglong clan. Oh. Qin Junran's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Has Xiao Lu become this formidable? Her words elicited dark expressions from Lei Xiaonan and the others. However, the subsequent revelation from Lin Tu caused Qin Junran's previously radiant countenance to fall into shadow. Young Master Qin. He has even killed the ancestor of the Huanglong clan. A jolt of disbelief coursed through Qin Junran's heart as she raised her gaze to Lin Tuesday, noticing his serious demeanor. Her shock was tempered by concern for whether she could safely escort Xiao Lu away from this perilous place. After all, this was the domain of the Azure Dragon Empire. The demise of a dragon ancestor could very well incite a frenzied retaliation from the Dragon Clan. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Junran's expression turned grave as she regarded the furious Lei Xiaonan. Changing her tone, she clasped her fists with composure. This matter is indeed an overreach by my brother Xiao Lu. As recompense, my Azura Imperial Clan is willing to offer a 9th grade elixir. What did you say? Lei Xiaonan retorted. In addition, we shall provide 10 tomes of Sacred Realm techniques. Lei Xiaonan clenched his fists tightly. As if grievously insulted, our ancestor has been slain, and you think these trivial offerings can suffice as compensation? Qin Junran, you are utterly despicable. Take him away, quickly. With a forceful push, Qin Junran directed her brother towards Lin Tu, and then unleashed the full force of her 2-star Mystic Saint Realm energy. As she charged towards the Dragon Clan warriors, Lin Tu hastily scooped up Qin Daoxian. Just as they prepared to flee, several Dragon Clan elders maneuvered to block their path. Behind them, Qin Junran and Lei Xiaonan were already embroiled in a fierce battle, the air crackling with energy. The Dragon Clan elder blocking Lin Tu's route fixed his gaze intently on the youth in his arms, coldly warning, "Your Cacophony Sacred Land-S leader has been slain. And it is likely that this was orchestrated by Qin Songyuan. Why must you oppose our Dragon Clan for the sake of your enemy's progeny?" Lin Tu lowered his gaze in silence. The elder's words struck a sensitive chord within him. Initially, he too had believed that the leader's death was the doing of the Azura Imperial Clan. However, upon witnessing Qin Jun's quest for the truth and his subsequent deception leading him to the Great Wilderness Sacred Land, he began to realize that the matter was far more complex than he had imagined. I trust in Qin Jun's judgment. Perhaps the true culprit lies elsewhere, Lin Tu asserted. Elsewhere? The Dragon Clan elders exchanged glances. The elder scoffed derisively. You are, after all, a venerable elder of a great sacred land. How can you speak so naively? With 2 great imperial clans under siege, if not by a 3rd imperial clan, who else could it be? Could it be the forces from the Netherworld? Boom. Not far away, as Qin Junran struck Lei Xiaonan's chest with a palm, the latter felt a surge in his throat and spewed a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying through the starry sky. What? Witnessing the young lady being sent flying despite her absolute superiority and cultivation left the elders in shock. How is it that every member of the Qin family possesses such formidable strength? Is there not a single ordinary person among them? Qin Junran freed her hands, causing the elders who blocked her path to hurriedly scatter in all directions. Each gaze directed at her was filled with astonishment and dread. Qin Junran fixed her gaze upon these frail, aging dragons whose remaining lifespan was uncertain, and spoke in a low voice. You repeatedly claim that the 3 great holy lands have been invaded. Then I ask you, has the Great Wilderness Holy Land suffered any losses? It is well known that the Great Wilderness Holy Land is a vast expanse of land. The Holy Master is Hua Donan. During Qin Daoshuan's battle in the Great Wilderness, That ancient palace sustained no damage, and Hua Donan never intervened. Qin Junren's words echoed the concerns in Lin Tu's heart. One elder, enraged, stepped forward to argue, while our great wilderness Holy Land has not been attacked. The other continents under its jurisdiction have faced varying degrees of invasion. If you do not believe me, you may go and see for yourself. What nonsense. Qin Junren casually drew her sword, pointing it at the man. You Dragon Clan are all hypocritical and treacherous beings. If you know what is good for you, step aside quickly, or I will leave not a single one of you intact. You. The dragon elders were already vexed when, suddenly, an unseen figure appeared silently behind Qin Junren, unnoticed by anyone. Lord Realm Master. The elders knelt in the starry sky. Qin Junren was instantly taken aback. The Azure Dragon Emperor? Was that the Azure Dragon Emperor? Lin Tu and Bai Ming stared in astonishment at the middle-aged man in a blue robe, whose demeanor exuded tranquility. Both displayed expressions of shock. Qin Junren, equally astounded, stood frozen, aware that if a powerful emperor wished to erase her and Xiao Lu from existence, it would be but a mere glance. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Xiao Lu, who remained peacefully asleep. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned to face the person before her, bowing in respect. I, Qin Junren, pay my respects to Uncle Azure Emperor. She called me uncle? The Azure Emperor narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the diminutive Qin girl. Your brother has slain an ancestor of my dragon clan. How do you propose we address this matter? The questioning from a powerful emperor, even if calm and collected, plunged Qin Junren into an abyss of despair. She dared not respond lightly. Initially, she nearly cautioned Xiao Lu not to slay the elder of the dragon clan. Primarily, it was beyond her imagination that Xiao Lu, having just returned from his trials in the lower realms, could vanquish an elder of the dragon clan. Was it due to his extraordinary prowess? Or was the elder merely weak? The truth remained elusive. Qin Junren hesitated to speak. Seizing the moment, the Azure Emperor extended his hand, gently caressing her exquisite and ethereal face, as he remarked, "You are a clever girl. You should realize that this matter cannot be easily brushed aside. Your silence will not ensure your safety." "I understand," Qin Junren replied, fully aware of the gravity an elder held, especially one from an imperial lineage. The Azure Emperor pressed further. "So, what is your answer?" Qin Junren gazed silently at Xiao Lu, reflecting on the moment he returned to the upper realms, and how she was the first among her 5 sisters to see him. The hopes she had seen in him made her eyes glisten with unshed tears. Yet, she stood resolute, meeting the gaze of the formidable emperor with poise, declaring, "I will exchange my life for his." The Azure Emperor's expression momentarily hardened. At her words, the entire assembly was taken aback. Qin Junren was willing to sacrifice herself for her brother, a notion utterly incomprehensible within the Dragon Clan. Her display of courage rendered the Azure Emperor momentarily speechless. In the Dragon Clan, where powerful beings thrived, had they possessed even a fraction of the cohesion found in the Shura clan, they would not have descended into the disarray they currently faced. To exchange your life for his, it seems this young man is of paramount importance to your Shura imperial clan, the Azure Emperor mused, his gaze fixed on Qin Daoxian. Clearly still unsettled by the earlier display of extreme power. He had encountered extreme imperial weapons before, including one that currently resided in the hands of their clan. Yet, the force he experienced just moments ago in this starry domain was unprecedented in its ferocity. The Azure Emperor's curiosity towards Qin Daoxian was both natural and unrestrained. Qin Junren playfully remarked, "He is the only male descendant of the Qin family. Of course, I must protect him. This matter transcends mere gender." The Azure Emperor rubbed his forehead in exasperation, turning his gaze towards Lei Xiaonan and the others, feeling at a loss for words. "I advised you to think carefully before acting, yet you disregarded my counsel. Now, look at the trouble you've stirred." Hastily, Lei Xiaonan interjected, "No, my lord. It was actually Qin Daoxian who first killed my brother and sister." The Azure Emperor retorted, "If it were not for your sister's treacherous scheme to lure him, would these subsequent events have unfolded?" As a Dragon Emperor, he possessed the capability to investigate matters swiftly, and without such acumen, he would not be able to govern the tumultuous Songlong imperial realm. Tears brimmed in Lei Xiaonan's eyes as she silently lowered her gaze. Blood stained the corner of her mouth, which she wiped away nonchalantly. With a fierce glare directed at Qin Junren, she declared, "If she is willing to die in place of Qin Daoxian, then I beseech the esteemed realm lord to grant her this wish." What? The elders exchanged astonished glances. Utterly shocked, was the young lady truly considering a compromise? Upon further reflection, It became evident that the Azure Emperor's long-standing forbearance towards the Azura Imperial clan had utterly disgraced the Dragon clan. Should they forfeit this opportunity, not only would Qin Daoxian escape, but Qin Junran would also be released, leaving their ancestor Lei Long's spirit unrest. With this thought, the elders had no choice but to heed Lei Xiaonan's wishes, requesting the Azure Emperor's command. As long as they could eliminate anyone with the surname Chun, it mattered little who it was. Better to slay one than none. Very well, let it be her, the Azure Emperor finally spoke. With his judgment pronounced, a flicker of relief appeared in Qin Junran's eyes. Little Six could survive, that was sufficient. After all, had she not lived from the very beginning to protect Little Six? Now, with Little Six's incredible prowess and astonishing growth, she had clearly become unworthy of being his guardian. Lin Tu, take Little Six back to the Azura Imperial Realm and inform our mother of the situation here. Qin Junran smiled radiantly. Lin Tu, with his mouth agape, nodded with difficulty. As the Azure Emperor tore through the fabric of space, Qin Junran walked towards the rift. Despite her longing to glance back at her brother, she ultimately refrained from turning. For every smile and gesture of his had long been etched in her memory, never to be forgotten. There was no need to add to the sorrow. Half a month later, Qin Daoxian lay on a golden silk couch, slowly opening his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was a gentle, jade-like visage. This woman, with elegantly shaped brows and a delicate nose, possessed captivating, bright eyes. She donned a snow-white alchemist's robe that exuded an air of nobility, and the alchemist's badge adorning her chest bore the engraving of 9 stars, signifying a 9th-grade alchemist. His fifth sister had once mentioned that in a world devoid of the Pill Emperor, his eldest sister, Qin Luohong, was currently the most formidable alchemical master across the 9 heavens and 10 realms. Realizing this, Qin Daoxian sat up abruptly. You are my eldest sister? Indeed. Qin Luohong's gentle demeanor blossomed with her smile, enveloping Qin Daoxian in a refreshing warmth. Recalling the fierce battle in the star domain of the Songlong Imperial Realm, Qin Daoxian felt a sudden tremor of his spirit. Then, under Qin Luohong's puzzled gaze, he promptly seated himself in meditation, commencing introspection of his consciousness. Upon seeing the ancient emperor's star calibration plate suspended beside the divine tree, he finally exhaled in relief, curiosity sparking in his eyes. How did I return safely? He could only remember feeling a heavy head, and after utilizing the ancient emperor's star calibration plate, everything had gone black. Beside him stood only Lin Tu and Bai Ming. Even if the two joined forces, they could not possibly contend with the formidable 4-star Xian Sheng, Lei Xiaonan. The chilling realization struck Qin Daoxian profoundly. This sentiment did not escape Qin Luohong's notice, who, feeling quite satisfied, promptly offered her comfort. It was Little Five who traded her life for your return. Boom. A tremendous aura erupted instantaneously from the Rakshasa Imperial Palace. Do not be overly agitated, Qin Luohong interjected at this moment. The Azure Emperor dares not harm Little Five. The Dragon Clan lacks such audacity. Chapter 79. Little Six already possesses the potential to command the Imperial Clan in the chamber. Qin Daoxian's bloodshot eyes glimmered with boundless murderous intent. Despite his elder sister's attempts at consolation, the fact remained that fifth sister found herself in peril because of him. Qin Daoxian chose silence, donning his attire and shoes, and just as he was about to exit the room, Qin Luohong obstructed his path. What are you intending to do? She queried. With an impassive expression, Qin Daoxian replied, I am going to the Songlong Imperial Realm to bring fifth sister home. Qin Luohong countered. I have already stated that they would not dare to harm Little Five. Moreover, upon receiving such grave news, Mother has already rushed to the Dragon Domain. And my father? Qin Daoxian pressed. Qin Luohong's countenance shifted slightly. Father may be preoccupied with some matters, hence. What? Qin Daoxian exclaimed incredulously. Fifth sister has been captured, her fate uncertain. And father remains oblivious? Qin Luohong clarified. It is not that he is unaware. I trust father has his own plans. Enough, Qin Daoxian retorted, still skeptical of Aunt Qiu's earlier words. Now, however, if anything were to happen to fifth sister, his father's refusal to venture into the Dragon Domain would be something he could never forgive. Qin Daoxian's body remained considerably weakened, in evident contrast to what one would expect from one possessing the Rakshasa bloodline. This piqued Qin Luohong's curiosity. First, tell me why you have become so feeble. A supreme imperial weapon, Qin Daoxian replied. A supreme imperial weapon? I have said what needed to be said. Elder sister, I must go to the Dragon Domain. Do not hinder me. Qin Daoxian attempted to forcefully push past her. However, At the moment their shoulders collided, an aura no less terrifying than that of the Thunder Dragon ancestor surged forth to meet him. Elder sister. He was taken aback, realizing it was a great sage. The impact pushed Chen Daoxian back several steps, leaving him utterly astonished. As their gazes locked, Chen Luohong reassured him, with mother present, little five will return. You do not understand, Chen Daoxian replied, attempting to maneuver around her once more. But Chen Luohong intercepted him again. What is it that I do not understand? Listen to your sister's advice. Rest well. Everything is arranged for the best by mother. Chen Daoxian raised his gaze sharply. But how can mother contend against the entire dragon domain alone? If I were the Azure Emperor, I would seize this opportunity without hesitation to eliminate mother. That way, the three emperors would become the dual emperors, which is preferable to our current predicament. Hearing this, Chen Luohong nodded with satisfaction. No wonder mother often praises you in my presence, saying you are as astute and farsighted as father. Little six, rest assured. Mother will be safe, for all six of us from the Hall of Rakshasas have set out with her. She has declared that this time she will go all in. If the Azure Emperor refuses to release her, she will annihilate the Songlong Imperial Realm. Chen Daoxian exclaimed, Are we mobilizing the entire nest? Chen Luohong affirmed, Indeed. Mother is a person of decisive action. You must be cautious. Chen Daoxian's expression suddenly changed dramatically as he grasped his elder sister's shoulders tightly. How many sacred realm powerhouses do we still have in our Rakshasa Imperial Realm? Chen Luohong, puzzled by his agitation, replied, Including me, there are 2. Why do you ask? Chen Daoxian staggered, his eyes filled with apprehension. He had long been concerned that there might be a mysterious force hidden somewhere in this vast, boundless universe, one that even the 3 great imperial clans were unaware of. For the sake of saving fifth sister, their mother had led the 6 Hall of Rakshasas into the fray. Wasn't this an opportune moment for the enemy to launch an assault on the Rakshasa Imperial Realm? Who was the other sacred realm powerhouse? Chen Daoxian inquired. It is Bai Chen, the adopted son of our uncle, whose cultivation has long surpassed his. He has reached the great sacred realm, but his temperament is notoriously eccentric. He spends all his days locked away in a secluded cottage, engrossed in his own research, Chen Luohong explained. Still unaware of the gravity of the situation and oblivious to why little six was asking such detailed questions. Bai Chen. Second sister Chen Lu shook her head. The dragon clan Huang Chong, the Rakshasa clan Bai Chen, 3 peerless prodigies destined to attain the path of emperorship in the future. So it is him. Chen Daoxian fixed a serious gaze upon his elder sister. What I am about to say may be hard for you to believe. If I am not mistaken, a mysterious force will soon launch a large-scale invasion of our Rakshasa Imperial Realm, intending to completely overthrow our Imperial clan. Chen Luohong was taken aback. Invading us? Listen to me, Chen Daoxian urged. With mother and the 6 Hall of Rakshasas absent and my body too frail to protect our kin, we must rely on you and Bai Chen to confront the enemy. Go find Bai Chen immediately and inform him of this matter. Remember, if anything goes awry, you two must not act alone. You must unite to face the threat. His resolute tone mirrored that of their father from years past, making Chen Luohong deeply realize that she could no longer regard little six as a child. He had truly matured and was gradually embodying the capacity to lead an imperial clan. With this thought, Chen Luohong smiled with gratitude. Very well, I shall heed your arrangements. Once her elder sister departed, Chen Daoxian summoned the Dark Moon 28 Brights, instructing the swiftest among them, Qin Na, to hasten to the Shura Imperial Realm and convey his concerns to their father. Regardless of his thoughts, it was imperative to inform him. This would also provide an opportunity to gauge his stance. On the other hand, if he is indeed the mastermind behind it all, Chen Daoxian's foresight could instill a sense of caution in his father, thereby disrupting his plans. Naturally, the second scenario is one that Chen Daoxian would rather avoid. Despite his lineage from 2 prominent imperial clans, he sincerely desires a home that embodies warmth, unity, love, and mutual trust, rather than one rife with deceit, treachery, and disintegration, where each individual is ensnared in a struggle for the interests of their clan, leading to mutual destruction. Under Chen Daoxian's hasty arrangements, the entire Rakshasa Empire began to adopt a vigilant stance. The number of patrolling clansmen increased, and the elders diligently fulfilled their respective duties at the sub-temples. Upon learning of these developments, Bai Ming, accompanied by his companion heir Zhuzi, hurriedly made his way to Chen Daoxian. Your mother did not punish you? Chen Daoxian was taken aback upon seeing his visitor, as he had anticipated his mother would be furious with him. Bai Ming awkwardly chuckled, hee hee. My aunt knows I am a timid person. After this lesson, I shall never provoke you again. And I will ensure that all our clansmen support you wholeheartedly in becoming the divine son of our Rakshasa imperial clan. Chen Daoxian could only feel speechless in response. But I am a Qin, not a Bai. What does that matter? As long as the blood of the Rakshasa imperial clan flows within you. Does your surname truly make a difference? Furthermore, my aunt mentioned that when you become the lord of the Rakshasa realm, you can choose one of your future sons to bear the surname Bai, thus enriching our family tree. All right. My mother truly is unconventional. Fortunately, she is an empress. Else she might not have been able to maintain such authority. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the direction of the horizon, startling countless individuals around Chen Daoxian as they craned their necks to peer into the distance. The invaders have arrived. Chapter 80. The mysterious masked man appears. Not just one, but several Xianzun powerhouses. Ling Yuyin gazed into the distance, her expression solemn as she commanded, El Luo, Xinu, you two must rush to provide support. Yes. The two women complied, transforming into streaks of azure light that vanished into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, an astonishing aura erupted from all directions, revealing that each location was led by a Xianzun powerhouse. This clearly indicated that the invaders had spared no expense this time, directly validating Qin Daoxuan's deductions. These individuals sought to annihilate the Rakshasa imperial clan while his mother and the 6 palace elders were absent. In a flash, fierce battles erupted throughout the Rakshasa imperial clan. For those who had lived in the imperial realm since childhood, enjoying a long period of peace, this was undoubtedly a nightmare. After enduring tranquility for so long, there will always be those who yearn for war. Yet, when the unexpected conflict arose, and the enemy appeared before them, they fled in disarray. Fortunately, the imperial clan possessed a robust foundation. Under the meticulous orchestration of Chen Daoxian, all battlefronts mounted effective counterattacks, ensuring that the overall line of defense remained within a manageable scope. Cousin, how long do you think this conflict will last? Bai Ming trembled in fright. Embodying the essence of cowardice, Chen Daoxian shook his head in resignation. The true formidable adversaries have yet to reveal themselves. How can we speak of resolution? Those currently present are merely expendable pawns meant to divert the attention of the Rakshasa imperial clan. The genuine threats are undoubtedly lurking in the shadows, ever poised to launch a surprise assault on the imperial palace. Bai Ming collapsed onto the ground, nearly clinging to Qin Daoxuan's leg. As long as I am by your side, I am assuredly safe. Qin Daoxian replied, that is not entirely accurate. Bai Ming looked up in shock. Do not try to deceive me. You have slain even the Thunder Dragon ancestor, apart from the emperors and the formidable Xian emperor. Who could possibly be your match? Chen Daoxian lamented. Regrettably, I find myself inexplicably weak at present, devoid of the previous vigor I once possessed. What? Bai Ming gasped. Chen Daoxian then shifted the subject, smiling down at him. The enemy's ultimate objective is undoubtedly the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace. Bai Ming believed that by arriving at the palace, he would find absolute safety, only to discover he had ventured into the most perilous location. Heir Zhuzi, quickly take me away from here. Bai Ming suddenly cried out. Heir Zhuzi hurriedly approached, hoisting the panic-stricken Bai Ming onto his shoulder, and swiftly took to the skies. Thank goodness this fellow did not become the chosen one. Otherwise, our Rakshasa empire would surely become the laughingstock of the realms. Ling Yuyin remarked, rubbing her forehead, somewhat exasperated. Bai Ming, a proponent of survival at all costs, seemed to forget that he was not immortal. A life of mere existence would ultimately lead to a grave. What significance does that hold? Now, within the vast imperial palace, only Qin Daoxian and Ling Yuyin remained. Amidst the fierce battles, tumultuous waves surged. Qin Daoxian sat comfortably in a rocking chair, his gaze traveling along the expanse of a long lake, sweeping over the plains and crossing snow-capped mountains, ultimately resting upon the exquisitely delicate features of Ling Yuyin. Noticing her palpable tension, he could not help but smile and inquire, have you ever encountered such a scene before? Never. Ling Yuyin replied sharply. Qin Daoxian mused, indeed. A dignified imperial clan, unless faced with a transformative era, would not endure the invasion of enemies. Ling Yuyin paused, taken aback to see the young master calmly savoring tea, and found it curious. Qin Shao, are you not afraid? Remember, since your return from the lower realms, you have not witnessed such grand spectacles. It is said that what is destined to be a blessing may also be a calamity. What is fated cannot be avoided. There are truths in the lower realms that our imperial clan has yet to comprehend, Qin Daoxian replied, his tranquil gaze scanning the horizon. Suddenly, in a certain direction, a terrifying figure emerged. The figure, draped in crimson clouds and clad in a black robe, adorned with a yellow-patterned mask, stood with arms naturally hanging at his sides. Facing the wind, his features obscured. Moreover, he deliberately concealed his powers, releasing not a hint of spiritual pressure. Upon noticing that this enigmatic individual was less than 10,000 zhang away from the imperial palace, Ling Yuan, filled with rage, drew her sword. The fierce fluctuations of her 7 stars mystic sovereign erupting violently. Just as she prepared to charge into battle, Qin Daoxuan's voice rang out sharply, "Do not engage. You will perish." Startled, Ling Yuan halted mid-stride, her skirts billowing in the wind, causing her to instinctively press down on the hem. She turned back in disbelief. "Qin Shao. You." Qin Daoxian maintained his gaze fixed on the masked figure, their eyes locking across the vast distance. His tone, seemingly calm, belied a weighty gravity. "He is formidable." "Formidable?" Ling Yuan questioned, her eyes narrowing at the figure. "I sense no aura from him at all." "Qin Shao, how do you ascertain his strength?" Qin Daoxian replied, "Intuition, perhaps. My instincts tell me that this person might surpass even the Thunder Dragon ancestor." "What?" Ling Yuan paled at the revelation, and in that instant, she was taken aback to see the masked man stride effortlessly towards them, his unfathomable powers allowing him to cover vast distances with each step. Just as her breath threatened to falter, at last, 2 figures tore through the void, standing guard outside the imperial palace. Elder sister. Upon seeing the newcomers, Qin Daoxian was overjoyed, then his gaze fell upon the figure behind her, clad in a sleek black outfit, wielding a slender spiritual sword. Could that be Baichen? One of the 3 most formidable prodigies in the world? Qin Daoxian squinted, eager to witness the prowess of this universally acknowledged future emperor of the Rakshasa Empire. Qin Luohong turned to reassure Qin Daoxian that there was no need for fear. Then, with a cold gaze, she scrutinized the mysterious masked man, attempting to discern his identity. "Sir, why do you conceal your true face? Are you too ashamed to show it?" At her words, the masked man let out a chilling laugh, his voice raspy and unsettling. "The eldest daughter of the Qin family remains as amusing as ever." Qin Luohong's delicate brows furrowed in suspicion. "You recognize me?" The masked man glanced towards the horizon, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if transcending worldly concerns. "Indeed. I have held you in my arms in the past." "Qin Luohong, what do you mean? Held me? Besides the Shura Imperial Palace and the Rakshasa Imperial Palace, who else has dared to embrace me?" At this moment, the masked man shifted his gaze to Baichen. "Little black dragon, you are indeed a dragon. Yet you willingly pledge your loyalty to the Rakshasa Imperial clan. Does your heart not ache?" Baichen smirked, disdain evident in his eyes. "The dragon clan regards me as an outcast. I must accept this outcome. Furthermore, it is only a matter of time before I personally eradicate the dragon domain." The masked man laughed instead of expressing anger. "Ha ha ha. Truly deserving of the title Little Black Dragon, you possess remarkable spirit. I shall not intervene as you bring about the destruction of the dragon domain." Baichen inquired, "So, who is this person? What is his purpose?" Chapter 81. The Mysterious Masked Man, a Power Beyond Comprehension. Baichen and Qin Luohong, 2 formidable saints, stood present. Additionally, Qin Daoxian, who had mysteriously slain an elder of the dragon clan, was also in attendance. Faced with such an imposing lineup, the masked man exhibited neither fear nor hesitation, but rather an air of arrogant disdain. He stood silently in the void, no longer uttering a word. Baichen, with a swift motion of his hand, conjured a sphere of black flame that erupted from his palm. In an instant, the temperature of the surroundings began to surge at an alarming rate, transforming the atmosphere into a searing furnace, causing the very void to shimmer and warp. This was the chaotic black flame. Qin Daoxuan's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes as he fixated on the chaotic black flame, which danced like a dark sprite in the wind, stirring tumultuous waves within his heart. Such a peculiar fire was more formidable than the 5-colored lightning of the Thunder Dragon ancestor. With this black flame alone, Qin Daoxian could surmise that, even if the Thunder Dragon ancestor and the Black Dragon Baichen were of equal cultivation, the latter's true power would undoubtedly far surpass that of his opponent. "Make your move," commanded Qin Luohong, shattering the void as she transformed into an invisible streak of lightning. The masked man casually raised his hand and struck the empty space beside him, just as Qin Luohong appeared. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly crossed her arms defensively in front of her chest. With a resounding impact, she was sent sliding back several dozen yards before barely regaining her footing. Meanwhile, Bai Qin, wielding a slender sword, closed his eyes in concentration, enveloping the blade in chaotic black flame while gathering spiritual energy at his fingertip. Gently flicking it towards the sword, the blade vibrated at a high frequency, producing a piercing sound. This spectacle piqued Qin Daoxuan's interest. Both practiced the unity of man and sword. However, while Qin Daoxian preferred to manipulate the blade with his fingertips, Bai Qin employed a flicking technique. Boxed sword. Veil of light. Bai Qin softly intoned. Suddenly, spiderweb-like fissures rippled through the space surrounding the masked man. The sword aura quietly permeated these rifts, resulting in a flawless fusion of spatial laws and sword techniques, providing Qin Daoxian with significant insight. Crack, crack. Suddenly, vast expanses of space shattered, unleashing an endless array of sword shadows. The overwhelming torrent of sword shadows surged towards the masked man, each shadow shrouded in chaotic black flame. It was evident that any single one of these could pose a lethal threat to a saintly realm powerhouse. The multitude of sword shadows coalesced into a colossal sword aura prison. Yet, to Bai Qin's astonishment, the figure in the black robe and mask danced effortlessly within the cage of sword energy, displaying a grace that seemed ethereal and untouched by the chaos surrounding him. Not only did he effortlessly evade the barrage of tens of thousands of sword chi, but he also occasionally waved at Bai Qin, as if to mock the inadequacy of his attack. Could it be that this remarkable agility was the legendary butterfly dream step? Bai Qin could hardly believe his eyes, widening them in disbelief. Qin Daoxian, overhearing, immediately interjected, "No. The masked man's movements, while not the butterfly dream step, exhibit an astounding speed. More importantly, up to this point, the three of us have been unable to perceive any fluctuations in his energy. To toy with two formidable saint-level warriors, could he possibly be a celestial emperor?" Qin Daoxian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the figure without daring to blink. If he were indeed a celestial emperor, then aside from once again invoking the ancient emperor's star disk, there would be no better option. However, the last time he had employed the star disk, it felt as though his very essence had been drained. Could he truly muster the strength to use it once more? Suddenly, the world trembled. The circular cage of sword chi shattered under the influence of a mysterious law. The masked man stiffly lifted his head, seemingly caught in the throes of this law, his mouth agape. At that moment, a colossal sword shadow, exuding an overwhelming aura, tore through the heavens before plunging toward the masked man's open mouth with tremendous force. With a resounding thrust, it pierced the very fabric of the world. Yet, to Qin Luohong's surprise, at the last moment, the masked man managed to break free from the law's constraints, stepping back just in time to evade the incoming sword shadow, which instead plunged deep into the earth, causing the veins of the land to surge with energy. Moments later, the sea began to churn violently, and even the ground of the Imperial Palace Island cracked and emitted scorching heat. No, Qin Luohong's face turned pale. "Sister, focus on the battle. I'll handle this," Qin Daoxian declared. Ultimate Void Realm. Under Qin Daoxuan's manipulation of the superspatial domain, the tumultuous energy of the earth began to settle. He hadn't anticipated that his younger brother possessed such advanced spatial techniques. As Qin Luohong breathed a sigh of relief, she exchanged a glance with Bai Qin. Without the need for words, they charged towards the masked man, one on the left and one on the right. Since their lethal moves had proven ineffective, they resolved to engage in close combat. The Rakshasa clan was renowned for their prowess in melee warfare, a reputation well-deserved. Yet even as they unleashed their full power, the masked man remained unfazed, his movements maintaining an air of leisurely grace, which only deepened Qin Daoxuan's frown. Recalling the recent strike, Qin Daoxian discerned that the masked man had deliberately freed himself from the restraints of the law just as the final blow of the throat-sealing sword technique was delivered. This indicated that the elder sister's technique posed no threat to him. He could escape at will. No, this individual is far too formidable. Once he steadied his internal energy, Qin Daoxian immediately shouted into the air, "Elder sister, Bai Qin, flee from him at once. You are no match for him." "What?" Bai Qin, upon hearing this, swiftly retreated to a distance of several thousand feet. However, Qin Luohong appeared somewhat bewildered, glancing at her brother in confusion. In that instant, a large hand stealthily passed before her eyes and, with a sudden motion, seized her by the throat. The entire sequence transpired in a mere heartbeat, like a flash of lightning. "Elder sister." Qin Daoxuan's expression darkened as he discreetly gripped the ancient emperor's star-determining plate hidden within his sleeve. "Do not act recklessly." The masked man chuckled softly, directing his gaze toward Bai Qin. At that moment, Bai Qin's pupils had transformed into an eerie crimson hue. The masked man, fixated on those eyes, inquired with a smirk. Is this the Chaos Divine Eye? The Chaos Divine Eye? Chen Daoxian turned to look as well. It seemed Bai Qin was prepared to exert his utmost effort. Yet at this critical juncture, the elder sister was ensnared by that accursed masked man. Do not worry about me. Chen Luohong suddenly bit down on the masked man's hand. The pain incited a furious reaction from him, and an inadvertent wave of terrifying aura emanated from him, plunging the entire Rakshasa Empire into profound despair. What was that aura? Not the Xin Emperor, but rather. Chapter 82, The Fourth Emperor of Strength. The entire Rakshasa Empire trembled abruptly. Countless battlefields fell into despair under the weight of that terrifying spiritual pressure that had momentarily leaked out. A foreign emperor's aura. Could he be an emperor-level powerhouse? Ling Yuan hurriedly shielded Qin Daoxian behind her, gazing up at the mysterious masked man in disbelief. How could there possibly be a fourth emperor-level powerhouse in this world? It was inconceivable. An emperor-level powerhouse already stood at the pinnacle of the universe, and the three contemporary emperors were said to illuminate this era. How could a fourth emerge? Moreover, any emperor, upon attaining the status of emperor, would reverberate throughout the cosmos. It was impossible. At this moment, Chen Luohong and Bai Qin exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the masked man's true identity. No wonder they were unable to prevail. Facing an emperor-level powerhouse left them at a complete disadvantage. An emperor. Chen Daoxuan's eyes lowered, his fists trembling with tension. Mother has taken 6 hall-level Rakshasas to the dragon domain. The Qing Emperor and the other dragon ancestors will undoubtedly be awaiting them. In other words, among the great emperors of this era, only one remains unperturbed. Confronted by Chen Daoxuan's furious glare, the masked man with crimson eyes smiled slyly. Xin'er, what do you wish to say? Xin'er. The voice of the masked man suddenly shifted, resonating with a familiarity that struck Chen Daoxian and Chen Luohong deeply. Father. Chen Luohong gazed at the yellow-patterned mask in a daze, tears welling in her eyes. Is it truly you, father? Ah, it is I, the masked man replied. Just then, Chen Daoxian emitted a thunderous roar. He is not. How could Chen Luohong possibly miss here? She was the eldest daughter, having spent the most time with her father. Xiao Lu, it turns out we were all mistaken. Father truly intends to annex the Rakshasa imperial clan, even the dragon domain. But such an act would never be forgiven by mother. What are your plans regarding her? Chen Luohong, tears streaming down her face, questioned the masked man. The masked man chuckled coldly, his gaze imbued with an air of utter indifference. Who knows? Chen Daoxuan's expression shifted slightly as he solemnly stated, he is not our father. Elder sister, do not be deceived by his feigned voice. Not? Chen Luohong was bewildered. Her father's voice had emerged, and the aura of a powerful emperor was evident. How could he not be? Bai Qin was also perplexed but remained untroubled, his focus unwavering on the masked man, searching for even a hint of weakness. The atmosphere descended into a stalemate. Beneath the mask, the voice echoed Qin Song Yuan's perfectly. Xin'er, are you unable to accept this reality? Qin Daoxian retorted. Do not call me Xin'er. It disgusts me. If you wish to prove you are my father, then remove the mask and let me see. The masked man fell silent, his eyes betraying a momentary tremor, a look of shock that Qin Daoxian keenly observed, bolstering his suspicions. He bellowed, if you were my father, then, with his thunderous methods, he would certainly have brought the 3 great saint servants of my Shura imperial palace and summoned Chunmei and the others to stabilize me, including De Huang, who would be dispatched to the battlefield to resolve this conflict swiftly. Yet, as it stands, the battlefield remains within controllable limits. Thus, I firmly deduce that this individual cannot be my father. His voice, akin to a thunderclap, reverberated through the Rakshasa imperial realm, awakening countless beings to the stark reality. This person dares to impersonate the Shura Emperor, attempting to incite war between the 2 great imperial clans. Under Chen Daoxuan's furious denunciation, the masked man's gaze grew increasingly fierce. A torrent of malevolent energy and overwhelming imperial might surged forth from him, saturating the entire universe with a terrifying pressure. The imperial might subdued all realms. An unstoppable force. Billions of beings prostrated on the ground, countless supreme beings from forbidden zones trembling in fear, secretly coveting. The 4th great emperor has indeed emerged. Who could he possibly be? This is a matter that everyone is eager to comprehend. The masked man, with his cold crimson eyes filled with boundless hatred, gazed at Chen Daoxian and lamented, Xin'er, I regret not witnessing your birth all those years ago. Otherwise, I would never have allowed you to grow so strong. Qin Daoxian abruptly brandished the ancient emperor's star compass, directing it at him. Indeed, what a pity, today. You shall meet your demise at my hands. What? By Chen Luohong, and Ling Yuan gasped in unison, their jaws dropping. What was he saying? Did he intend to annihilate an emperor-level powerhouse? Chen Daoxuan's audacity elicited a derisive laugh from the masked man. Ha ha ha, if your father were here, I might fear him to some extent, but you? You are nothing. In the eyes of an emperor, all living things are mere ants. Even though he sensed the peculiar compass in Chen Daoxuan's hand, which seemed to be an unparalleled imperial weapon, he remained unfazed. The emperors of this era are all formidable beings. Setting aside the primordial age, they are significantly more powerful than their predecessors. What can a mere imperial weapon do against me? Today, I shall demonstrate that your self-proclaimed invincibility is nothing more than a mayfly attempting to shake the heavens. For some inexplicable reason, the masked man's words struck a familiar chord with Qin Daoxian, as if he had heard them somewhere before. Yet, the arrow is nocked and must be loosed. Qin Daoxian was no longer apprehensive about his ability to vanquish this arrogant emperor. After all, the ancient emperor's star compass was the foremost divine artifact of the god of destruction. It was certainly incomparable to the so-called supreme imperial weapon spoken of by the masses. What troubled him was his current state, which might hinder his successful invocation of the ancient emperor's star compass. Moreover, his elder sister was still in the hands of the masked man. The masked man stood poised in the void, gripping Qin Luohong's delicate neck and lifting her high, as if showcasing a trophy to Qin Daoxian. His cold, domineering gaze radiated an unparalleled arrogance, looking down upon all existence. Come on. Let me see how far you can soar after slaying an old dragon. Upon hearing this, Qin Daoxian lowered his gaze, remaining indifferent as he posed one question. You are the master behind the Holy Soul Palace, aren't you? The masked man's crimson eyes narrowed, unable to suppress a chuckle of admiration. What a clever boy. To deduce that is impressive, but I hold your elder sister's life in my grasp. Let us not even discuss whether you can kill me. I ask you, do you dare? Dare, Qin Daoxian exclaimed, suddenly raising his head. He directed his full spiritual energy into the ancient emperor's star compass. An unprecedented and transcendent force resounded throughout the heavens. Under the overwhelming might of this destructive power, all present were left in shock and horror. Chen Luohong's eyes sparkled with delight, as if she saw the shadow of her younger self reflected in Qin Daoxian. This was the same astonishing presence she had once exhibited. With each revelation, the three great imperial clans were left astounded. Elder sister, I am truly sorry. Rather than succumbing to his threats and accompanying you to the grave, it is far nobler to sacrifice oneself to save countless kin. A solitary tear of blood fell from Qin Daoxuan's eye. The ancient emperor's star compass finally emanated an unparalleled aura of annihilation. With a fierce resolve, he cast it forth. Chapter 83. The True Identity of the Masked Man, the Proud Sky Emperor. You scoundrel! How can you disregard your sister's life? The masked man was evidently unprepared for Qin Daoxian to unhesitatingly hurl that supreme imperial weapon. Above the heavens, the fabric of space began to collapse on a grand scale. The masked man fixed his gaze intently on Chen Luohong, his expression betraying a hint of turmoil, and at a critical moment, he flung her toward the horizon with a single hand. The magnificent imperial might enveloped his being. The vast cosmos trembled repeatedly in the face of this unparalleled strike. The masked man could not help but laugh uproariously 3 times, as his fist clenched. An immense beast materialized behind him, standing in the starry expanse, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying imperial presence. The colossal beast crackled with thunder, and upon closer inspection, it was a resplendent golden tortoise. Its back featured a golden serpent radiating an astonishing brilliance. Together, this tortoise and serpent appeared to manipulate endless arcane powers amidst the myriad stars, channeling all the cosmic natural forces into the masked man's fists. The Xuanwu clan. At that moment, countless onlookers were struck with horror. When did a mighty emperor arise from the Xuanwu sacred land, and they remained oblivious to it? It is he. Chen Luohong gazed in astonishment at the familiar figure. Her memories stirring, a spirited man dining with her sister in her home, the scene faintly vivid. The Divine King's overlord fist. The masked man's black robes billowed fiercely, and the surrounding air surged deep into the Star River, causing the myriad realms to tremble incessantly. It seemed to transcend the very essence of the Tao itself. Gathered from the cosmos, all power coalesced beneath the force of his punch. The myriad laws resonated, and amidst the cosmic fractures, the supreme fist collided violently with the ancient emperor's star compass, unleashing a storm of obliteration that swept outward. The nearest Wei was the first to be reduced to ashes under the onslaught of the storm. As the cataclysmic tempest approached the Rakshasa Empire, the heavens crumbled, the laws of the Tao dissipated, and the sight of shattered star rivers filled countless hearts with despair. Chen Daoxian, too, had not anticipated that the clash between the ancient emperor's star compass and a mighty emperor would evoke such a world-ending calamity. Yet, he was utterly spent. In his blurred vision lay the collapse of the heavenly path and the anguished cries of countless souls. Was everything to come to an end? Chen Daoxian swayed unsteadily. And in a daze, he collapsed onto the soft, fragrant couch, burying his face deep in the pillow, surrendering to slumber. Young master, as she gazed at the young master, who had collapsed into her embrace, completely unconscious, Ling Yuan's earlier fears dissipated like mist. The Dark Moon's 28 glories had been destined from birth to safeguard the future young master. Thus, she should not fear death. At least, not in this moment. To perish alongside the young master here would be a profound solace for a lifetime. Young master, should there be a next life, I shall remain by your side to protect you once more. A solitary tear cascaded down her cheek. In the face of the overwhelming aura of destruction encroaching upon the entire Rakshasa Empire, amidst the cries of countless clansmen filled with despair, only Ling Yuan clung tightly to the young master, unafraid of death and unwavering in her resolve. Vile wretch, release our young master. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated through the heavens, shattering the silence that had enveloped the world. Chame. Ling Yuan's eyes flew open as she gazed skyward, and indeed, Chame, Xiaolan, Jiuzhu, and Dongji had all arrived, and behind them stood an invincible figure, the most powerful emperor of the age, the Azura Emperor, Chen Songyuan. With Chen Songyuan's appearance in the sky, a flicker of hope ignited in the hearts of countless individuals within the Rakshasa Empire who had been engulfed in despair. Those who had previously harbored doubts about and now felt a profound sense of shame. Chen Songyuan was not the architect of their invasion, rather, he had stepped forth at this crucial moment to save them, as the force of destruction bore down upon them. Chen Songyuan's typically refined and scholarly demeanor hardened into an icy resolve. With a series of hand seals, the collapse of the starry sky began to slow significantly. A surge of mysterious and terrifying imperial might spread swiftly from the heavens and the earth, as if 3,000 paths were fused into one, easily manipulated by Chen Songyuan, enforcing an unbreakable rule that no one and no method could disrupt, forcibly suppressing the devastation that threatened to engulf myriad realms. Fifth form of all-encompassing phenomena, reversal of extremes. As Chen Songyuan reached out with his hand, an endless divine aura surged forth from the depths of the universe, enveloping the vast expanse of starry sky where the storm of destruction raged, transforming it into a scene of tranquility in the blink of an eye. Within the imperial domain of reversal of extremes, all chaotic forces were extinguished, and nature fell silent. Neither the masked man's power nor the ancient emperor's celestial chart could withstand the overwhelming might of this terrifying domain, both rendered impotent and dissipated. Yet, the serene atmosphere lasted but a moment before it was violently shattered by the rapidly spinning ancient emperor's celestial chart. Crack. A fissure appeared within the domain. Under Chen Songyuan's astonished gaze, that crack widened, ultimately unleashing a dreadful force that even he found unsettling, shattering the domain's barrier and hurtling towards the masked man with fierce intent. No, no. The masked man gazed in despair at the ancient emperor's celestial chart, which swept forth with the might to annihilate all. The mask upon his face began to fracture, revealing an expression of sheer terror as it fell away, exposing a visage that struck Chen Songyuan with astonishment. Yi Outyin. Chen Songyuan exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, at that very moment, the starry sky began to tremble violently once more. A formidable and enigmatic force materialized from the void, transforming into a swirling vortex of multicolored energy that descended upon the cosmos. Within this vortex, a peculiar long column of profound iron gradually descended, ultimately revealing itself to be an immense iron cross. This cross manifested before Yi Outyin, forcefully intercepting the devastating strike of the ancient emperor's star disk. To the astonishment of all, the power of the cross appeared to transcend the confines of this world, as if it possessed a strength beyond all established paths. Nevertheless, it was unable to withstand the might of the ancient emperor's star disk. Upon collision, it began to shatter into fragments. However, its arrival granted Yi Outyin a fleeting moment of opportunity to flee. Observing this, Yi Outyin glared at Chen Songyuan and the unconscious Chen Daoxian, cradled in Ling Yuan's arms, with a fierce countenance. He then transformed into a beam of light, racing toward the infinitely distorted multicolored vortex. Yi Outyin, is Xiao Mai's disappearance related to you? Chen Songyuan roared in fury. His overwhelming aura powerful enough to stifle the entire universe. His wrathful demeanor embodied the essence of what it meant to be the mightiest emperor of the age. Even the denizens of the Rakshasa Emperor realm recognized the terrifying prowess of this man. As Yi Outyin approached the vortex, he paused momentarily. His face contorted in a grotesque grimace filled with boundless hatred. If you wish to know, then pursue me, and cease addressing me by my name. I am now the Emperor Outyin. Chapter 84. Brothers turn against each other for the sake of longevity. Recollection. Emperor Outyin beheld the familiar visage, now twisted into a maddened expression, laughing maniacally from within the multicolored vortex. Qin Songyuan's sorrowful eyes flickered slightly. 500 years ago, at the Xuanwu Sacred Land, a place devoted to the Shura Emperor realm for generations, the sudden arrival of the Shura Emperor, Qin Songyuan, left the entire Xuanwu Sacred Land in astonishment. The sovereign, Yi Wuwen, personally led over 1,000 elders from the clan to welcome the emperor's descent. As the emperor's might cascaded from the depths of the heavens, countless individuals in the sacred land fell to their knees in reverence. Among the crowd, two brothers simultaneously looked up, initially struck by the imposing figure of Qin Songyuan. Subsequently, their gazes fell upon the lotus-clad maiden beside this formidable emperor. The girl was as pure as ice and jade, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to a snow lotus descending upon the world, to be admired from afar but never to be desecrated. Brother, look quickly, she is so beautiful. Hush, do not speak carelessly, that is the Shura Emperor. He may have already heard us. Ah, I harbor no ulterior motives, I merely find her exceedingly beautiful. Devoid of any disrespect. Lower your head. The conversation between the two brothers, though hushed, was easily captured by Qin Songyuan in this profoundly silent setting. Those who have attained the realm of the emperor possess senses that surpass ordinary understanding. It is akin to the sound of a mosquito's wings. To the ears of a powerful emperor, it can be discerned whether it is male or female. Qin Songyuan's gaze flickered toward the crowd, landing on the two trembling youths kneeling before him. He chose not to punish them for their fear. Subsequently, under Yi Wuwen's guidance, he proceeded directly toward the sacred altar. The altar is a place reserved solely for significant ceremonies. Today, the Azure Emperor graces the sacred ground with his presence. As per tradition, Yi Wuwen must allow the most gifted youth of their clan to take the stage and demonstrate their accomplishments to Emperor Chen. Next up, the young master, Yi Outyin. With the appearance of a youth clad in white, the atmosphere in the venue ignited with fervor. Beside Qin Songyuan, Chen Changel, who had been yawning, initially expected this to be no different from the previous so-called prodigies of the sacred ground. To her astonishment, just as she was about to sip her water, she felt an overwhelming tempest of energy erupting from the altar. Xianzong. Chen Changel set down her cup, unable to conceal her shock. The youth atop the altar had indeed reached the same six-star Xianzong realm as herself. It was astonishing that a mere sacred ground could produce a super talent on par with her, a proud scion of the imperial clan. This revelation utterly transformed her prior understanding of the sacred ground. Recognizing her daughter's burgeoning competitive spirit, Qin Songyuan calmly remarked, "This is the bloodline of the ancient divine clan. Among the 7 sacred grounds, only the Xuanwu and Zhuke clans have the potential to birth emperor-level warriors. Do you comprehend now?" "Yes." Chen Changel fixed her gaze on the spirited youth, nodding emphatically before making a request. "Father, I wish to compete with him." Yi Wuwen was taken aback by this. To his surprise, Emperor Chen readily acquiesced. As the imperial clan's daughter ascended the altar, Yi Wuwen cast a series of meaningful glances toward the perplexed Yi Outyin, hoping his son would understand the gravity of the situation. The young lady before them was of imperial lineage, immensely esteemed. They were not to harm her in the slightest. Yi Outyin, though oblivious to his father's deeper intentions, found himself enamored with Chen Changel. During their spar, he indeed held back, yet ultimately he was sent tumbling off the altar by a kick from Chen Changel, inciting cheers and applause from the gathered elders. Yi Outyin's eyes were filled with admiration for the charming Chen Changel. Alas, his younger brother was entirely unaware of these dynamics. Upon hearing the praises from their kin directed toward Chen Changel, in a youthful exuberance, he rushed onto the stage, engaging in a chaotic brawl with her. The entirety of the ordeal was fraught with peril. The two engaged in a fierce battle, each strike nearly lethal. Fortunately, Yi Wuwen acted promptly to restrain his younger son, kneeling publicly to apologize to Chen Changel. At that moment, The bewildered Yi Aoyan and the impetuous Yi Aohai finally comprehended the stark difference in their identities compared to the noble daughter of the imperial clan before them. The master-servant relationship was finally defined in their minds. Subsequently, due to the sacred altar competition, Chen Changel became the closest of friends with the Yi brothers. Together, they practiced martial arts and traveled, forging an unbreakable bond of camaraderie. Chen Changel, disregarding the disparity in their social standings, frequently invited the two to the Shura imperial palace for leisure. Within the palace, they truly grasped the essence of imperial heritage. An elderly fishmonger, a gardener donned in a conical hat, and a chef all possessed strength that far surpassed their fathers. Even a mere dog within the palace boasted astonishing semi-saint prowess. This vast disparity only deepened the brothers' reverence for Chen Changel. However, as time passed, Chen Changel became increasingly enchanting and captivating. Her once rigid form subtly developed alluring curves, and her stunning beauty left the two utterly mesmerized. It is often said that pure platonic relationships between men and women are a myth, and indeed, the brothers soon found themselves pursuing Chen Changel, transcending the boundaries of identity and class. This led to numerous fierce confrontations between them, resulting in a bitter rift over Changel. The elder brother, Yi Aoyan, took a sycophantic approach towards her, while the younger Yi Aohai, in contrast, boldly declared his intent to walk the path of supremacy alongside her. Ironically, the common adage that men must be warm-hearted to be endearing proved to be false, as history illustrated that those who grovel often end up with nothing. When Chen Changel decided to marry Yi Aohai, a significant upheaval occurred in the Xuanwu Holy Land within 3 days. The Holy Master Yi Wuwen was assassinated by a mysterious figure, meeting his demise. In his final moments, he unexpectedly left a will appointing his younger son, Yi Aohai, as his successor, thereby severing the bond between the brothers. Yi Aoyan, in a fit of rage, departed. Centuries later, he returned, his strength having surged dramatically, shocking the Holy Land. In an effort to prevent him from destroying the Xuanwu Holy Land, the unparalleled genius Chen Tianmai, who had entered the realm of the Xian Emperor, ventured forth alone. Little did he know that this journey would lead to both him and Yi Aotian disappearing without a trace. Chen Songyuan. I once had the opportunity to address you as father-in-law, yet your influence over Changel's choices has cost your Shura imperial clan my allegiance as the proud Emperor Aoyan. Do you regret it? Upon hearing Yi Aotian's desperate roar, Chen Songyuan stood impassively, shaking his head in resignation. I have never influenced Changel's choices. Her affections have always been for your younger brother. I refuse to believe it. You shall not deceive me. The man whom Changla loves most dearly must be me. It is I. It is I. Yi Aoyan laughed maniacally, venting the discontent that simmered within him. Yet at that moment, a golden hand suddenly emerged from the vibrant whirlpool behind him. Like a chick being grasped, it seized him and forcibly pulled him in. The terrifying spectacle sent shivers down the spines of all present. Even Chen Songyuan's eyes reflected sheer astonishment. Chapter 85. The 9 heavens and 10 earths may not encompass the entirety of this world. That golden hand appeared to originate from a realm of higher dimensions, exhibiting a terrifying power that even the so-called mightiest emperor, Chen Songyuan, felt a vague sense of unease. However, an instinct whispered to him that perhaps the mysterious world within that whirlpool held traces of Xiaomai. Clenching his fists, Chen Songyuan observed as the whirlpool gradually vanished, unable to restrain himself from stepping forward. Just then, a figure flashed into view, blocking his path. It was the awakened Chen Daoxian. Xiaoxian, your third sister is likely over there. Let me go. Chen Songyuan declared resolutely. Their gazes locked, and Chen Daoxian firmly asserted, no, you cannot go. Chen Songyuan challenged. You. Chen Daoxian pointed towards the whirlpool and remarked, Father, do you not see how unreasonably slow the space is disappearing? If the whirlpool were to vanish, it would happen in an instant. Yet, this colorful whirlpool dissipates at a deliberate pace, as if intentionally luring you in. Chen Songyuan, always meticulous in thought, was acutely aware of this. Yet, his yearning to find Xiaomai was overwhelming. He wanted to see her alive, or at least to know her fate. As he prepared to force his way through, Chen Daoxian suddenly shouted, to retrieve your third sister, you must remain patient. Do not fall into their trap. Chen Songyuan's steps faltered slightly as he regarded his son with a complex expression. Seeing his father finally regain composure, Chen Daoxian sighed in relief and stated, moreover, if the aura within is so formidable, why do they not emerge directly to confront us in battle? It is quite simple, in this world. There exist entities they fear deeply. Chen Songyuan exclaimed in disbelief, are you suggesting? Qin Daoxian, recalling the ancestor he had encountered on Tianshan continent, smiled knowingly. Who can say? He firmly believed that the ancestor was somewhere, silently observing them. Should the adversaries within the colorful whirlpool dare to cross the boundary, the ancestor would undoubtedly appear in time to obliterate them. On the surface, the world perceived Chen Songyuan as the strongest being among the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yet, in his heart, Chen Daoxian was acutely aware that their clan's ancestor, Chen Luanian, still lived. A legend from the primordial era. Perhaps, his cultivation has long surpassed that of an emperor, even reaching the divine realm of the god of destruction. Is that not the essence of divinity? Under the fervent persuasion of his son, Chen Songyuan ultimately subdued his feelings of discontent and regained his composure. The father and son quietly observed the slowly rotating colorful vortex, which gradually transformed into nothingness, vanishing from their sight. Their gazes were unwaveringly resolute. With Chen Songyuan's arrival, the peril threatening the Rakshasa Emperor's domain was entirely alleviated. While Luo Yin had yet to return, and to avoid suspicion, Chen Songyuan naturally refrained from stepping into the Rakshasa Imperial Palace. Instead, he took his son and eldest daughter to a nearby island, a sanctuary where the Kirin Rakshasa, Mei Chanchu, resided. Amidst the lush green mountains and clear waters of the island, there lay a secluded cottage, exquisite and ethereal, like a scene from a celestial realm. Without the owner's permission, Chen Songyuan ventured into this place, walking upon a floating wooden bridge, where he beheld 2 red koi gleefully chasing each other in the pond. One glance from him was enough to bring about their demise, as both fish flipped onto their backs in an instant. This scene caught the eye of Chen Daoxian behind him, causing 3 black crows to flit across his forehead. "Father, I am sorry." At that moment, Chen Luohong suddenly spoke up. Chen Songyuan withdrew his gaze, a slight smile curving his lips. "Da Hong, what apologies do you have to offer, when all is well?" Chen Luohong bit her lip, overwhelmed with self-reproach. When Yi Outyin claimed to be you, I believed his words. Closing her eyes in anguish, she could not bear to face her father, her fist trembling with suppressed emotion. Observing the guilt etched on his daughter's face, Chen Songyuan's expression softened as he approached her directly. He gently placed a hand on her forehead, donning a paternal smile. "In my life, I have been misunderstood by many. Yet I do not relish explaining myself to the world. For the strong need not justify themselves to anyone and remain indifferent to the misunderstandings of others." Chen Luohong, with tears welling in her eyes, looked up. "But I have accompanied you for thousands of years, and yet I am outshone by Xiao Lu's ability to share your daily moments. As your eldest daughter, I feel utterly defeated." "Elder sister, you are mistaken," Chen Daoxian interjected suddenly. "Initially, I too harbored doubts about father, yet in Yi Outyan's words, I discerned illogical elements, and his eagerness to claim such a connection was unreasonable." Chen Luohong was momentarily taken aback. "You too?" "Indeed," Chen Daoxian affirmed. "A normal person would doubt in such circumstances. After all, father is undeniably formidable. It would be quite reasonable for someone of his strength to harbor ambitions of unifying the 3 great imperial clans." "Ha ha!" Chen Songyuan suddenly burst into hearty laughter. His eyes filled with affection as he regarded his son. "You rascal, you are quite forthright." Chen Daoxian could not deny it and shrugged. "Perhaps I have inherited my mother's straightforward temperament, but when it comes to remaining level-headed, I am quite like you, am I not?" Chen Songyuan beamed with delight. "Indeed. Inheriting the finest traits from both your parents, you shall undoubtedly navigate the governance of the 2 great imperial clans with remarkable ease." Was it true that his father intended for Xiao Lu to oversee the imperial clan? Chen Luohong was momentarily taken aback. She was aware of her mother's aspirations, having always been by her side, yet her father's intentions seemed to have been misinterpreted. Chen Daoxian inhaled deeply, tilting his gaze towards the cerulean sky, his profound eyes shimmering with a flicker of fervent brilliance. Setting aside the trivial matter of managing the imperial clan, the formidable power lurking behind the sacred Soul Palace was indeed not to be underestimated. The descending black iron cross had exuded an unparalleled might, a rarity in the world. Chen Daoxian was genuinely concerned about the forces backing the sacred Soul Palace. Was it possible that the ancestral figure was the one instilling such apprehension and that power, preventing them from revealing themselves? Could there be another mysterious force dedicated to suppressing the formidable beings from the colorful vortex? In the vast expanse of the primordial universe, the so-called 9 heavens and 10 realms, along with myriad worlds, may not encompass the entirety of existence. At that moment, Chen Songyuan inquired, "Xian'er, regarding your ultimate imperial weapon, father, even if you inquire about it, I shall remain reticent, Chen Daoxian firmly declined, his tone resolute and unyielding. The god of destruction was the inheritance he deemed to be the strongest, surpassing all known and unknown powers in the world. Therefore, this secret would forever remain unshared with anyone. By withholding it from his family, he would ensure they could never betray him. This was not a matter of distrust, but rather a precautionary measure. Very well, Qin Song Yuan conceded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He turned his gaze towards the small pavilion at the center of the azure pond, sighing. In those days, the island's master and your mother harmonized beautifully, envied by countless souls. Had it not been for your father's quick thinking, you two might never have graced this world. Chen Daoxian and Chen Luohong exchanged glances in silence. Chapter 86. The gathering of fourth sister and fourth brother-in-law at the imperial palace. Ultimately, it appeared that their father could not let go. As for the matters concerning their father, mother, and the enigmatic Mei Changchu, it seemed only upon Mei Changchu's return could Chen Daoxian seek confirmation. Furthermore, even if Mei Changchu truly cherished their mother, what of it? In the end, had their father not emerged victorious? There was no need for such childish sentiments. At least for Chen Daoxian, he would never dwell on such trivialities. The news of the mysterious Force-S attack on the Rakshasa Imperial realm sent shockwaves throughout the myriad realms. In the chamber, Chen Daoxian sat in the bath, while Ling Yuan and Chen Mei vied for the honor of scrubbing his back. Bai Shi, in front of him, scattered petals into the tub, leaving him utterly mesmerized. I inquired, "Are you two like fighting cocks, always at each other's throats upon meeting?" Chen Daoxian was growing increasingly impatient. With a single remark, he managed to bring the two women to a complete halt, both lowering their heads in submission. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. "Xiao Lu, are you there?" Chen Daoxian replied, "I am bathing." Chen Luohong urged, "Quick, tidy yourself up and come out. Your fourth sister and brother-in-law have come to see you." Fourth sister? Brother-in-law? All right. Chen Daoxian sprang up immediately, stepping out of the bath. The three women swiftly assisted him in dressing. After a thorough grooming, he emerged from the door, elegant and poised, soon joining his elder sister in the imperial palace's side hall. Upon entering, a man and a woman turned to regard them. The man, with a handsome visage, bore a striking resemblance to Yi Aotian, clearly the younger brother of the emperor, Yi Aohai, the current master of the Xuanwu sacred land. Beside him stood the enchanting figure clad in celestial garments, none other than his fourth sister, Chen Changel. Although Chen Daoxian had encountered 3 of his 5 sisters, it must be said that this fourth sister was the most captivating. Despite being married, she exuded an ethereal charm and an alluring grace. "You must be Xiao Lu?" Chen Changel approached Chen Daoxian briskly, scrutinizing him from head to toe, her bright eyes filled with affection. Chen Daoxian responded earnestly, "Yes, younger brother greets his sister and brother-in-law. Indeed, our Xiao Lu is handsome, yet retains a masculine vigor. He is truly a fine specimen." Yi Aohai exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his mirth resounding with a grandiosity that eclipsed even that of his brother, despite his lesser cultivation. Chen Changel, with her crimson lips pursed, expressed her concern. "It is all my fault. The debt of gratitude I owe has nearly cost you your life." Yi Aohai, upon hearing this, could scarcely contain his fury. "That scoundrel not only took my father's life, but seeks to harm many more. How could our Yi family produce such a wretch?" At this revelation, Chen Daoxian was taken aback. He killed his own father? Yi Aohai sighed heavily. "Indeed. At the time, my father intended to pass the throne to me, but he could not abide by it and secretly poisoned him. When the truth came to light, he resorted to violence, severely wounding several elders of our clan. Such a traitor is not worthy of being called my brother. Should I encounter him, I shall fight him to the death. No retreat." Chen Daoxian, with a tone of resignation, said, "If you do cross paths with him, I hope you refrain from engaging in a life-and-death struggle." Chen Daoxuan's straightforwardness rendered Yi Aohai momentarily silent. Setting aside the anger, there was merit in Chen Daoxuan's words. Presently, Yi Aotian had ascended to become the 4th emperor among the realms, known as the Emperor Aoyan. In contrast, although Yi Aohai was the master of the Xuanwu, his cultivation had only reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Xian Saint, not even touching the threshold of the Great Saint realm. Such power, while formidable amongst sacred beings, was but a speck of dust in the eyes of an emperor. The terrifying prowess of the great emperor has already been experienced by Chen Daoxian. Were it not for the unparalleled killing weapon, the ancient emperor's celestial starplate, he would be, in the eyes of the proud Emperor Aotian, no more significant than a blade of grass. Chen Luohong interjected, Yi Ao Tian's betrayal of his kin and his loss of humanity have incited the wrath of both gods and men. However, as Xiao Lu rightly pointed out, he has now ascended to the status of an emperor. If we wish to confront him, we must rely on the strength of our parents and Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, Qin Changel, and Yi Ao Hai simultaneously exclaimed in astonishment. Facing their shocked gazes, Qin Luohong replied, "You are unaware, aren't you? Xiao Lu possesses a trump card that nearly obliterated Yi Ao Tian." What? The two gasped in unison. Xiao Lu is so formidable. Their father had departed from the Rakshasa imperial realm days ago, allowing the young ones to act with greater freedom. In the imperial palace, the four of them were in high spirits. Upon hearing that Xiao Lu had mastered an extraordinary technique that could significantly enhance his cultivation through dual cultivation with a female possessing a special bloodline, Yu Ao Hai clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "What a remarkable technique!" Qin Changel glanced sideways. "What are you saying?" The terrifying look in his eyes immediately sent a chill down Yi Ao Hai's spine. He hastily set down his cup and stammered, "Ha, my lady. That is not what you think. I mean, our Xuanwu divine clan inherently possesses the bloodline of the ancient gods. If we find someone to dual cultivate with Xiao Lu, wouldn't he experience a tremendous surge in his cultivation?" Seeing his brother-in-law's fervent desire for self-preservation, Qin Daoxian could not help but smile. It is indeed beneficial. But is it truly appropriate? Isn't it said that the ancient god clans are particularly averse to close kin? Yi Ao Hai waved his hand dismissively. What does that even mean? What constitutes close kin? Besides, our clan's lineage spans over millions of years, even if we share the same surname. Most relationships have long since drifted beyond the reaches of the starry rivers. Xiao Lu, remember, with your brother-in-law, you need not ponder too much. Just tell me what you desire, and I assure you it shall be arranged explicitly and transparently. Upon hearing this, Qin Changel's cheeks flushed as she glared at him. What are you saying? Xiao Lu is still young. Yi Ao Hai waved his hand again. He has returned from his trials. He must certainly be mature now. He understands the customs of the imperial descendants venturing down to experience the world. Xiao Lu's return to the upper realm indicates he has already seen through the intricacies of love. In response to his brother-in-law's concerned inquiry, Qin Daoxian felt somewhat embarrassed and casually remarked, "As long as she is a woman." What? That cannot be. Unexpectedly, both Qin Luohong and Qin Changel sprang to their feet, slamming the table. The two men exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded. After a moment's thought, Qin Changel suggested, "Husband, what do you think of Yi Wu Jiao?" Yi Ao Hai was momentarily taken aback. She is indeed good, but her temperament. Qin Changel interjected, "What about her temperament? She must learn to temper it in front of our Xiao Lu. If you cannot manage a mere young girl, how do you expect to be the Xuanwu Holy Lord?" Qin Luohong let out a soft laugh, signaling her fourth sister to show some consideration for her brother-in-law. However, the union between the sacred ground and the imperial clan has always been unequal. For Yi Ao Hai to marry Qin Changel is indeed a stroke of divine favor. Even Yi Ao Hai himself acknowledges that he has climbed the lofty branches of the Qin imperial family, under the stern words of his wife. Yi Ao Hai no longer made excuses. "Very well, I shall arrange this matter upon my return, ensuring that little firecracker serves our young sixth properly." Qin Daoxian interjected. Little firecracker? What on earth? Wasn't she called Yi Wu Jiao? Chapter 87. The remnant divine power of the god of destruction. That night, several individuals indulged in excessive drinking. Upon returning to his room, Qin Daoxian left Bai Ji alone and instructed her to close the door. Once Bai Ji secured the door and window and returned, she was taken aback to find him lying on the couch, his complexion fluctuating between warmth and cold. "Young master, what is the matter with you?" "Hush." Qin Daoxian raised a finger to silence her, indicating for her not to raise an alarm. "Help me sit up," he weakly requested. With Bai Ji's assistance, he managed to stabilize himself and began to sit cross-legged, circulating his spiritual energy in a continuous cycle. Even now, his body remained frail, demonstrating the immense toll that repeated use of the ancient imperial star disk had taken on him. It was a testament to his possession of the Rakshasa bloodline. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished long ago. After a night of recuperation, Qin Daoxuan's complexion showed some improvement. In order to prevent his elder sister and fourth sister from worrying, he behaved as usual, engaging in light-hearted conversation with them, while dedicating the night to intensive recovery. The only one privy to the truth was Bai Ji. Witnessing the young master's unwavering determination, she grew increasingly anxious as days passed without any signs of improvement in his condition. In desperation, She discreetly sought out Qin Luohong and informed her of Qin Daoxuan's physical state. In the room, clad in a white alchemist robe, Qin Luohong sat at the edge of the bed, delicately resting her fingers on Qin Daoxuan's wrist. "Elder sister, I am fine," Qin Daoxuan smiled faintly. Yet Qin Luohong's expression grew increasingly grave. Moments later, she rose abruptly, her countenance transformed. "Young Sixth, you are being utterly reckless." The sudden outburst startled Bai Ji, causing her heart to flutter. "Elder miss, what of the young master?" Observing her elder sister trembling, her eyes reddening, Qin Daoxian was equally astonished. "I merely utilized the extreme imperial weapon twice. The consumption should not have resulted in any significant injury, should it? Should it not?" Qin Luohong struggled to contain her anger, her eyes reflecting more concern than fury. "Young Sixth, though I am unaware of the nature of your extreme imperial weapon, your current physical condition is indeed dire. Within you resides a multitude of forces that do not belong to you, and those forces are exceedingly violent and uncontrollable, intertwining with the vital pathways of your spirit, rendering them irrepressible. For some time, you have taken matters into your own hands, attempting to suppress this through meditation. But do you realize that such actions will only exacerbate the issue?" Qin Daoxian wore a look of bewilderment. "Why?" Qin Luohong's voice quivered as she replied. "Because forcibly suppressing that power will only reinforce its adaptability within you. It will become increasingly difficult to expel it from your body in the future." Tears welled in Qin Luohong's eyes as she closed them, shaking her head in anguish, teetering on the brink of despair. Observing her distress, it seemed the situation was indeed dire. Qin Daoxian struggled to sit up, a chill creeping down his spine. "No wonder I was puzzled earlier. Isn't our Rakshasa clan endowed with boundless spiritual power? How could we be drained to a state of irrecoverability by an imperial weapon?" It became clear that this was not merely a depletion. Bai Shi, with tearful eyes, gazed intently at Qin Luohong. "Miss, what should we do now? Can you cure the young master?" Qin Luohong clenched her delicate hand tightly against her chest, tilting her head back and closing her eyes. The situation had reached this point. She could no longer avoid it and had to confront it. After much internal struggle, she finally opened her eyes, her gaze resolutely fierce. "In this world, there exists but one person capable of saving you, and that is I. No matter the cost, I shall endeavor to try." She was, after all, the most formidable alchemist in the realms above and below. If even she found herself at a loss, then little Six's life might be in grave peril. The gravity of the situation astounded Qin Daoxian. "What on earth had the ancient emperor's celestial compass left within me?" Qin Luohong instructed. "Bai Ji, this matter must remain confidential. Do you understand?" Naturally, her admonition encompassed even Qin Songyuan. Bai Ji nodded earnestly. Qin Luohong then asked Bai Ji to leave, and once the door was closed, she turned her gaze towards her brother. "Show me your supreme imperial weapon." Qin Daoxian replied. Qin Luohong urged, "I understand how significant that object is to you, and if possible, I would like to respect your wishes." Qin Daoxian responded, "I comprehend." With a flick of his hand, the air distorted violently, and in the next moment, an ancient celestial compass materialized above his palm. Upon witnessing this unparalleled supreme imperial weapon, Qin Luohong, whose mental fortitude was already formidable, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, prompting her to retreat hastily, her eyes wide with sheer terror as she beheld the ancient emperor's celestial compass. This. Since Qin Daoxian had revealed it, he chose to trust his elder sister and promptly clarified. "This is known as the ancient emperor's celestial compass. A relic of my lineage." The ancient emperor's celestial compass? Qin Luohong's beautiful eyes quivered. Throughout history, legendary supreme imperial weapons had existed, many of which had vanished into the annals of time. She was well acquainted with their names, such as the Nine-Li Map, the Infinite Measure, the Dao Yin Immortal Garb, the Void Sword, the Primordial Bell, the Desolate Tower, and the Celestial Dragon Fawn. Yet, the ancient emperor's celestial compass was something she had never heard of. With a multitude of questions swirling in her mind, Qin Luohong forcefully suppressed the fear that lurked deep within her soul and stepped forward to scrutinize it. However, as she approached, a terrifying force emanating from the ancient emperor's celestial compass surged toward her spiritual essence. Witnessing this unfolding scenario, Qin Daoxian, quick-witted and swift of hand, immediately retracted it into his body. Meanwhile, Qin Luohong was overwhelmed by the onslaught of malevolent energy, collapsing onto the ground in shock. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though her body had been shattered into countless fragments. Little did she expect that the terrifying force used by her brother to strike at Yi Outyin was of such a dreadful nature. Beyond the surface display of power, the true horror of the ancient emperor's star disk lay in its capacity to inflict harm upon the soul. With this thought, Chun Luohong abruptly raised her gaze and tremulously inquired, Are you still well in terms of spiritual power? Spiritual power? The sea of consciousness. Chun Daoxian replied, Since I acquired the ancient emperor's star disk, the sky and ocean within my sea of consciousness have changed in hue. The ocean? Chen Luohong exclaimed in utter astonishment. Your sea of consciousness is an ocean? How vast is it? Chen Daoxian scratched his head. I cannot say for certain. It seems boundless. Chen Luohong mused. Although her own cultivation was merely at the great sage level, she would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 in terms of sea of consciousness strength across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yet, despite this, her sea of consciousness was merely a visible lake, not particularly expansive. To think that Xiao Lu's sea of consciousness was so formidable. With a sudden sigh of relief, Chen Luohong remarked, Fortunately, your spiritual power is extraordinarily potent. Otherwise, you might not have survived to this day. Now, accompany me to the Shura Emperor Palace, where the richest resources of imperial-grade spiritual herbs can be found. Young master, something's amiss. Suddenly, a shout from outside interrupted them, the voice of Bai Ming. Chen Luohong's expression shifted slightly, signaling Xiao Lu to remain silent before she stepped outside. She beheld Bai Ming, who had hurriedly rolled and crawled into the courtyard, exclaiming, Just now, someone from the Songlong Imperial Realm brought a broken sword. It is the broken sword of Lord Bai Kuei, the evil Luo Sha. What? Chapter 88, A Rampage in the Dragon Domain. Bang! The door was kicked open with a resounding crash. Qin Daoxian, filled with fury, demanded, Are you saying it is the broken sword of the evil Luo Sha? Xiao Lu, return to your room. Chen Luohong shook her head at him. Yet, with their mother in peril, how could Qin Daoxian remain passive? Seeing Bai Ming's frightened demeanor, Qin Daoxian lowered his voice and inquired again, Who delivered the broken sword? Have they departed? Bai Ming replied, It was Lei Xiaonan. She just left and should not be far away. Which direction? Qin Daoxian pressed. Bai Ming pointed toward the horizon. Noticing this, Chen Luohong immediately stopped him. Xiao Lu, you previously urged father to remain calm. Now that trouble has arisen, why are you not adapting? Implicit in her words was the notion that his current physical condition was already dire. There was no possibility of wielding the ancient emperor's star disk again. Even his original strength would likely only amount to a fraction of its true potential. Chen Luohong hoped he would listen and return to the Shura Emperor Palace with her. As for the matter of rescuing their mother, she entrusted it to their father. But the current situation is markedly different from when facing Yi Outyin. The evil Luo Sha sword has been severed. The events have evidently spiraled beyond control. Chen Daoxian endeavored to maintain a calm tone and retorted, Sister, you must have heard the phrase delay invites change. If our mother is engaged in a fierce battle with the Dragon Clan, every moment lost diminishes her chances of survival. This is an undeniable truth. Otherwise, they could have informed father. The delays could stretch for days, and even if father reaches the Songlong Imperial Realm, it would likely be futile. Chen Luohong fell silent, for Xiao Lu's judgment was indeed correct. Currently, their mother might still be in the throes of battle. Or perhaps she has already faced defeat. Regardless of either possibility, arriving early in the Dragon Domain would be the most advantageous decision for their mother. Upon arriving in the Luo Sha Imperial Realm, their mother had always been by his side, imparting her skills without reservation. Even if she had not been there in recent years, he could genuinely feel how warm this maternal love was to him. If the roles were reversed, he believed without a doubt that she would go to any lengths to rescue him. Sister, I have made up my mind. Will you stay to guard the Imperial clan, or accompany me to the Dragon Domain? Chen Daoxian inquired. Their gazes locked. As she beheld her brother's unwavering determination, Chen Luohong's tumultuous emotions suddenly settled. Of course, I will go with you, she declared emotionally. Very well, let us stir up a storm together. Chen Daoxian turned his gaze towards the trembling Bai Ming and admonished. Stop shaking. Go inform fourth sister, asking her and brother-in-law to remain and guard the Imperial clan, in case this is yet another of Yi Outyin's schemes. Bai Ming responded timidly, All right, and what about Bai Chen? Bai Chen has already proceeded to the Dragon Domain. A voice suddenly interjected. The three turned to see Chen Changle, and Yi Aohai had arrived outside the courtyard. Sister, Xiao Lu, you may rest assured. We will manage matters here in the Imperial clan, Chen Changle said, fully aware that his strength was insufficient to confront the Dragon clan directly. He would only be a burden if he accompanied them. Indeed, Chen Luohong nodded, though she remained deeply concerned about Xiao Lu's condition. However, this matter was highly confidential and entailed significant implications, so she could not disclose it. She could only hope that this endeavor would successfully bring their mother back, allowing them to devote all their efforts to treating Xiao Lu. Otherwise, the delay could render even the divine beyond help. Chen Daoxian and Chen Luohong, following Bai Ming's direction, tore through the void and directly entered the spatial tunnel. In the vast cosmos, the two moved swiftly through the tunnel. Observing her brother's tense profile, Chen Luohong pondered. When we encounter Lei Xiaonan, if action is required, I shall take the lead. Understood, Chen Daoxian nodded in agreement. Lei Xiaonan is merely a 4-star Xianxin. My sister will have no trouble dealing with her. After 3 days of traversing through space, the siblings finally arrived at the Songlong Imperial Realm. However, the sight before them left them somewhat astonished. The teleportation platform lay in ruins, a landscape marred by devastation. Scattered across the scorched earth were the corpses of powerful dragons. From the charred remains, Chen Luohong deduced that all of this was the doing of Bai Chen. Strangely, Chen Daoxian stroked his chin, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Chen Luohong, curious, tilted her head and asked, "What is the matter?" Chen Daoxian replied candidly, Lei Xiaonan's cultivation is nothing more than 4-star Xianxing. Bai Ming clearly stated that she left not long ago. Why then did Bai Chen arrive at the Songlong Imperial Realm before us, despite pursuing her? Bai Chen is a formidable saint-level expert, of the same caliber as my sister. It is unreasonable for him to fall behind Lei Xiaonan. Upon his words, Chen Luohong also found the situation rather peculiar. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. Since Bai Chen had already taken action, the sooner they found him, the more they could combine their strength to carve a bloody path through the dragon domain. In the vast realm, there was no sound of fierce battle. However, Chen Daoxuan's mental prowess was extraordinarily formidable, arguably the strongest in all realms. With closed eyes, he sensed the faint remnants of Bai Chen's aura. Following these traces, the two continued their pursuit. In the Songming realm, the ancient dragon ancestor led over 10,000 elders, surrounding Bai Chen within a valley. Seeing the once small black dragon now transformed into a saint-level powerhouse, the ancient dragon ancestor's eyes brimmed with a fierce crimson. You wretched cur, how dare you return? It was the ancient dragon ancestor who once sought to slay Bai Chen, only to be thwarted by an intervention from the Fire Dragon clan, allowing the little black dragon to escape. Now, encountering his nemesis, the animosity was palpable. Faced with the multitude of elder dragons that enveloped the heavens and the earth, Bai Chen's thin lips slowly curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Old fool, I have no time to waste with you. If you know what is good for you, step aside. The ancient dragon ancestor retorted, What did you say? Is this little black dragon not here to confront me? He was taken aback. Then what brings you to my dragon domain? Bai Chen coldly raised his gaze, feigning ignorance. With a resounding thud, he stomped the ground, his figure instantly appearing before the ancient dragon ancestor. Boom. The two exchanged powerful blows, unleashing a terrifying energy storm. Despite being of the same saint level, the ancient dragon ancestor found himself utterly outmatched, being forced to retreat with each strike from Bai Chen. Ancestor. The other elder dragons were struck with alarm. At this moment, the ancient dragon ancestor raised a hand, signaling them not to intervene. Coughing violently, he struggled to regain his composure and queried, Clarify your intentions for coming to my dragon domain. Bai Chen casually adjusted his hands and remarked indifferently, Of course. I am here to escort my adoptive father and the esteemed Lord of the Realm back. The Lord of the Realm, a mere dragon, had willingly succumbed to degradation. Acknowledging Bai Luoyan as his master, the ancient dragon ancestor snorted coldly. Haven't they already departed? Boom. A torrent of murderous intent suddenly erupted from within Bai Chen, enveloping the surroundings. Old fool, still pretending with me? It seems your clan of the underworld dragon seeks annihilation today. The ancient dragon ancestor widened his eyes in disbelief. What am I pretending about? Chapter 89. A single individual pierces through the ancient realm of Songming. The ancestor's words did not calm Bai Chen. Instead, they intensified his fury. The ice demon Bai Ruoli was his foster father, who had bestowed upon him both recognition and a life-saving grace. He would never allow any misfortune to befall his adoptive father. With a flourish, Bai Chen spread his arms, and the tyrannical chaos black flame erupted dramatically. The temperature soared uncontrollably across the heavens and the earth. Countless dragon warriors displayed expressions of terror. The ancient dragon ancestor realized that today's little black dragon was beyond his capacity to contend with. yet as one of the 7 esteemed elders of the dragon clan. His pride forbade him from bowing to Baichen. If you wish to forcibly breach my dragon domain, you must first overcome my clan of the underworld dragons. Furiously, the ancient dragon ancestor raised his hand, unleashing a majestic dragon might that pressed down upon the ground with great force. In the face of this unparalleled pressure from the great saint realm, Baichen felt a desire to laugh. His calm eyes coldly observing the elder dragon standing like a mountain amidst the tempest, with the wind god sword in hand. He unleashed a ferocious sword aura imbued with the chaos black flame, striking down with great force. Qin Daoxian and Qin Luohong flew forth, leaving scorched earth and a multitude of corpses in their wake. It was a merciless slaughter, judging by the characteristics of the remains. Even women and children had not been spared. It seems Baichen has truly lost his mind, Qin Luohong remarked, frowning. To be honest, she was quite curious. Although Baichen was usually taciturn, a solitary figure who shunned social interaction, he hardly seemed like a person with a penchant for bloodshed. Why would he exterminate even the common folk of the Songlong imperial realm? At that moment, Qin Daoxian suddenly halted. What's wrong? Qin Luohong asked. Also coming to a stop, Daoxian surveyed the ravaged dragon domain, his stern visage reflecting confusion. Sister, have you noticed something amiss with the atmosphere here? Qin Luohong was momentarily taken aback. Something amiss? She shook her head in bewilderment. Think carefully, Daoxian urged. When you and Baichen confronted Emperor Outyin, the black flames he wielded exuded an overwhelmingly destructive aura. Yet here, something feels off. Qin Luohong gazed at the endless scorched earth below, still unable to comprehend. Given the devastation, what could possibly be amiss? Daoxian chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he positioned his hands in front of him and began to form seals at an astonishing speed. The intricate and dazzling seals of the Tao were executed flawlessly by his hand. The formation of these seals is not something that can be mastered in a mere day or two. To his astonishment, Little Six, having followed his mother for only a few days of training, had already become adept at their manipulation. It seems he possesses not only astonishing soul power, but also an extraordinary talent in the cultivation of any method, one that is truly exceptional. He invoked the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, summoning the primal essence of myriad energies. As Qin Daoxian suddenly moved his hand, the scorched earth beneath him erupted into a vast spiritual array, stretching for hundreds of thousands of zhang. The expanse of this spiritual formation was astonishing. Even more remarkable to Qin Luohong was the presence of a powerful and unknown fiery aura within this immense array. The wisps of black energy bore a resemblance to chaotic black flames, seemingly a form of black fire. However, it lacked the malevolent aura characteristic of chaotic black flames. It was evidently not the same kind of fire. How could this be? Qin Luohong gazed in disbelief at the black energies swirling within the array, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. This indicated that none of this was the doing of Baichen. Had someone else arrived after Baichen, committing senseless slaughter and intending to pin the blame on him? Who could be behind such an act? Was it Yi Outyin? Qin Luohong found it hard to believe. Yi Outyin, the child she had looked after when he ventured to the Shura Imperial Palace, had spared her life for that very reason. It was likely that he was involved. Qin Daoxian spoke solemnly. Yi Outyin has infiltrated the 3 great holy lands, attempting to masquerade as a member of the Shura Imperial clan to incite conflict among the 3 imperial families. Subsequently, he could instigate further discord between the Luocha and Songlong imperial realms. It is certainly plausible. In any case, we must pursue and investigate further. The Dragon Domain, a core territory, is said to be divided into 7 realms. This was Qin Luohong's first visit, and like Qin Daoxian, she found herself lost in the unfamiliarity of the surroundings. However, as they entered a valley and beheld the unending sea of black flames and the scattered remnants of ashes, they felt a chilling aura emanating from within. Qin Luohong's expression shifted dramatically. This is the territory of the Underworld Dragon Clan. Qin Daoxian inquired. The Underworld Dragon Clan? Qin Luohong nodded with conviction. Indeed, the Underworld Dragon Clan possesses the coldest bloodline within the Dragon Domain, demonstrating formidable control in battle. Even in death, their chilling aura lingers, a power capable of freezing the void itself. It is a strength unique to the Underworld Dragon Clan. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene, Qin Luohong was certain this was the handiwork of Baichen. Here, the relentless black flames were indeed the true chaotic black flames. It appeared that Baichen had cut through the Songming realm. Perhaps the ancient dragon ancestor has already perished. The Huanlong ancestor mysteriously vanished alongside the third sister a century ago, and recently, the Leilong ancestor was annihilated by the sixth brother using the ancient imperial star disk. Now, with the demise of the Minglong ancestor at the hands of Bai Qin, only 4 of the 7 dragon ancestors remain. This has undeniably shattered half of the dragon clan's foundation. Chen Luohong could not help but feel a surge of panic as she gazed blankly at her brother. Sixth brother. Do you think our mother can't be? Yi Aoyan is simply no match for her, Chen Daoxian declared through gritted teeth. Mother possesses the unparalleled Raising Gate technique. Even among emperors, the only one capable of surpassing her would likely be our father. Yi Aoyan falls far short of such qualification. Yet, as Chen Daoxian spoke, there was an evident hint of uncertainty in his voice, for within that bizarre 7-colored vortex, an unknown force lingered, seemingly eclipsing Yi Aoyan. It dared not emerge, likely out of fear of the ancient ancestor behind the Shura clan, Chen Lunyang. But what of their mother? Did the Rakshasa Emperor clan also harbor terrifying secrets unknown to the world? If not, could she truly contend with such formidable beings? Now, Chen Daoxian dared not delve deeper into these thoughts. The more he contemplated, the more dread enveloped him. Mother, wait for me. I must reach you. Chen Daoxian unleashed his full power, accelerating his flight, while Chen Luohong followed closely behind, her heart heavy with concern. She worried about how much longer her brother could endure. After all, the force within him was overwhelmingly powerful, manifesting a strength that clearly did not belong to this realm. Chapter 90. The Little Black Dragon Fights the White Dragon Ancestor. In the Pale Realm, at the divine mist vast green plain, a sky filled with black flames obscured the sun, moon, and stars, rendering this world a true apocalypse. Yet, despite this, the divine mist vast green plain remained lush and vibrant, showcasing a scene teeming with life. The reason the vast green plain could withstand the chaotic black flames was due to the spiritual herb known as Divine Mist Dragon Whiskers, the most fire-resistant herb in existence, even regarded as a nemesis to all flames. Similarly, the White Dragon Ancestor of the Pale Realm is a formidable dragon who fears no fire. The White Dragon Ancestor stood poised in the air, gazing intently at the enraged Bai Chun, his cold gaze sweeping over the sword. Indifferently, he inquired, "What have you done with the Minglong Ancestor? To arrive here, you must have traversed the Songming realm, and he is well aware of the Minglong Ancestor's fate." Bai Chun casually leveled his sword, a glint of interest in his eyes as his indifferent voice rang out. "I killed him." Boom. A terrifying, overwhelming aura surged forth from the White Dragon Ancestor, suffocating in its intensity. As a great sage, he was vastly superior to the Minglong Ancestor. The White Dragon Ancestor clenched his fist, a crimson hue gradually igniting in his eyes. As a member of the dragon lineage, you dare to invade the dragon domain and wreak havoc. Such an affront is unforgivable. The Pale World? Chen Luohong gazed ahead at the cliff, where 3 striking characters boldly proclaimed its name, causing her to peer into the distance. It appeared that she had arrived at the territory of the White Dragon Clan. It was said that the Underworld, Wind, and Thunder clans constituted the outer domains of the dragons, while the Yellow, Flame, and White clans represented the inner domains. Beyond the inner domain lay the very heart of the Azure Realm. Mother must be within the Azure Realm. Boom. In the sky, the cerulean waves rippled amid the wildly twisting void, as the fierce battle between the White Dragon Ancestor and Bai Chen raged on. A vast and sacred might surged into the heavens, causing the entire star domain to tremble violently. The encroaching black flames completely engulfed the White Dragon Ancestor. Yet, in mere moments, he emerged, having withstood the inferno with sheer force. At this moment, the White Dragon Ancestor's garments had been reduced to ashes. But what left Bai Chun astounded was the radiance emanating from his body. More precisely, strange spiritual patterns adorned his form, exuding a golden glow that shimmered brilliantly. It felt as though he had forcibly absorbed the chaotic black flame's power into his very being. This revelation left Bai Chun utterly astonished. The White Dragon Ancestor gazed down at him with indifference and declared, "Little Black Dragon, your flames are indeed formidable, but before me, they shall merely serve as sustenance." Sustenance? Bai Chun was skeptical. He summoned his sword with a flick of his wrist, unleashing a wave of black sword energy directly at the White Dragon Ancestor. Faced with such a formidable strike, the White Dragon Ancestor couldn't be bothered to defend himself. Bang! The blade struck his chest, and as the sword energy dissipated, Bai Chun was astonished to discover that the chaotic black flames contained within had indeed been absorbed by the peculiar golden patterns on the ancestor's body. Such a physique existed in this world. Bai Chen was thoroughly astounded. In his youth, he had often heard tales in the dragon domain about the white dragon ancestors' enigmatic nature. Little did he expect that this ancient being possessed such a remarkable and extraordinary bloodline. The white dragon ancestor, a robust figure, seemed to grow even stronger with age. His cold, unyielding gaze fixating on Bai Chen as one of the three prodigies of this era. You had the potential to challenge the realm of the emperors in a few millennia. At that time, aside from the Azure Emperor and Huang Shang, none from my dragon clan would stand a chance against you. Alas, it is regrettable that you chose to unleash slaughter upon my dragonkin before you ascend to such heights. Clearly, the white dragon ancestor was a discerning elder who valued talent. Otherwise, he would not have shared so much with Bai Chen. However, upon hearing these words, Bai Chen's expression turned frigid, his eyes igniting with fierce flames of fury. "Cease your grandiloquent speeches. Your intentions towards the Lord of the Azure realm are evident. You merely seek to compel me to come here. As you wished, I have come." "What did you say?" The white dragon ancestor's snowy brows furrowed deeply. "The Lord of the Azure realm, by Luo Yin, departed the dragon domain 3 days ago. When have we ever troubled her?" "Bai Chen, what is happening? Why does this fellow align himself with that ancient nether dragon?" The white dragon ancestor continued. "Furthermore, she has reached a marital agreement with Lord Qing Di. What reason do we have to trouble her further?" "Bai Chen, a marital agreement?" The white dragon ancestor gazed at him in confusion. "Our strongest prodigy, Huang Chang, is about to become Dao partners with your Rakshasa deity, Qin Dao Xian. This, indeed, is the optimal resolution to the discord between our two clans." The astonishing revelation left Bai Chen wide-eyed. Huang Chang and Qin Dao Xian are betrothed. If this is true, it would mean that the Rakshasa Imperial clan is forming alliances with both the Shura and the Azure Dragon empires. If that were the case, it would undoubtedly be more beneficial than detrimental for the Lord of the Realm. Bai Chen, perplexed, asked, "Then why did Lei Xiaonan hold the broken sword of the esteemed evil Rakshasa and come to our Rakshasa Imperial realm to humiliate us?" Upon hearing this, the white dragon ancestor's expression darkened instantly. He abruptly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. At that moment, his magnificent and ancient form swelled dramatically, revealing an exaggerated muscular outline, with an aura emanating from him that was several times more intense than before. He had been holding back until now. This was his full strength. The white dragon ancestor's fist trembled violently, the veins on his arms pulsating as his aged face grew increasingly sinister. When he reopened his blood-red eyes, an overwhelming sanctified presence completely suppressed Bai Chen's aura. His thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. Knowing full well that Lei Xiaonan fell ill from humiliation after her battle with Qin Daoxian, you still dare to jest with me. Little black mudfish, it seems you are indeed not of my kind. Your heart must be different. Boom, boom, boom. Striking lightning, as thick as barrels, rained down from the depths of the firmament. The words of the white dragon ancestor left Bai Chen in disbelief. Lei Xiaonan is dead? Impossible. Many of our clan witnessed her that day. She is not dead. It is clear you are the ones humiliating us. Bai Chen gritted his teeth, the void beneath his feet swirling with chaotic black flames. There is no use in further words. Little brat, prepare to meet your end. The white dragon ancestor's palm descended, tearing open a massive black gash in the void of the sky, during which a white dragon claw, stretching thousands of feet, surged towards Bai Chen in fury. Bai Chen coldly raised his gaze, his anger ignited. Not only did he have no intention of retreating, but he also brandished his sword to meet the overwhelming white dragon claw head-on. The 5 elements sword array. Suddenly, Bai Chen formed a seal with one hand. A cyan spiritual array appeared beneath his feet, causing the sword tip he launched to emit dazzling rays of light. In the blink of an eye, it collided fiercely with the white dragon claw. If you are unwilling to accept this, then let us fight. I, as a junior, dare to come here alone and will not fear anyone. Chapter 91, Encountering the Dragon Clan's Reinforcements. The chaotic black flame, renowned as the most formidable otherworldly fire, found itself rendered impotent before the venerable white dragon ancestor. In despair, Bai Chen relinquished his intention to employ flames and resorted to close-quarters combat. However, after an intense skirmish, he was astonished to discover that this ancient dragon was most proficient in hand-to-hand combat. This elder was a far cry from the old nether dragon that had fallen to his might. When Qin Dao Xian and his companion arrived in the pale ancient realm, the sky had been shrouded in an inescapable layer of ink-like darkness. A fierce wind swept through, coiling ominously around the gathering storm clouds that occasionally roared in from the distance. Before them, waves of energy rippled outward. And Chen Daoxian could distinctly sense Bai Qin's aura waning. Bai Qin was ensnared in a desperate struggle. Chen Daoxian narrowed his eyes. Attuning himself to the atmosphere, the adversary was also at the great saint level, yet there was an unmistakable distinction from the ordinary great saints. Hearing this, Chen Luohong sighed. The great saint, the Xian Emperor, and the great emperor are not differentiated by star levels. This is precisely why those stagnating at these three realms exhibit such vast disparities among themselves. It is akin to the thunder dragon ancestor you vanquished within the dragon domain. There exists an elder known as the white dragon ancestor, who, like him, is also a great saint. However, in a true confrontation, the white dragon ancestor could effortlessly dispatch the thunder dragon ancestor with a single strike. Chen Daoxian exclaimed in disbelief, such a staggering gap even within the same realm. Chen Luohong continued, thus, when one gazes across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, among the myriad realms, there are only 14 great saints. Yet, for those aspiring to ascend to the Xian Emperor realm, most find themselves forever unable to grasp that elusive advancement. As she spoke, a shadow of sorrow flickered in her eyes, reflecting her own struggles as one unable to transcend the great saint realm. In this world, to ascend to the Xian Emperor realm, one must possess not only a formidable background, a legacy of bloodline, and relentless effort, but also an indispensable element, fate. This encapsulates the qualification that mortals refer to as the way of heaven. At that moment, Chen Daoxuan's thoughts were solely occupied with Bai Qin, oblivious to the grief mirrored in his elder sister's gaze. That aura, could it be the white dragon ancestor you mentioned? Chen Luohong replied, let us hope not. The white dragon ancestor is a fiercely powerful entity within the dragon clan. Should they encounter him, even if the 3 of us join forces, we may not stand a chance against that ancient dragon, especially with my brother unable to utilize the ancient emperor's fixed star disk. Regardless of who it may be, we must proceed to investigate. As Chen Daoxian prepared to move, a faint glow began to emanate from beneath his feet, only to dissipate in an instant. He and Chen Luohong turned their attention toward another direction, where a torrent of formidable auras surged forth like crashing waves from the horizon, among which 3 stood out as particularly powerful. A great sage and 2 profound sages. It appears that reinforcements from the dragon clan have arrived. What should we do? Chen Luohong's delicate face bore an expression of grave concern. The might of the dragon clan was truly overwhelming. Their current venture deep into the dragon domain was perilously fraught with danger. Should these reinforcements join forces with Bai Qin's adversaries, they would find themselves in an even more precarious situation. What options did they have? They could only confront them here. Chen Daoxian clasped his hands before him, producing a sound akin to cracking knuckles. In response, Chen Luohong unsheathed the sword at her waist, infusing it with spiritual energy. The sword sang with a resonance that echoed through the heavens. Soon, the ominous black mass of the Dragon Clan's army came into view. At the forefront stood an elderly figure clad in white robes, exuding an ethereal grace, enveloped in swirling golden winds. A formidable sage of the Dragon Clan. Unmistakably the Wind Dragon ancestor. This was Chen Luohong's assessment. Chen Daoxian nodded in agreement, his gaze briefly resting on the Wind Dragon ancestor before shifting to the young man in the azure robes gliding beside him. Chen Daoxian regarded him with particular interest, for the Wind Dragon ancestor seemed to show profound respect towards this youth. Given such deference, the boys standing within the Dragon Clan must be extraordinary. As Chen Daoxian scrutinized the young man, the latter was also observing him, and it seemed they both felt a significant curiosity towards one another. Soon, at the gesture of the azure-robed youth, the Dragon Clan's army came to a sudden halt in midair, forming a perfectly organized square formation that stretched endlessly, radiating an overwhelming pressure. The azure-robed youth sauntered forward lazily, his gaze fixated on Chen Daoxian. Young man, state your name. Chen Daoxian, came Chen Daoxuan's voice, resonating like thunder. In an instant, the expressions of the Dragon Clan members shifted dramatically, including that of the previously haughty azure-robed youth and the imperious Wind Dragon ancestor, both now visibly astonished. The elder and the youth stared wide-eyed, their expressions akin to that of startled deer. After a moment, the youth furrowed his brow in confusion. If you are indeed Huang Jie's betrothed, why would you come to my Dragon Clan seeking bloodshed? What is the meaning of this? Betrothed? Who might Huang Jie be? Chen Daoxian found himself at a loss to comprehend the words being spoken. Yet the youth continued, never mind. Inquiring about your reasons now holds no significance. Since you have intruded, You are merely courting your own demise. Wind Dragon Ancestor, do not hold back. The Wind Dragon Ancestor, taken aback, replied, do not hold back? The youth nodded affirmatively. Yes, I will take full responsibility for any consequences. The Wind Dragon Ancestor slowly acquiesced. As you wish, young master. Young master. He addressed the youth as young master. Chen Luohong leaned closer to her brother, whispering softly, that youth must be the divine son of the Dragon Clan, the son of the Azure Dragon Emperor, Qing Li. Oh, Chen Daoshuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if he had just caught sight of a succulent snow-white rabbit. At this moment, the revered Wind Dragon Ancestor strode through the air, and with each step, an overwhelming aura of the great sage realm surged forth, resonating across the vast expanse of the heavens, as if threatening to collapse it. This individual shall be entrusted to me. Chen Luohong stepped forward, unleashing her own great sage aura with equal fervor. The collision of the two formidable presences created a vivid barrier of crimson and violet energy in the air, clashing with tremendous force. Under this unparalleled energy confrontation, the Dragon Clan's army trembled in fear, dreading that even a whisper of this power might obliterate them into ethereal dust, vanishing from existence. Miss Chen, shall we commence? The Wind Dragon Ancestor immediately recognized Chen Luohong, her attire as a ninth-rank alchemist too conspicuous to overlook. Their gazes locked, and as she met the unmasked murderous intent in his eyes, her own blood surged with fervor. Certainly, you old scoundrel. With that declaration, her figure transformed into a streak of light, akin to an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards the Wind Dragon Ancestor. Delightful. I've long yearned to annihilate your Qin Imperial clan. The Wind Dragon Ancestor, a known warrior, felt liberated by the command issued by the divine child Qing Li, allowing him to disregard any potential repercussions. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he unleashed his full might, shattering the very void, and struck towards Chen Luohong with an earth-shattering force. Chapter 92. Buried with you and your 100,000 Dragon Clan troops. Trivial skills. Chen Luohong observed the colossal palm descending from the sky, her lips pursing slightly. Drawing her sword, she unleashed a terrifying sword chi that cleaved through the heavens, effortlessly bisecting that formidable hand. The sword energy, under her flawless control, arced through the air and remarkably returned to her. Go. Chen Luohong flung her sword forth, and a tempest of sword rain, akin to silver dragons descending upon the world, surged relentlessly towards the Wind Dragon Ancestor. In response, he hastily shielded himself with both arms. Amidst the cacophony of thunder and lightning, a terrifying spectacle unfolded as a layer of golden armor coalesced around his age form. The golden spiritual armor shimmered brilliantly, imbued with boundless Tao rhythms. As the unending rain of swords collided with the spiritual armor, the resounding clang of metal echoed, accompanied by a flurry of sparks, reminiscent of maple leaves swirling through the cosmic river. The vast void bore countless black scars, torn apart by the fierce onslaught. Yet, to the astonishment of many, the Wind Dragon Ancestor withstood the onslaught. Is this all the Qin Imperial clan's young lady is capable of? He scoffed, thumping his chest dismissively. Upon hearing this, Chen Luohong's eyes blazed with fury as she raised her spiritual sword defiantly towards the heavens. Old fool, dare to withstand this strike. Throat-sealing sword technique. The very heavens trembled. Deep within the firmament, the terrifying sound of a sword resonated across the sky, prompting countless individuals to hastily cover their ears. Some of the less powerful even experienced a collapse of their resolve, spitting blood in quick succession. In an instant, the anguished cries of the dragon army filled the air, an unending cacophony. At that moment, beneath the feet of the ancient Wind Dragon Elder, a mysterious law quietly emerged, a clandestine force compelling him to remain motionless, forcing him to raise his head and open his mouth. Elder, what troubles you? Seeing the peculiar demeanor of the Wind Dragon Elder, Qing Li's heart tightened. Boom. The deafening roar of thunder reverberated once more throughout the heavens. The crowd looked up in astonishment. They beheld dark thunderclouds swirling in the sky and a colossal sword, a phantom standing suspended in midair, had descended. The imposing pressure of the sword's edge weighed upon the myriad realms, its target evidently the immobile Wind Dragon Elder. The Wind Dragon Elder? A chill ran down Qing Li's spine. Yet, no matter how loudly he called, the Elder appeared oblivious, remaining there, mouth agape, and utterly still. This was utterly bizarre. As a fellow saint-level power, even if Chen Luohong had mastered spatial manipulation to perfection, she should not be able to immobilize another saint-level powerhouse to such an extent. No wonder his father often advised against confronting the Shura clan's throat-sealing sword technique head-on. As Chen Luohong was about to strike, in a moment of desperation, Qing Li could no longer hesitate, leaping forth to shield the Wind Dragon Elder behind him. Overestimating oneself, Chen Luohong paid no heed to his claims of being a divine scion of the Dragon Clan, and with a single stroke, she brought her sword down. At that instant, Qing Li's face contorted with determination. He retrieved an unknown object from his storage ring, raising it to defend against the blow. Boom! As the immense sword wave shattered into scintillating dust, Chen Luohong's elegant visage transformed in astonishment. What? Finally, the Wind Dragon Elder broke free from his constraints. Nearly collapsing to the void, gasping for breath, his ancient eyes filled with shock. The sensation was utterly terrifying. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the young master producing the Dragon God Jade pendant. The Wind Dragon Elder turned to see the pendant in the young master's hand, now reduced to a fragmented shard, and was instantly alarmed. Young master. It is all my fault. No need for concern, Qing Li murmured, his gaze solemnly fixed on Chen Luohong. Experiencing the Shura clan's throat-sealing sword technique for the first time had left him drenched in cold sweat. He had not anticipated that this Dragon Clan scion possessed such a treasure. With an air of arrogance, Chen Luohong crossed her arms, scoffing, "You promised a fair duel. Yet here you are, resorting to 2 against 1? Are your so-called 7 ancestral powers merely exaggerated tales of incompetence?" The Wind Dragon Elder's anger surged. "You." Qing Li firmly grasped the arm of the Wind Dragon Elder, undeterred by Chen Luohong's taunts, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Our Wind Dragon Elder is already advanced in age. It is inherently unfair to spar with you young ones. However, if Miss Chen considers this fair, you are welcome to proceed. Regardless of the outcome, it would still be a disgrace to the Shura Imperial Clan." Chen Luohong furrowed her brows slightly, instinctively directing the sword's edge towards him. "Why don't you come and try?" Qing Li surveyed her from head to toe, then waved his hand dismissively. "I am merely a 6-star Xian saint, while you are a great saint. That would be equally unfair." Chen Luohong found herself laughing in exasperation. "Then summon a fair great saint to challenge me." She had little patience for indecisive men. To her surprise, the formidable Emperor Qinglong had a son who was such an oddly effeminate character. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Li nodded in sudden agreement, then raised his hand and pointed towards the horizon. "Very well, you may fight him, if you can defeat him. Our Dragon Clan shall let bygones be bygones and allow both of you to leave here safely." Upon hearing this, Chen Luohong's voluptuous form trembled in shock. It dawned on her, thanks to Qing Li's words, that Bai Chen's aura had vanished. Turning to look back, she saw an elderly man, hair and beard as white as snow, approaching with an imposing demeanor, completely unclothed. Despite his advanced age, his robust physique was astonishing, demonstrating a striking aesthetic of strength through exaggerated musculature. More importantly, he was gripping Bai Chen's hair as if he were a mere animal. Had she not focused intently, she would have assumed he was already dead, for Bai Chen's breath was barely perceptible. Bai Chen had lost. He had actually lost. Chen Luohong was utterly astounded. Even with her dual imperial bloodline and terrifying heritage, she could not honestly claim she would stand a chance against Bai Chen in a one-on-one confrontation. Bai Chen, one of the 3 renowned top prodigies recognized across the realms. If even he could not contend with that elder of the White Dragon, what hope did she and Xiaolu possess? Alas, the esteemed White Dragon ancestor, Qing Li remarked, his lips curling into a smile as he observed the newcomer. The White Dragon ancestor, holding Bai Chen by the hair, turned to him and proclaimed, "Young master, this is the little black dragon." "Oh, it is he." Qing Li clapped his hands in realization. "No wonder I wondered who could match you so. It turns out to be this anomaly." His words drew scornful expressions from the members of the Dragon Clan, their mocking voices rapidly spreading through the ranks. "Anomaly?" Chen Daoxian lifted his cold gaze, interrupting them. "He is a dragon, just like you. If he is an anomaly, then what do you call yourselves?" Both Qing Li and the White Dragon ancestor looked at him in surprise. Qing Li frowned, questioning Chen Daoxian. "Do you still believe this is the territory of your Shura Imperial Clan?" Chen Daoxian calmly adjusted his attire and replied with an air of nonchalance, "No. I consider this the burial ground for dragons." "Burial ground for dragons?" Qing Li echoed. "Yes, a burial ground for you and the 100,000 dragons that stand behind you."